Well, good day, good day, good day again. And I'm back. It's been a short break. And in this break, as always, I do my little things, do all my setups, just so I can get back on the live stream as soon as I possibly can. So thank you so much for your patience. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much for your patience. And thank you so much for tuning in again. My name is Serge. This is Let's Talk. And right now, we are having an open conversation live stream. Open conversation live stream. What is an open conversation live stream? Simple. You got a question or a claim, you can put it in the comments. Or we can have a public conversation as well. You can click on the link that is inside of the pinned comment on top of the comment section, or on the bottom, just depends on which platform you're watching. So you can click on the link that is in the pinned comments, or there's a link at the beginning of description as well. So if you click on either pinned comment or beginning of description, it's going to take you to the website where we have our studio room, and then I'll be able to connect you to our stage and we can have a conversation. So as people join, I'll be adding them on, but the maximum amount of people that I think should participate in one conversation is probably 5. Well, 4 plus me. I think that's the maximum amount, so that everybody would have their fair turn to give their input. And today's topic right now is simple. Is God real? Simple. Is God real? There are people out there that say yes. There are people out there that say no. This topic right here, if you want to throw some things about the God you believe in, great. But it's not really about which God is true. The God that you believe in, is he true or not? The God that you believe in, which God? In other words, which God is true? Which religion is true? It's not really about that side. It's more just on a simple question. Three-word question. Is God real? That's it. Those that have evidence or, reasoning ideas that point to he is, you're welcome to call in. And those that have reasoning, valid ideas that he is not, you also welcome to call in. And let's have a conversation. Try to, do a little idea battle. Why idea battle? Because, when you battle ideas, you know what wins? The truth. It's a little as simple as that. So let's not have any physical fights. What's the point of physical fights? What's the point of killing each other? All we have to do is just share the ideas, share our beliefs. Atheism is also a belief. It's also a belief to say that God is not real. Yes, it is a belief. You must be somehow deeply convinced, logically, mentally, inside of your heart, that God is not real. Now, what in the world convinced you? So again, you have a set of beliefs as well. So atheism is a belief as well. So let's put those all belief ideas, collide them. And in the end, truth stands. Truth wins. You remember how it says in Galatians chapter 6, verse 12. Let me read this real quick. I'll pray, and then I'll start to throw some ideas out there. Okay, so Galatians chapter 6, verse 12. Ephesians. Ephesians chapter chapter 6, verse 12. There we go, Ephesians, not Galatians. For we do not wrestle against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this age, against the spiritual hosts of wickedness in the heavenly places. That's basically where the real battle is. What is the truth? Because people, they tend to believe the truth, and everybody, both sides, all parties, all sides of the event, they're trying to present their own truth so that a person would believe in what they hear and follow that what they just learned. That's where the real battle is at. Yep. Let's pray. Lord, thank you so much again. Thank you so much again for you. And thank you so much, Almighty God, that you are the truth. You are the creator. And by default, since you are the creator, by default, you are the truth. That's literally by default. This is what you get by default, is being the truth. Everything is yours. You define how you create it. You defined it all. You set all those laws and rules in motion. You created the way you wanted to create everything. Lord, you are by default the truth. The creator is the truth. And no one can be the truth but the creator himself. So thank you that you are the truth. And I pray, Lord, reveal to all of us what is the truth. Have, yes, Lord, a valid and challenging spiritual war be going on this live stream. Have different people, well, not angrily, of course, but, respectfully and with patience and kindness, present different ideas, different beliefs. And then in the end, Lord, I know that the truth, and only the truth, and nothing but the truth, will stand. Have this unfold. In the almighty name of Jesus, I pray. And Lord Almighty God, I do pray, bless the viewer. I do pray, bless me. Oh, bless me, please help me. Help me to have clarity of mind. Help me to actually understand what people are saying. Lord, what they mean, I want to understand. And this is where I really need help in. Help me to learn how to respond. Help me to just follow the leading of the Holy Spirit and to know how to respond back. So that your spirit would be dominant in all of this. In the almighty name of Jesus, I pray. To you alone be all praise and glory. Amen. As always, God is good. God is good. God is good. God is good. Okay. So what is the truth? Is God real or not? Obviously, I am praying, thus I believe that God is real. So if you are an atheist somewhere out there, jump on. Let me know what made you think that God is not real. Like how can you believe in such idea as there's no God? How is it possible to believe in that? Like how? If we were to think about from the side of intelligence, it does require intelligence to create intelligence. It does require intelligence. How can intelligence come to be from nothing? Intelligence is what? It's invisible. You cannot see intelligence. You cannot feel it. You cannot get a hold, you cannot grab onto wisdom. You can't. Yeah, sure, it's there. You like common sense as well. Common sense is out there as well. But it's not like we can study common sense. It's not like science can tell us anything. Where did common sense come from? How did common sense develop? How in a world could, evolution evolve common sense? How in a world? But in order to have common sense, intelligence must be there. So how in the world did evolution produce this invisible aspect of intelligence that we it's impossible to study with science. It's impossible to get a hold of. It's impossible. It's invisible. It's out there. Sure, we can understand by the power of the Holy Spirit, but all by ourselves, it's impossible to learn. And to figure out what is intelligence. So it's impossible to study it out too. Like you can look through a telescope all you want. You simply will not see intelligence. You can take any. You can look through a microscope as well. That sees the smallest little bacteria that there is. The smallest little cell that there is. You'll still not spot intelligence. It's out there. But how in the world did evolution manage to produce intelligence? How? Well, you may say, well, I think it can learn. Well, that's the thing. At least a little bit of intelligence is needed in order to learn. I mean, yes, animals can learn. They do have, in a way, pre-programmed intelligence within their instinct, because they can learn according and up to the programming they got. They cannot learn beyond that. So they're limited in the things that they can know, and they know those things from the base of their emotional side, not their reasoning and understanding. They cannot reason and understand, but we can. Like, where did reasoning come from? Where did understanding come from? Where? Are you saying that evolution has produced all of that? It's like, bro. Your evolution is like God. Literally. Where did this reasoning come from? I mean, if we would be walking around like zombies, sure, I'd probably believe in evolution. Because zombies, they don't learn. They just, that's it. Mythological, that's it. But we're talking about an actual intelligence, reasoning, and understanding. Where can that come from, if not from a greater intelligence, reasoning, and understanding? Only an intelligence, reasoning, and understanding can teach intelligence, reasoning, and understanding. Just think about this. A tree that has zero intelligence, zero understanding. How can the tree teach a human being how to do anything? Think about it. How can a tree teach a human being how to, well, I don't know, how to go use a restroom? I don't know, how to eat. You know, the basic necessities. So that's what I mean. A greater intelligence is required to pop a lesser intelligence out there. First of all, create and then teach. Well, at the moment, thus kind of leans towards the fact that there must be an intelligent, powerful person that is responsible for, yes, a universe full of his intelligence, his beauty, his creation. There must be that person out there. They just must be. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah, sure. If you're an atheist, you may not get it. But please tell me, please, if you're an atheist, if you really hold on to your evolution story, the Earth is 4.5 billion years old, or whatever the number you come up with, because I recently heard 2 billion as well. Everybody has their own number. So, tell me, where did intelligence come from? How can, that, I guess that the small cell that was in the water that turned into a fish of some sort, or a frog, or whatever the species that you call it, whatever the species it turned into, how did it how did it know when to get out in the shore? I mean, it spent some time in the water, right? Like, think about it. How much time did it spend in the water? Let's say 1 billion years old to spend in the water. Sure, okay, whatever. It spent 1 billion years old in the water. And then how did it gain this intelligence that, hey, I think I'm feeling the ground. I think I'm feeling the sand. Let me try to walk on the sand and see if I can, I don't know, pop myself out of the water? And now, if I pop myself out of the water, where in the world did it get a supernatural, magical intelligence to, well, within hours, no, not even hours, within minutes, to develop lungs? It literally went from gills to lungs within what? Within minutes. Because how long can a fish survive on shore? How long? Before it's done. How long? So that little whatever came out of the water, dear believer of evolution that says no God, there's no God, that little thing that came out of the water, it had gills. I mean, that's how it would survive in the water. And then it somehow figured out. Somehow, I just do not understand how it figured out. Please tell me. But it's somehow like boom. Hold on, idea pops in. Where did it even get that idea? Maybe it tried to walk on the water and learned. Hold on a second. If there's no intelligence, how can it learn? It's just a little whatever dot, a cell that's floating around. How can that little cell learn? It has no intelligence. It's completely like just blob. Just think about it. Blob is floating around. A blob of cells is floating around. A blob of cells is what? I don't know. Cancer is floating around. Can cancer learn and become and evolve to a human being? And where would that cancer, the blob of cancer, would actually develop intelligence, become smart all of a sudden? How? Where? When? Dear atheist, I know that you may think that I'm crazy right now, but I'm just throwing some thoughts in your mind to consider. Because you gotta explain. You gotta prove that there's no God. You have to prove such things as, well, where in the world did intelligence come from? Invisible thing that no one can see, no one can touch, no one can even feel. You cannot feel intelligence. You cannot feel wisdom. If you feel wisdom, you're weird. That's not how it works. Wisdom is in the matter of understanding. That's where wisdom is at. Wisdom is not in the emotions, whatsoever. So we cannot even feel. Wisdom, intelligence is one of those things that, where in the world did it come from? We cannot feel, we cannot touch, we cannot smell, we cannot taste, we cannot see, we cannot hear. It's nothing to do with our physical side whatsoever. We cannot find it in a physical realm at all. I mean, at least gravity, we can experience it. But wisdom, we cannot feel wisdom. We can feel gravity. We can. If the gravity is big, we feel there's a push down. I mean, the higher you go in, I guess, elevation, the push changes. Thus, your feelings gets changed as well, especially in your head. But what I mean is, you can feel the gravity, you can feel the push, but you cannot feel wisdom or intelligence at all. You simply can't. So how can you study that one out? You simply can't. But it's from somewhere. It's from somewhere. So if you say that there's no God, where in the world did it come from? How did it even start? Because again, a blob of cells, a tumor, a cancerous tumor that just got cut out of a human body. You throw it on the table, you throw it in the water. Oh, okay, let's start with the water. You throw it in the water. Do you think in 1 billion years it will actually become smart? Get out on the land and start walking and turn into a human being? Do you really think that, this is possible? Do you really think that that tumor that you just threw in the water in a billion years is going to actually become, it's going to gain intelligence from somewhere? Like, ugh. It even hurts my mind to think about this. Dear atheist, how does it not hurt your mind to think about this? No, it does too. It does too. I'm sorry, atheist. It does too. It actually does extremely a lot. It actually hurts your mind even more than it hurts my mind. Because these are the questions that an atheist usually blows up on. They cannot handle themselves. They cannot have any self-control when you ask them on the godly aspect. They just don't have any self-control. They do have the tugging in their heart that, yes, God is real. They do have the tugging. And because they feel the tugging in their heart that God is real, oh, they fight it even more. The logic says God is real. Heart says God is real. Like, how much do you need to emotionally blow up in order to cancel what your heart is telling you, what your logic is telling you? How much of an emotional blow up? How loud does it need to be so that, the logic and heart confessing to you the reality of God would be shut down and you would not hear it? How loud do you need to blow up? And again, atheism, religion, that is the religion that teaches people to be that crazy. That crazy. If you spend some time talking to an atheist, dear person, you will see a huge difference between the follower of Christ and the follower of atheism. You'll see a huge difference. A follower of Christ is calm. Why? Because they believe in the Prince of Peace. And the follower of atheism, ooh, they're so agitated. Ooh, they're so... They get triggered over any idea that proves the reality of God, that they cannot self-control themselves. And they go crazy. They literally go crazy at that idea. There's no peace within them. Why? Because they fight the Prince of Peace. You fight Prince of Peace, the Prince of Peace will not give you peace. You submit to the Prince of Peace, the Prince of Peace will give you peace. It's not hard to understand. So atheism, why there's no peace within the religion of atheism whatsoever? Because they intentionally set their focus on the Prince of Peace and they fight him. They try to prove to everybody around that Prince of Peace is not real. That's how much atheists hate peace. Because they hate peace to that degree, you can see with your own two eyes that the religion of atheism literally strips peace out of a human being. Different false religion strip different abilities, different things from within a human being. Atheism turns, according to what the Bible says. Psalms here. Let me show you. According to the Bible, so Psalms 82 verse 1. No, it's not. The fool said in his heart, there is no God. I'm looking for that verse. Let me continue. If you want that verse, I'll give you that verse. But second 42:1. somewhere over there. But anyways, that fool is literally what was it saying? Something about atheism and lack of peace. I was saying something like that. I forgot the verse, and my train of thought stopped. I apologize. I apologize. This happens once in a while too. But as you can see, oh yeah. So different religion, it actually strips a person of different, I don't know, talents, abilities. I'm not sure how to say that or how to point that out. But it, like, let's say atheism, it literally strips people from two things, of two things. Well, actually three things at least. Three major things off the top of my head. The first, it strips them because it says that a fool said in his heart, there is no God. So, fool, the word of God calls a atheist a fool. So it strips them from, yes, wisdom that brings common sense and general understanding. So it strips them from that. The second thing that atheist is does not have, he's literally getting stripped from, is peace. There's no peace within an atheist at all. There's zero peace. If you want to lose all peace, turn to the religion atheism. You will forget what peace is. Just turn to that religion and you will literally forget what peace is. You will lose your mind. You'll be all about the mythological stories of evolution and the big boom and blah blah blah. You'll be super in magical mythological ideas. That's literally where your mind is gonna fly to. So yeah, there'll be zero logic, especially from the standpoint of view of creation. Zero logic. You'll be trying to prove something that is unprovable and that keeps on being changed and updated as we go on. That's what you'll be trying to prove. Zero logic. It's just a mythological, magical story. Something like, Alice in Wonderland. That's basically what you'll be trying to prove. Something like that along the lines. So, yes, zero general wisdom. Because God said, a fool said in his heart, there's no God. Zero peace. You're fighting the Prince of Peace. Zero peace. If you want to be stripped up from all peace, if you want to forget what peace is, go to atheism. Zero joy. Because you will be intentionally fighting against God. You'll be screaming to everybody that you don't believe in God. But at the same time, you will be evangelist anti-God. You will be advancing ideas that God is not real. That literally will be your line of thinking. How can I prove to everybody that God is not real? How? Your set focus would be on God. You'll be looking at him and going blah 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 blah. I do not see you. How can I make some kind of a mythological story to he's real. Oh, to prove that he's not real. That's basically what you'll be doing. Fighting that. And you know what? Because you're fighting that, you'll be constantly irritated. Because truth will always be against you. Always be against you. And in the middle of that constant irritation, you will also forget every single drop of joy that you ever had. So atheism, religion atheism, it gives you a mind full of mythological theories, possible stories, different ideas that may not have happened. Well, we can prove they did. We can measure them. Oh, sure. We can measure them. We can go 4.5 billion years ago. We can travel the space and time and get you evidence because we measured it. That's how your mind will be. That's the fruit of religion called atheism. Whether you like it or not, that's the fruit of that religion. Literally. Just Think about it. And if you want to see what I'm telling you is true, you're welcome to jump on any live stream on YouTube where you can hear atheists speak. Either they're the host of the show or they are the participant of the show. And I do speak to atheists too. So you can see past live streams as well. And you will be able to notice a huge difference in a behavior within a Christian and a behavior within an atheist. Why? Because one has peace and joy and calmness of heart. And the other one, it is he intentionally took that away from him. So just to let you know, that's what happens when people think there is no God. That's what happens to them. Okay, so let me see here. Let's jump into a call. Oh, my friend BBN is here. Let me know. Hold on. Let me just let me get to meet you real quick. Hey BBN, how you doing?
What's up, man?
How do you like my spiel?
Yeah, I was listening to it. It was pretty hilarious.
You like it?
Yeah, I felt like you were talking to me.
Oh, I was waiting for you
I
to
know
come.
you were, dude.
Because you wanted to come yesterday. You said that you're gonna be around, so I was waiting.
I was gonna let y'all get to y'all's thing yesterday. I just had to talk to that one dude. What was his name?
Rabba, I think Rabba, but I forgot the other
Rabba.
one.
Man, I sure do hope he calls in.
he was interesting. He was very encouraging, huh?
Yeah, I definitely wanted to talk to him. His attitude was funny.
Well, he was encouraging you in the reality of God.
I mean, sure, if that's how you feel about him.
What, you don't believe in the things that he said?
I don't believe a fucking word out of that dude's mouth. He's so full of shit.
I mean, he tried to tell you such things as if there's a building, there must be a builder.
Yeah, dude, he floundered so hard. I got him in the corner so hard on that shit. It was hilarious. He was like, oh, and then that one Muslim dude, the other dude, Cash or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
He was like, I can answer. I was like, dude, I don't care if you answer, but I just I love this guy's got nothing right now. He had all that confidence. That's why I was like annoying me. He was like, he had a lot of confidence for a guy who didn't know shit.
Well, that's what Islam brings.
Well, it's so I don't know if you know anything. Have you ever heard of the Dunning-Kruger? Do you know what that is?
No, honestly speaking, no.
Okay, so basically there's these two scientists, Dunning and Kruger, and they weren't the first person to necessarily discover this. They were just the first people to like basically write more about it and understand it better, and that's why it's got named after them, the Dunning-Kruger. It's basically humans taking a small bit of information, right? And if they, for some reason, whatever reason, if they're actually paying attention, they think that all of a sudden they know better than experts. And now we all have this. It's just to what degree, right? Like we all have narcissism. It's just what degree, right? So everyone has this. So it's but you see it with whatever his name was. He has it very much because he has this confidence. Everything he says, he feels like it's just simply true. And you ask him any questions about how he knows that, he has nothing. He's got nothing to fall back on. No words other than what do you mean? It's common sense, which is not a thing. So it's it just goes on and on.
Okay, is God real? Is that common sense or no?
No, it's not. It wouldn't be common sense, no.
Why not?
Well, let me put it to you this way. First you got to define what common sense is. So it's common sense is what you're taught in an immediate area you're in. So for instance, and Australia, right? It's out Australia or New Zealand. I can't remember which one, maybe both. But one of them, they drive on the other side of the road, right?
Okay.
So
in Britain.
So Yeah, I mean, there's lots of places, but
Okay.
I'm talking. I know it's the reason I know this story is because there's a country music singer, Keith Urban. He told this story. They asked him, "What's one of the biggest things you gotten used to being in America?" And he said, "I'm used to looking to my right for cars, like when I'm crossing a street. You know." He's like, "So my first instinct is to look right, right?" But here in America, that's the opposite way of the car, right? Like you want to look to your left. That's the way that the traffic is coming here, right? So he
Okay.
was saying that was like,
Do you really
uh,
think it's a valid example to point to common sense?
yes, because this is what common sense is. To him, common sense is to look up instantly to the right. To us, common sense is to look at literally left when we're crossing a way.
Well,
Common sense is what
that's common
you're
sense
kind of.
based on preference, and the preference is
No, that's how common
what.
sense. That's why common sense doesn't work. That's why common sense isn't. It's just like anything. It's not a it's not a what's the word? It's a nature, not a nurture thing.
See,
There's a little bit of. I mean, you could argue that the
common sense is a common idea across all. Common sense. So it's
no,
a common idea.
that's just you getting a word mixed up. That's not. You can look at what a common sense is. Like common sense isn't a. It's not because common sense is like. And by the way, common sense isn't even necessarily real. Now, if you want to talk about like some kind of like internal instincts, and even then, those aren't good because like some people's instincts aren't there. Some people
Okay,
are very dumb.
murder. Thou shalt not murder. Is that common sense? Like a common idea amongst all?
I mean, a common idea is not common sense,
Well, common
but
belief,
no, not against.
or
No,
against majority
not
at least.
everyone has that.
Well, against
Much,
with
I
majority.
don't. I don't think it would be majority. No, but I don't know. I would have to look at it. But it could be 50-50. It could be majority.
Well,
It depends on
we
the
can look at
records
the
that we have
rules and laws of the country.
of what country.
Well, just any country. Like, let's say if
Of
does
every country ever? Because like, I mean, you got to really like break that down. You can ask ChatGPT that question if you want.
even well, I'll take on the modern era right now, because I mean it's easier to talk about the things that is right before I. So like, let's say if I were to
Yeah.
look across a majority of the countries, I see this common sense.
What do you mean?
Like, I see thou shalt not murder is an agreement amongst, well,
I
at
mean, do
least
you want to?
majority of the countries. So if it's in agreement with
Maybe.
majority of the countries, this has
What
to
is
be
thou shalt
rooted
not murder? But
within
what do you mean by
common
that?
sense.
What does that mean though? Because we kill people all the time here.
Well, murder is
Unjustified?
yes, it's basically an intentional, usually as a result of hatred. And
Well, I mean,
it's
let's
the
stick with
person
that.
who stabs first.
Is unjustified a better term? Like an unjustified killing, is that murder?
Well, that would be the prime example of murder, yeah, unjustified killing.
Right. So if we kill, like we put someone on death row and we kill them, that doesn't count because it's justified.
Yes, that's not really a murder. That's there's another term for that. Even manslaughter, unintentional killing, is not murder too.
Yeah. Death penalty is very intentional. So, but
Well, that's
yeah,
justified. So this is not a
well,
murder.
yeah, to you, it's not justified to me. I don't believe in the death penalty. So,
You think the murders should be roaming around on our streets? What are you saying?
I don't. Let me ask you something. Why do people like you do this? Why do you think that there's no in between those two things?
Okay, how many times does a murderer need to kill in order to get rid of him? How many times is enough? In between. Like, what kind of question is
No,
that? In
why do
between
you-
of those two things. So how many is
No,
enough?
why?
For me, once is enough.
You're
How many
making up
times
things
is
I
for
didn't
you?
say. You're making up things I didn't say. I didn't say anything about that.
I mean,
I didn't say anything
the
about
question was weird.
No, it wasn't. It was you. You think it's A or B. You think because I don't
Yes,
believe
and you
in,
think in between. So what is in between? I believe one murder is enough for a death sentence to be there.
I'll explain it.
How
I'll
many
explain it to you.
murders do you
Let me
believe
ask you
in?
something. When I explain it to you, are you going to concede that you're a fucking idiot? When I
Hey, there's,
when I,
there's those fruits of atheism.
but now let me ask you this: when I explain the in between, are you going to be like, "Oh shit, yeah, holy shit"? There is a lot of stuff I didn't think about.
Well, let me know what you know first. Let me hear your explanation first. I'm not
No,
I'm not
I'm asking.
willing to concede right before you even start.
I'm asking you, will you concede when I explain this to you?
If it makes sense, of
Okay.
course. If it's common
See,
sense.
you're yeah, common sense, right? Yeah, in your worldview, it what I said means I let all murderers go, which is not what I said or what I meant. I said I don't believe in the death penalty. That doesn't mean I don't believe in some type of policing, some type of rehabilitation. That didn't mean anything. That doesn't mean I didn't say that we shouldn't lock a person away for the rest of their life. I don't. I didn't say anything about that. You can. I said I don't believe in the death penalty.
Okay. So if you were to
Right.
go with a rehabilitation, guess what? He rehabilitates. I'm sorry, I'm not pronouncing that word in the correct way, but he rehabilitates. He through hypocrisy shows that he's changed. He gets back in the street, and it happens again. Or yes, he's locked up in a
Well,
jail,
okay.
and he cannot hold it in, and people die even in the jail around him.
Well, you could.
So
Oh
how
my
many
God,
is
dude,
enough, bro?
you don't. Oh my. So okay, you keep making murders that didn't happen. You can put someone in a cell, literally, just as like this is so simple. I can put him in a cell for the rest of his life by himself. What are you talking about? Like, and guess what? And never kill him.
Wow, you're
He,
so cruel, by the way. You're so
no,
cruel.
says you, says you.
Murder is easier. I mean, being killed is easier than versus
No,
being
that's the
isolated in a
way.
cell for 60
First of
years
all, I didn't even say anything
until
about.
you rot to
No, I'm
death.
just showing you. You don't even think about options.
I
You keep
am.
saying. You
Look,
keep saying
if I have a
he's gonna
response, if I
kill
have a
someone.
response, then I thought about options. If I have a response, if I would not have a response, then I probably don't have any ideas about those options.
No, you
But
did. You jumped
but
right. You jumped right to a thing that no one said.
uh,
I said I don't believe in the death penalty. You said so. You think he should be let loose and kill a bunch more people? Who said that? That's just.
okay,
This is
should
the
he?
problem with people like
Sure,
you.
should
You're
he be
trying to
okay?
frame things
Another
in such a negative
Hold on
way.
a second. Another option: should he be locked up amongst people in jail and murdered there, or should he be isolated for the rest of his lifetime and literally slowly, mentally, and physically rot to death? What is the best option?
Well, here's the thing, man. One, you're making. Let me make. I tell you what. Since we're making up things, how about this? What if he does get put with other prisoners and he never kills anyone? And he just spends the rest of his life and dies 80 years old in a prison. He never killed anyone else. What then? Like, see how we can all make up things. I don't understand how you
Only,
think
only,
making up things.
only if God is real, that is possible. If
I
God is
love
not
that.
real,
That's so
that is
great.
not
No.
possible. What you just said.
Okay.
If God is
Oh
not
my
real,
God.
it's
No.
impossible.
You know that's happened all the time. Like you're so
Oh,
crazy.
people
That's
can change, right? All by
people can
themselves.
change.
Hmm.
I mean, that's the only way they. Well, I mean, sometimes people need people. I don't doubt that.
How
I mean,
many
if you
times did you say this is the last time, and then you're right back into the same crap? How many times? How
did I
many
say
times
I was the last
you
time?
try
What?
whatever you want to end? This is the last time I'm doing this thing. Why? Because it's causing evil to me or to the people around me. This is the last time, and then in about a week you find yourself right back into the same crap. This proves we cannot change ourselves.
Well, that's your framework because you put like you believe in sin and all that bullshit. I
Uh,
don't believe in that nonsense, so
okay,
that doesn't
uh,
affect my life. Like,
how
and
many times did you try to end something and you were right back into it? How many times? Or maybe you're exceptional. You don't do those things.
I don't know what you mean by in something. What do you mean by in something?
Well, you like let's say there is just a very basic simple idea. A person who's smoking, right? He's like, okay,
Uh,
this is my last cigarette. Why? Because it's harming me. A person who is cheating. This is the last time I'm doing this because I understand it's devastating my wife and my family. A person who's whatever.
yeah,
I
yeah, those
don't
aren't
know.
good things. Sure. Well, the smoking thing, one, people are allowed to
But
do
that's
what they
just an
want,
example.
so there's nothing you can do.
I'm not
Yeah.
asking
Yeah.
specifics from you, but I'm just throwing an
Yeah.
example out there and asking you a general
Well, you
question.
and I,
How
you
many
and I
times
see
did you
things
find
different ways.
yourself?
So
Well, how many times did you find yourself in that general behavior?
I understand what you're saying. We all struggle with things, trying to be better people. If that's
Okay.
what you mean,
Yes,
what's
and
your
for
point?
some reason that proves, if we fall right back into the same crap, that proves that
Well,
we're not
okay,
able to change ourselves.
that's okay. Well, what about okay? Listen, you obviously don't know me, but I've changed myself in many ways, and I've done it all without God. How did I do it?
Have you ever tried to control your mouth? Have you ever promised to yourself, I'll be nicer to people around?
It depends. No,
Yeah.
I know exact. I listen. I treat people as they shall be treated. That's they don't like if they're gonna make a mockery of the reality that we live in. I'm going to make a mockery of them. That is just
Reality,
simply how it is.
reality that you live in. And
Nope. There's
you
no
make a
nope.
you always make a mockery of the reality that other people live in. Muslims,
Because
the
they don't live in
Christians,
reality. They don't live in reality. They
according to
make up
you,
shit that shit. No, according to the truth.
you have to prove that there's no God.
Well, okay. That's first of all, this just shows you have not listened to a thing I've ever said because, like, I understand it's the way you feel, but like, I am not here to prove a God. I am here to prove that your man-made God is not real. It is just like every other man-made God that has ever been. It's just made up by man,
Oh, bro,
and whether you like it or not,
I'm not
whether you like it or
asking
not,
I'm not
your
asking
books
if
are
a
just
man-made
books.
God about any man-made God. I'm not asking if Islam
I
is true,
know
if
you.
Christianity is true,
Yeah,
if
yeah.
Hinduism is true. I'm not asking that. If Zeus is true, I'm literally asking if God is true. I'm not asking what type of God. I'm just
No
asking
one could
about
ever
idea
prove
if
that
God
one
is
way or
true.
another. No one could ever prove a God one way or another.
So why are you so hard on something that you can never prove?
No, because the thing is that you guys are all doing this thing that you have no evidence in any direction either. That's the thing. You guys have stories written by people. You guys you don't like this, but you guys got books. They're just books written by people. Just as they're all just books written
You
by people.
you believe in science books too that are written by
That's not how science books work. Well,
those science
science books
religion
are
books.
updated.
Sorry, bro.
Science books are updated
But
and you can learn and do
that's
a
why
thing.
anything written by people needs to be updated.
Right. That's why your books are not updated.
Well, because that's common sense.
Oh no, it's not. But anyway,
Thou shalt not
but
murder is not common sense.
no, it's not.
Thou shalt not steal is not common sense too.
No, dude, that's literally
Thou
that's
shalt
like
not commit adultery is not common sense.
that's the stealing thing is like the most classic like discussed story. Like what's stealing? Like what if someone steals bread to feed their starving family? Is it stealing? Is it like it it goes on to like that's it, like that's why I love like being in a like a freaking society like the stuff that I do. We don't waste time on simple dumb shit like that. We already figured out like oh no someone's starving, give them food. Simple. It's like not this like was it stealing? It's like well
Thanks.
did they
You borrowed from Christianity. That's what Christianity
oh
has been teaching for
that's
decades.
no, oh yeah no 100% not true. And then also
100% true.
how do
Atheism
you
came
get
after
I
Christianity. And atheism looked at
no
Christianity
no
and
it
they went like,
didn't
hey, we
no it
actually like
didn't.
this. Be kind, be good
Why?
rules.
Let me ask
So
you
we're
something.
just going to
Why do
adopt
you
them
say
to
things
ourselves.
that's not that's just simply not true? Atheism is not. It's there's literally been religions and cultures beyond time, like before Christianity was even existed, that had gods that didn't have gods. You're just making shit up. That's not
People
true.
always have a god of some sort. They believed in
That's not
different
true. There's
gods,
literally no.
but they
There's cultures
always
that don't have
believed in the
gods.
idea that God is
That's
real.
not true.
And
That's not true. There's
then
okay.
over
That's
time,
not
they.
true. That's not
Okay.
true. No, there's
Okay.
cultures that's simply not true. There's cultures that existed before Christianity that didn't believe in gods. They didn't they didn't worship anything in a like a sense of like goddessism. Like they like paid homage to stuff like suns and stuff, but not even then. They didn't even do that sometimes. Like not every religion or not every culture, excuse me, has had a religion or had a god. That's just simply not true.
Anything
That's
they
I
bow
mean
down to, that's their god. If they would bow down to even a
they
sun,
don't they don't
that's
all
what their
you're
god
not
is.
listening You're not
I
listening to what I'm
do.
saying?
I do.
No,
But
because
what
I
I'm
just
saying,
said they also don't. No, you're not, because you're saying a thing that's not true. I'm going to stop you here because I'm not doing this circular thing with you all the
when
time.
did major
It's,
atheism and all the creation of atheism came to be? When? Wasn't like in
what do you mean when?
1800s? When
No,
did the story of
no.
evolution came to exist? When?
It's not a story.
When did the false prophet
Uh,
Charles Darwin got his visions?
you know, you think that we worship? Do you think that we worship Charles Darwin? You know how stupid
No,
that is.
you listen to him. I mean, Islam
You realize
listens
that
to
no,
Muhammad.
I
You
don't look.
listen to
I
Darwin.
understand that you. I understand that you live in a world where you think that like other people can like we don't worship things like we don't. Charles Darwin was 160 years ago. He was right about some things. He was wrong about other things.
Y'all
We
call
don't
him the
go by.
greatest mind, the greatest ideas.
No one does that. You're
Oh,
just
really?
making that up. No one. Yeah,
Richard
really.
Dawkinson, I think
Are
Richard
you talking
Dawkinson.
about? You talking
Who's
about
that?
Richard Dawson? Richard Dawkins. You got me saying his name wrong. Is that like Richard Dawkins is a fucking biologist? So if he really
Is he an
likes
atheist?
Darwin, yes, but
Okay,
that doesn't mean anything.
he's a
That's
big
not
shot.
how it works.
Yeah, he's
So
a big shot.
what?
Do you listen to him?
I've listened to him before. He's
Do you
not my. I
agree
mean, I
to
don't agree.
some of his ideas?
What do you mean some of his
Oh,
ideas? I think that he says some goofy stuff sometimes and sometimes, but mostly like if you're talking about just the way he frames things, he's like very interesting and sometimes funny, sometimes weird. But at
yeah.
the end of the day, he has a he's like super like that's part of his thing, is part of
Yes. So
his brand. It's like
the one who's inspiring you believes
he's
in
not the one
Darwin
inspiring
that
me.
having a greatest ideas, having greatest mind. So that rubs off of on you as well.
No, okay. So do you know who Henry Ford is, right?
Sure, the creator for it.
I mean, sure, yeah, fair enough. But it's like but you realize he didn't invent like he didn't know shit about cars really, right?
I mean, that's how it usually starts.
Like what he basically invented the way that we made cars, like he invented the assembly line basically. Like he said, because they used to be it would be a bunch of people working together to make a car. Took a long time, so he put it on like okay, a bunch of people making separate parts, putting the cars together much faster. And the automobile was kicking off. He saw that. So basically, like but today, like people don't like those cars were shitty. I mean, like we don't like people that like cars don't like idolize Henry Ford. People that like business don't idolize Henry Ford. Like mostly, I'm sure there's some people that might, but mostly it's not like taught in business school. Like, hey, you got your picture of Henry Ford in your book. He's a smart businessman. Like, so I don't know what you're talking about. Like, none of this stuff you're saying happens. Like, no one carries a picture of Darwin and like neo-Darwinism. We don't do a little
Muslims
thing like
don't
here.
carry pictures of Muhammad. Christians don't carry pictures of Jesus. We
That's
don't.
not true. They do. They wear crosses. They like do all kinds of shit. You're. No one does anything for Darwin. Like the thing you're talking about is just it's just not a thing. No one worships. By the way, once again, he was a guy. He didn't even invent evolution. Okay, evolution was already an idea. What he did was come out with natural selection, which turned out to be true. And then he was right about some things, wrong about some things. That was 160 something years, almost 200 years ago. We don't like what we understand about biology now and evolution now is not the same as what he understood. So like what you're explaining is just all nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
like you just once again it's called a straw man. You're just framing things that no one says ever because you don't know the thing you're talking about. It's like as always demonstrated. Like so
Darwin, one of the prophets of atheist religion, wasn't he one of the greatest minds of atheist religion or atheism?
first of all, once again, atheism is not a religion. And second of all,
In the way that y'all think.
nope, it's not a religion in any way. But
Y'all
it's only
think in the
one.
same way. So whatever, I'll just group you
That
under
doesn't
the
mean
same
that doesn't
religion.
mean anything. It's
Sure.
not a religion. You
Muslims
can't group
think in
us
the
under a
same way
religion.
too.
Well, that Muslims are religion. They claim to be a religion. They're
Atheism
proud of being
think
a
in the same
religion.
way too.
No, they don't. Lots of atheists thinks in a lot of ways. Now, what you do, like obviously, you're going to get similar-minded people that call you. This is what this show is. You're not going to get an atheist that believes in ghosts. He's not going to call you much. You know, and then, by the way, I met atheists that believe in ghosts. I met atheists that don't believe in the moon landing. Like, so it's like the atheists is just, they just don't believe in simple question. There's no evidence for God. So it's like, but anyway, point is also, I'm pretty
Moon
sure that
landing is not part of religion, even Christianity or Islam. It's not part of any religion.
it doesn't matter. I'm just saying that atheists
That's why
believe
you'll
in
have
different things.
That's why you'll believe in different
Atheists
things in
have
those things too. But every
atheists
atheist, they
have
will
different
believe in
beliefs.
evolution, natural selection,
That's not true. No, that's
expansion,
not
Big
true.
Boom, all those things.
That's not true at all. Not all atheists believe those things, because
They
some
just
atheists
present it in a different way, but that's how they usually
no, some don't
present it.
think at all. It's very weird that you think you can talk about all people that
Okay,
you don't even
they
understand the
use
definition
okay.
of.
So
But the point is,
two general
Darwin. I'm pretty
options
sure
that
Darwin.
the two general options that I heard is usually I don't know, or by default the Big Boom stuff. That's what I hear. I don't hear any other option.
You're from where? You're on a call-in show. That's what people are going to talk about. Like, I'm not like you have beliefs so wrapped up weird in your brain the way they work. Like, I have always liked science. I liked science when I was a kid, and I was taught religion as well. Like, I still like science then. I just didn't, like, religion was just like Santa Claus. It was just part of your life. You don't really think none of it. I didn't really, I went to school, I played games. I didn't have nothing to think about. Like, a lot of times I think people get caught up in religions when they're doing like bad shit or whatever. But I was just kind of chilling, playing games, hanging out with friends. I didn't really like, so there was no like super hard. But I went to it was called Jesus Only Academy. I went there for 3 years. Like, I've learned very much about the Bible. And when I started really reading the Bible and started really evaluating things, like, yeah, you come to these beliefs form, because a belief is, you don't choose your beliefs. That's not how it works, right? Like, you believe something because you've been convinced of it. Like, so, like, this idea in your mind that, like, I've just like always, like, science is not necessarily what even gets in the way. Because, by the way, you can believe in the Big Bang, you can believe in evolution, you can believe in abiogenesis, you can believe in all the science that we have that prove all the things and still be not only a God believer, you can be a Christian. There's lots of them. So I think you got a weird frame wrapped around that.
Well, I just go usually according to Jesus. Did Jesus believe in those three things you said? The Big Bang, the evolution and natural selection, or not? I mean, according to how that religion evolution is teaching. So did Jesus believe in it? If the answer is no, then basically those people those Christians that believe in such ideas as that, they're probably not really followers of Jesus all the way.
Of course. It comes down to, once again, you get to decide what the real Christians are, and I love that.
Jesus gets to decide, and
that's what you say.
That's the common sense, right?
I can't what's it called? I can't like manifest them through myself, like, to tell you, like, so you could have an argument with them. But I would love to hear you explain to these people that some of these people, scientists, accomplished scientists, that believe all of science, that is proven anyway, and that are also Christians. I would love to hear you explain to them why they're not Christians. What do you think they'd say? Do you think they go, I didn't think about it like that?
I will answer your question, but after this commercial break, we got a very, very, very interesting comment in.
Okay.
Look.
My phone's on the charger, so I can't look at anything right now.
BBN is a cool guy. Now, back to our conversation.
Well, I appreciate that.
It looks like we have some votes in. Me, come on, hey guys, come. Am I cool too? Or...
Yeah, well, you're cool. Hell yeah, you're cool. I wouldn't call in if you weren't.
Hey, remind me of your question again, real quick.
Oh no, yeah. What do you think those people?
Okay. Yeah. We had a prime example. I didn't really need to do anything. Remember Johnny? He literally confessed. I didn't really need to do anything. He judged himself.
He what?
Judged himself through a understanding the reality of Christianity.
Yeah, I don't think Johnny's your best. Like, I wouldn't. I mean, I believe he's your only example, but I don't think he's your. I wouldn't use him still. He's not a good example.
That happens often.
Yeah.
That
Well,
actually
okay,
happens often.
I don't really care about anecdote. I'm telling you that know for a fact that none of these people you're talking about who are accomplished scientists, who are just nice people who believe in like science and like none of them would agree with you that they're not Christians.
Okay, well, let's use common sense. Like, let's say,
Oh
okay,
yeah, let's do
do
it.
you? No, no. It's very simple. It's either yes or no. Like, let's say, do you?
But here's the
Do
thing: they're not
does a
here. I
person?
really don't want to do this because they're not here. I mean, like I'm talking about. I'm presenting you with something that I can't. Like this has nothing to do with me at this
It
point. We
doesn't.
can
It
talk
doesn't
about
matter
something else.
if people are here or not. I mean,
No, I
it's.
can't come. Look, it doesn't matter because I know. Like you're not getting what I'm saying.
I am.
This
If
is
we
the
spot the behavior that you're presenting, how can
no. I
we
don't.
how
Yeah, but
can we
no.
know what that
No, you're
behavior
not getting it.
represents?
You're not getting what I'm saying. Like
I am.
these people aren't here, so there's no point.
I
Like there's no
know.
point because
I know
there's no
because
point of you
basically
because
you
I don't want
you
to hear your spadil.
you
I don't want
you
to hear your
you
spadil
you
about like
want to hear from those people that I am a Christian, and then you're gonna come and then you're gonna point right back at me and say, see, they claim to be a Christian.
well, I want you to explain to them. That's what I want. This is basically you being
And
like, I could beat the
look,
shit out of anyone, and I want that person to come to you and be like, all right, let's see it.
well,
You
let
know,
me
like
explain it.
because
Maybe somebody's gonna come up and try to beat me up.
well, yeah, well, please, because like I love this idea. Like, but I mean, I doubt any of these people are listening, but if they were, that'd be cool. But it's just like, um, they're all like, I can't tell. The only way I could tell someone if they were atheist or not, if like, if they said, "Hey, I have no good evidence in God, so I don't believe in God," I'd be like, well, you're an atheist. If they said, I don't have no good evidence in God, therefore I believe in God. I'm like, well, then you're not an atheist. Like that's as like clear and cut as it is. Like, so I can't tell people what they are, but you always seem to be able to tell
No,
Christians
okay,
who they
okay,
are.
okay. Look, even according to your example, let's say a Christian believes in the process of evolution. Okay, and just an example.
Yes.
Now, the process of
Oh
evolution, the
God.
core process of
Yeah.
evolution, it teaches a person that there's no God.
Uh-huh. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. It has
Who
nothing to do with God. It has only been
Who pulled the trigger on Big Boom?
may first of all, I really I am getting so tired of you not understanding how these things are not correlated. Like I don't know if you just keep doing it on purpose or not,
No,
but like
no. Well, answer
the
the question.
Big
Who
Bang,
pulled the trigger on the Big Boom?
no,
Big
I'm
Bang.
not gonna answer the question because we're talking about fucking evolution, not the Big Bang.
I'm just
So
trying to show to you that if
no,
a
you're not.
Christian
You're no,
believes
every
in that
time you
theory,
say that,
if they
every time you
believe in
say
that
the thing,
theory, they
every time
cannot
you
be a
do the thing you
Christian
do,
because they believe that there's no God.
the only thing you are showing me is that you've not thought about this or listened to anything anyone's ever
No,
said.
bro.
Because
What I'm trying to
you
show
could
to you is that
no
belief in the
no no
creation
no
story
no
actually
no no
tells you
no
who you
no
are.
no 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 no.
If a
What you're
person
doing,
believes in God
what you're
created
doing,
everything, they believe in God.
what you're doing,
If they
what you're
believe
doing,
that there was
what
a
you're
massive
doing,
explosion and
what you're
the
doing.
cause
It
of that
wasn't a
massive
that's
explosion is
you've been
nothing,
explained.
then
I've
who
been explained
created
several
everything?
times.
Nothing?
Explained several times that it's not a
Okay,
massive explosion. Um,
expansion of the matter, as you
and
said in the proper terms. But I
yeah,
reference to a
and
big boom because that's the general
let me ask
consensus
you,
on
you don't
that what you're trying to
well no,
say in the
you're
proper terms.
referencing because you don't understand what goes together. We were talking about evolution, you went to Big Bang, they're not tied together. You could prove the Big Bang wrong right now, that would not prove evolution wrong. So it's like you don't understand how things work. But the point being here is that
Big boom
it's
is the beginning a story of evolution. Evolution then follows
it's
after.
evolution has nothing to do. I'm not going to tell you this.
Evolution
I'm gonna
cannot be there
I am not
without a big
asking. I'm
boom.
not. Yes, it can. It absolutely can. Oh my God, you don't understand. You
Where
just,
did
and
it come
that's
from?
fine.
Where did evolution come from if not
Where
from
did
big boom?
what come from?
Evolution.
It doesn't say it comes from the Big Bang.
It
That's not what
doesn't matter
evolution
if it
says.
says or not. Use your logic. Isn't it a
No,
chronological
no,
order?
no. Okay, no. Listen, no, it's not because listen. If you prove I'm gonna say it to you again, and I'll say it to you 1,000 fucking times until you get it through that goddamn head of yours.
Okay.
Is that like you prove that you, by the way, you get a fucking Nobel Prize, by the way. If you prove the
Why you like me?
Big Bang wrong tomorrow, if you did it, you would get a Nobel Prize. But if you did that, guess what? Evolution would not disappear. it would still be here. It has
There
nothing.
would
They
be
have
a
nothing to do.
huge question on evolution.
No, it wouldn't.
A huge question.
Listen to me. I'm not asking you any of these things. I'm telling you these things.
Okay, you're telling me this thing.
Okay.
So great. Now
Yeah,
tell
so
me.
stop
Now
saying
tell me
them.
the starting point of evolution, without the Big Bang, without the matter expanding.
You don't need that. You don't need that. The Earth is here. Okay, the Earth is here clearly. Okay, so if you prove the Big Bang wrong, the Earth is still here. So what happens? The life on Earth has nothing to do with the Big Bang. Why don't you just type in one of your
Exactly.
AIs there?
Exactly. That's
So
what I'm
just
saying.
ask.
That's what I'm
No,
saying.
it's
The
not.
starting
It's the
point
opposite of
of
what you're saying.
evolution is Earth is here. So now Big Bang explains to you how the Earth got here. And then evolution is a continuation of your creation story.
Look, listen, I'm done explaining to you because you're not getting it, so I'll move on. Like,
how hard is it to get what I'm telling you?
I'm not. No, I know what you're saying. And you're
evolution
wrong. You
is part
you're
2
wrong.
of your creation story.
You're wrong. No, it isn't.
How am I
you're
wrong?
Just saying a thing.
Evolution is from the point where Earth is already.
Here's what I'm going to do.
forward.
I'm not going to explain it to you again because clearly you cannot grasp it. So what I will say is, no, you can't, because you keep saying the same shit and I keep explaining it to you and you keep saying the same dumb shit.
Sure,
So
I may not agree to use your official language because your official language doesn't make sense.
It's not up to you. You don't have a say in it.
You're pointing at a tree and you're telling me it's a mountain.
No, I'm not. I'm not making up any of your dumb analogies. You know what you're not doing right now? Apples to oranges, you ass fuck. That's like you or whatever fruit analogy you always say. But anyway, my point being is, like, you don't think, let me ask you something. Is it possible even in your dumb mind, is it even possible that all, like, the Big Bang, abiogenesis, evolution, they're not tied together, but is it even possible in your mind that all those could be true and God did it?
Look, from the standpoint of view, possible, sure, if he would decide to take that route. But he didn't decide to take that route. He took another route.
Okay, that's your opinion. That's your opinion. But anyway, the point
that's what he told us.
Now, that's what you say. But the point is that these Christians that believe these things, which, again, this is my whole point, they're not here to even argue it. So that's why I don't want to talk about it, because it's fucking stupid. Because I don't believe in any of it.
The Christian is the follower of Jesus. And Jesus, in Matthew chapter 19, he said, in the beginning, God created female and male. So now, do they follow Jesus when they deny what Jesus tells them?
You got to ask them, brother. You're not getting it.
Use your mind. Use your intelligence.
You're asking me No, I do, dude. And I'm trying to explain to you that you don't understand any of this stuff.
You're trying to gray zone everything. No, you're trying to gray zone everything. That's cause confusion.
It's called thinking. I'm sorry that you
That's cause confusion. I'm trying to make everything black and white. That's causing clarity.
You can't make certain things black and white. They're not black and white. Not everything is black and white.
Jesus said in the beginning, God created female and male.
I can prove to you, right?
Will come together and be one flesh.
I can prove to you right now that you can't make gender and sex. Do you think they're the same thing?
Jesus said that. Now, if a Christian does not believe in that, are they a follower of Jesus?
I'm not. You're not getting it no more on that. I just made.
Hold on a second. I'm trying to. You're jumping to the next thing. You're jumping to the next thing.
I'm trying to. About the thing you're talking about.
Yes, because I'm making a little too plain simple. I'm literally erasing your gray zone.
Now listen to this. I'm going to explain this to you very simply. You're arguing with a Christian that's not even here, so I don't want to do this. Now, I will ask you this question.
You're defending a hypocrite.
Okay, your opinion, they're a hypocrite. But anyway, it's like, I'm sure in their opinion, you're a fucking hypocrite. No, yeah, in their opinion, they would say that's common sense, learn it. But anyway, the point being is, I can prove to you that, like, nothing, like, everything is not black and white. Some things are, but not everything. And then some things that aren't black and white, you haven't done the study to even figure out if they are black and white or not, or if they're gray. The point is, right now, I can prove to you, you don't even understand the simpleness of gender and sex. Do you think they're different? Let's start there. Are they the same or different?
You like to change the comments. I mean, the topics. The
I
second you get cornered. I like it.
I
See,
didn't,
do you
brother.
see what
You
black
didn't,
and white does to people?
brother.
It
You
brings
didn't corner
clarity.
me in anything. You didn't corner me in anything. I can't make
Mm,
this clear enough to you that the people that I'm talking about are not even here.
I know they're
You
not
don't even.
here,
Okay, then
but
let's not even argue.
I
I don't care. I don't care about your opinion of Christianity. That's your opinion of Christianity. They have an opinion of Christianity. You have opinion of
okay. If a
Christianity. You
person
think you're right.
sounds
Listen,
like
I'm going to talk
pro
about the thing I want to talk
science
about, and
religion, wouldn't you
I
say that
promise
they're
you,
atheist?
from right now, I promise you, I'm not going to talk about that. I'm going to talk about the thing I want to talk about. So you're going to be talking to basically a fucking AI right now that's only going to be built to talk about one thing. So I suggest you take that conversation. So is gender and sex the same thing? Yes or no?
Is gender and sex the same thing? Well, okay. In my mind, it seems to be the same thing.
Okay, so yes
I
for
mean,
you.
in my mind, sure.
So yes, okay, right. Now, that's good because we got to know
What
where you
does
stand.
official science say?
Official science. You mean like reality? Yes, I will tell you what it says.
Well, I'm listening.
Okay. The difference between gender and sex is simple. Sex is biology, gender is cultural, it is structure. So, like, and I'll give you an example. Like, do you think, right? Okay, like the word woman, right? There's no such thing as a biological woman. There's a biological female. There's no such thing as a biological woman. And the way I can show you that,
What
like,
is a
is
human?
all right, well, okay, I will tell you if you listen. Okay.
I'm interested to hear this. I actually am.
All right, good. Okay, so when you think of a woman, what do you think about?
A female,
A female what?
a person that looks like a female.
A person that looks like a female. So specifically a human?
That's what usually we refer women to. Humans.
Right. Right. So we can already tell this is a classification that's only in humans, right?
Okay, but can a woman be a male?
Okay, I'm not gonna let you derail where I'm going. You got to track what I'm saying.
Go
It's
ahead.
like, is
Yes, a monkey cannot be a human.
right. It could be anything. It could be a dog. A dog can't be a woman, right? It could be a female, but it can't be a woman, right?
Isn't woman always a female?
No.
So whenever we just say woman, yes, we say female, but we're pointing to the human race. So it's
No,
kind of the same thing anyways.
I'm trying to get you to track it. First of all, it's a human thing only. It doesn't apply to other animals.
I agree.
Okay, right. Now. Okay, so now you got to tell me what is a woman besides a
A,
human?
a human female.
It's a human female?
It cannot be anything else.
Okay, well, let me ask you this.
According to
Now,
common sense, that's
no,
it.
it's not common sense. Okay,
It is common sense across the world.
It isn't. No, it isn't. But okay,
It's common understanding that a female is a
it's
woman.
not. No,
A
it's
woman
not.
is a female.
No, it's not. But anyway, I'll explain this to you, and we're keep on this track now.
Mm-hmm.
Pay attention with me. All right. Do you know what a necessary condition is?
For her to be an adult.
What? No, I'm at that. I didn't know. Listen,
Because she's a girl if she's not an adult.
No, listen to what I asked. Jesus Christ.
Do you know
what? Do you know what a necessary condition is?
For her to be a woman, she must.
No. Listen, I'm asking you what that literally is. I'm not asking you what's the necessary condition. I'm asking you, do you know what a necessary condition is?
Yes, she must be that. She must contain that.
Okay, I'm going to explain this to you in a different way because you're not getting it. Okay. Okay, so a necessary condition, when we group things, when we have clusters and categorization, right? What's known as a necessary condition means something must have something to be something, meaning like 4 equal sides is necessary to be a square, right?
Sure.
If you do anything else, it is not a square.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, that's what I tried to say too. But okay.
Right. I'm just trying to get you to understand what the point is, that if you're going to say something can't be something, that means you have to have a necessary condition.
Okay, so what's the next question?
Okay, right. Well, we got to. I need you to understand this before we go into the next part. That way, you can't backtrack and pussy your way out of this.
Okay, sure. I
Okay.
understand. I understand what that
All
is.
right. All right. Good. Now, so you tell me what's the necessary condition to be a woman?
Uh, the number one necessary condition is to be a female. If
Okay.
if
What does
if
that mean? What does that mean? What is a female?
a female is um it's the type of gender species. Type of gender.
Okay. Now, there needs to be a necessary condition. What is it?
Well, she must be a female.
But what is a female? Female is just a word. You got to tell me what that is.
Uh okay. Okay, so
What
one of
defines
the
a female?
so a woman since she's a human being. She would be built like her flesh would be built in a human structure.
Okay, you're okay. Well, men and women, like, although typically have structures, they don't have one structure, so that's already out. Go on, that can't be it.
No. Let's say a
No,
man.
no, it's not. It's not. No, it's not. No, I'm already
There's a
stopping you.
general
There
there's a
is no.
general
There is.
structure for men and for
Hey,
women,
listen. Let me ask you
and the
something.
general
What does
structures are not the same.
no, stop. Let me stop you right there. You said general. There's not. Okay, general doesn't necessary. There are women. There are females that don't have the structures you're talking about. That have flat asses, wide shoulders, all kinds of shit. That's not true. Women, some women have these bones you're talking about. That if even one, by the way, breaks the necessary conditions. So it's not bone structure. What is it?
I mean, I would use some inappropriate language in order
You
to
don't have
describe
to
it
use
online.
inappropriate. You're saying, like, you always say, I can't control my mouth. You don't
No,
have to
bro.
use inappropriate. Use the technical words.
Penis and vagina. That
Okay,
points
well,
to
so wait, hold on.
some
A
necessary
penis,
conditions too.
a penis
And then
is the necessary
those
condition to be a woman.
XXY chromosomes.
Okay. So pick one of those, and I'm going to tell you why you're wrong about one of
There's a
them.
bunch of them.
Okay, no, pick one, and
A
we're going to go
general
over them.
structure of a woman, like let's say a woman would generally have a womb, right? A man cannot have a
What?
womb. Womb where the baby
Okay. I
is
need
at.
you to pick one of these. Pick one of these, and let's go. Which one do you want? The chromosomes? Do you want the womb?
It
Do
doesn't
you
matter.
want the vagina?
You pick one. All of them are valid.
No, they're not because once again, you have to have a necessary condition. So some women
Okay,
are not born with XX chromosomes. Some women are born with. There's first of all, how many chromosomes do you think there are?
Okay,
Sex chromosomes, to be more specific.
let's talk about a little more even simpler one. Okay, I have you ever seen a woman or a female or a woman, yeah, being born with a penis?
Okay, so no, we're not talking about this off that. We're talking about one of the things we picked, and we picked chromosomes. So there are how many sex chromosomes are there? You said XX is woman, which is not true. It is typically a female, but there are more than two chromosomes. There are more than two sex chromosomes. There's not just XX and XY. There's over 23 combinations. So it's not chromosomes. So we can check not bones, not chromosomes. What is the other necessary condition? Vagina. Some women are born literally without vaginas, without all of the working systems. So that can't be out. That's not a necessary condition. What else was that? What was the other thing you said? A womb. Some women are born without wombs. So that's gone. So what? Tell me. I'm trying to figure out what's the necessary condition.
Can people be deficient too or defective, or it's impossible?
If you're once again not in a necessary condition, there's not. There cannot be. We just established there cannot be a condition that is necessary if it's a necessary condition. Okay, the square has four equal sides. If it loses a side, it is no longer a square.
No no woman will ever be born with a penis.
Okay, so the necessary condition to be a woman is what again?
Well, you have you have female general structured body. If you're missing one part or two,
no, I'm sorry.
that's
Once
just
again,
defect. That's a defect.
no. It's that.
But the
Okay,
general
listen.
structure of the body is that.
No, No, you're wrong, because this is, there can be no, if it's a necessary, you are clumping this. You're saying this person cannot be this thing. So, and a woman is a thing. That means that you have a necessary condition. So I need you
That's
to
the thing.
deliver
That's
that.
the thing. That's the thing. If you just, hey, pick one, pick one. Well, guess what? There's defect in every one. So
There's
like if
not
you
a
say,
defect in
if you
a
say,
square. If you have 4 equal sides, that is a square every time. If you lose a
yes, and
side, it is no longer a square.
if you have a general structured body of a
Okay,
female or a
listen.
woman,
So give me the
that's a
necessary.
female.
Give me the necessary. No,
A
okay. Give me the
general
necessary
structured
condition.
body. And the general
What does
structured
that
body,
mean? What does that
again,
mean?
what I'm
What
saying
is a
is general
structured
structured
body?
body. It
Hey,
includes
you know what's funny here? You're
I
not giving me the necessary condition. Could you
I
give me the
am.
necessary condition?
I am.
What
General
is it?
structured body that will
What's a general
include
structured body?
bunch of things in there.
There's not.
That's
No.
what I started off with, and you decided to say, okay, let me look at this 0.0000001 case, and because of this, you are wrong.
No.
I'm like,
No.
okay,
Let me
bro.
ask you.
Sure,
Did we
if you're
or
gonna
did
if you
I
will
you know
go
what you're doing
from
right now? Hey, you know what
what
you're
am I
doing right
doing?
now? Exactly what I predicted you would do. You're backtracking on what dude, I asked you this. I asked you this
Yes.
at the very beginning
Yes,
of the conversation.
and my beginning, my first response was
Now
a
listen,
general
you're
structured
backtracking. You're
body.
backtracking. You're
That was my
backtracking.
general response that you did not
You're
accept.
backtracking.
So that's when I said,
No.
okay, I'll
Are
just
you
go
talking
with
about
you.
the skeleton again? Are you talking about the skeleton again?
You're naming on one. I'm pointing to a
No.
general
No.
structure of the body.
You don't get how it works. Okay, listen. If you're gonna say what things are, that means that it's called literally like making a category. Okay, so if you can say something is or is not a woman, that means you have to have something to decide this, right?
Hmm.
And a necessary condition, once again, a square, 4 equal sides every time, brother. So you got to give me the necessary condition to be a woman. And you can say general bone structure, but we've already established that not all women are born with this bone
I'm
structure
not
you're talking
saying
about.
general bone structure. I'm saying a general female structure of the body.
But you need to say something.
Not
That's
just a
not a
bone.
thing. You're
Bone
just putting
structure
some
is
words
one
together.
of the things.
What is a general
Bone structure is
bone
one of
structure?
them.
Okay,
The gender organs is another one. Then the XY stuff is another
okay,
one.
but right, but all these things, there's none
The
of these things
emotional
are one
side is
thing.
another
You know,
one.
you know what you're proving? You're proving is that there is no necessary conditioning for woman. There is none. That's what you're
There's not
proving is
one. It's
you're
a
you're
generally
right. So
combined
therefore you
design.
right. Now you're starting to get it.
But
So
there's a general combined design of a woman and of a man. There is no third species.
oh yeah, no one said anything about third species, but the point is that what is it? What is it then? Please tell me what it is, because every one of your examples have failed so far. So please tell me what
If
it
you will
is.
isolate them, sure. I'm saying that defections are there.
Give me no don't. Okay,
You're trying
well,
to isolate. You're trying to say,
well,
okay, give me
listen,
one of them.
no,
I'll give you
no,
one. You're gonna
listen.
say defect. I'm like, really?
No,
Okay, let's go to another one. Defect.
Okay, you know what? You're right. This
Okay,
is my
let's just
fault. Well,
clump all of them into one
start,
now,
We'll
and start with the
completely
beginning.
over. You're
Okay.
right. We'll start completely over. All right. Do you know what a necessary condition is?
Yes, and my question stays my answer stays
All
the
right.
same.
Now, what is a necessary condition?
Necessary condition is you must whatever to be that.
Right. Okay. Now we have examples of a necessary condition, like a square. Right? It must have 4 equal sides, right? If it has 4 sides and they're not equal, it is no longer a square. It's probably a rectangle or another shape. Now, if it has 3 equal sides and they're not connected, still not a square. It's probably a triangle, maybe, if they are connected. Who knows? Point is, it's not a square, because like to be a square, you must have 4 equal sides.
Bro.
Now you're saying no, I'm not done.
Square
Now,
was never corrupted and got defective. Humanity
nothing's
did.
No, that's not a thing. That's just a thing you're saying to try to get out of the actual logic here. The point being is, now we're going to go on. Now, you say you know what a woman is. You, just as you can defy all Christians, you can defy all women. So tell me, what is the necessary condition to be a woman?
Okay, it must be a biological female.
Okay, a biological female. What does that mean?
the general answer of
No, okay.
bunch of small little parts too.
No, what's a female? What makes
A woman
female?
is an adult human female. To be even more
That-
accurate.
That is what you would. That's the classic Matt Walsh definition. The problem is it doesn't cover all women. So, like, once again, what is a female then? You got to tell me what a female is now, because female is a sex term. So,
Okay,
like,
in a
so
perfect world, not in a fallen world that we live in, but in a perfect
okay, well,
world,
I don't want to use. We can't use the
every
hypotheticals. That's not going to help.
You're
That's not gonna
using
help anything.
a square thingy. Is there a corrupt square? Is there a defective square?
No, a square is a square.
It's
That's
always
why it's,
perfect.
that's why it's called a.
It's
That's
nice.
why it's called a
It's
square.
always perfect. Okay,
That's
so
why
now
it's called a square.
let's get back to a perfect world example.
We don't have a perfect world.
Hey,
So
well,
that's
there we
not-
go. And
not
we
gonna
don't
help
have a
us any.
corrupt square. So again,
Yeah,
your
that's not-
example,
that doesn't
your
prove
example
anything.
is not oranges
Dude,
to
you are
to
pissing and
oranges.
shitting yourself. I can literally smell it, and I know that you had.
Okay, because
fucking
you say
zucchini
this,
for
it
dinner.
doesn't mean anything.
You are
job.
pissing and shitting yourself. It is so hilarious.
Let's
So anyway,
if
what's the necessary
there's
condition
no
to be a
corruption
woman?
in a square. There's no valid corruption in a square.
Yeah,
So now
no
let's
one
get
said
to
there was. It's not a point of anyone's made. So my point being is,
this
what is necessary? You said female. Then what is
I'm
a
glad that
female?
you understand that your examples are not even valid.
Oh
Hey,
yeah, I would, brother.
wait.
Brother, listen. Listen. I'm a good dude. I'll come change your fucking diaper. I know you piss and shit yourself, but listen. What is a female? What is the necessary
Actually.
condition to be a female? Yeah, dude, I'd help you out. I don't hate you. You think I hate you?
Aw.
Then one of my best friends is as crazy as you are, and I argue with him all the time. And then we hang out and watch TV, and or he gets so mad he won't talk to me for a week. It's like, he breaks up with me like 4 times a year. It's hilarious. It's like I didn't even know friends could break up until I started hanging out with him.
We also have a servant that joined us. So
Peace.
Yay.
servant, what is the necessary condition for a woman to be a female? Right? Is that the question?
No. You say you know what a woman is. So I ask you, what's the necessary condition to be a woman? You said a female, so I want to know what is a female then.
Servant, you try to explain this to him.
Okay, so the way I would describe a female is if you had a box and it had a hole in it, you'd still have a box.
Hey, is this Johnny?
No, it's not Johnny.
Okay.
Not the same voice.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't really sound, but I can't tell anymore.
Yeah,
dude.
and if you rip the corner off the box, you'd still have a box with the missing corner.
It's yeah. It sounds like you've been having weird sex, but that's cool.
Hey, what he said is valid, though.
You
It's
brought
valid.
up a lot of weird stuff just now for no reason, but a box with a hole in it is still a box. So a woman that's missing a leg is still a woman. And even if she's a little person, and it doesn't even matter what color she is, because if you look at the skeletal structure of any body who has been born, they're one of 2 things.
That's not true.
Hold on.
No, I'm stopping you now because you're already wrong. So that's fine.
Well,
No, I'm not
hold
holding
on. Let
on.
him
You're
finish it.
already wrong. You're already
Can you
wrong.
put him on mute just so I can say this?
Bro,
I'll put you on mute. How about that?
No, hold on a second. I want to hear what he has to say too, and then you can
Yeah.
respond.
So here's just my response is I've seen a car without a wheel and it didn't change what it was.
That's a car. No, it doesn't, because that's a car.
You're saying there's a woman out of millions or billions that potentially could have something that is different, and that's why you exclude that out of the whole category? You got to be kidding me. That's like saying
if you
hold on.
Here, I'll help you. I'll help you out. Do you know what a necessary condition is?
I understand what you're trying to get at, and it just doesn't make sense.
Okay. Well, I can't help that you're dumb, so I'll walk you through it.
No, you're trying to say a woman that has blonde hair is the same as a guy that has black hair.
No, that's you not being able to understand. Well, you quit telling me to hold on. I'm not going to listen to you. Fuck off. Like,
I understand.
Vivian, come
like,
on.
yeah. No, I'm not going to listen to him. He could. I'm just telling him to fuck off. I'm not going to listen to him. He doesn't tell me what to do.
Well,
It's
let's
like,
have
so
a
fuck
conversation.
yourself.
I mean, listen.
I'm
to
trying
him.
to have a conversation.
He hears you out as well.
Nobody. I'm just trying to understand why.
It wouldn't matter if you were. That wouldn't work out for you either.
Well, here's something I got for you is like if you look in the records of anybody who's died and is buried and has been long gone, and they have a skeletal structure, you do not find more than 2 options.
That's not true.
Okay, where's your evidence? Go prove it.
Okay, I will. I'll explain
it.
it. I'll explain it to you.
No, don't. You can't explain this. You need to have a
Let him
statistic
explain.
that says there's an anomaly that is not an anomaly, but yet a fact.
Okay.
Of proof, which
So
would
where'd you
make
get your statistic? Let's start with your statistic. Where are you getting that from?
all geologists and the people.
Okay. All geologists. What website? It's called allgeologists.com. Is that where you got that?
No, I'm not trying to fight. If you would let me speak.
Well, you quit saying trying.
you
I'm asking you for your source. You just said I need to give you a source. You gave me no source. You just made a claim.
Well,
So
you interrupt me, so I can't talk. So I mean, it's cool.
Brother, did you not just say to me that
you interrupted me before I was finished? How do you know what I was going to say?
I know exactly what you said. You said there's only 2. Okay, are you gonna shut up and let me tell it? Do you want me to tell you?
You're gonna tell me what I said? Really?
I am.
And you said, okay, geologist.com, and I was like, can I finish?
No, well, I would say you don't know how to give sources. We'll start there. But the point being is, like, you said there's only 2 options. Okay. And I said, that's not true. And you said, oh yeah, what's your source? And then I asked you, what's your source? And you said, geologists say. That's not a source.
Okay, so what is your source? Do you have an even better explanation?
I actually have the same. I actually have the same explanation. Geologists don't say what he says they say.
Yeah, what do they say?
I'm just saying for a record, they say
they don't say that.
Hold on. In the scientific realm, that when they excavate a site, there's only 2 categories, male and female. They don't have a third category, and they don't say they're all the same. Is that true or false?
That is true, but let me explain to you what you're misleading. You're misleading the conversation.
You're dealing with scientific facts of an excavation site that has 2 genders only, and it's a scientific
gender and sex are 2 different things. They don't ascribe gender.
You want to call it doesn't mean the world says what you think is right.
No. Okay, sociology, biology. Literally, all these things agree with this thing. You're the one that doesn't agree. Not the whole world agrees with what I'm saying.
No. You can look at any paper that was like the Pompeii. There's no such diagnostic, realm of more than male and female ever.
Okay, once again, that's sex term, right? But here's what you're not saying is that. Those are gender terms. You can't.
I don't care what it is. They call women and men only.
No, that's not what they're.
Look. When all the defect is gone and is dead.
Oh my God! You guys don't understand biology. That's fine.
When all the defect is gone and is dead, the only valid reasoning conclusion we will come to is either male or female.
No, here's the problem with what you're saying. Here's the problem with
all this. What you're saying is a woman without a certain part that would classify her as a woman is no longer a woman. That's just one defective part.
That's what
she's still a woman.
Saying.
Because once she's going to die and the skeleton is left, it will prove that she was a woman.
Okay, well, I'm not saying any of these things. Do you want me to tell you what I'm actually saying?
Okay, so but you did agree that on the fact that they're once they dig up the graves, they come to only 2 conclusions: female or male. That's it, woman or man.
Yeah, all historic.
So how would you respond
to that?
Do
you want me to explain it?
Yes, respond.
Okay, good. It's very simple. Okay, first of all, male and female, those are sex terms. That's what they do. They don't prescribe gender to them because that would be stupid. Because that's a totally different thing, and they're just bones. So also, yes, typically, once again, we're talking about this whole necessary condition is a different conversation that we're on that right now. But typically, men and women are the top 2. Yes, but here's the thing. They can't always be sure just by the structure if this person was for sure a man or a woman. Because women can have male bone structures, and men can have female bone structures.
No.
And
men never have the pelvic structure of a woman, dude. I don't know.
That's not true. I don't care what you. I don't care what you believe. I don't care what you know or don't. Just look it up in biology, dude.
I have. That's actually
no, you haven't. No, you haven't.
How can you say that he hasn't?
Because he's fucking wrong.
Are you okay? If you have a source where you could pull up any medical, like insight, the female has a structure that men do not, and it's because they have to open up for birth. And
Typically, no, not
men
always.
never
Oh
have.
my God. Oh yeah. Why do they give women fucking? Why do they cut them open to get their fucking baby out? Is it because their vagina is so wide?
Usually, it's because there's problems. Yeah,
Yeah,
you know,
because not all women, because some women don't have those hips you're talking about.
some women can't open up enough, but it doesn't mean that their
No,
structure.
some women don't have the hips you're talking about.
Men do not have an ability to open up like a woman, dude. I don't know where you get your biology terms from, but you're way off.
No, dude, you don't. Where'd you go to school at? Tell me where you went to school. Please tell me.
Oh, now we're going to talk about why do we have to look at papers on the wall? There's any idiot can understand.
Yeah, exactly. It says no, you don't understand the anatomy you're going by, so it doesn't matter. You haven't done any of the research you're talking about.
Structure can determine by anybody.
No, it's not. It's not that simple. It's not that simple.
Always.
Not. No, it's not always.
Always. You can't come up with an anomaly of a case, except maybe one or two where they're like, well, this one's a dicey one. And, you know, there's people who are born with two heads, but that means that there's probably more than one person in everybody because there was one person born with two heads.
So did you just say that you can't do something and then admit that you can do it?
No, I don't think you understand what I'm saying.
Here's
no one understands
I don't know if
what
this
you're
is
saying.
Gonna help or not, but this is a general Google AI overview, if that's gonna help or not. While the fundamental autonomy is identical, male and female skeletons are not exactly the same.
Amen.
Yeah, no, wait, no one has admitted, no one has said that they don't typically, dude, shut up. You don't know what you're talking about. Shut up. You've never gone to school a day in your life.
That guy
what he just read I don't disagree with, and I didn't disagree with in the beginning.
Okay, so there's a
you're added on too.
You're saying that there's not. I don't.
Yeah, good to see you all.
Whoop whoop.
Tavo is here too. So let me see how Tavo is
going
to respond to this.
He's a professor of the body, so let him talk.
Professor of the body, Tavo.
Okay, so yeah, density. Let's look at density of bones and the
typically, yes, typically, but go on.
Osseous density is sort of a bell curve, and there are overlapping, you know, there's the mean is separate, but there are overlapping bone densities.
Well, I'm not saying like, you know, there's not 6 foot women and then there's 5 foot men. I'm not saying that there ain't nothing overlapping, but I'm saying the structure of a 5 foot male and a 5 foot female, the bone density is going to be more dense in the male all the time.
No, not all the time. Not all the time.
Hold on, don't interrupt. I'm just saying
you already are wrong.
Well, let me hear out Servant. I actually want to hear the question. So what's the question, Servant?
VBN, hold on.
Okay, so when you take a male anatomy and put it up to a female anatomy, there is a density even difference in the bone itself, which will even classify it differently. And unless there was something wrong, like a disease, that is the norm. So if we're basing on things as normal women's structure is different than a man, which means why are we arguing that maybe one woman has different? So, hey, if there was ever a woman and a twins born that was a man and a woman, now you could throw all of history out because one egg got messed up.
Well, that's what you're saying is largely true. I understand that you're talking about distribution. If it's helpful, there are osseous features, features in the skeleton that women have that men do not have.
What are those?
The clearest one is the pattern of ossification of the cartilaginous portions of your ribs. That's actually the most widely separated one from men to women, and it actually has a 100% accuracy in determining if you're looking at a bone, if it's a man's bone or a female's bone. So what I'm talking about is if you look at your ribs, right, there's a bone portion of your ribs, and then more anteriorly, your ribs turn into cartilage, right? So there's a pattern of the cartilage ossification, so the way the cartilage calcifies and later forms bone elements in the cartilage, that differs between men and women. In men, the cartilage calcifies or ossifies, depending on which part you're looking at histologically, on the outside, whereas in women, it on the inside, and that's essentially 100%. So that's the only difference I know of that is reproducible 100% of the time. There are some exclusively female pelvic features that are exclusively female, but some women don't have those features.
Yeah, but males don't, right?
Males never have those features. That's true.
There you go. Okay.
But
So
rib
there's some
ossification
differences.
is the one thing that I think that is essentially 100% accurate.
Is it true that the lower ribs can grow back if they are detached and separated? Like I think it's only the bottom two can do that, but they can regenerate over time. Have you heard about that?
No, I've not heard that before. I've seen people who have ribs resected and parts of those ribs grow back, if that's what you're talking about. But
Yeah. I think
it's not usually a very robust thing. If you do that when somebody's younger, the chest wall recuperation tends to be better than if you do it in somebody who's older. But yeah, if I resected a small portion of your ribs and then took x-rays over time, that bone would grow back into place. But it's just like any, like I could do that with your femur or your tibia, like any part of the bone would regrow some of it. I don't know that the bottom ribs are unique in any sense in that
Okay.
regard.
Yeah, gotcha. I just heard and I didn't know if it was a fact. So I like asking people who know something just to collectively get an idea if maybe I'm being led wrong or it sounds about right. You know, that kind of
Well,
thing.
that's why I'm a professor of the body.
Damn right.
We appreciate you. Thank you for your insights. Vivian, see?
Yeah. Yeah. No, so ultimately, my point being that I was trying to drive to the other guy is he acts like everything is a 100% guarantee just by the skeleton is not necessarily true, was my whole point.
Kind of is.
Well, he just said it. He said that there's a male will never ever have the pelvic features of a female. So that
Right,
sounds
but he also said that some women don't have that. So that means that they could find a skeleton and see that and think men. If they only had this bottom part, they might think men, but they would be wrong. Do you understand what the point I'm
Sure.
trying to make to you?
That's true. But
But he also said something
rib
else.
ossification is actually 100% predictive.
Right, but if you don't find that, then you don't know. So if you only have this part of the body, like you could go off, well, this looks like it's a male, but it turns out it wasn't because it was just a woman that wasn't born with the hips you're talking about. If you have 100% of the
Well, I guess, but like what you're saying, like if somebody found my finger, like would they know?
yeah,
if
like
it's a
lack
male
of
or female finger?
information. But you still have
What-
DNA
No,
analysis.
let me ask you something. If they found something, like imagine the entire lower part of the body, that all the hips, like most of the spine, but not the ribs, not the part you're talking about, have most of the body, they might mistake it for a man because it doesn't have these parts. It doesn't, and they don't have these things. So it's not a very hard thing to understand the point I'm trying to make here.
Okay, no, I know, and it's not a very hard point. The thing that we're trying to make here too, because
if you're missing
technically
parts
speaking,
and-
what we're talking about is starting
It's not
off
a
with
guarantee.
being alive. Being alive. When the person is alive, it's guaranteed.
It's a
Then
guarantee.
once a person starts to decay and lose parts of his structure, then the guarantee fades away as well.
Yeah. Only loss of information makes
Okay,
it-
well, let's ask the doctor of body. How does he feel about gender and sex?
I mean, honestly, I think it's pretty complicated. I think words mean things. I think if you're trying to get a new word to mean a different thing, then that just is something that happens over time. Personally, I don't understand why you can't just say men are men, women are women, transgender women are transgender women, people who prefer to have a specific pronoun used for themselves. That's what you should use, right? If I say I want to identify as a she, and I insist that people call me a she, I think that's fine. If I'm talking to somebody who identifies as with a different pronoun, I would use that pronoun to address them. But here's where I stop short. I don't think it's right to vilify people for getting that pronoun wrong. In other words, if you say, "Hey, I identify as female, please use she/her pronouns," and I say, "Yes, I will do that," and then I slip up, it shouldn't be like I'm going to vilify you. I'm going to, broadcast you on TikTok that you.
Yeah, but in a medical situation, you would be required to put down the legal determination of what you're seeing. So if you had an exam and you know she's a female, she's like, I'm a dude, you can't go, oh, you can't do that on a medical something that you have to turn in for, you know.
No, that's actually not true. If somebody
Yeah.
says, if some, like, there are, but it is getting confusing, right? Because I had a female patient who had like, prostate cancer metastatic disease, and it didn't like
Okay.
it's not that I couldn't make the diagnosis, but it certainly was confounding. And I was like, I wish it had just said this is a biological male who's a transgender female.
So
And
the
I don't
medical,
understand why we can't say that is a thing. It's a category. It's different than a biological female. Like,
yeah,
it, to me, it seems like you should be able to say you're a biological male, you're a biological female, you are a trans male, you're a trans female. Like, those should be okay things to acknowledge. And they're not the same thing, but nor are any two people's journeys.
yeah, because you
Yeah,
think that'd be real confusing to say, like, somebody had a cancer of the uterus, and it was a mister. That just sounds like it would be kind of like it makes things confusing when you do that, right?
It does make things confusing. I
Can
wish
I-
that weren't
well,
the case, but it is.
Right. What I would like to say about this, obviously, we don't live in a where everything is perfect, but like not everyone has a personal doctor, but a lot of but the people that do have personal doctors, they're very well understanding about who these people are. So that's it sucks you got a person like for some reason you didn't know them as well, you didn't have all the information, and I could see why that would be very tricky. But at the same time, like, if we could get like better healthcare, better alternative options, like these people would have more, a doctor they see all the time, where they wouldn't have these issues. They would just know who these people are.
Well, yeah, but I mean, you go into the emergency room, you're not going to see your doctor. You go to a consultant, you're going to be seeing a different person. So I understand what you're saying. In a really, really ideal situation, every physician would be completely holistic, would take care of every problem, and there would be those one-on-one relationships.
Can I give you a situation?
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's say that there was a trans somebody, a guy that was a girl came in. They came in with a head injury. They are actually, in a coma, and when they come out, you know how the memory loss thing is, and they're like, no. And now all of her records or his records, they say the wrong information, and now they have a problem with, no, I'm sitting here and I don't remember what you're talking about, but I know who I am, and it's not, I'm a whatever they are. Do you think that's open up for a lawsuit? Because you can change your mind, but you can't change your parts unless it's surgical.
That's an interesting question. I will say that I think we're reaching a bit of a tipping point where we have sort of created a system that encourages people to go through the system of transitioning faster than they can be circumspect about whether or not that's a good idea. And here's the real problem, the real answer, and I think this is going to play out, and it has started playing out. Once people realize that there's a financial motivation to file a lawsuit and get a bunch of money if they were shuffled through the system too quickly, it's going to be like a huge reward mechanism for, in other words, if I become transgender, we are creating a system where we have incentivized any medical decision, right, for the potential of malpractice, right? So we're creating a huge pool of people who are very quickly going to start learning that, yeah, they can sue the person who offered, who facilitated their transition if they didn't get good enough advice, and then it becomes something where they can sue a lot of people,
right? Just
and
by
then it becomes
changing their mind.
yeah, and the reality is we sort of live in a world where suing your doctor is sort of financially incentivized.
Well,
Once
don't you think
people
that would alleviate it by going to XY chromosome, kind of like, hey, if normal people are usually like this, let's just stick with it, instead of saying, let's, I'm going to hurry up.
Well, what do you do with the people that aren't atypical? What do you do with them?
Well, put them in a loving place.
Loving place.
Well, hold on. Let me answer the question. You put them in a loving place with people who want to encourage them to be, maybe just, be careful, because there's so many transitioning horror stories, or I'm seeing a lot of stuff kind of popping up where people are saying, like, they wish they didn't, or they hadn't.
Yeah,
And
well,
it's like,
let's not get into anecdote, because I see the other way, and the statistics are showing that, like,
oh, okay, yeah,
the,
no, I'm not
the,
trying
the
to say it's not.
suicide is going down. Like, I don't know what you're talking about there, but like, so
Well, I will say a lot of
now hold on,
the
I want to ask him about this chromosome thing, because he's talking about putting people in their chromosomes. It's like there's like 23 different chromosome choices that we know of as of now. So what are you talking about, this chromosome, putting people in chromosomes?
No, I'm talking about the split between a male and female, that chromosome difference between what we would call male and female. If we stuck with that, then legally and liability wise, you were determined to be what you are. And it's kind of
But,
like, if you
okay,
decided.
but what if they're a man, what you consider a man? I don't know what you consider a man, but he's got a working penis, he's got broad shoulders, he's got pecs, but he doesn't have, he has XX chromosome. What are you going to do with him?
That's not typical at all.
Okay, I didn't say it was, I said, what are you going to do with him?
Well,
It's a guy, because he's a guy, so you don't want it to be confusing. Because here's what I think is a liability, and this is just to shoot the shit with y'all. Is, let's say somebody travels outside the country, and they were like changed, but they, something terrible happened to them, and they for whatever reason, but the other people are like, hey, there's a guy over here. Well, no, it was a girl left here. And now it's like, okay, no, we found a guy, because she's no longer saying she's a girl anymore, and they see that her thing is there. So it's like, they know what it is when they look, and they have to assume. So
yeah, but what about the thing I just asked you? That doesn't really answer what I just asked you.
But the thing is, you cannot really bring up an extremely rare case and
it doesn't matter how rare it is.
You cannot generalize it.
If it was 1% of the world, it would be the population of Russia. That's fucking. What are you talking about?
It's
like,
no,
there's
it's
8
not
billion.
1%.
There's 8.
It's extremely
we just
small.
said, like, Siamese twins can be born with a male and a female. So
you're the one talking about the classification. You're putting people in their chromosomes. Like, so
No,
if XX chromosome is woman, what do you do with the guy who has XX chromosome?
I've been
Example.
pretty clear on this in the past. I don't believe that anyone should be put in their chromosomes. I think it should be the other way around. Chromosomes should be inside people, and not the other way around.
Right. I'm not. You're not saying.
I'm kind of just joking. I'm kind of making a joke, but go ahead.
Tavo, how do you define a woman? How do you define a woman, Tavo?
I define it as the biological capacity of bearing eggs or carrying offspring.
Okay, and if she's not able to carry an offspring, because if she's defective,
is she still one?
Yeah, again, it's the biological capacity. So.
Well, let me ask you this: you don't, but like, here's the thing: they believe in a necessary condition. Something tells me you don't.
What do you mean a necessary condition?
Okay, so if they're gonna say,
I didn't hear that part of the conversation, but I just.
Oh, okay. Well, a necessary condition is, what you got, like, so a square has to have 4 equal sides to be a square, right? If it doesn't have that, it's not a square, right? So if we're gonna lump things and have categories, that means we have to have, a little clarification here. So if they're gonna say this person is or is not a woman, then to be so clear what a woman is, and that means they're gonna have to have a necessary condition. So it doesn't sound like here's the answer: there is no necessary condition. But if they're gonna, okay, what is it?
Okay, so let's say there's an emergency situation.
Let me hear what Tavo has to say, because this question is directed towards him.
Yeah, I mean,
but if he doesn't believe in it, then there's no, but go on.
I don't know that I would say I don't believe it. I mean, I understand the purpose of the definition, and I understand that, words have meanings, and words are short forms for those meanings, So I think I have a definition of what a human adult female is, okay? But if you're saying, like, what if somebody has different chromosomes and they've been put in the box of being female, even though they have a chromosomal abnormality and they don't actually have any capacity to bear offspring or to produce eggs or ova, right? That's kind of what.
Well, some do have that, but like the point. No, the point is like I don't think you and I really disagree here. The point is they're the ones that are looping. Like they would say a trans woman isn't a real woman because their definition of a woman is a female or whatever. What the point is, they got to tell me what a woman is. And he said a female, then he has to tell me what a female is. So if you know these things, then there has to be some type of necessary condition to be like what these things are, because like I could tell you a square has 4 equal sides, and I tell you if you're missing a side or if they're not equal, it's not a square no more. So if you
Tavo, would you define a transition woman as a female or as a woman?
I would use so if you're talking about if a male has transitioned to being female, would I define that as equivalent to a woman?
Mm-hmm.
I would use female pronouns for that person. I would treat them respectfully. I don't put them in any equivalent category of saying this is a woman and there is no difference between this and somebody who is a biological woman. I think
there's no such thing as a biological woman.
Well, can I ask you a question?
Sure, go ahead.
Let's say there's a medical emergency and somebody's lost a lot of blood. I like your
counterfactuals. Go ahead.
Okay, so let's say the blood loss is in a female. Can males donate the blood? Does the blood all work the same, or does it have to be like the A, B positive or whatever, specific to male and female? In theory, does it work like that?
No, the blood all works the same. So like if you're donating blood to a man or a woman, it doesn't. It's the all these Rho antigens and AB antigens and that stuff is all the same. That's all like genetic haplotype of the blood. That doesn't make a difference.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. So you said that you would classify a transitioned female as a female only from a standpoint of view of respect, but like from an actual biological definition, it's not the same.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see why you can't just say like this is a trans female. This person is a trans female, and just say, I still respect that. It's not. I'm just going to say it's not the equivalent of being somebody who's born a female. I feel like I think that's been really vilified. I don't know that that's a disrespectful thing to say. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, from the standpoint of view of respect and disrespect, I do agree with you. But like from a standpoint of view of an actual common sense, I think I do agree with you too, because like we cannot make them exactly the same. But out of respect, we're just okay. I mean, you want to be called out, sure.
The problem is it's
whatever.
just a descriptor, like a black woman, a tall.
I think we lost you, BBN, but
yeah, we can't hear you.
Yeah, BBN,
I think you're saying it's just a descriptor, so it's like words, and I understand that. I think we're maybe in a transition. It's possible that 200 years from now, the word female will encompass, trans female or cis female, but I don't know that that's, something that we need to start doing now necessarily.
Well,
I think,
okay, so
I don't know that that's a good thing either. Like I think 200 years from now, it would still be helpful in some situations to say this person was born a male but has transitioned to being a female. Like that's important information.
So shall we introduce more genders?
I don't think so personally, no. But
can I ask you a medical question then?
Sure, yeah.
Let's say there's a in transit. They're prepping a room because of some reason. Okay, now let's say it's a flight for life. Isn't the call important to determine right then and there if it is one or the other, so they know exactly what they're dealing with and the dosage, because there is differences? I mean, isn't that kind of like doesn't that kind of supersede their what they want when it's on like a life-saving emergency? Because it's like, because guys' dosages are generally a little bit different than females, aren't they? Or are they all the same all the time?
I mean, a little bit, but not. It doesn't really make a difference.
Now, is there stuff that guys can take that girls don't take because of estrogen and the balances, but it doesn't matter if somebody wants to, is that ever in consideration that there's a male and a female and this is what we have to do even if you want me to call you this, I can only do this much because your body isn't designed. Is
Can
that
y'all hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right.
is that ever a case?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's an interesting counterfactual. I think an easier counterfactual is just like men and women get different types of tumors. And so it's helpful to know in situations if this person was biologically female or biologically male. Yeah, I think that's the easiest example, and that's the easiest way to say it. So I feel like I feel like that's why I would guess in 200 years from now that we are still going to understand that trans female is different than female. They're both words that should be recognized, and they represent individuals who should be empowered. But I think like it's always going to be medically helpful unless like medicine changes in some radical way that all tumors are treated equally. But yeah,
Well,
like you
if
said,
we
if
if we
I
do that, we're introducing another gender in a way.
Well, medically, you can't change it because some females, like it's like the body can only do
Gender isn't a medical thing.
No, I'm talking about the way our bodies work and like dosages of certain kinds of like estrogen and testosterone. You can only do
Some
so
women
much.
have more testosterone than you, buddy.
Okay, well, hold on. I'm glad you know how to insult, and
No, I'm just making a real point.
you're real sharp, and it's cool that most people in a medical kind of capacity would say, at bare minimum, you have to have at least a male or female. There's not, I mean, I'm sure you can add to it, but you can never take away from that fact. Isn't that a grounding foundation?
I don't think anyone is saying the contrary per se, so I don't.
Well, you said there's no reason to call them male and female because they're all the same. And I'm saying there has to be.
What?
And you said no, there's
What
not.
did I say again?
There's no difference between male and female because some can do that. And
I
some
didn't say
Oh
that.
no, the definition of a human.
Right.
Yeah, women, that's a gender term. That's not a sexual term. It's a sex term.
Right. No, I'm just saying, like, to be admitted in a, let's say you were knocked unconscious, but you couldn't tell them that you feel like you're the opposite sex. In a medical situation, they're going to admit you under the conditions of what they observe. Now,
yeah, I mean, to be honest, in almost every case, we're going to be able to tell, oh, this person's had surgery. This is a genetic male who's a trans female, and we'll say that,
and you know what you're working with because that's important, right?
It isn't. Yeah. Oh, I would agree with that. Yeah, it's definitely important.
So it's a foundational point to know that there's a male and female at least, and then you can build from there, but you can never take away from that point.
I see what you're saying in that regard. I would agree with that phrasing. Yeah, that's a way you could say it.
Yeah, but I mean, it's also not exactly the point. Like, the point is, like, let me ask you something. If what you considered a biological male, right? Like, you consider them, that's fine. But what that person said that they are a female, excuse me, not a female, a woman, what would you say? Would you just simply say you respect the way they feel, or would you say they are a woman?
I would say, I would say that this is a very hard question. I don't know. I mean, if somebody said, "Am I if let's say if somebody's standing in front of me and they're transgender and they're male to female transition, and they say, "Would you call me a woman?" I would. I mean, if I'm being to be
Out of
polite,
respect,
I probably
you would.
out of respect I would.
No,
right?
I'm asking, right. Would you do it to be respectful, or would you consider them a woman?
Yeah, on a biological level, I would still say, look, this
There's
is
no such thing as a biological woman.
I don't agree with that.
Well, I can break. It's not biology, so I don't know why you would think that.
Oh, well, I guess I'm making the case that it is biology.
It isn't though, because okay, so like, let me ask you something. Like when someone says women like dresses and women like pink, do you agree that's like an idea, right? That's not real.
Those specific preferences are subjective. I would agree.
Right, but culturally, when people might think dresses go on girls, right? You would say that.
I guess, but then I like what pops into my head immediately is like, would you not call a kilt a dress? Like, where do you draw? How do you
Right.
define?
Yeah. No, I know.
dress
You're
in
just
the-
being reasonable. You're being reasonable. You should feel that way. That's called
It's a hard
critical thinking.
question. It's a hard
Yeah.
question.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. It's like the point is like you know what I'm talking about.
I think
There
all
is.
people should be
There are.
respected, but I also
Yeah. Sure.
think
I know.
that
I
there's-
agree. That I think you want to respect them, but the point is like what we're getting at here is that like me. It's like how do you know you're a man? Is it your penis? Because that's not what makes me feel like a man. Nothing really makes me feel like a man. It's like because I don't know what that means. You know what I mean? Like because some say you like that.
This is the best thing ever. Okay.
Yeah, right.
Man, we gotta clip this.
Yeah, you're gonna love this. This will be a clip. But now my point being here is for real though, is like you got me laughing. It's like that, like what makes a man, right? Like some people say men drive big trucks, right? You agree that there's these cultural things, right?
I would agree. Yeah, but those are subjective preferences.
Right, exactly. Because you know why? Because being these men and women, they're gender terms, they are a social thing. They're not what makes someone feel like a woman. Because we know they're social because they don't belong to other animals, right? You don't see an older female dog and go,
Well, but
she's a woman now.
When I see a physical body, though, that's a very different assessment. If you're saying there are preferences,
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say, what would you call a gay female? Would you go, hey, that's classification of a guy? Do you think that's offensive to her or him if she says, I'm a,
That
or like a
question
gay
for
guy?
BBN, right?
Is a gay guy really a girl? Would you call him
that's
a
a
girl
question for
because you
BBN, right?
assume? But
You're
it's for it's for anybody. But it's kind of like an interesting point. Is if you can classify a trans as what they are, what if somebody's unconscious but they look like that and you classify them? Is that the same thing as what you're doing is saying that you can't do that? How do you classify somebody without knowing what they want to be?
Well, you don't. You classify people what they want to be classified in these type of circumstances.
Let me
Well,
ask
the
you a
medical-
question, BBN. Your thesis seems to be that there's no actual biological underpinning of gender, right?
Not inherently, not like meaning like there's nothing tying it 100%. Are they? I don't know why that guy's laughing at that, but all right, go on.
Okay, all right. So my next question then is, what about race? Am I able to identify as a different race?
Nope, because race is not it's not simply a social thing, and then we also know this.
Gender
It's like
is not simply a social thing.
Right. That's my point.
There's a biological basis for gender. There's no biological basis for race.
Right. That's exactly why you can't do that for like you can't just make yourself black or white. That's not a choice. You know that.
No, I legitimately don't actually know that. That's why
okay, let me ask you something. I'll ask you this again. If you see a female dog, would you say this? No, I'm asking you a question. If you see a female dog,
you didn't answer yet.
Okay. I thought I did answer your question.
What is your principled reason for saying that someone can identify as a different gender, but someone, and I don't mean this in an offensive way. I know it gets used as a gotcha. I really do legitimately want to know what principled rule you use on this. What is your reason for saying I cannot identify as a different ethnicity, but I can identify as a different gender?
Well, ethnicity and race are two different things. Race is not real. Ethnicity actually is a real thing.
No, what if you feel like
wait a second. Why is ethnicity more of a real thing than gender?
I didn't say it was.
No, that's not true, man. I grew up with people that were, like very, very not what the group they ran with, and yet they were with them. And they it's like, but in their head, what's the difference? How come they're not part of that group? Are you saying their skin color matters?
Well, I'll tell you what I'm saying. I'm a Zikh, and I get called white, and and oftentimes people have said like, "Oh, you're white, so you don't understand this particular issue."
Yeah,
and I don't think white is the appropriate term for me. And some people say, "Well, you're white presenting." Most people who look at me know that I'm not Caucasian. I'm not of European.
Is that the difference between male and man, or female, or woman and?
Well, here's my point. I don't see a principled reason. I think if somebody says, "Look, you can identify as a woman if you're a man, and you make that choice. Nothing else makes that choice. Nothing physical makes that choice, right? If that's the rubric, then I should be able to say, okay, I identify as a different race or a different.
All right, I can help
ethnicity.
out a little bit. Let me ask you this. I feel like this will help it out a little bit. All right, can you hear me? I'm making sure
Yeah,
y'all can hear
yeah.
me. Okay, because for some reason this cut out earlier. Okay. Anyway,
It broke up a little bit. Yeah.
what?
Go ahead.
Okay, so no, you're saying. All right, now, when it comes to things like race, you agree that like we know like things about like kind of we're talking about ethnicity. There's like backgrounds for that, but like we realize that there's no like necessarily biology to like someone being black or white other than like melanin. Like meaning like just because someone's black that doesn't mean something specific, right? Doesn't mean like they're gonna be smart, dumb, short, fast. Like,
well, I mean, Caucasians will have a higher risk of skin cancer.
right. And that once again, we can just track that to the fact that like the exposure skin. So yeah, like they got natural traits, but it's not like something like, for instance, like like someone who's white isn't always going to be fast. That's not like a genetic trait, right? Like yes or no?
Speed is not dependent on ethnicity.
Well, hold on. You're saying,
Go.
can you say I have 1% black in me as a white man and go, you know what? I'm black. I have 1%, and I could take that to the bank and show you I have 1% black in me, so I can say the N-word. I could do whatever.
All right. Let me ask you this. This is what I was meaning to say. I'm sorry. My phone kept breaking up on me.
Let me answer Servant's question really quick. I think here's the problem. There's no such thing as saying you're 1% black, right? In other words, we trace ethnic descent based on genotypes, but there's no such thing as a race in the biological literature, right? In other words, if I look at a bird or a rabbit or anything, there's two different races of animal. Now, sometimes what happens is we'll go to an island and we'll see a bird, right? And we'll be like, is this the same bird as with this bird that we saw on the other island? And we'll say, no, these are phenotypically different, but they're actually the same species. So we'd say this is like sort of like a racial difference, meaning it's just a difference in phenotype. But here's the problem. I don't think there's any scientific principled definition for race that makes race a real biological categorization.
No. I was saying like for the generality, like saying like the trans and the gay community is in your mind. It's the same thing as going, my great grandma was half black. So I know I look completely white, but since there's black in my family, I'm allowed to do that. And you think you can go out there and act like that, you might get into a bad spot. It's kind of like the same thing. It's in your mind that you could do that because your great grandma was half black. You know that. You could prove it. But you can't go out there and act however you want because there's a classification that you're already indoctrinated into. That they claim that you're already Caucasian, like white. So they've already classified you in their minds because of how you look. Now,
yeah, and yet there are people who use the N-word with me, right? That's happened, and that's been directed at me,
Well, when you're that, yeah, I mean, but it's like, I don't get why there's I don't believe that we should be trying to divide each other in any way. I think we should be trying to come together.
I agree.
As a loving family.
But here's my point: if you're saying that identification, if it's not biologically determined, is made by the individual determinant. In other words, I determine my own gender.
Yep.
All right. If you're saying that, then I don't see any principled reason for bracketing "quote unquote" race and saying that that's something that you can't determine based on the way you identify.
Let me ask a human.
No, I'm saying it's the same thing.
We have a human on stage too. Let me ask her a question. How would you define a
human? Boy.
A human. Can you hear me?
Yes.
How would you define a human?
Just adult human female.
Anything else? Any biological?
No, not really.
From a biological standpoint of view, I mean, what if let's say adult female doesn't have some body parts? She's deficient. Her body is deficient in some of the female parts. So what would we refer to her as?
It's still a woman.
Yeah? What do you guys
What
think?
about a trans woman?
What if you bumped your head and you,
Is a trans woman a woman?
No.
No. Okay, so then there's the problem.
Do you think it is a woman?
I think yes. I think if they identify as a woman, they're a woman. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So would you date one?
If do they got ass?
oh no, oh
Do you have
no.
Yeah.
They do.
Vivian, would you date one?
Do they got ass?
Yes, they do. Are you gay?
Or they bumped it up.
No, I'm dating a woman. How could I be gay?
A woman with a dick?
I mean, it's dating a woman. I don't understand. But wait, do they have ass or no? So you said yes, right?
I don't know what the phrase means. Do they have like what?
Like
what
it
does
means
that-
it means like
I
it means
mean,
like got booty, like got
it's
something to
big,
grab
big,
on,
no?
meat. Got meat, you know, like a
So
booty,
they
like
would-
Okay, so
based
do they
on
have
the
a
look.
large booty? Is your
like
criteria?
yeah. Well, I don't have to necessarily be the most, but like nice, you know, firm, big, you know, like something to grab on. Doesn't have to be the biggest, but yeah.
Okay, so yes or no?
I said yes if they got ass. I mean, yeah, that's what
you
I'm
would-
into. I'm
you
into
would-
ass.
You would date a biological male.
That's not what you asked me. Asked if I date a trans woman.
That's a biological male.
Okay, what's your point?
Okay, and you said you're good,
So
that
you
right?
would date a male.
I would date a woman.
No, that's a
No,
male.
no, no, no. Like if
Biological
you're
It's
male.
also a
blind date-
woman. It's also a woman.
Can I refine
That
the
doesn't make you
question?
gay.
Can
Yes,
I-
please go on.
Okay. If somebody is a trans, if somebody is a trans female, in other words, they're male at birth, they've transitioned to being female, and they want to date you, and they meet the large booty criteria,
Mhm.
and
Yes,
does
yes,
that
yes.
make a difference at all? Does it play a part in the calculation, or would there be any differences in the relationship the way you see it?
should they tell you?
I mean, the real answer is if you're attracted to that person and you want to date them, you should date them.
No, but for you,
What do you mean?
Would that mean
Does that
as a
change your
criteria?
If I was
as a
attracted to
woman?
that person, I would date them 100%. Yes.
Okay, so let's say
He
first
doesn't
time,
care.
you go you have sex and you see a dick.
Uh-huh.
What would be your reaction?
I would say they probably already told me about that, but
What
No,
if they
they wouldn't,
haven't?
because they don't look like a male.
He's okay with it. Yeah, he said he's.
I
good.
mean, like, guys, do you understand that, like, it's okay to do
Enough
these
ass,
things?
you could-
It's
take
You
it.
said it'd be fine.
I mean, are you personally okay with it? You personally, if you actually see all this right before your eyes, are you gonna run out of the room, or are you gonna continue doing what you're doing?
if I'm attracted to that person, I will have sex with that person. I don't know how to make that any more clear.
You attracted to the person who that person pretends to be.
Everyone pretends to be
You
someone
do
for
not
that
see
matter, but
what's
it's like,
under the clothes.
no, if you're attracted to, look, lady, I don't know what you're not understanding about this. If you're attracted to that person, and oh, by the way, this is a big clarifier too, and that person is consensual to you, you should have sex with them.
Now, what if?
Okay,
what,
so
hold,
let's
hold on.
say
What
they
if?
never told you.
I was going to say, what if that person
Let's say-
decided to turn back and go? You know what? I sometimes want to change back, and does it right in front of you. Puts like takes off the wig and dresses up just like a dude. Are you still good because you were attracted?
To that butt?
I don't know. I mean, yeah, maybe if they still got the ass,
I mean, your
maybe.
your
I don't know.
criteria is the butt.
Now, I
Yeah,
will be
you
like,
did.
to
You
be
know,
fair
yeah,
with
you
you,
did.
like, I think you're asking some very interesting questions, but it's what makes me think it's so interesting that you are interested in how this type of sex works. Sex is allowed to work any way it wants to work. It's weird to me that you think it's weird that people want to have sex with each other, and that's not that
You're
weird.
showing to
BBN
us that it doesn't work the way you want it to
No,
work.
no.
BBN,
What
do
do
you
you mean?
identify as trans
I've seen it.
trans
Really
pansexual,
terrible.
or do you identify as bisexual, pansexual, homosexual, or cissexual?
Yeah, I'm cis.
Do you identify as heterosexual?
Yeah, heterosexual cis. Yeah,
Okay.
cis man.
So you would, as a principled reason, let's say you're dating a woman and she says, "I'm going to transition to being a man." wouldn't you have to break up with that person?
I don't know. I
you're
would say that
heterosexual,
if you
right?
love the person, you would try to see if it works. And I mean, I think you're asking a very interesting question, but it's also like, what if anything? What if this person was like, I want to move to Seattle and you don't want to move to Seattle? If you're talking about someone, it's hard to know how you will take a big decision like that in a relationship. And the idea just because that person for some reason wants to do a sex change or whatever, I mean, that might be hard. It might be hard to move to Seattle. Like, that's not really a relevant question, to be honest with you.
But your preference is female, right? So would it
Yeah.
be a big surprise if they were like, you know, because it's like here's the situation that I do know, and it's, you know, a legal precedent is when somebody surprises somebody and they weren't expecting that, that can turn out really, really bad for the psychological reasons of you aren't who you think you are just because you think you're that. Does that
What do
make
you, I don't understand what you, no, are you saying that you're implying because like maybe a trans woman lied to, or maybe not even a trans woman, could just been a guy who likes to dress up like a girl. Someone that looks like a girl that was a male lied to someone about being that, and then like that person was surprised, and you're saying that person is surprised and now they're questioning their like what they feel?
No. I'm talking about prison time murder. I'm talking about there's things that happen all the time, and it's not okay for you to think what you want, because sometimes that, you know, what you think is okay is not okay to other people. And there's
I don't know what you're saying. What are you saying?
No, I'm just saying, like, you know, you've never heard those reports or seen all the, like, I know people where it's like somebody wants to be, let's say a guy that wants to be a female. So he thinks he is, everybody calls him her. They go out on a night and then they're, let's go out on a date. And then it's like that guy finds out it's not a girl, and that thing goes violent and goes bad because it's like, hey, you said you were a girl. And it's just in your mind, but you
okay, well, I can answer this very simple.
I'm not
one, no one should lie to each other, but in any regard, I didn't say anything about homophobic, but anyway, no one should lie to.
She's a girl.
No, if she listen, this is the part that you're missing. You don't, these people are very honest with one another. They are not like the idea that they're out there tricking people. Like, I mean, if you're talking about like some kind of like Thailand ladyboy stuff, that's a whole nother like story. Like, there's definitely stuff like that going on. There's literally soldiers right now that don't realize they got a blowjob from a small man. Like, it's like
how is it lying if that person been a trainee for, let's say, 20 years? They used to dressing up as a female. They don't see a necessity.
That's not the that's not the lying thing. The lying is when you're implying that these people, this because like, that's fine. You guys aren't, you know, like, you know, you're not very reasonable with this, but like people are honest with people about things. It's not that she's lying by saying she's wearing a dress. That person would be honest with that person about all their sexual stuff. More than likely, just as you.
But wait a second. You're saying that it's incumbent.
No, you just said there's no reason to do it.
Yeah, you're saying it's incumbent upon them to say, look, I'm transgender, right?
But then you believe
you're saying that's something that you should share with your partner in that case, right?
I would say people would share those things. Yes, they do.
Well, okay, but here's the problem. By your logic, there should be no need to share that if there is no difference at all between a trans female and
there should be no. Okay, you're talking about people that have a prejudice. So what? So someone has a prejudice.
No. I'm saying this is by your logic, right? I'm applying your logic to that situation.
I didn't have to tell him, hey, I'm a female, you know?
Yeah. But it's biological because in the animal kingdom, if a male comes into a male's territory, they fight. They don't fuck. So it's kind of like if you put a male and a male together and it was supposed to go the other way.
Let me ask you this. If I could give you some examples of the animal kingdom where they have gay sex, would that matter?
Wait a second, BBN. I think I'm asking a very specific question. By your logic, what moral obligation does a trans female have to divulge that they're a trans female?
The same moral logic that anything that anyone sexually would have to put through anything, whether they be.
No. It's not the same because you're saying,
it is the same, and I'm not asking you.
No. Let me explain.
No. I'm telling you it's the same.
No. Let me explain the conundrum that you're in. Okay.
I'm not in a conundrum.
There's no difference between a female and a trans female, right? So if you're dating,
I didn't say that.
You did. You said trans.
No, I said trans women are women. That's all I said. and
Okay.
trans men are men.
So why does she has to tell you that she's
why does
trans
she have
if
to,
she's
why
a
does she
woman?
have to divulge anything? Why does she have to tell you anything? She should just say, you thought I was a woman, I'm still a woman, according to your analysis, right? So there should be nothing that would need to be divulged.
Because not everyone agrees to that.
Let's
Well,
say
but-
my
but by
wife,
your
my wife
definition,
never
that-
told me that she's a woman. My wife never told me that she's a woman. I never told her that I'm a man.
Good for you.
I think you have at least a paradox here, BBN, because
I don't. You just like you always do this with your shit. No, I don't. No, I don't. I don't have it because you say I have it. I'll tell you that fucking much. You always like, no, I don't have a paradox. It's like you're acting. You guys are acting like you've never had sex before in your life. Like there are discussions with no matter what it is with sex in their life.
Few. It's not relevant, but
not with enough booty.
But I look, if I am using your logic, if I am a trans female, if I identify as a female, and that's indistinguishable from somebody who was born female, which by your logic,
not what I said. It's not what I said.
By your logic, they're both women, right? So there's nothing to divulge.
It's just like anything with sex, my man. It'd be no different if maybe you had erectile dysfunction or anything. It would be anything. It's no different, brother. And imagine it's like.
Hey, BBN.
Yes.
Let's say in your previous relationships, did you have to tell the woman that you are a male?
No.
Did they have to tell
Why
you
not?
that they were guys?
That they were guys?
Yeah, did they have to tell you, like, divulge the information that they were like trans or anything like that for you to, so you knew ahead?
They weren't trans.
How do you know?
How do you know? Yeah.
Because they didn't identify as trans.
How do you know until you know?
Because the way
How
that
do you
someone
know?
identifies is who they are. What do you mean?
I mean,
Yeah, they call themselves girls.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
On a
So you're
date
dating
at the
girls.
restaurant, you're sitting before a possible female, and she is identifying herself as a female. She's been that for the last 20 years. And then you find out once you take off the pants.
Female, that's a sexual term? What are you talking about?
Okay, a woman. Sorry, a woman. And then you find out something else once you take off the pants. I mean, she doesn't need to specify to you that she's a transgender.
People will be honest about their things, man. I don't know what you're talking about. Like, it's just as simple as that. People will be, it's just part of life, no matter what it is.
Why are they required
Then
to be
why do
honest
they have
about
to
that
specify?
specific part?
You're not, look, I've explained it several times and I'm not going to do it again. I'll be honest
Because
with you.
because
like,
it's
you're
a
not getting it,
defect.
and
It's
that's
a
fine.
defect.
I got a
That's why
question
they
for
have
you.
to be honest.
No.
Yeah, I got a
It's not.
question for you.
Go.
If you want to look for a wife and you want to have children so your name can carry on, do you exclude that category?
Do I exclude what category?
The
one that'll
wannabe
shake
woman.
at you.
I can't hear you. What are you saying?
One without a womb.
One without a womb. It would depend on if I fell in love and liked the person without a womb or not.
And you want children though, and want to have your name go on. You get
Well,
to the point where you're like,
what you do is then, if you fell in love with someone, well, I'll give you, this is very funny. You say that. My current girlfriend, who I'm probably going to marry one day, so far it seems good, but she cannot have babies, and that's fine. And you know what we can do? We can adopt, and that's what we will do if we decide to do that. Or we might do like a surrogate thing. Depends
Does she
on
have the
how. No.
Oh, okay.
All that's gone.
BBN, can I ask you a question?
Go on.
Is that a struggle for her? Is that something that she has difficulty with? I'm not asking to make any philosophical point. I'm asking for.
Yeah, no, for sure. She hates it.
Yeah.
Man.
I'm sorry about that. I just want you to know I'm like.
Yeah, no.
Man.
No, it's like, well, one, we're all friends here. I am a passionate man, and I'm not afraid to use a cuss word because I'm not a goddamn child. So, but don't, it's like, so I will, just because I'm loud and I'm just being a passionate dude. This is the stuff I love. And most of this stuff that has been said here is just simply incorrect. It's just not how any of this stuff works. It's just like, and it's mainly because none of you guys are like involved in this, and that's fine. But you don't understand how it works, and that's fine.
Well, actually, BBN, I would disagree with that. I've put articles out that are very very much aligned with empowering the LGBTQ plus community.
Yeah, one I said most, not you. It's not most, but that's fine. Go on.
I've received death threats for many of my articles that were very scientific, that were somewhat medical, that were somewhat sociological. Let me ask you a different question, though. Do you agree, because I think this is going to be an area of consensus that's worth underscoring. If you're dating somebody, okay, and you find out that they're a trans female, and you decide, I don't want to date someone who's a trans female, I'm going to break up with them, does that make you transphobic?
No, the only thing that makes you transphobic is denying things like these people's reality, because this is the problem.
Okay, no,
I
agree.
Yeah.
I agree, but I think that's an important area of consensus, and it's worth underscoring.
No, look, you and I agree that, like, simply just because a guy, like you said earlier, I would never say if I accidentally called someone Mr. who was a female, even though they told me. Or, I call people buddy a lot. And for some reason, people think buddy means boy, but it doesn't. It means both, It's like, so I've had instances where even girls, cis girls, they'll be like, what's up, buddy? And they're like, buddy? Like, I'm a girl. And you're like, well, buddy's a buddy. It's like, that's my point, is that, like, that's why the words, like, the terms like female and male are sex terms. And then we have gender terms, which is a cultural thing. It is a thing that's about feelings. That's why we know we don't call a grown horse that's a female. We don't say that's a woman horse. You could say it for funsies, but it doesn't mean anything. No, it's strictly to humans. And then we start getting into a construct, like we were talking about earlier. We were making a joke about, like big trucks being like, that means a boy thing. Like, what makes a man? That's subjectional, right? Like, that's always been like that. And it's like in the 1600s, men wore powdered wigs and makeup and high heels, and they fainted, and that's what being a sophisticated man was about. So obviously, this is a fluid thing. Like, it's like, so if it was a concrete thing, then it would have always been one thing.
Can I ask a woman a question?
It's always been one thing.
Let me ask a question.
It hasn't.
Let me ask a question to a woman.
Go on.
Do you feel like your authentic qualia of female human experience is diminished by taking a different gender and lumping them in with your gender?
Yep.
Do you want to tell us more about that? I think that's a
Well,
It's interesting.
first of all, we can talk about sports, right?
Oh, no.
That's like the most common one. Why?
Yeah, please. I got a lot to say about it, but go on.
Why trans, quote unquote, women joining female sports and not the other way around? Why are they always male, biological male, joining female sports?
Do you want to keep talking, or you want me to answer that?
Because they can win.
Sure, answer, and then I'll say more.
Before you answer, BBN, I got a jet, but it's been good to chat with everybody. I hope I've contributed to the conversation in a helpful way.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you for your input, as always.
Always, these are hard questions, and I there's no easy answers, but I really appreciate you all being so kind.
And
Yeah,
we appreciate you too.
Have a
It
great
was
night.
nice
Yep.
time too. Have a great night.
Have a good night.
All right. Before I go, I'm going to clarify your question. You're asking, why are there trans women competing in women's sports, but there's not trans men competing in men's sports?
Sure.
Okay, well, there are, but okay. Now, what other part of the question was there?
No, we'll answer that question.
I just did. There are.
That's not the real answer. Like, why are they joining? Why can't they just stay in male sports? Since they are biological male.
Yeah,
they
because
are
it's
stronger
a
than
man
biological
and
females.
women. It's a man and women league, not a male and female league.
It doesn't matter. My point
It does
is,
matter.
Okay, my
Well,
point is
the original
biological male.
original question was if it like what is it? If it destroys the dignity of a woman, or if it brings down the dignity of a woman.
Less of a woman.
That was the original.
Oh, right.
question.
No, I'm getting
And
that,
she
but
brought up the sports.
Yeah,
right. No, we're talking
disability.
about sports. Okay, once again, your question was, how come there aren't trans men competing in men's sports? There are. So that's wrong.
I know, they're like, you
Focus on
can
the
count
dignity
them on
part.
one hand probably. There's very little amount of them. Most of them are just male joining female sports.
No, those are women competing in women's sports.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Biological male.
It doesn't have to
male
do with
is
biology. It's
stronger-
a gender-based sport. That's why it's called man and women, not male and female.
Okay, BB.
That's why it's called the men's division, not the.
Do you think?
Do
it's
I
fair?
think it's fair? Yeah, because like if let me explain this to you. This is how you know it's fair because one, they have certain regulations for these things. Like you can't just simply like you have to have a certain hormone level, okay? And then also you have to be within that hormone level for X amount of years. And then also if these women that you're claiming, these trans women, if this was as bad as you're saying, they would be dominating these sports, and they're not. They're not coming in first place. They're not doing anything. Like so, it's like this idea. They're not because if you would see this domination. There isn't. You can look this up now. Look up any.
Wasn't one recently
What do you
stripped
mean
of the
they're not
award?
coming in first place?
Okay,
There's,
show me one. Show me one. Show me. Look, he's got the. You can't.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can show your screen, but pull up a trans person that like all these trans people that are breaking records. Pull one up.
What's that guy's name? He was on the swimming team.
Brittany
All the
Griner.
schools are that.
Who?
All the schools that run a trans integration, the males are dominating completely by like jumps.
No, they're
and-
not. No, they're not.
Here,
you're just saying
Here's
that.
an interesting article. These 29 trans athletes have won state, national, or international titles in women sports.
titles.
Oh,
No,
okay.
listen. The thing you guys are saying, you're
Okay,
saying that
Vivian,
these
what
people
about
are
Leah
dominating sports. They're not.
Titles. No, they're dominating the
Vivian.
women that were competing against each other, and now they can't compete against a man because they're getting dominated by him.
No, they're not getting dominated. You're just making that up.
29 titles. 29. Does that
Read
sound
the article. Read the fucking article. Don't read the title. Read the article.
No, I'm talking about it says 29 titles have been attained by trans athletes. 29 titles. That's a lot.
Okay, no, it's not because there's literally thousands and thousands of competitions.
You're talking about the top athlete has transitioned.
No, you're not.
into-
No, you're not. No, you're not. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You just read a title and you're going with it.
Okay, Bibian, what's up with Leah Thomas?
Leah Thomas. Okay, what has she done?
He.
What has she done? What has she done? What records has she broke?
He joined the women's swimming league
Yeah.
competition,
Uh-huh.
and he was winning first places everywhere.
Oh yeah, show me. Show me where it says that. Show me the records. Show me the wins.
If you have a link, you can paste in the studio room. I'll bring it up to the screen.
Because if you're talking about domination, this person should be coming in first in every fucking event, always. If they're as badass as you say they are, how come they're not doing it? Leah Thomas is not coming in first place in every single event. She's not even coming in first place, and maybe even any of them really.
Yeah, not anymore. They took all the medals, so
Yeah, well,
that's
her
cool.
first time out, she mopped everybody by a lot.
You're talking about her practice run. She did okay, but then guess what happened when they actually raced? She fucking came in fourth, you idiot.
No, do you think that sandbagging ain't a thing? Do you think you can slow down?
Oh,
on
she's
purpose?
sandbagging now. That's what she's doing?
She dominated everybody, and now she went slower than
She
she's ever
didn't
went.
dominate everyone. You're making that up.
She has went faster before.
No, she hasn't.
Yes, she has. She's not at her top she's ever been. Are you kidding me?
Just because she had one good run, but she
Yeah,
hasn't
now
dominated. She
she
hasn't
doesn't.
won any. She hasn't won anything, dummy.
Okay, now watch. I'm into the sports deal. So here's how
You're into the sports. I'm into sports too. I'm a professional martial artist. I know.
Listen to what I'm getting at. So in a time trial, my car can run, let's say a 10.
Let's not talk about cars. We're talking about humans, so that's a
I'm
dumb
trying
analogy.
to give you. I'm trying to give you.
I'm all right. I'm all right with that analogy.
Come
That's
on,
a
just
car.
listen to.
Yeah, yeah.
He's
It
talking
doesn't
about
work.
cars.
If it
I'd
doesn't-
rather talk about.
Don't be
All right,
one-sided.
have
Analogy
we
is analogy,
found?
bro.
Have we? No, have
Analogy
we
is
found all
analogy.
these records that she's
We
beating?
listened to
Have
you.
we found
about
these
the
records
Friday
she's beating?
Dude. Hey,
About
we
what?
listened to you. We listened to you. Listen to me a little bit, man.
Listen to you. You listen to me about what?
Yeah, well, about the fat-butted guy. You know, if it's good.
You
enough
asked me
for
a
you-
question. I answered it.
No, I'm good. So let me say something. You don't want to
But
hear
you're
it,
making an
listen to
analogy
me.
about a car.
Well,
We're not
listen
talking
to
about
what I'm
cars. We're
doing.
talking about people.
No, I'm talking about a race. See, you're not even following. So let me talk.
It doesn't matter because cars are not people.
Hold on. Listen.
You can build a car. You can't build a
People drive
person.
them. People drive them. So here's what I'm getting at.
Oh, that's
If
not how you
hold
lump
on,
things together.
hold
But
I've seen cars that can go faster, but they go into a slower bracket because they can actually take that bracket and the next one. Is it because of that the car's not ability or is it because the driver decided it wasn't going to do what it can do? Now, that's a fact in the industry. So I'm going to say that if, boxing, sometimes they're rigged. Sometimes people take hits and throw stuff.
So your argument is this person is lying. Okay, so are they dominating or not?
Well, I think they're lying to themselves. First of all, is my first clue that they do lie.
Oh yeah, how do you know you're a man?
Why do you think that Leah Thomas was barred from participating in further Olympic sports? Further
what does it say?
Olympic sports.
What does it say?
Why? So in June 2024, the Court of Attribution for Sport ruled that Thomas did not have standing to change the policy, meaning she would remain ineligible to compete. So she lost the case. So why would she lose a case if she is truly a human?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I was talking and I was like, but then it was so silent. What's that now? Say again.
Why would she lose this case if she is truly a human?
Lose the case? That I don't know why she lost the case. They didn't.
Yeah, she was stripped of the medals that she got.
What does it say? What does it say?
Why would she
What
lose
does
the
it
case
say?
if she's truly a human? Well, I'm just asking you a general question. If she's truly a
I
woman,
don't know. I'm not. I
why
wasn't
would
there
she
for the
lose?
case. Tell me what it says.
Okay,
Why are you asking me if you have it drawn up right there?
Well, I'm
So
just
he
looking
was
over Wikipedia.
462nd on men's team to first on women's team.
Oh, that was just one time.
Yeah, it was just one time. All the rest of the times he failed
putting a
intentionally.
VA in a
He
race.
should have just stayed on male's team.
What's that?
It's the same thing. It's like racing.
I didn't
a
hear
VA
what she said. What did she say?
Why didn't he just stay on male's team?
Because he couldn't be
Why
one.
did he go to female?
Because that person identifies as a female, so they have to.
Did you see what he looks like? Does he look like a female?
You can tell what people look like, huh? Okay, that's
Of
interesting.
course,
Well,
yeah.
if that person identifies as that's how they identify, I'm sorry. How are you? Are you a man? You sound like a man. Are you sure you're not a man?
Are you sure you're not a female?
Yeah, because I don't identify as one. I identify as a
you
male.
said you would.
It's a man.
You said you would date a dude, so I don't know.
I what?
You might be a gay.
Even if it wasn't be relevant, what does that mean? Does a man who dates a man makes him not a man? I don't understand what you're saying.
Yeah, it makes you a gay.
Well, okay, so what?
There's no medical classification for gay. It's like if you were in a major
homosexual.
accident,
what the
they
fuck
wouldn't
are
be
you
like,
talking
"Hey,
about?
gay."
Yeah, of course they
No,
wouldn't. They
I'm
wouldn't do
saying
that with straightness. They wouldn't do that with being straight
They
either,
wouldn't do
fucking
it-
idiot.
They won't do it with transgender either. Fucking idiot.
Right, because
Don't
what?
call me like that.
You are a fucking idiot. You don't know shit. You sound
You're a
like an
fucking
idiot.
You know what? I'm in the medical industry. Do you understand that when people
That's
come into
fucking
the ER,
scary. That's
hold on,
fucking
when
scary.
Hold on. You don't even know what I play a part as, but if you would listen,
It
people
doesn't
go
matter.
to
It's
the
scary. You
ER
believe dumb shit.
Hold on. No, when people go into the ER and they're unconscious, it is imperative that they know if they are presumed male or female.
Why is that?
Well, because if they're going in for major trauma to the stomach, and it was that kind of accident, they want to know who's the best technician for a male or female sometimes, because the womb is way different than prostate. So I'm going to say that you don't understand your medical understanding.
I'll actually help you out here very much. Let me ask you something. Let's say we're not even talking about training. We're talking about clear cut.
Oh no,
if this person was unconscious, how would the doctor tell if they're male or female?
I'm talking about in a medical situation, they open up the clothing to start resuscitation. Now, the indications that usually, like, breasts, genitalia, that kind of thing, and they have to radio in that ahead and go, you know what, we got a 23 male coming in, because that there's reasons why some doctors specialize in some things they can do, and they want to know what the patient is, so what they're dealing with. They're not going to go, hey, does that guy want to be a girl, or does he want to be a guy? They're going to go, we're prepping the room right now for a male 23, 5'9", 163 pounds. So you have to understand that there's a qualification you cannot get away from, and that is your opinion of what who looks like doesn't matter in some circumstances.
Well, you're talking about sex versus gender. That's your problem, first of all. And then second of all, like you're already answered your question, okay? Like you're implying that the doctor's not going to know. No, I'm still talking about the same thing you're talking about. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. But anyway, you're implying the doctor's not going to know what this individual is.
Not before seeing them.
No, that's what I'm talking about. It doesn't matter. He's talking about an unconscious person. He's talking about an unconscious person, and he's talking about like okay. It does, if they're unconscious, it doesn't matter anything about how they identify either way. If they are straight and identify as straight, the doctor, no one's making that point though.
No, but let's say there's unconscious.
She was talking at the same time as you. I didn't hear what you said.
Now you're just making a point that a girl is a girl if it says it's a girl, even if it's a guy.
No,
and a guy's a guy if it's even if it's a girl, no matter what it says.
Okay, how do you know? You identify? How do you identify? How do you identify? How do you identify?
We have to apply a gender to a woman or a man. We have to apply a gender. It's super essential. If we don't, we can actually kill a human being. So now we can see that
gender and sex are two different things.
Applying a gender is essential, because if we don't, we will make a crucial mistake.
No, it's not. Gender and sex are two different things. You're talking about sex.
Okay, applying sex.
I've heard them called women and female. I've heard them called both in the industry. We have a female 19 blah blah blah, or we have a woman 19 or 53. I've heard both cases. Are you saying that they're ignorant when they're trying to save somebody's life because you said woman? Oh, you messed up.
Well, if you're saying,
does it matter?
No,
only to you.
No, it's not only to me, but no. If you're talking about colloquial, yeah, you can use those things, sure. But the point being here is like you're making this thing where you're saying like we're not denigrating people for misgendering someone in a scenario or using gender in a scenario. That's not a thing that we're doing. What we're getting at is that you're isolating a thing that also, by the way, once again.
Okay, so is it okay if I do that?
Is it okay? What do you mean?
No. Is it okay that I don't want to call them what they prefer because in the right medical condition, it doesn't care. I don't care what you think you are. You're not. Because I know the real deal. I've been there.
Well, you can't tell somebody what they are. So
you have parts that are in trouble.
Well, in the medical, you're talking about. I mean, like this would be no. I know what you're saying. This would be no different.
I'm not trying to tell anybody.
Yeah. Okay.
No. I said me.
You what?
I said me. Am I wrong? Can I be convicted? Am I wrong? Is there something wrong with me for calling somebody what they were born with? Is there something wrong with me? Am I condemnable for that? Or is that just misgendering them?
I mean, if you're calling someone not the gender they want to be called, then that is misgendering. That's pretty clear cut.
It's not misgendering. It is.
Well, let me tell you.
You don't respect them
miss, let me tell you
their
something.
standards.
Miss, just listen. Okay, it is misgendering. Okay. Do you understand, ma'am?
Yeah, see the misgendering. Why would you do that?
Right.
Is that okay?
Yeah, it's not cool.
Yeah, but you can get yourself in a fight doing that. Watch, do that to the right guy, and I bet you're going to get into it not like a girl. I bet you he won't treat you like a girl. I bet
what is treating someone like? Here, let me help you out.
Man, like you're not thinking.
Let me help you out.
And
let me help you out. My rule is don't harm people. It's not don't hurt girls. It's don't harm people. So I don't really care.
I have a question for you.
All right.
You say don't harm people. Okay, so imagine you get married, right? You have a daughter. Would you be okay with her being in the restroom by herself with a biological male who identifies as a female?
Yeah.
You would be okay?
Yeah, what's going to happen?
You never know.
Okay.
You never know. Exactly. It doesn't. You guess what? You can look at the statistics on this. That those people
but
don't sexually assault people.
But a probability of a crime just grown.
No, it's not. No, it's not. That's just fucking
Yeah,
ignorance. What you're talking about?
They generally were assaulted though. The statistics of them being assaulted are higher than
No, it's not
normal. I think they're like
No,
70.
it's not. No, it's not.
A lot of them
Hey,
come from a
Vivian.
real bad experience.
No,
They have that on record.
that's not real. That's not real. What you're saying?
Vivian, can you ask your girlfriend, would she be okay with being in the restroom with a biological male?
Yeah, she would.
She said she would be okay with that?
Yeah.
How about in locker room? Gym locker room.
Yep.
How about your children in a locker room with a man?
What do you
I rest my
mean?
case.
Are you implying that like if you have a boy and he's 9 years old and you're at the gym and you take him in the locker room, there's lots of grown men around and there's a good chance their dicks might be out too. So what are you talking about?
No, I'm talking about the case that comes out of California where that transgender, they finally accepted her into the female institute. And what happened is 9 people got pregnant and a guard or something before they removed her and put her into a general population with males because she was transgender. But, you know, I think the state must be wronged, right? Because she says she's a girl. So what's the difference? And why wouldn't you say that your daughter belongs in a room like that? Because they're statistically...
Because there's no statistics of what you're talking about. You're talking about isolated incidents. Things happen. People lie about things.
Well,
guess what? You really big dummy. A guy can just sneak into a woman's room right now and rape someone.
Right,
and they don't have to lie.
That would be crime.
Yeah,
That would be crime for him to sneak in.
Yes. The what?
Yes. I was going to say there could be a skeleton with the isolation of issue that you don't like, and that doesn't make everybody the same, right? You said isolation is okay now, so that's okay now, right?
What? Oh my God, you're so fucking stupid. It's hilarious. Like, let me ask you something. When you're breathing, are you thinking, breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out? Like, I don't believe that you can breathe on your own. Like, the way that you correlate things is fucking remarkable.
No,
like,
you just didn't keep up. That's
what?
not my fault. You didn't.
Keeping up, motherfucker. They call me rabbit. This is a turtle race. Like, you're a fucking idiot, dude. Like, you're so fucking funny.
You want me to explain it now?
Explain what? I wasn't confused about what you said.
You just fucking idiot. So let's see.
You are a fucking idiot. That's why I called you that.
Let's see if I can explain it before everybody and see if they feel the same way.
Okay.
Okay, so you started this whole argument out that there could be a bone structure that looks like a guy, so you can't say that that's all of them. So you said that that's not exclusionary, but yet in the prison thing, hey, if one case doesn't matter, that was one case, it was isolated. How can you isolate one thing and not isolate the other?
Well, that's very simple, man.
Because kind of double standards there.
Yeah,
it is if you frame it in that straw man kind of way.
Well, that's what you were doing in the beginning.
That's not what I was
isolating
doing.
a case and said, "Well, that's not a
no
a female."
Okay, I can help you. Do you guys want me to answer it?
Sure.
Not all skeletons have it. Not all people go into prison and do it.
Right, because you guys are making the claim that you specifically said all skeletons are one of two ways, and you're wrong.
Well, no, all women are guys, or all trans girls are girls, so there's no reason why they can't run against girls, even though they dominate them and they can't go.
They don't.
Even though they impregnate people because they're girls. I don't know how a girl can impregnate anybody, but somehow by magic it happens, which means that I don't know.
Well, I can help you. I can help you out with that because female. I will help you out. Female is a gender term, not a sex term. That's why.
No, girl. She claims.
Yeah, that's a gender term. That's a gender term.
Okay, what about
girl?
A woman? She's claiming to be a woman.
That's a gender term.
Okay, so you can't call her anything because it's all labeled. She's not a woman. She's not a female. What is she? If you can impregnate somebody,
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
If you can impregnate somebody, what are you?
Women. Well, it does. They could be a woman.
Impregnate somebody.
They could be a woman.
See, now that you just boxed yourself in a dumb corner.
Oh, did I do
you
that,
put your
buddy?
dumb box
Did
together
the
with all
guy
of your
who
holes.
can
There goes your
barely
dumb
string a
box. Your
sentence
box is a
together?
dumb box. It's got four sides. It's got
You're
four
hilarious.
sides, though.
Yeah, right. Yeah, like
but it's got
no.
ass on it too.
Yeah,
That
got
box-
ass, right? Yeah, I like ass. I can't help you there. It's like
That box got the booty.
yeah. So the answer is that women is a biological term, and female is a sexual term. So if you want to know, so like women can have penises and women cannot have penises.
No.
Yes.
Okay, hey,
Yes, they can.
BBN, would you ever call a trans woman a female?
Would I ever call them a female?
Yeah.
Would I call a trans woman a female?
Mm-hmm.
Probably not. I probably wouldn't call them either way on that because that's not. I wouldn't presume. I wouldn't exactly.
Would you call them a
what's
male?
going on now? I wouldn't call them either one of those things. I wouldn't know.
Why wouldn't you call him a male? I mean, if
Can I ask you a technical question?
A what?
good, it's a technical question.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, let me give you a technical question. Let's say as a coroner, you take in a body and you know the body used to dress up as a girl. Now your form says male, female. You could write in other, but technically that's illegal. So what do? Do you go based on what you can see or what you can see? You realize that this male that is like, let's say 94 used to dress up as a girl. So you can assume, but you're under assumption because maybe he wasn't trans. Maybe he just like to cross dress, maybe that's something. So he didn't even think he was a transsexual. So how do you determine what the cadaver is when you have a male genitalia sitting in front of you and you're required to call it something?
So you cannot call
Do
them
you
a male.
wake it up? Do you
Cannot call 'em a
revive it
female.
and say, hey, what are you?
Cannot call them. He
You
wouldn't.
call it- yeah, if
He
it's
would
got
not
male
call.
genitalia,
You would not
can-
call them
it's
a male
illegal
or
for you to
female.
call it a female, just so you know. But is that what you do?
You wouldn't be
What's
able
that
to
now? Yeah, no, I'm waiting to like you're both.
Would
You're
you
both
classify it? What
Go
would you classify?
you
BBN,
done?
you said there are two sexes, right? So which sex would that person belong to?
Right. Okay. Now, I'm very confused a little bit what you're asking me. Now, why is a coroner identifying the sex of a body?
paperwork.
For what?
No, it's you. I'm saying you are sitting there, and this is your job to sit there and put this body in and take it in for process. Now you're looking at this body, going, okay, what are the stats? And you look at the tag, and it says all of its history, all the medical history to a male. Now, but you see that it's wearing makeup, and you see that there's like some stuff in the hair, like looks like a wig. Do you just sit there and assume, no, that was a transgender, cross-dresser, or a male?
It sounds like
Because I
what
don't
you're
think that
saying
those-
is the
those are
answer's
not
already
options
there, so I don't
on
know
a
what you're
medical
asking.
intake sheet.
Sounds like the answer's already there.
What would you call it? No. What would you say? Because you said that you cannot identify them.
Yeah,
Now,
right.
you realize that
they're
this is wearing
dead.
lipstick.
They're dead.
So what do you do? What do you do?
write
Do you
what
say it's a
you write what
cross-dresser,
the paperwork says.
transgender, or a male?
You write with what the paperwork would already say.
Okay, so
No.
because so
It's
because
asking
they're
you
dead,
to-
because they're dead, you
It's
would
asking you to make
classify
it
as a
clear.
male. Because they're
That's
dead,
not
and,
how-
and
you-
if they
you
would be
said it
alive,
wrote.
you would not classify them as male.
If he was alive, I would ask that person what they were.
Okay, and now if they're dead, you can classify them as a male, but if they're alive, you can't. It's double
He
standards,
said
bro.
the paper. He said, no, it's not. You guys are so fucking crazy. Like,
So 1 minute.
you're so crazy. Like, what are you talking? You're talking about a person that's dead.
Wait a minute. Let's say it's an extreme case. You're looking at.
Oh, so
No,
extreme
listen,
case. Okay.
extreme case. So this dead cadaver is a male, and you check off male, and then hold on, getting to
God,
it.
please, dude.
And this all of a sudden this guy revives, and you're like, oh my gosh, holy crap! Because it does happen. There's some weird stuff that's happened out there. Now this guy goes, hey, I'm a girl. And you're sitting there going, I already checked it off.
That's
Now,
a lawsuit.
legally, you can't uncheck it, and it's a data form, so you can't. Now you have a legal process to go through.
Yeah.
Do you just go, hey, man, you're just going to be a guy this time, or do you go through the process because of his feelings? And then he dies again.
Oh, he dies again. Okay.
You just go, hey, no, I got to do this process right.
Right.
And then
3 days
it's
he
a
dies.
male.
Yeah, at least I was like, I don't know. I would be more like, I don't think he or I should be concerned about what this box says. I think we need to get him back to the hospital. But if he dies again, yeah, no, I don't know, man. I would probably go with whatever the paperwork said. Huh?
You just fucked it all up, man. You called him a him.
You just said it said. You said it said he on the thing. You said it said he on his teeth his toe tag. What are you talking about?
It looks like
No, I said you're doing intake and you're looking at a cadaver that has a penis and you need to check him in. What do you do? And I'm like, it's wearing makeup, but
Dude,
it's got a dick.
I'll
and it's
be
dead. What do you do?
100%
And you
honest
said,
with you.
well,
I've
I wanna
already
know what
answered
it
this
was.
question several times and I'm done with it. So,
You got the
like-
right answer.
huh?
You got the right answer.
What is the
You
right
got
answer?
the right answer. You're gonna say it.
What do you mean? I already answered this question several times, so I don't even know what
It's
you're
a
saying.
guy and it's not sexual.
Is that
if it's dead,
No,
it's a guy.
no.
If it comes back to life, it's a girl. If it dies again, it's a guy. So we just flip.
no, because once again, you're talking about sex terms and gender terms. There would be no gender terms on a toe tag. There would be a sex term.
Okay, sex term. It's a male if it's alive.
and I
said
It's
male,
a female if it's a male if it's dead. It's a female if it's alive. If it dies again, it goes back to male. So
No,
yes, I guess
it's a male.
sex jumps around.
If the sex is that it's a male, then it's a male, and if that person identifies as a woman, then
male
they're
woman.
a woman. Yeah.
Okay, would you call a transgender woman
Well, no,
a
they can't.
male?
They got to be a male woman, or
Alive.
you could be a female.
Would you call a
Alright, there's-
transgender
A
woman
female
a male?
man is a transgender, and a male woman is a transgender.
Okay. I one of
But how do
y'all
you tell the
one at a
difference?
one at a time, because y'all are mashing together. So one at a time.
Okay, so would you call?
So
Would
the
you? Well, no. Would you?
medically, you have to classify it by genitalia.
Good. Medically, I have to classify by genitalia, and then what?
So medically, you classify it by genitals, but if you knew what they were alive and they wanted to classify alternate, you would never go, it's a woman with a male body. That's technically how you would have to classify it if you were able to, is to go, it's definitely a male body. It has parts of a male, which means, you have to classify it. Now, if it felt like a female, you would have to make an alternate category going a female male or a female male. So it's like, how would you do that and distinguish which one has the parts first? Because technically you have to classify it by gender and by genitalia and what it feels like. So what if it's a male, but it feels like a female? Do you say it's a female male?
I am so confused what you're even trying to ask me, dude.
You say it's a female.
See how
man.
confusing you make it?
No, how
It's a
confusing
female
you are
man.
because you
That's
can't
how
string
they would-
fucking sentences together.
No, he makes sense. I mean, I understand what he's saying.
No, you have
I
to
have
classify
zero
it
clue
by
what the fuck he said.
genitalia,
Classify
but it
what?
classifies-
Classify what as what? What are you talking about? Who's classifying what? What are we classifying it of? What
we're
are you
staying
saying?
with the medical intake.
We're still talking about a dead body laying on a slab?
Okay, so a cadaver. Yep.
What we've been talking about the whole time?
Yep. You have a female with genitalia of a male.
Then you
do you
probably
classify
wouldn't
it
have
as?
that. You wouldn't. That's not how it works. The problem is you can't separate gender.
Genders that
you
get
can't
killed
se-
and they have to go to the.
What?
No, it's how they feel.
Where's-
It's all about how they feel. It doesn't matter what their genitalia is.
Gender
It's how they feel,
is different
right?
than sex. Gender is different than sex.
The further we rip
So
those
is
two
a
apart, the
girl,
more confused we get.
transgender female, always a male?
Say again. I didn't hear you.
I was just going to say the basis of evolution has to be what they are, technically by genitalia, and if you want to call them something different, it becomes confusion.
I don't know what you mean. What are you talking about? We're talking about everyday life. We're not. The problem is you keep talking about the medical world, and that's not like no one's confused about these medical things. Everyday life is what we're talking about.
No, I'm trying to incorporate it into a reality. So the reality is like on a legal term, you should be able to legally classify something instead of it being a theory. Now, what you're coming up with is a theory on how a medical condition like schizophrenia could make somebody feel one way and then change their mind, which means you could be whatever you feel like. And that's
no, we know we're very well aware of what schizophrenia is. So I don't know what you're talking about.
No. There's classifications of schizophrenia where people live like one life for years, months, and then when they change, nobody even notices it except the people who really know them. So they can go years and years and years technically with a psychological
Why are we talking
problem.
about schizophrenia right now?
No. And it incorporates the idea that transgender and cross-dressing, because some of that has to do with a psychological issue that you want to be feminine even though you're a guy. That's a psychological
not
issue.
always. Some people just like wearing dresses. Some people just like wearing makeup.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm not. It's okay. Yeah, no. I mean, you want to change?
Well, then explain it, motherfucker.
I already did.
Tell me what you're talking about. Make it clearer.
Oh, okay. Well,
don't just say that. Say what you're talking about.
You just asked
don't
me to
bitch and complain.
You just asked me to say it. Is it cool? I'm
do
not
it.
bitching and complaining.
Well, then stop talking and do it.
Stop talking.
How is he supposed to stop talking if you want an explanation?
Dude, you got clips for days. No.
Yeah, I know. It's a funny joke, right? Shut your mouth when you're talking to me, okay?
Yeah, it works out.
No, explain it, motherfucker, is my point. Explain it. Don't bitch about it. Explain it.
Vivian, the bottom line is this. If
there's no bottom line. Explain it.
The more gray zone we get into regarding separating
it's because this is a different
from
thing. You just don't understand. It's different. It's
no, it's
fine.
Not
Sex and gender are different.
The more we separate it, the more
confusing
things are
it becomes.
Different. The more confusing and harder
you can't keep
it
up
becomes.
With society. Bro, that's your fucking problem. Do better. Learn more.
If society is confusing everybody, that's not the right
way
to do.
No, it's not. It's confusing people like you that don't understand
medical
English
field
language.
Is confused.
No, it's not. No, it isn't. The medical consensus agrees with what I'm saying. In fact, not only that.
Let me give you
servants is in medical field. Tavo is in medical field.
I know, and
they both say it's confusing. No, they both say it's confusing.
No. Okay, sociology, biology.
It messes things up.
No, it doesn't. No, it fucking doesn't, dude. There's literally thousands upon thousands of people. No, you listen. There's thousands upon trans people right now that are having no fucking issues of the things you're talking about. They're going to the hospital. Their doctors know who they are. It's not a confusion thing. It's like you don't even understand the first thing. You're talking about mental illnesses. Not every person that's trans has gender dysphoria. Not every person has gender dysphoria has a gender dysphoria opposite. Let me ask you this. This will help me out. You say you're in the medical field. Please just tell me what the word trans means.
It doesn't mean anything in the medical field.
It absolutely does.
Genitalia.
Oh, okay. So this proves you don't know. This proves you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Are you want? No, yes, it does. Because what does it mean then? What does it mean? What does it mean?
You're in karate field.
No, I'm in the martial arts. I don't do karate. I do karate.
Martial arts.
Let me give you a fact.
No, I'm asking you, what does the word trans mean? When we talk about.
Can I give you a fact?
No, I want you to answer the question. What does the word trans mean?
No, I'm going to give you.
I want you to answer the question.
Well,
I don't want you. I want you to. No, I want him to answer the question. What does it mean?
It means nothing.
What?
It means zero. It means
what?
Absolutely nothing in the medical industry.
Oh, it doesn't. It doesn't. It's literally. It's in all medical fucking writing.
Recognize your No,
It what?
saying,
What?
listen,
I
just
have
listen.
a
Give me a
biology
second, my
fucking
bro.
textbook
Vivian,
right
hold
here.
on.
Talking
Vivian,
about
hold on.
if
Vivian, hold on.
No.
You have to let people
He's
talk
saying
too.
listen to what I'm
he's
saying.
saying something that's patently wrong. I literally have a fucking
No, he's
textbook
saying
right. I have
You
a
can let him.
biology.
You
were
can
already
let him
proven wrong
finish,
before.
and then you
You
can
thought I
prove
was
him
wrong
wrong.
before.
You can let him
You were
finish, and
wrong
then
on
prove him wrong.
everything you have said so far.
Hmm? Hmm? You, BBN,
No.
you told us you do not
No,
you
I
don't
haven't.
feel like a male or female. You don't really identify yourself as a male. You don't even know how it feels.
I didn't say that. I
That's-
didn't say that.
It's
Yes,
only a lie.
you have. We all
I
did not
cringed
say-
on that
Okay,
one.
listen, I'm not getting off of the
A
topic.
lie if it's a girl,
Okay,
that it's a boy.
all right, I'm not getting off the topic. The point is, okay, I'll tell you what it means. Trans means on the other side of, like the transatlantic. You ever heard of that? Okay, that's the other side of the Atlantic. Do you understand that? Okay, trans means on the other side of. And not only is it literally accepted in the medical field, it's in the DSM-5. I have a fucking literal biology, introduction biology textbook right here that talks, it has the word trans in it. It talks about trans and how it works and the difference between gender. It's like, what is this book talking about? What is this book talking about?
Hold on, bro. That's not what I'm talking about.
No,
Okay, let
you
me tell
said that.
What
No,
it's
you
talking
said no,
about is
no,
in a
no, no.
medical-
You
in a
said the medical field
emergency,
doesn't.
they're
No,
gonna
no,
ask
no.
if
We're
it
not
has
talking about a
boy
medical
parts.
emergency.
You
We're not
listen
talking
to
about.
what
I'm not
I'm
talking
saying.
about that dumb thing that you want to talk about again. We're not moving to
It
something that
doesn't-
makes you feel
it
more
does not
comfortable.
care
Well,
what you feel like.
I don't care about that dumb
Listen,
point.
Vivian.
It's not the point.
Vivian,
It is
you-
not the point.
Vivian, you have so much double
You want to be-
standards. It's actually
I
amazing.
don't have
And your
any
double
double
standards
standards.
is this: if he's
Guys,
going,
guys,
we're not
guys,
talking about the
no, I
emergency.
don't. I
Why?
don't have
Because
any double
because
standards. No, I don't.
emergency is an
No, I don't.
isolated event, and they will prove me wrong. But let's talk about those isolated events of a woman doesn't have that. Now she's not a female.
Hey, anyway, I've explained that to you. We were talking about
Only if I feel
necessary.
like it.
We were talking about necessary conditions. I was asking for the necessary condition. In a necessary condition, there can be no alternative. So that's what I was talking about. That I'm not claiming any necessary conditionings here.
Right, exactly.
Right? What do you mean exactly?
No, I'm talking about the idea. It's like, okay, so and I'll give you the whole idea is in a case where trans does not matter in the medical industry is if you're having a medical emergency and let's say you are a pregnant male and you're before your due date, they're not going to accept you as a male in an emergency because you are going into labor and they don't have a procedure for a male.
No one
going
said there
into
would.
labor.
No one said there would.
So there goes your little bubble.
Nope, that doesn't prove
And then
anything.
now
Doesn't prove. No one said anything to the contrary.
Why don't you
No,
let
you
him
just
finish?
said there's no conditions that you can be called. You just said the doctors know that you said the doctors know the medical history, but when you write out and you go into an emergency situation, it is determining factor if you're male or female. So it doesn't matter if you go, I'm a trans.
No one
male.
said
They don't
anything.
give a
No
shit
one
what you
said
just
any
said.
of these
They
arguments.
don't care
No one
about
said
trans
anything about
women.
this.
You're a male in there.
No one said anything about these things.
You said trans matters. And you said, no, it don't.
It matters in the world. Yes, it does. Let me ask you something,
It
miss.
matters only
Okay.
if a person is alive and
Ma'am,
they feel disrespected. That's
ma'am,
what
I've got a
it matters.
question. Miss, I got a question. Stop it. Okay.
Right? If they want to complain.
Miss, stop
Only
it.
if they
Okay.
complain.
Calm down, ma'am. Calm down. My whole point was necessary conditions cannot have a condition. That was my point.
You were talking to me. That was awesome. You know, that was so awesome when you were talking to me, calling me miss. I wouldn't do that to you because I'm like, dude, we could go outside as a man because I don't want to be a miss to fight a miss.
I don't. My rule is you shouldn't harm people, not you shouldn't harm them. But you're not taking me anywhere, buddy. I'll lay you down and titty fuck your butt cheeks. Okay, I'll make that perfectly clear to you.
I know you could because you're disciplined. Yeah, you're disciplined. Would you fight any female?
What's that?
Would you ever fight a female?
Would I fight a female?
Would you ever fight a female that called herself a guy and said, "Hey, I'm gonna fuck you up and I'm gonna give it to you"? Yeah.
If that person, willingly wants, if that person, I fight everyone the same way. So I don't know what you mean by that. I'll fight if you
you're
want.
a technical fighter. Oh, okay. I thought you were into like MMA or something.
What do you mean? Yeah, I am. What do you mean? I don't understand what you're saying. I fight.
Why are you talking about? Why are you talking about fighting? I thought we were all about peace, my bro. Here you are talking
What
about
you just said. You just said something about taking me outside. You said something about taking me outside. You said something about taking me outside, bud. You said you would take me outside and not treat me like a girl.
No, okay. So I gave you the idea. If a woman, no, is it appropriate for a woman to hit a guy and a guy go, you know what?
It's not appropriate for anyone to hit anyone.
Yeah,
unless they agree to a fight.
You need to let him finish, because I didn't hear the rest of his stuff. You gotta let him finish too.
He was finished. He stopped talking, and then I answered him.
No, you interrupted him right in the middle of his
maybe
sentence.
Maybe you have a delay. He stopped talking, then I talked.
Probably have the least.
Okay, so here's the question: is like in a situation where a girl slaps a guy because she's heated in an argument, and he goes, you know what? I feel like I'm a girl now, and beats the shit out of her. Are those two girls fighting, or is that a guy beating the shit out of a girl?
Those are people assaulting each other, and they will both be dealt with as the law sees fit.
You cannot classify them as a woman or
it doesn't matter. Assault is assault.
Answer, I guess, and that answers it right.
Assault is assault. They don't take gender or sex into account with a fight.
Take that into consideration, dude. You don't.
No, they don't.
A 6-foot male beating the shit out of a 4-foot female or an elderly woman is an extra charge. Are you stupid?
No, it's not.
That's not extra. You fighting.
What's the charge? What's the charge?
Is extra on you.
Let me ask you something.
Listen to what I'm saying.
I'm going to tell you this much because I actually deal with this. It's like, so listen, if I beat the fuck out of a guy my size and I beat him half to death, and I beat a woman who's 80 years old half to death, the penalties are the same, brother. Like there's no in between. There's no like, oh, you get more time because she was elderly. And now if you want to say like there's certain cases where they might give someone more time because of how bad they did that to an individual in general.
No. The legal precedent in fact is when a judge. No. Hold on. When a legal precedent is a judge weighs out what he's looking at as far as the gruesomeness, and he's weighing out the elements of the case. And if he says that, you know, there's a 268-pound guy that just beat the tar out of a 110-pound guy because he was mad, they do not look at that as the same as two guys getting in a bar fight. They do not judge them the same, and they do not get the same conviction.
Yeah, you're right. It depends on what is being done.
Oh, well, we're changing our minds some more. Okay.
No, we're not. Oh my God, motherfucker. I just explained what you just said, you dummy. Like if I beat the fuck out of someone, doesn't matter who they are. If I beat them up really, really bad, then that comes into play. If we get into a little fight, then that's the thing. But the individual doesn't matter. You're making things up. Now, can a judge feel a certain type of way and maybe do something about something? No, not always. They don't. And it doesn't matter because that motherfucker is going to prison regardless, you dummy.
No, yeah, but the time is actually
no, it's not. It's not. If you kill an old woman by beating her to death, and if I beat you to death, well, I get the same amount of time, dude.
No. Okay, so a boxer who has registered hands gets into a
fight. Okay. Let me stop you right there. There's no such thing. There's no such thing as a registry.
Listen to what I'm saying. You
already said something that's wrong. You cannot.
That's classified as a professional fighter.
No, I'm in this world. No, you cannot.
And he's in the medical field, and you tell him how the medical field is.
And he's wrong. I don't give a fuck. God damn it, you guys are so stupid.
You're not allowed. You do not allow him to tell you how the boxing is done, but you tell him how the medical field is done.
I don't care. I can tell you everything about what I'm not proficient in because it's your field.
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck what you have to say. Your opinion means nothing. You know nothing. There's no such thing as a registry. You do not register your hands as lethal weapons. There's no such thing as that. If you beat the fuck out of somebody, it doesn't matter if you're a boxer.
No, hold on. There's a legal precedent. there's a legal precedent. A boxer in, I think it was 1973, that broke the facial structure of some guy in a bar fight, and he was charged on a different level because he was a professional. Yes, there is a precedent.
No, there's not. No, there's not. No, there's not. No, there's not. No, he got charged with assault. He got charged with assault. No, it's not. You're making that up. No, it's not. You're just saying a thing.
Okay.
It is okay. It is okay. This is literally a discussion that is had.
No,
with,
I mean, I reviewed some court cases that don't mean that.
What? What?
No, there's court cases where it says in detail that the weapons of a professional fighter are not the same because of the hardness of the bones. So that's actually a court case that they've, but it's okay. I mean, we can talk about
No, I'm telling you that you said registry. There is no such thing as a registry. Okay? I have literally.
I didn't say registry.
You did say the words registry. You said registry.
I said you are more liable if you are a professional fighter.
No,
than a
assault is assault. Assault is assault.
Assault is assault. The base point of it, yes, but the thing is, where
and he's wrong.
Hold on,
and he's
where training
wrong.
can make
no,
a
I don't
difference.
listen. No, it's
where
you're
training
wrong.
can
You're
make
just,
a difference
listen to
is
me.
an
I am
enhancement
literally
of deadly weapon.
I don't care what you're saying. It's not true. I know it's not true. I was literally talking about this yesterday with the police that I roll with every single day.
A trained fighter, fist hands can be treated as a deadly weapon for charging purposes, elevating the offense to aggravated assault with deadly weapon. So his hands are treated more of a deadly weapon than compared to a normal human being. That is not a boxer.
No, they're not.
Yeah, it's not. It's
courts look at the manner in which the hands were used, the relative size, strength, and condition of the parties, the defendant's knowledge and skill, the severity of the injury. So all those things are looked at. So what he's saying is not completely false. It's not.
Exactly. So hold on. In the court of law, a judge will never go, "Hey, you call yourself a girl, so I'm going to go easier on you." He's going to go, "You're a guy that's registered to hurt somebody because you're
you don't know what you're talking about, Dave. I don't know what you're.
You just read it. You read it.
No,
did you not understand it?
Yeah, I understood it perfectly.
Okay, good. Now you learned something.
No, I didn't learn anything. You don't know.
Look, in the sentencing aspect. So even if charged at the same level, a judge can consider the boxer's profession and training as an aggregated factor during sentences.
The judge can consider anything, and I already said that.
Yes, I know, but that's where it matters.
Litigation, in illegal cases and precedent, that's the way the judge always goes, is to go, you are a professional in your field at hurting somebody. So when you cause damage to somebody, you should have knew how to control that. You are being charged more severely.
That's not.
And I don't know of a case where they didn't get ordered.
No, that's not.
Or you just read it. Okay,
you're framing it. You're framing it in a different
wrong.
way. You're framing it in a different way than it actually is.
Here's the bottom line. Bottom line.
No,
so situation. Listen. Here's the
situation.
I'm actually pulling up some information here. So the situation. Same serious injury, a broken jaw. So typical charge level is aggravated assault, a felony. A likelihood of heavier treatment for pro boxer, higher, possibly deadly weapon enhancement and harsher sentencing. Untrained. So the situation: untrained person, same industry. So untrained person.
Let's look this up. Will you look up if anyone has been one? Let's just start with this, and it wouldn't surprise me if there was one. Now, has anyone been considered their hands considered deadly weapons?
You gotta have proof. You go look it up.
Well, I can't look it up and talk to you at the same time.
There's a pro boxer that beat the tar out of somebody and killed him.
Yeah, and guess what, motherfucker? He gets manslaughter whether he's a boxer or not.
Somebody
and he's gonna get manslaughter whether he's a boxer or not. That's what you're not getting. He killed somebody.
No, he was charged more severely because he was.
Oh,
he
yeah?
had registered.
He got
he
charged
was
more. Oh
registered
my God, that's
weapons.
so stupid. He killed somebody. You're telling me because he's a boxer, they double charged him? What are you saying?
The charges were more severe. It doesn't
No,
matter.
how much
about,
more
like,
severe?
They were
What does that
after-
even mean? He's being charged with fucking murder.
Okay, so it's like this. It's like some people try to get off on a manslaughter. They went after the murder charge because he was registered. How about that? Now, do you understand English? If he would have been a regular Joe, they would have gave him a manslaughter charge like normally. But because he was a professional and they could prove he could do what he did, they went after the murder charge and they got it.
Ooh,
Do you know why?
good.
Because the jury
Because he's a
said,
murderer.
the
Because he's a murderer.
The jury, no, the
No,
jury
it's
said,
because
hey,
he's a murderer.
Oh no,
It's
the
because
jury.
he's a murderer.
No,
It's
the
because he
jury
murdered a
said,
guy.
no. You're
No,
missing
yeah,
the
it's because he
point.
murdered. No, I'm not.
With a deadly weapon. Is
Yeah, it
not,
doesn't
is the
matter.
difference. Manslaughter and a deadly weapon is the difference between what your hands can do and what you've
Right.
already done with them.
So are you truly
You don't
implying
understand
if the
either?
guy are you truly implying if the guy wasn't a professional but
He
still
would have been lesser
clearly
charged.
no. If he beat someone to death because he's not a professional, you think he'd be lessly charged?
Dude, did you understand what I said? Manslaughter.
Yeah, I
is
did,
putting
and it's
me-
stupid. And it's
Hold on,
stupid.
here's
Here's a prime example.
No,
So
dude, you
even
can
even
prove it down.
Garcia in Texas,
stupid. You're just
2024, most direct recent example. So professional boxer from League City country area, he is arrested in College Station for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon after allegedly beating a woman he met at the bar, causing multiple injuries. So if he would not be a professional boxer, he would just get aggravated assault. But because he's a professional boxer, they classified his hands as a deadly weapon. There's a
It's
difference.
legal
Okay.
term.
Yeah, I understand. Listen, once again.
Oh,
you're
okay, so now
reading
we got to
something-
change our mind.
No, I didn't change my mind. Once again, I already agreed to you that court cases happen. But what I'm trying to get clear to you is the thing you're talking about doesn't, motherfucker, if you keep laughing, I will track you down and butt fuck your cheeks, dude. I swear to God, I'll put my dick in your asshole.
So that's why you don't mind the trans woman,
Yeah.
right?
I
Vivian.
hope you got ass, dude, because I want to enjoy this.
You would do it anyway, but it's not. So there, don't.
But anyway, I'm just messing around. But the point I'm making here is that, like, yeah, you're talking about people like what the guy bait the
You
guy,
just
people
said
to
that
death.
there's no registry and there's no such thing.
No,
and it's
there's
all the
not
same
a
charge.
there is
And
no
you-
such thing. There is no such
You
thing as a registry.
said, hold on, I'm reiterating what you said. You said there's no registry, there's no difference, and there's no difference in opinion. And it says the courts have an opinion about hands being lethal weapons, which is a registry. It is a registry.
isn't.
If you say
No,
a
it's not a
weapon is
registry.
charge
It's
of
not a registry. If they were, well, then how
Okay,
come?
hold on, it's a
How come all
classification,
of
my
the pro
bad.
fighters at my gym
Okay,
are not
good.
registered right now?
Okay, you don't like that word. Let's change it. So the point is, you didn't.
Yeah, I don't
think
like
that
things that
fighting
are
meant
not.
anything.
I like
You
what?
didn't think fighting professionally meant anything, and now you were proven wrong. What else? do
No,
you wanna
that's
be
not
proven
what I
wrong
said.
about?
That's not what I said.
You said there's no difference between a pro fighter. Don't lie, and that's. I was like, yes, there is, and you were like, no, there's
No.
not.
No, I was
Okay,
making the
now here
point.
we go.
No, listen, I was making the point. There's no difference when you beat someone to death.
Yes, there is a difference in
No,
a
there's not.
manslaughter.
No, there's not. No, there's
Listen,
not.
listen,
No,
listen.
I don't want to listen to you. You
Listen
don't
to
know what you're
I'm
talking about.
saying.
I don't want to. You
Slow
don't know what you're
down.
talking
You're gonna look
about.
Let him
stupid again.
respond.
Hold
You
on.
asked him a question.
Hold
Let him
on.
respond, bro.
There's a
I
difference in
didn't ask
charging
any
between
question. I didn't
manslaughter.
ask a question. I did not ask a question.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, what?
Yeah, you did.
No,
Let me
I
answer it.
didn't.
Let me answer it, please.
No, what
There's a
question did I ask?
difference. There's the
What
difference
question
is-
did I ask? What
You said there's
question
no
did I ask?
difference in a fighter in a
That's
murder
not a
charge.
question. That's not a
There's
question.
no difference in a murder charge. And I was
That's
like,
not
yes,
a
there is.
question.
Like, there is.
That's not a question.
You said it was a fighter has no difference in a murder charge between a regular guy. That's what you were getting at. And I was like, yes, there is. And I was going to
Yeah.
prove it until you ran your mouth. Is it
Oh,
okay
so
if
you're
I
not
tell
gonna
you
prove it
now?
now?
So a
So you're not
regular
gonna prove
guy
it now?
gets in a fight and kills somebody. They kill somebody and get charged with manslaughter. a professional fighter gets in the same fight, he gets charged with capital 1 murder because he's
this is where you're
known
missing.
to
This
do
is
what
where
he did.
you're wrong.
That's
There's no
the difference
guarantee.
between
There's
a
no
fighter-
guarantee
you said
either
there's
way of
no
this.
difference.
There's no guarantee either way of those. There's no guarantee that the person will get
You're
off of
Guaranteed.
manslaughter.
You
you're
can get upgraded easily.
guaranteed- You
Yeah,
are
okay. But you could also just like look.
Yeah, look at the
listen,
children.
there have been cases where people. There have been cases where people are professional fighters,
That is
not
the
killed somebody
precedent.
and
That's
got
the legal
manslaughter.
precedent.
What's your point?
It's the legal precedent that
Okay.
if you're a professional fighter,
I'm going
you are not.
I'm going to
trained.
say this.
You said
I'm going to
we
say
are.
this again. I'm going to say this again and fucking listen. Okay? There have been fighters that have killed somebody by fighting them, like you know what you're talking about, and gotten off with
Okay,
manslaughter.
now we're going like there was girls with dicks. Okay, cool.
Yeah, that's not what I
Yeah,
said.
cool.
So
there was
that's fine.
murderers like maybe who did it and got off.
Yeah, exactly. Well, okay.
Yeah,
let
so
me ask you
nothing
something.
bad.
Oh my
It
God.
doesn't matter if they're a girl.
Do you have children? Do you have children? Please
Look,
tell me no. Please tell me
I
no.
think we ought to just have fun, man. My bad. I'm not trying to rile you up.
You're
I'm
not
not trying to rile you up, man.
don't know what
I got
you're
a whole
talking
team
about.
over here. What you talking about, man?
The difference between me and you is like I actually know the thing you're
So
talking about.
far, I have not heard one buddy. Hold on. So far, you have not proven one thing right.
Oh my God.
Not
Yes,
one.
I have. Yes, I have. I've proven everything I've said right. You have
Name
just
one
misconstrued the
thing.
things I've said. You misconstrued the
Yeah,
things
you've
I've said.
proven that you believe what you believe.
What? No.
You
No.
believe
Oh
what you
my God.
believe. I said in the medical industry, the only thing that matters. Hold on. I said in the medical industry, the matter of information is basis 1. It's either male or female. And you said genitalia, and you were like, "That's not what I'm talking about." So then we will move on to
you
fight.
can't even keep
And then you're
straight
like,
the things we're
fighter isn't
talking
the
about.
same. It's
It
the
is so
same.
hilarious. Hey, can I just tell you my since Claire, which one of these things do you want me to clarify? Because I will clarify it right now so you can understand what I'm saying.
The skeletons.
Huh?
Yeah, the skeletons that have some anomaly and it makes all girls and guys the same. Do that one.
I didn't say that. Okay, but here, okay, I'll do that. I'll help you out. You were putting a proposition that
No, I
there's
don't want to do it. Please, no. I submit. Hey, I'm tapping out. I'm tapping
Yeah,
out.
you
Dom.
better
You got
tap
me on
out.
that one because you're stronger
better
on this
tap
one. But you know what? I'm coming back for more. I know, man, because you're such a big guy, dude. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
I'm
I
telling
am.
you, big boy.
I can hear in your voice that your dad never hugged you.
I like you too. You guys are fun.
Yeah, I could hear in your voice that your dad never hugged you.
I
What's
didn't
your point?
even have a dad, man. So I'm like,
That's pretty much what I just said. But anywho, yeah, you were making
nailed it. What are you, is it okay if I
you
call
were
Dr. Phil?
Dr.
Can I call you
Phil.
Can I call you
Dr.
Phil, man?
You
Tell
can
I
call me Phil because I fill
No,
up
not
your
Dr.
mama's
Phil.
booty.
I just want to call you Phil, man.
Fill up
you
your
fill
mama's
up a dude's
booty.
booty too. That's not cool. But you know,
That is okay if
keep
you
your
want
hands
to do
yourself,
that,
man, because you fight.
Yeah, I'll come over there. I'll spread those butt cheeks.
I know it's okay with you. It's not okay with me. I'm okay with
I know
consent.
it's
No
no.
consent.
I'm going to be breaking the law when I do it.
Not fat
I'm
enough
going to be
ass
breaking
right
the law. I'm going to be breaking the law when I do it. It's fine.
You don't wanna make yourself known as a male rapist.
Well,
Come
you
on.
know, if you wear a wig, you can
Come on,
Well,
Vivian.
well,
You already told us. You already told us that
gonna
you
be
do
a
not know
guy.
if you're a male or not. And
I
now
never
you're
said
trying
that.
to
I
you're
never
trying to
said that.
identify
I never
yourself
said that.
as a
I
female
never said
or
that.
a
I
male
never said those
rapist.
words. I never said those words.
You have earlier. That
I
you're
did-
not
I did not say
you're
those
not-
words.
You're
I
not
didn't.
sure.
In
You're not
fact,
sure how a male
actually,
feels.
it's actually funny you say that because the professor of bodies asked me specifically what I was, and I told him.
Yeah, you said you're
I'm a
not
cis.
sure.
I'm a cis. No, I didn't. I said I'm a cis straight male, and you know what was interesting? Because he's actually in the medical field and actually understands what I'm talking
Yes, okay, I remember that one. But then you said that you do not know if you feel like a male. Or do you feel like
I
a
didn't
male?
say that.
Do you
I
feel
didn't
like a
say
male?
that. I didn't say that.
Do you feel like a male or you?
What
No,
is
no,
it?
he's in the medical field that cares about your feelings. There's a medical field that
Oh.
doesn't care how you feel. That's
Are
what
you
I'm
talking about? That
Servants
guy was.
is-
That guy's an actual professor, and you're not jack shit. I don't even believe you're in the medical field. I'll be real with you. I mean, I could believe you're a nurse because
No,
you
that's
have
okay,
about the
but
knowledge.
I'm
You have
saying-
about the knowledge
I'm
of a
just saying,
nurse.
in a medical emergency, I didn't say I was a doctor. Come on, man. Why
I
you
didn't
gotta
say
be
you
mean
said.
to
I
me,
didn't
man?
say
I
you
thought we were
said you
supposed to be
was a
cool,
doctor.
Phil. Come on, Phil.
Are we not cool, dude?
Phil, man, don't we give hugs? Don't hug me down there, though, man. Don't grab my ass, but give me a bro hug, man. Come on.
I'm gonna bro hug you and grab that ass.
Can't we just be getting along? No, man. Fist bump. Boop. No, thank you.
You too,
I didn't.
Alphonse.
By the way, I didn't just say you were a doctor.
Hey, your girl's gonna get mad at you, man. Stop it.
Why don't you tell me what you are then? I didn't say you were a doctor, but what are you then? What are you in the medical field?
No. Well, you know, they say don't disclose all kinds of crazy. Stop it, man.
There's
We
no
don't
way.
talk
There's
like
no
that.
way to know who you are.
Just to say,
simply
like,
by
you know,
that.
coroner.
So I didn't. No one knows
Bullshit.
who you are. No one knows your
Have you seen
name.
what they can do?
You think someone can find you
I
because you
don't
say
care.
that
Well,
you're
you
a
know
nurse?
what? Like I said,
I said
you
I'm
say
in the
you
martial
fight,
arts.
man. I'm not going to ask who's the last opponent, and I don't care about that, man. And I'm not going to give out too much information. But no,
Well,
yeah,
that information would you simply saying what you do is no information. I don't know your name. I don't know who you are.
We cannot
just said I was
verify
in the
if he's gonna
medical-
say yes
I-
or no. So it's irrelevant. Just listen
Yeah,
to
it
the
doesn't
points and
matter what I
ideas.
say. I can say I'm a doctor, and you're going to go, no, you're not. You don't
You're
sound like
definitely
a
not a
doctor.
doctor.
No,
You're
it
not a
doesn't matter.
doctor.
Well, if he says yes
Yeah,
or no,
how do
it's
you know?
irrelevant.
I can tell because you just the way
Yeah,
you're
so
saying
whatever I
words.
say, I can say I'm an astronaut. You're going to know you are.
No, because you don't talk like the way that someone that's an astronaut would talk.
No, I talk like a
Every-
human being.
every
dog.
doctor
Well,
talks
do I have
in
to
their own
talk like
way.
I'm in the
No. For
Yeah, do I
instance,
gotta
our
talk like
our
I'm in
friend that was on
like an
earlier,
office?
he asked me the technical terms. He said, "Are you a cis straight male?" I said, "Yes, that's exactly what I am." You see how he doesn't
Because
even
he gives
believe
a
in those
shit
terms.
about how you're feeling. I said I deal with the part that doesn't care about how you
No, you
feel. It cares
don't.
about how you work. Okay, no, you don't. You're not a fighter.
Okay, well, you can come down. And we can figure that out.
Yeah, well, you know what? I can admit you into the place that you need to go. How about that?
Yeah, where's that?
Hey, man, like I said, we're just.
Are you a flat earther? Are you a flat earther too?
Flat earther? What's that?
Yeah, someone who believes it's flat.
Is that like the Egyptian tombs that have a flat earth and they made stuff that we can't make? Those guys?
Oh, so he is a flat earther.
No. I made you a postulated question. Do you think you can do something that we couldn't even measure until 1964 with laser technology? That they could build something that even today there's nobody would have a doubt in their mind. We would struggle like hell with it with our machinery, and yet those people
not true.
thought we lived on a flat earth. It's kind of crazy that
None of those
advanced
things
people
you're
in
saying
the
are true.
world, all over the world. Hold on. Everybody in every advanced civilization, like the Mayans and all
So
these
you are a
temples
flat
and, like,
earther.
the
Wow.
Indian-
I'm glad.
Hold on. They give evidence of a flat earth. None of them believe in a round earth. Not one of them. So how do you think that goes over? Are you calling them stupid?
We've
even
known
though
the
they
Earth.
do stuff-
We've known the Earth is a spheroid for about 2,500 years at least.
No, we haven't. They believe that.
Yes, we
in the
have.
sense- No, they believe that recently. You're talking about when they started
No.
inventing the telescope shit. Yes, sir.
No,
It was
no.
theory.
Eratosthenes proved the Earth was round in a spheroid 2,500 years ago using
No, that was
sticks.
16. This is 16 something, man. or the
Servants.
15s. That-
Servants,
you're-
do you think we landed on moon? Do you think we got
Oh,
into outer space?
No, man, no.
Huh?
No, we didn't.
Oh man,
Now,
I didn't know
what?
she was
They
still here.
had one- they
I'm
had
just listening.
that they had the iPhones. Everybody had iPhones, and not one of them, not one video, not one photograph behind the moon, not one. That sounds pretty suspect to me.
Well, hold on. What do you mean? We have plenty of photographs in International Space Station. There's some pictures
Mhm.
out there where there's a flag
There's
on
also
the moon
Photoshop.
and all the rest of the things.
Yeah, but they claim that not one image is not enhanced, not one of them. And NASA even puts that as a
That's not
disclaimer.
true. It's not
No,
true.
Go to the NASA site and look it up. It says every.
Okay, I know. Let me stop you right there because I already know
what.
what you're talking about.
Oh,
okay,
now we're
okay.
going
Is
to-
enhanced
no.
and changed?
Aren't you a fighter?
Same
are you
thing
an
or no?
astronaut?
Like, let's say if it's enhanced.
Yeah, I've
does it
been
mean
a fan of the NASA
Astrology?
since I was a child. Yeah.
Look, if it's
you
enhanced,
believe the
does it mean that it is distorted and it's not true? Like, let's say if it's
Yeah,
enhanced.
no, they're composites, and he just doesn't know what the word composite means.
Bibian, why didn't we ever come back to Moon?
We did. We went back there a few months ago.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you didn't watch that?
Where's
Okay, so how come there's no footage of leaving the thing?
There's no what?
How come the most popular thing you could ever do, there's no footage of them leaving the space station when it goes and it depressurizes and they come out? How come there is not one photo or a video of them doing that? That's the most coolest thing you see on the movies is when they come out of that thing. But there's not one video of them doing it ever.
I'm
And there's
confused what you're
bubbles
saying. There's not a
sometimes that
video of?
floats in the screen. Those
Those
weird.
are not bubbles. Those are not bubbles. What that actually is.
No, there's bubbles in them.
No, that's not bubbles.
They show
No,
them that they're directional.
No, they're not
and they
bubbles.
detect
What
it.
that is the condensation.
Okay, you were up there?
Yeah, I was there. No, there's condensation builds up. Okay.
When you stop fighting, you get
Yeah, you can do more than one thing. It's actually funny you say that because my coach, his parents, both are astronauts. They both been in space.
around.
Huh? Kung Fu is actually easier in space, but anyway, it's like, but yeah, no, but anyway, it's funny you say that because my coach, yeah, both of his parents are astronauts. They've been in space. Pretty crazy.
And man, you can still go.
Huh? Anyway, yeah, no, so those aren't bubbles.
Yeah,
What
I bet. You know, it's like they went up to space, like the singer.
are you? Yeah, they went into low Earth orbit, which is technically
Katy Perry
space. Yeah,
and stuff like that.
Yeah.
They went up to space, right?
yeah, they did. They went into low Earth orbit, which is space. Why is that weird?
when did they go this
Gotcha.
year?
When did they go? It was a few months ago.
Do you remember the date?
Yeah, it was actually April 1st.
Cool.
Yeah, it was yeah, because I remember that because it was on April 1st, April Fool's Day, easy to remember.
Was
Okay,
it
so-
true
so-
or April Fool's?
Yeah, right? Yeah.
April Fool's.
Well, it's funny you say that because they were actually, the mission originally was scheduled 2 weeks earlier, and then there was some weather got in the way. They had to reschedule it. So, they weren't even originally scheduled for that, but that was the next available day that they could map out clear weather.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. This is the lowest rank of things,
You know what?
is the people that don't believe in,
that
like,
one with the Challenger that blew up and the twins, like
what?
no, we're just conversating.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
just
I know,
having
I didn't hear you. I
conversations
just didn't hear
about,
you.
Like the Challenger, I did
Uh-huh.
verify one part of this. Now they said the Challenger blew up and it. No, the can you hear me now?
I can, so far.
Okay, so the Challenger blew up, and then they said that they qualified that 3 of the members of that crew had identical twins. 3 of the Challenger crew members had identical twins, and they were in the same field. And you can look it up as somebody's a professor. The lady, there's a professor that
Yeah.
she looks the same, has
Yeah.
her name, I think, is her
Yeah,
middle
yeah.
name, is her first name
Yeah.
instead. But there's those anomalies. Do you ever look at that as a
Well, this is what I'll tell you, that I don't know about that, and I bet you anything it's not real. But even if
Do you
it
think
is, doesn't mean anything.
it's real?
Huh?
Okay, I was just wondering if there's some information that makes you go questioning the way things work, kind of like you know how centrifugal force works, right? And it's like that's a physics law that we deal with here on Earth.
Sure.
But yet the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, and the deepest part of the ocean is not the equator for whatever reason. Physics doesn't care about the rotation of the Earth for some reason. Do you have a reason for that?
Well, one, the Earth is spinning the equivalent of
Is that not your
24
field?
hours.
You're not a
yeah,
surfer?
a surfer. Yeah, I don't surf. Surf them booty cheeks. But anyway, no, it's yeah, man. Like, yeah, no, I would say it takes. It's a Earth spin.
Yeah,
at about,
look at him, man. What the
What?
guys don't do it.
yeah. Anyway, yeah, yeah. No, that's, well, I don't know why you have a problem with people, but anyway.
1,000 miles an hour.
No, yeah, it's the equivalent of one day, 24 hours. So I don't know what you're saying. What's your point?
25,000 circumference, so it's more than 1,000 miles an hour.
That well, first of all, speed is relative, but so it's relative to what is it moving that speed?
Centrifugal force would mean that at the equator, because of centrifugal force.
What's that?
No. It's like when you have a hubcap on a car and you put water in the center of the hubcap, it shoots out. It never will go, hey.
Oh. Well, yeah. Well, no. If you're asking why water doesn't shoot out, it's because
applies.
If you're asking why water doesn't shoot out, it's because gravity is holding it down.
No. I'm saying, how come the deepest part of the ocean isn't at the equator? Because that would be centrifugal.
I mean, do you want to Google it?
But,
Do you just want to Google it?
The idea that the equator should be the deepest part of the ocean because of centrifugal force is one thing that science does not know how to answer. Can you get an answer to that one?
Well, we can Google
relative.
it.
You can't say speed is relative because it's not. You're talking about physics.
No, speed is relative because you got to be like to
well,
what?
It wants you to. It'll lie to you. I said a
What?
hubcap spinning. You could put water in the center of a hubcap, and as soon as you spin it, it goes. That's called centrifugal force. Now,
okay, let me help you out. Let me help you out with
spinning
something.
at 1,000 miles an hour, going
It's
behind
spinning.
sun. That's going
relative to
100 miles
what?
an hour.
Relative to what is it spinning that fast?
So
Relative to what is it spinning that fast?
The Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour and rotating
Relative to
around the
what?
sun.
It's spinning at that
Okay,
speed
the
relative to what?
sun's position, according to science, is it'll stay in one place, right?
Well, everything is expanding, but to us, it is standing.
The Earth is turning, right?
The Earth is spinning and revolving.
Okay, it's turning pretty fast, it's like 1,000 miles an hour. Still
Well,
with me?
it's about one Earth day. It's about 4 hours. You know, like you ever
Yeah.
watch the sun? You see how slow that motherfucker
Okay,
moves?
so it's going 1,000 miles an hour now.
Yeah, relative to what is it going that?
Right. So
Uh-huh.
no, not really. But I do see. Now, here's what I'm saying is like, so centrifugal force would say that we're spinning at over 1,000 miles an hour.
Hey, can I just?
Because
I
you
can
can
answer
track
this
it with the
question. It's
moon
called
and the sun.
inertia.
Okay. You broke up.
Oh, I'm
broke
sorry.
up
Can
a
you
little
hear
bit,
me?
my bro?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hello,
we can,
hello.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I can hear you now.
Can you hear me now?
Servant,
I can't.
you're having a connection issue for some reason. I mean,
Oh.
your connection seems to be strong, but some of the packets are getting lost according to my stuff here. BBN connection is fine. I don't lose any packets.
Okay. All right. Well, no, but the answer is if you can hear me. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Well, what's his name? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can
Okay.
hear you.
Yeah. No, it's called inertia. Okay. Like, have you ever?
I got you.
Yeah. Have you ever been in a plane, a car? Like a plane moves. Like, if you ever been?
No. Okay, so
Okay,
the
no, hold on.
inertia doesn't account for.
It's like, well, yeah, it
No,
does.
no.
But if you like, listen.
You're going the wrong direction.
Nope. I'm not. This is exactly the right direction. So, a plane, like average plane, moves anywhere from 450 to 600 miles an hour, like on a commercial plane, right? So we'll just cut it. We'll say 550 miles an hour. Okay. When you're in a plane and it stabilizes, you notice that you can get up, you can walk around, you can literally throw a ball. Like nothing's really moving. That's called inertia. That's the reason why the Earth is the way it is. That's why we don't really feel it.
Now, hold on. You're not accounting for the force it's taken to move that object that's staying feeling still. Because if you were to jump out of that object, the resistance of the Air Force and your trajectory would be based on your speed. But at that, if you were to take that into account, you would say that clouds can only travel in one direction because of the rotation of the Earth.
Clouds are moving
Now,
with
if a
the
cloud
Earth. The
is going
clouds are moving with the Earth.
Hold on, I'm going to postulate something with you. Now, you're looking at the higher you go, the less atmospheric pressure there is and the less density of air until there's nothing there and you get out to outer space. So you're saying that a molecule that is, let's say, H2O, and it is like a vapor, water vapor, looks like clouds. Now, how can a cloud go faster than 1,000 miles an hour and slow up, reducing its speed below 1,000 miles an hour to go any direction, however the wind feels like, on a rotational object when the waters can go any direction and they do not conform at the equator from centrifugal force. Now, those are science cannot answer that. Can
Okay.
you?
Well, once again, inertia explains all these things, and I don't know the thing you're postulating. I don't know if that's true. Let's Google it.
Okay, let's see if they want to tell us
So
the truth.
if it confirms what you say, Google's right. If it doesn't, Google's lying. Got it.
No. I'm saying so. Let's postulate something. Let's say we're not spinning. Okay, so here's something that I got a good question. Is I know an astrophysicist, and I talked to him, and this is what he said. He's like, well, if we were traveling behind the sun and we're doing, let's say, 1,000,000 miles an hour, you would kind of understand that per night you would have a different constellation setup, kind of. Now, the problem with that is we have thousands of years of constellation understanding that are in the same place. If we're moving at 1,000 miles or 1,000,000 miles an hour behind the sun, going through, the Milky Way, you would think at some point our constellations would change
They do.
a little bit.
They do.
But they
Yeah, they
don't.
do.
No, they don't.
Yeah, they
no,
do.
because no. Hold on.
No,
Let me give you a
just
fact.
Google that. We'll Google
Now,
that. Ask do the constellations change.
Hold on.
You
In
already
those
made a
temples,
claim. You
and
already
even
made a
in-
claim. You
Hold
already made a
on.
claim.
Let me make the
You
claim.
just
I'm gonna
did. You
make the
said they
claim.
don't
Hold on.
change.
No,
Nope.
you didn't hear me.
Did he not just
You
say
didn't
that?
hear me. I'm saying in the temples, in all these major temples that we can't even build, it has the same
No, they don't.
constellations that we see today.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do. Orion is the same way that Giza
It's
set up. Don't think you're
it's
tripping.
all very, very similar, but it's not exactly the same.
Oh yeah. At 1,000,000 miles an hour for 3,000 years, it's not going to look a little different.
It takes a lot longer than that for most things.
Oh, 1,000,000 miles an hour for 3,000 years.
I
You don't think something
understand
might
big
change?
numbers scare
No,
you, but
well,
that doesn't mean it.
well, no, you're believing maybe a lie, and it's like, okay, so let's say nothing moves. That
It
sounds more
doesn't.
probable to me because nothing's
I've
moving.
already explained inertia to you.
No, I'm explaining the constellation
you're
settings
wrong.
to you. Go
I
look it up.
have.
There's no constellation that has changed.
There are
ever.
slight changes in constellations. Yes, there are.
Oh, here we go. Okay, so maybe if
The
you
North
draw
Star,
it and it's
the
like a
North Star we
millimeter-
have now
maybe,
hasn't always
maybe.
been the North Star.
It has been the North Star as long as we've known it.
Maybe, but
As long as recorded
it
history
hasn't
has
always
been,
been
we know
that.
it's been that. Oh, we don't have no record of it being
Because we can
different. How do
track
you
it.
know?
We can
You're
track these
guessing
things.
it.
We can track the progression. No,
You're
not
guessing
guessing.
it,
We
dude.
can track it. No, we're
You're
tracking. No,
guessing.
we're tracking it and making predictions.
Well, let's say this. Are you saying you're 100% sure
Nothing
that,
is
let's say in a
100%
movie,
sure ever.
Hold on. I know. Let's say, follow with me. In a movie setting, let's say there was something like a God that wanted to have a relationship and wants to make a family, but he wants a family that loves him because they choose to. So he makes this movie and he makes it all happen. Now he knows everything that's going to happen because, of course, he's God. Does this sound like a bad movie
I didn't
to
like
watch?
Passion of the Christ.
And he made no. I said he made everything. Like he made like where the sun is, so we could have the sun and it's balanced. It can burn us at certain times, but in certain places of the earth, it's always paradise. So it's like we got a cool place. Would you say that movie has to be fiction based on the reality that we live in a place where the DNA structure shows a fingerprint because it's in everything, even in the things that don't make sense? Because I get into the idea that, I don't know if you know what plasma is, but the fourth element, when you get into metals, they do something really interesting. And when you have oxidation, it makes some things impossible, like helium. So there's no way you can say, like celestially, that the evolution makes sense in any way, shape,
Are we
or form
talking about
at
evolution
all.
now?
Because no, I'm breaking down an idea that you think we're a ball spinning.
Oh,
So I'm going to prove to you that the salinity even of the earth is like it's getting more salty. That's what that means.
I'd
So the
rather not
water's
talk
getting
about
saltier.
evolution if we're going to be talking about the spin error because that has nothing to do with it.
No,
Yeah.
spinning earth. Let's
Yeah.
go spinning
Okay,
earth.
yeah. No, you know how we know
So-
that we're spinning? Because have you ever seen the sun and the moon
Hold
moving?
on. Hold on. You said that inertia is the account for
I didn't
everything.
say everything,
You
but I
realize
said
there's
it's account for the
two
thing you're asking about.
Hold
Well, you're mischaracterizing
Hold
what I'm
on.
saying. I'm going to correct you.
Okay, no. I'm saying, okay, so I'm going with your inertia idea, and there's waters that are separated by salinity. Now, if inertia was a real thing, you would think things would mix continually, because that's what inertia means. It's continually doing it, and that's why it acclimates. So if something doesn't acclimate, there's got to be a reason for it. Now, I would say, like, if we look at like gravity, like that's a
Yep.
thing, and I would say density
Yep.
and buoyancy. Let's say when you jump into water, you're
Yeah,
going to sink
no.
unless
Now you're going into
Unless
density things.
your
Things fall
density-
down because of gravity.
no, things go up because of density.
No.
Ooh, yes, they do. Helium rises. Why? Density.
Maybe it's a lot. It's lighter.
Gravity doesn't pull. Gravity does not pull
That's
helium
because
down.
that's
ever.
because helium is
Never.
lighter than the force of gravity.
Oh, well, I think it's density. Like when you blow out hot air, it goes up. Prove me wrong.
No one
You
says
can't.
it doesn't.
No, I'm saying, like, you can't prove density isn't what makes the world have.
No,
its
I
ability
can
to
prove
stick
density.
to it.
Okay, when I drop anything that saw a pencil, it goes down for gravity. It's not density.
Okay, you want me to prove your theory wrong?
I want you, as long as you're talking about the pencil that I just said.
Okay, so let's say you take a pencil and you go up to the biggest mountain you can find, and now the density of that mountain should proclaim that the gravity's force shall pull it towards the densest part. Now, in a mountain range, the density, the most densest part on some of the mountain peaks will be at an angle. If you drop that pencil, it will never go at an angle. It will go straight down.
That's
because
simple,
it's all
because
about,
that's because the gravity is not. It doesn't. The gravity doesn't
Density.
work because of the mountain. No, it's
Buoyancy.
not buoyancy. It's because
it's electromagnetic and
Nope.
buoyancy.
Okay, I'm just gonna let me ask you this. If it was, let's just say, if it was density, okay? If I drop a pencil right now at my waist and it falls down, you're saying its density is the reason why it went down?
Yeah, the
No,
fibers.
I'm
'cause
asking you a
here's
question,
how
yes or no. Is density the reason it went down?
Okay, so let me give you a
I'm
technical
asking you
term
a
for
question.
density.
Well, I know what it is. Right, it's fine. I
No,
definitely
you
do.
don't.
Okay,
You
well,
have
shut
no
up and
idea.
answer my question.
No,
Just
you don't.
no,
You want me to
answer my
prove it?
question. Would it go down because of density?
So far, you've never been proving me right or wrong so far. I'm just gonna be honest.
Says
Sure you wanna do this?
But okay. No,
Does anybody agree? Did he beat me on anything yet?
I've been destroying you on all this shit, but if they definitely. Yeah.
You did, man. You boxed me like you do,
Yeah,
like in
I
real
did.
life, man. You beat me.
It's
up.
real easy, but that's not the point. You're obfuscating. My point being here is, like, so does it?
Okay, so the pencil's density to me is like, I would say, yeah, it's like if you drop that pencil
No,
into
that's not
water,
I'm
what would
asking.
it do?
I'm not asking you about that.
Based
I'm asking
on-
right now.
You said that if you drop the
I didn't say
pencil at
anything about
waist
water.
value,
I'm asking you, is it going down because of density?
I said
Okay,
yes.
so the answer is
already.
yes. Okay, why is it going down? But why is it
Density,
density?
you
No, okay,
just
but
answered the
why
question.
down? No.
Okay, so
why
here's my
down?
idea: is like
Why
when you
down?
look at
Why is it going down?
You asked me a question.
Why
Let
is
me
it
answer.
going down?
Let me answer your question. Can I
If you
answer
answer
the
it
question?
right,
Okay, so here we are looking at the subatomic level into the molecule. Okay, so you look at let's say the nucleus of an atom
okay.
has
Let me
electrons
ask you
running
this, 'cause
around it.
you're now.
Hold on, I'm
gonna
going to
ask
give you
this
I'm going to
instead.
give you a simple.
Are you saying that the air below the pencil is less dense? That's why it went down.
No, I'm saying the electrical resistance of
That has nothing to do
the
with density.
atoms. Oh, are you sure? Because I can explain it, and I think you're going to look stupid again. But you sure you want to play it?
I'm going to ask you this question again. Okay, is it going down?
I just said, yeah, the density of material.
But why down?
There
Why
is the
down?
reason why it
Why
falls.
doesn't it fall down? Or excuse me, why does it fall down?
Okay, so there's this stuff called air, and it's
Right,
not as
right.
dense
Okay,
as
so let me
wood.
ask you this. Let me ask
There's
you
no
this.
gravity.
How come that pencil doesn't go up then?
The density of the fiber, if it was less
Why
dense, like let's
doesn't
say
the
the
pencil
aerogel,
fall up? No,
you can make
can't.
it fall up. Yeah, you can. Don't be stupid. If you superheat that thing, it will turn into a plasma
Okay,
and
that's-
blow away. Don't think you're fucking with somebody who doesn't know
you're
about
a fucking
physics.
idiot. You don't believe in gravity. Shut up.
You only know how to fight, dude, and you don't do that
well,
well.
come
Do
find
you?
out, bud.
You're gonna beat me, and I'm gonna get a better charge out of it.
Now, if you come, I have a waiver at
Oh.
my gym. If you sign the waiver, it's on. That's on you.
Oh, wait a minute. There's no difference. Why would you have a waiver when you can just be as normal as everybody else? There's no difference. You just fought that case, dude.
What?
Why? You know there's a difference. Why
Because
would you fight that
assault
case?
is
You just
illegal.
like fighting? Yeah, but if you're a registered fighter, you're in worse shape. And you
I'm
can
not
say no
getting
all
into
you
that.
want, but
You don't
proved it.
believe that the Earth is fucking around, you idiot. Like, so let's talk about that. Let's talk.
I didn't
It's what
say
you've
that.
been saying this whole time.
No, I'm just arguing with you,
Oh,
dude. I
no,
can argue both points.
Can't.
I can tell you
No,
why
you
the
can't.
moon
You
works.
made none of your points that made sense.
Okay, watch this. Watch this. I'm going to prove something to you that's a fact, and you're going to go look at it and go, "Oh, that's interesting." Do you realize that the moon's light is actually colder?
Oh my
It actually
fucking
radiates a
God.
cooling. Hold
No,
on.
I
It's a
already
fact.
know
Oh,
about
hold on.
this.
You can
Listen, man, you don't know who
No,
you're
you don't.
talking
Hold
to, dude. Listen,
on.
I listen to nonstop flat
Oh,
earther
okay.
debate.
Big guy.
It's my
Pull it
guilty
out,
pleasure.
man.
It's what Serge would. It's what Serge
Okay, so
would
why does
say.
it do that?
It's what Serge would say is my
Why
my
does it do that?
sin, the
Don't
thing
tell
that
me
I
how
keep
good you are. Tell
saying
me
no
why.
to doing.
Show me why it does it.
What's that now?
Tell me why at the horizon also that the moon gets bigger because they don't know. But can
What's
you
the
tell me that one too?
horizon?
Tell me all the mysteries that they
What's
don't
that
know.
now? Which one of these?
Tell me all.
Which one of these things are you talking about now?
Tell me any of them. I want to know why the moon is colder. Can you tell me why the moon is colder?
That's called radiate cooling, I believe.
Oh, you're talking about the sun is actually producing it's radiating off of something and it's making a cooling effect. You're talking about something that's giving off energy is making something lose energy. That's actually contradictory to all
Would
of known
you like to
physics.
just Google it? Would you like to just Google it?
Hold on.
So you
It's called the law of
don't want to
conservation.
Google
I
it?
don't think you understand. No, I don't think you understand what you're playing.
Do you want to
with.
Google
You're
it?
just believing what you
Do you want to Google it?
I don't think you can read something and understand it and be the same
You
thing.
want to Google it?
Do you want to explain it because you don't know how? Or do you want it to explain it because you don't know how?
Yeah, that's fine. I'm not exactly entirely sure. I said I think it's radio cooling, but let's Google it and figure it out.
Okay, so Google.
I know this
Google
argument, and I know that there's a reason for it.
Well,
Yeah,
but we don't know
let's
what
Google
it
it.
is. But you
Let's
know
Google
everything else. But hold on. How come the moon looks bigger at horizon and then it gets
Google it.
smaller?
I believe that's just called perspective. But let's Google it.
Here's a comment.
It's
The
not a
moon
perspective.
gets bigger when it's on the horizon because the atmosphere acts as a lens.
Yeah.
Okay, so when you look straight up and this thing is 25,000 miles in circumference, what is the difference between the horizontal level and the distance to the moon and you versus where the moon's at anyway in you? Are you thinking that that's not negligible somehow, that there's no distance and there's no reason that you can look through an atmosphere and it distorts it? Under what circumstances and why? That's what they don't understand is they can say, oh yeah, it does it because, but it doesn't have a factual reason on how it works. It's just telling you it does it. So now can you read the article where it describes why it does it? Or does it just go, hey, it's at the horizon?
So you want what do you want us to Google?
I want you to argue anything you think you know, and I'm going to prove you wrong.
You
How about
picked
that?
it. Oh, okay. You want things I know specifically?
I want you to pick anything. I want you to pick anything except guys and looking like girls. Don't do that one.
I mean, I like the fact that I like the moon stuff still. So
Yeah,
I mean, like,
guys, it was an awesome conversation. Oh, Servant, where are you from? Are you from United States? If you don't mind answering,
don't dox yourself now.
States and country. If you don't mind. If you do mind, then I don't care. I just wanted to know, just for the heck of it, because I'm in Sacramento, California. To be honest with you, BBN I think is in Kansas. It's 12:39 a.m. here. It's 2:39 where BBN is at. Is it dark where you're at too? Servant, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I mean, if you don't answer,
Are you guys good? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
No,
hear
no,
you.
no, man. I had to take a piss. I didn't even hear it, man. What was the question?
Oh, I was wondering, are you from United States as well?
Yeah. I'm from the U.S. and I was gonna tell Phil, man. It's like I think like we're like brothers, man. A little bit like I could see us hanging out and really talking shit to each other for real and
Oh
having a
yeah,
cool ass
most of my
time
friends are
like at
like
a
this.
barbecue.
Yeah, I do. I definitely
which
could be
state are
friends
you
with
from?
you for
Yeah,
sure.
Which state are you from?
Yeah, well, let me give you a perspective, Phil. If we were like brothers and we love each other, man, we're looking out for each other, but you know, like you're not allowed to sleep in the same room as me, you know, that kind of thing.
Well, I
But
wouldn't
you're
have
like
sex with my
relatives.
actual brother.
No, good. Yeah, we're brothers for sure. Now, looking at it like that aspect, and I was to say, you know what? There's a higher source, and I know it's for sure because I've dealt with it. And if you just gave me time and walked with me and let me like, you know, let's work on the cars together. I'll help you spar. And you started seeing how there's a spiritual realm to things and how it really works. Would you ever be open to that?
100%. And I love the fact that you don't think that that's a thing that I've attempted or been a part of my life.
No. I'm not trying to be presumptuous because it's like I see that people take religion in the wrong direction. And it's like I read the scriptures and
Yeah.
I'm a firm believer in everything that's wrote. And it's like it's about a loving family coming together. And there was a time period where thousands of people were being saved all in one time. And I think it's because the message has been so screwed up. It's like religion is about a God you got to bow down to, when it's really about like a father looking for kids that are like, they want to get along, they don't want to hurt each other unless, you know, it's consensual. And it's like, you know, that kind of thing is like an invitation to you to go, you know what, man, maybe we could chop it up sometime and I can tell you some things that might, you know, change your perspective, not to influence you, but maybe to give you a chance that you haven't considered because nobody's ever talked to you in understanding.
Yeah, I appreciate that you would like, you know, you see it that way, and I appreciate that you know, I do think these are genuinely nice things about people like you guys. But like I've talked to many people. I was raised Christian. I went to a Jesus only school for a few years. Like one of my good buddies in jiu-jitsu, he is a literal preacher and he has this fucking doctorate in, you know, like theology. Like we talk constantly. You know, and what's ironic with him is that like, you know, as much as he believes, he doesn't see anything like the way you guys see it. You know, he sees you know, he believes in evolution, the Big Bang, abiogenesis. Um, he understands that God is like, he's like, dude, we have no clue. And there's even a high chance that this is probably wrong, but this is what I like and this is what I identify with. And this is like, I believe it because I believe it on faith. And, you know, so like, this is a nonstop argument, you know, and like, I believe Serge would say that he's not a Christian because he believes in evolution. And this guy, yeah, go on.
Can I was gonna say, like, this is just what I was gonna say is like, you're such a cool dude. I was just gonna ask you, man, if it's possible that there could be something that made everything, it would be ridiculous to be against him. I was just gonna suggest, man, you know, if it's in your heart at all that you could go, you know what, if you're really there, I don't want to be against you. Is there anything you can help me to do to see that you're really there? And I bet you're going to see some amazing things because I've been hearing and seeing people going through some amazing like events and things happening. So it might be just something that, you know, if you've ever considered,
I've
just to
considered
go,
it.
hey man, I don't want to be against you.
I'm open to anything.
And
if evidence will convince me. But let me ask you this: Do you say, have you ever talked to a God, like not metaphorically, not like through deep, I mean like literally?
See, well, I started studying scriptures and I found out that there's a coding system that's in it. And when I realized, you know, like through the equidistance letter sequencing, that has to be a technology embedded into a form that makes sense, that's almost impossible, but yet the Bible does it. And it's like, okay, so that's a fact that you can't take it away, you know, that there's information that's hiding. Okay, so that sounds like, okay, that's different because no other books do that. And when I started weighing out stuff, I was like, okay, so I just try to make sure people understand that there's an option that everybody has had it wrong completely, because I'm going to sit here and say it. I don't think anybody I've ever met truly knew the truth like I understand it now. And it's like, oh, okay, so maybe it's more simple than what they make. Like they make religion to be a God you bow down to, and I'm saying it's a father looking for.
Let me
kids
stop
that
you
don't
right there
wanna
for a
kill each
second.
other.
Even I just got I haven't had my phone. I just turned it on, and I see that a woman is still here. Do you want to? Obviously, if you want to talk, I'm sure you would have by now. But I would like to hear you. I didn't know you've been here this entire time. Do you have anything to say about any of this stuff? Maybe she's. Yeah, she
fell
must. Yeah,
asleep.
she must have. Because I was like, I just realized she was still here. I was like, she hasn't said anything. I don't know, maybe she doesn't realize she's still here. I don't know. Okay, well, anyway, yeah, go on.
Yeah, so it's just like, I was like, just chopping it up with you. It's like, you're a cool dude, man. You're good people. And it's like, I could see, just getting on, arguing up some cool stuff. But that's relationship. And it's like that's what I feel like a lot of people are missing, because it sounds like people argue over the religion part. And
No,
it's like,
I
I've
know
never
I'm
seen.
here.
Oh, okay. What's up? What you got? Where you been? Wait, you got to been enjoying the conversation. You got nothing to add?
Well, we moved on
Did you fall
from the
asleep?
human subject, so she's just listening at this point.
Well, she said she didn't believe in. She believes in flat Earth and shit, no space. So.
Well, hey, servants,
Yeah, it's interesting.
BBN. Oh, BBN is here often. I talk to him often. Servant, come on by again. I usually do live streams on Fridays, on Sundays, and on Mondays. So do subscribe to the channel. Let's continue this conversation. I do like a lot of your input. BBN has some points. You got some points. The human has some points. I think in a subject of a human will probably have the most points. I got some points. Everybody got some points. It's good. It's good together just to bring all the heads together and talk.
Hell yeah.
It's just a place where we could chop it up, man. I appreciate it, man. And I thank you for allowing me to barge in and do the damage I did. I'm sorry if I made anything, did anything wrong. I'm not used to it.
He's pretty open,
It's a
Matt.
conversation. It's a conversation. I mean, yes, we try to stay to the topic, but we did re-divert from is God real topic to a human. But at the same time, that matters too, because we're talking about the creation of God, and if we try to redefine the creation of God into multiple genders, sexes, blah blah blah, we see that there is a massive confusion. But when we stick to the original design of God, we see that things are pretty clear. So it's the woman subject is part of it too.
It's actually interesting to hear, being a woman, listening to men telling me what a woman is. It's like, I had experience in my life when I was pregnant, I think with my third or fourth child, and my brother-in-law was trying to teach me how to give birth.
There we go.
This is very similar.
Why is he a doctor?
No.
Yeah. Well then, yeah. I mean.
Well, you are not a doctor too, or a biologist or whatever, but you're telling me what a woman is.
I'm not going against what the actual science is saying. You are.
Okay, but a biological male is not a woman.
That's because.
But you're telling me it is.
That's because sex and gender are different, but that's the whole conversation.
The more you separate it, the more confused you become.
I can't help you can't track a conversation. That's no one's responsibility but yourself.
I can track.
You just said you can't. You just said you can't.
The more you separate,
do you think physics is confusing?
It's getting there.
Well, you got a male woman.
The doctors are saying that it's confusing.
No, that guy said that.
Both of them.
No, they don't confuse it. Yeah, they don't confuse it, and there's not an option for it.
That's
in a lot of terms.
Okay. Well, once again, the entire medical field, sociology, biology, literally the study of human disagrees with you.
The kickboxing field agrees with you. Or
About what?
the martial arts, I mean. How to
I mean, I do
train, how
kickboxing
to
too.
yeah, how to train, how to kick, and how to jump, all those things. But I think medical
Nice.
profession has a better input on on
Yeah, right.
biology.
You're right, and right, and you're absolutely right, and that's what I'm saying for one. And what I'm saying is that they agree with what I'm saying.
Not all of it, and I'm in it, but it's okay. Maybe I'm making it up. Who knows?
Well, you're right. Not all of everything. Not all.
what
You
I-
can literally find literal physicists that say the Earth is flat, but
Vivian,
they're
what
wrong.
what I heard is this transsexual stuff. It brought more confusion than clarity. People, the doctors,
you are
the medical,
confused. You are
the
confused.
medical
No,
professionals. Well, they don't really know what to check, whether this or that.
that's not true.
You
It's
you
not
you
true.
have to call
It's
a
only additional
transgender woman
information.
as a respect a woman while knowing that it's a male you're speaking with.
It's called additional optional information because it's like it's not necessary in any way, shape, or form. It's just more information that's put on paper. That's really the legal terms of what they accept. It's they accept that you want to say something and they wrote it down. That's the only thing it's used for. You know that, right?
It's useless too. All this is
No.
useless.
Okay, listen.
Yeah, because I mean,
What are you guys talking
no,
about? You guys.
if you're having a miscarriage,
What about the
it
thing
doesn't-
I said? Do you
it
not
doesn't
understand the
matter
thing
if
that I
you're
said about the whole entire industry disagrees with the things that you're saying?
So you're saying that
No, it
because
wants to.
majority
Certain
says
parts of
that
it want.
it's there's a difference or whatever your point is, majority supports it. It
The
means
insurance
it's
side
true,
wants to.
and we should all
No,
believe that.
no. Majority means nothing, but the consensus of the entire experts in these fields, the one who actually classify all these words you've been using and fucking up, these are the people that actually classify these things. So yes, their information is consensus, and the consensus is
No. Well, you're looking at they do it for profit.
no, it's
Only
not
the
for profit.
For profit.
They have to go along with that side.
They're afraid to be cancelled.
Yeah.
No,
Or
they
the
don't.
culture
No,
or
they
That's
whatever.
our
don't.
society.
No, they
That's
don't.
our culture.
Oh,
it's
come on.
insurance. It's the
It's where
insurance side of
no,
it,
they
which
go
is
to
the
where
fake-
the evidence leads.
There's no evidence. It's useless information.
There is evidence. No, it's not. Says the guy
It
that
was
doesn't do
clinically-
it.
hold on. No. It was a clinical. What they did is, if you look in the medical dictionaries, listen. In the medical dictionaries, they said it was a medical condition to believe you were a woman in a man's body. That was a condition until 90 something or 2000 and something is when they decided to change it.
Yeah, they change
So
things
it
when they
was
figure
always
out more things.
No, hold on. No, it's like the census for all nations and any people of all of written history has only been in two terms.
No, that's
You're
not
either
true.
a married
That's not true.
male.
It's not true,
hold
though.
on,
You're
hold
already
on.
saying things that
The
aren't true.
census. Hold on.
Why would I
The
want you to keep
census
going
that
when
we
you're
have-
already saying things that are wrong?
Listen
No,
to
I
what I'm
did.
saying.
That's
The
why I'm
records we
disagreeing with
have
you already.
for- Name one certain people that said that there was a nation or people that took a census and included trans. Name one. You can't do it.
What
Go
are you-
ahead.
what
Name
are you
one.
asking
Go
me to
ahead.
do?
You can't do it. Okay, if you would listen to
No,
what I
I'm
was saying, you wouldn't
asking
look
you
like that.
what I'm clarifying. I don't know what you're saying. You said a census.
Okay, all ancient and previous civilization that took censuses that we have the written
no, not
records
true.
for
Already, yeah, no.
Listen
No,
to
the
me.
Indians had trans
There is
people.
not a
The
record.
Romans did that. They all had. Yes, they
didn't.
did.
You're kidding me. You could get killed for doing
No,
stuff.
they did
man.
not. No, not all. First of all, no.
Oh, okay. The Romans. Oh, you ancient Rome. Okay, good. Never mind. Yeah, they were pretty
They're not
wicked. I
wicked.
got you. But they didn't take a census and say women were men anywhere. There's not a record of that anywhere.
No, you were talking about
Now, there were
things
people
like
that were
being trans, like dressing, feeling a different way. All these things are nothing. None of these things are new. See, the
official
Indians have
censors.
I'm
Official.
talking about the census.
Yes,
Official
they
census.
wrote about these. They wrote
Yes.
about these things. Yes, they did.
It
No, I'm
was
talking
always
about a
treated as
serious
mental
record
illness,
for
not as
No, it
something.
wasn't. No, it has not always
Yeah.
been treated as
Yes,
mental
it
illness.
was.
And
It has
guess what?
always
It's
been.
not
It
treated,
was
and we
always
know it's not
classified.
mental illness now because
We
It
it
became a
is.
depends
little
on
more
what
respectful and sensitive to
is
feelings.
what is
That's
wait,
why.
first of all, what is mental illness? What are you saying is mental illness?
They're
It's in your
No,
head
I
confused.
that
know
you
what
believe it.
mental illness is. I'm saying, what are you saying is what is mental illness?
A
Being
man
trans?
believing that
Okay,
he's
the
a
mental.
female.
Are you talking about gender dysphoria?
No, a man
Now
believing
here,
that
okay,
he's
so
a
I
woman.
heard of
That's
this,
not, no one believes
and
that.
this is crazy, but hold on, listen. I heard of an account, and I can't verify it because I didn't care to do it. But I heard of like there was a prostitute that was a trans male that got hit and brutally beaten in an incident, and when he came to, he was comatose for like so many weeks or whatever. They induced him and everything. Now, when he came out of it, he didn't realize who he was and what he was before. Are you saying that's not a mental issue, dude? Come on.
I mean, that does sound, if you're talking about someone that has brain trauma, that's probably going to be a mental issue. But I'm asking you to clarify what you're saying is the mental issue, the mental disease you're talking about.
The mental issue is that he
No,
thought
not
he
that
was a
guy. The guy
girl
before
before
the
the
thing you were
incident.
talking about.
Hold
You're like,
on.
are you saying being like gender dysphoria? Is that what you're talking about?
Why are you
You
looking
and
for
her.
official terms?
What do you mean? I want to know what the fuck you're talking
Yeah,
about.
you want to
You
know
can't
the
just
official word.
yeah. The word? I want to know what the words mean.
And without
Are you literally trying to give me shit for wanting to know what words
No,
mean?
listen. It's very simple. If a dude thinks that he is a female, don't you think that there's something wrong with his mind already?
That could be a mental illness.
Not first of all, it could be, but that's not even. First of all, that's not what. No, who is saying that? Who's saying someone's doing that?
We
Well,
are
I
super
gave you an account
respectful.
of somebody who was. Yeah, I gave you an account of somebody who was
No, you said you don't know if this is true, and you said a thing, and you also said, is it mental illness? If he has a brain problem, then yeah, that sounds like a mental illness. You realize depression is a mental illness, right? Listen to this. Is depression a mental illness? Is depression a mental illness?
I don't want to change the subject. I don't want to change
it's just a yes or no. I'm not going much further.
I was talking about
is it a mental illness? Yes.
Depression?
Right.
Yeah,
it's a mental. No, it is a mental illness. It's in the DSM-5. You can look it up.
It is.
And guess
what? No, it's not. They're classified
and
as
guess
a
what else?
guess what?
Transgender. Guess what else is what is in technically what is a mental illness? Gender dysphoria is technically a mental illness, just as is depression is a mental illness. What is that? Not all trans people have gender dysphoria, and not all people that have gender dysphoria.
Well, they all believe that they're not what they are. All of them believe, all of them have one thing in common is they don't believe biologically they are arranged.
That's not what they believe. They don't believe they don't feel the way that society makes a thing. For instance, like
okay, you said it a different way.
No, it's not. No, you didn't say it the way you're talking. No, none of these people think that they are like trapped in a body. Like no, they don't.
Yes,
no,
they
don't.
They know that
no, they don't.
Born in a boy's body.
That's not how they think. That's not how they think.
Oh, how do they think? Were you one of them?
I talk to these people, and you can also, by the way, you can watch literally hours upon hours of debates to actually get to and listen to trans people talk. You would understand these things. But the point being is, no, they're not confused. They don't think that they're trapped in a different body. They just feel certain ways, and it's as simple as that.
Yeah, they feel like they're a girl.
They feel feminine.
And they're with
they know who they are. They understand that. And by the way, once again, gender dysphoria is it's an incongruence. It's not a mental thing to where they're like, oh, I have a wiener, but I feel like I should have a vagina. It's just that their internal fit. That's not listen. I'm not asking you these things. I'm telling you. So just listen. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Like. You don't even know anything. You literally said that they don't even agree that these things exist. And it's literally in them.
They don't care. They do not, the medical.
Oh, yeah. Do you know what the DSM-5 is? Do you know what that is?
I know if you're on the table dying,
no one's arguing that point. No one's arguing that point. So anyway, do you know what no one arguing that point. Do you know what the DSM-5 is? Oh, you don't know? You're in the medical field. You should very much know what that is.
No, go ahead.
No,
Tell me.
tell me what it
No,
is.
I like everything you've
Tell-
said so far. No, well, you want me to tell you
Yeah,
everything?
you're in the
What do I
fucking
do?
medical
Where do I
industry.
work?
Tell me
How
what
long
it
have I been
is.
there?
It's interesting in DSM-4 this gender dysphoria was called something else than versus
Are
in
you really
DSM-5.
reading the DSM-4?
It's interesting how it's getting upgraded, and you know what it upgrade
No,
got
it's
upgraded
changed
from?
because we get
It's
new
changing their minds.
information.
Yeah,
What are you
I
talking
know.
about?
Look, it
Yeah, they
used to
changed their
be called. You know what it used to be called? Where is it at? It used to be called identity
Changing the gender
crisis. Man,
It was called different things. What's your point?
But
Let me
gender
explain something.
identity disorder. Gender
Yeah, let me
identity
explain something to you
disorder.
guys,
As simple
'cause
as that.
you
And then we
understand-
became
yeah,
more
no.
respectful, and we
No, we didn't.
and
We
hid it
learned more.
under
No,
gender
listen.
dysphoria. So
That's
that
not what happened.
you would
Let
make
me.
it would be
No,
make
that's
less
not what
sense.
happened. That's not what happened. That's not what happened. We learn more about it.
Moke.
And we understand it better.
Moke,
Now,
I
no,
add you
not
to
look.
the-
No, not look. Listen.
I added Moke
listen,
to the
you understand
chat
it?
as well.
Yeah, you understand. Okay, we'll get into this. But I want to finish my point here. You understand?
I'm glad
You got to understand something. First of all, you're reading an outdated book, which is stupid. Read the dated book. Read the one that's up to date.
Yeah,
Don't-
sure.
Yeah.
We got
Read when they
more
started changing
respectful,
their
so
minds.
we changed the
Nope.
term.
No,
yeah,
no.
sure.
Okay, now listen to
We
me.
changed
Do
our
you
minds.
No,
They made
listen.
us change
Do you
it.
understand? I'm going to use the R
They
word. Do you know what the
complained.
R word is? Do you know what the?
Retard.
Ridiculous.
Retard.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, it is that. It's the word she said. Okay, we used to use that word.
Are you
to
afraid to say the word?
I'm not afraid. It's just disrespectful, and I choose not to do it. So
But when you cuss nonstop, that's respectful.
no, I don't care if I offend you. I don't give a
You
fuck.
don't.
You can go
You
fuck
don't
yourself,
offend
dummy.
Is it okay?
But it's like,
if
I don't
say it?
offend people that have mental disabilities. No, I don't. But my point being is, like, that's the word we used to use. Guess what? We changed that word. Here's another word we used to or another word we used to use. Asperger's. Guess what? Asperger's isn't a thing anymore. You will not find that in the new literature because we realized that what we were using as Asperger is not quite right. We got rid of it. All these medications, not medications, disorders. Huh? Yeah, right. We learn more about it. So your argument.
Yeah, medical and everything, like the people are evolving. They're becoming like whatever they want until
No.
it matters.
What? No, we're learning more about these things.
We're starting to identify ourselves as whatever we think is right. Thus, we have to make terms nicer.
No.
Not to offend anyone.
People are
Guys,
complaining.
let me tell you something. This is the problem with all of you. I just eloquently walked you through this. I just eloquently walked you through this, and you can't understand it because you don't want to.
We can.
No, you can't. You can't.
The term used to be more direct. It became nicer because we learned.
It's not more direct. We
Sure.
understood more. We know more now what it is.
We
and
just
once
don't wanna,
again,
we just
let
want
me
to
ask you
offend
this.
less. That's why we.
Do you understand? Tell me, do you know what gender dysphoria is? Do you know what that is?
Yeah, I'll tell you based on DSM-4. It's called gender identity disorder.
Why would you read the outdated book? That's so you are so fucking dishonest. It's so hilarious. Anyway,
it makes it more understandable and simple.
No, it doesn't. No,
yes,
it doesn't because it doesn't if it's wrong. Idiot. Read the DSM-5.
DSM-5 is gender dysphoria.
Well, hold on.
What in the world does that even mean? And if I tell you, what is it? Gender. What did I say? Gender identity disorder. Oh, all of a sudden we know exactly what that means.
Okay, well, yeah, we do know what it means, but it's in a
decided,
fucking medical book. Why do you think that?
Change the term. Why?
We decide how all words
gender
work, idiot.
identity disorder.
No, because we understand
sounds
it better.
more mean compared to an unknown, understandable.
No, it's not about being
dysphoria.
mean. It's about understanding words. But the point is being here is that anyway, gender dysphoria is where your gender is incongruent with the sex that you're.
I know what it is.
It is incongruent with the sex that you were born. Okay. Now, for instance, by the way, you don't have to. No. Listen, I'm not done. The point here is that you don't even have to feel like a woman. Some men, like for instance, men who grow titties, like this guy I'm talking to probably has some tits. Like it's like some of them.
pectorials, man. Come on, bro. I do 225 on reps. Come on, man. Don't give me
Yeah,
a little
it's just a
credit. Come
joke.
on.
It doesn't
Hey,
matter. I'm
hey,
sure you're handsome, but it's like, but
Maybe
Man,
answers
kind of
a
ugly,
huge bulk.
but the body's
no.
fine.
My point being is, some men, they have titties. They don't feel like
My
men.
brain is big.
Guess what? If they don't feel like that, they don't feel like men. So they
Vivian, is
get
that
them
your
removed.
case?
Huh?
Is that your case?
What is my case?
I mean, you
that
told
gender
us earlier
dysphoria?
that you don't feel like men.
I once again never said that. You just keep saying I said that.
Yes,
It's
you
like
have.
I
You
did.
you
Did
need
you
to look
once
through
again?
the live
You
stream.
no. You
You
realize this is recorded, right?
yes, I know. I know.
Yeah, and
When
guess what? You're
Tabo
never
was
gonna
here.
find me saying that.
Oh,
I know.
sure.
I'm not having this conversation. I didn't say that. I'm
Hey,
telling you, I didn't say
Moke,
that. But anyway, my point.
Moke
No,
is here.
oh yeah.
Let me
Okay,
see
go
what
ahead.
Moke has to say. Moke,
Yeah,
hey.
let's get him in here.
Yeah, Moke. Oh, okay, you here? Oh, your mic. Accept the invitation. Accept. Okay, so you're connected right now. Moke.
Hi.
Man, you were ready to
So,
get off, dude.
you able to hear me?
Yes, we
Yeah.
we can hear you
Hi.
now.
So, I would like to help BBN out a little bit. So, as far as gender incongruence, I think what he's trying to say is that it's when your body doesn't exactly align with what you perceive your gender as. Like he had brought up physical characteristics. Like some people, if they can't grow a beard, then they'll be given testosterone. If they can't, if they have like, if their estrogen is too high, they'll be given blockers because it might cause breast
Bronze.
development. It's not even that it's because you feel like a different gender. It's because the outside doesn't match the inside. You may feel like a man, you may be a male, but you look more feminine.
Okay, so here's something that they say came back from way back is like they used to have like people who would, and it's like I said, I've never verified it, but like a prostitute who thought they were transgender gets a blow to the head and they decide when they wake up that they don't remember who they were and they're no longer transgender anymore, is what gave the old community the right to go, you know what, this is a mental condition, is because based on your mental capacity it can change and people can change their minds, which means it's a mental condition. Does that make sense?
Does make sense in a sense, except for we do have studies where it shows the exact opposite. For instance, there was a doctor who wanted to test a theory saying that if you raise a biological male up to act like a woman, no, it's an actual study that they had done. Like it was like they had done like a whole bunch of surgeries on.
He's talking about John Money.
I think what was that?
John Money. That's what you're talking about.
That might be the name, but they had done.
John Money was the name of the. Yeah. What happened was that this kid was born and they messed up his dick when they were like, circumcised, and they pretty much cut it off, and then they just.
So
and then they decided to raise it as a woman. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, so the doctor, they gave them like a full, I think it was like full, like rhinoplasty, whatever, bottom surgery. They put him on hormones, and as he got older, he was like, "This doesn't feel right. I don't feel like a woman," and it kind of like disproved the whole theory of it's just how you're raised. It's just how you appear on the outside. No, it's something internal. Like even people who are born without a penis, but they have like phantom limb pain.
How do you account for the detransitionings? Because the detransitioning rate has went up.
No, I do apologize. I do apologize, but would you mind responding to what I was just saying? Like there are people who are born without penises but have phantom pain.
Right.
Phantom pains, as if they're supposed to have a penis.
Right. Now you're talking about one in.
Oh, no,
doesn't make
a
difference.
Like
it doesn't make a difference.
Like
no, hold on. One in a billion does make a difference.
Oh no, but if it happens, then it happens. It's something to consider.
Yeah.
Oh no. You can say like Siamese twins can come out with male and female out of one embryo, and that's just a standard that we can all be.
Oh
male
no, but it's not that that's the standard, because sex isn't a binary; it's a bimodal distribution.
Right.
No. What you classify yourself different is a mental.
So might I ask you a question?
Because biologically, if you have the equipment.
Servant, might I ask you a question?
Yeah, I hope I could talk
no
with
problem.
you, man. Yeah,
so,
let's talk.
are you aware of the 5 traits that determine sex?
Yeah.
I only know that they have
So it's not
theories
just
about it.
it's
But
not
go
just that
ahead, Nick.
there's theories, there's evidence to back this up. So there's gonads, there's internal and external genitalia, as well as hormones and chromosomes. So neither one of those are the determinant factor. It's
No, but there's a
what was
normal.
that?
There's a typical, not a normal.
There's a
Yeah,
norm.
typical, not a normal, because you might not have X or you might not have XY chromosomes, and you would never know unless you get tested. You might have a hormone imbalance, and you wouldn't know until you get tested. So, for all you know, you could very well have to be treated medically as a female because of your hormone and chromosomal differences.
No. You can't. When you get into the medical
yeah.
side, what you
Oh,
are
There you go.
matters.
yeah,
Even
no.
in
So what I mean by this
dosages.
is,
Hold on.
Mhm.
I'm just trying to get to the point that you think that you choose to be a female, that makes any difference. When I'm telling you that there are situations where there's no difference between your mental capacity and what you think versus what
oh, yeah,
reality
no problem.
really is. That's like the basis of information is, are you a boy or a girl in a medical emergency is the standard. It's never going to
So
be, how do you feel
so
like?
would you
What do you
go
feel?
and do surgery based off of whether they're boy or girl or male or female? No, that's my question to
Exactly.
you.
So you're proving a point. Is like if you go into a
This is gonna
trauma
be good.
situation, and let's say there was a woman that was so many
Mhm.
months pregnant, the people who are going to do the operation, they're specialists that specialize in these things, and they'll call them in. Now, if you say that there's a woman that's pregnant coming in, oh wait a minute, it's a male, you can just kill this person because now they're sending out a male doctor because it didn't matter that it was a female this time, and it was because she classifies herself as a male. See, that's where you think that information means something, and it means nothing, and nobody will even ask you for it. They don't care what you think, and they don't care how you feel when in under certain
I do
circumstances.
apologize. I'm having a hard
Because
time understanding. So you're saying that whether you're male or female would change how you give birth?
it's how you are treated in a situation matters, and they're not going to go, okay, so if you were, let's say, a
Mhm.
transgender female or a male that's
Mhm.
pregnant, when you're going into the hospital, if you were just in a serious accident and now your child's in
Mhm.
danger, they are not going to require, and never will they accept the information that you're a guy, and they're going to start calling you a guy when you get there. They're going to go, there's a female pregnant and we're trying to
Yeah.
save her baby. They're not going to go, he's pregnant, let's save his baby, because they don't give a shit about how you feel. Do
I do
you
understand what
understand
you're
that?
saying, and I'm
You know why a medical field feels like that? Because it doesn't matter. It's not a medical term, it's a psychological term that you think you're something you're not,
okay. So my
according to
question to you
them.
is, what classifies a? So do you understand that gender and sex are different? No,
I
this is
don't care
relatively
because you guys
important.
both have said one thing.
Dude,
Okay,
I've
so
been
here's what
talking to
I've
him
heard.
about this for hours,
Hold
and he
on.
doesn't give a shit.
Okay, so I'm confused. I'm confused. This is what I've heard. I've heard there's a woman and there's a female, but you can't call a female a woman and you can't call a woman a female. And then there's a male and a man, but a male and a man can't be called those things either, because if you're transgender, you screw everything. And now it's like, what the hell are you, other than the fact that you either have one and you were born with one or you weren't? That's the standard for how all paperwork starts at birth. There's a standard. Is it a boy or girl? It's
Okay.
never been, hey,
So
what do
here's
you
my
think it
question
feels
to you:
like?
do you find females attractive?
It doesn't
I
matter.
mean, this is just like a genuine question
I'm a
I'm trying
guy
to
no
try and
matter
get a
what I'm
point
attracted
across. It's a little thought
to.
to it.
I just said it. I don't care what I'm attracted to. I'm a guy. Can you prove that's
I mean,
different
it's
somehow?
a little thought
Are you going to
experiment
be
if
able
you
to
might
kill a woman?
indulge with me.
Okay, I like female. Yeah, I
Okay,
do
do you
like
like
female.
female trees? Are you attracted to female trees?
You know what, when you look at the, go into herpetology and you
call
start
this
going
a
So
into
thought
you,
experiment, bro? You call
Yeah,
this a
no,
thought experiment?
you'll see exactly where I'm going with this. Female
yeah,
dog,
it sounds like
female
sounds
cats.
yeah,
Like it makes
yeah.
no
No,
sense
I
to
did this
try and
earlier.
it makes no sense
We're
to try
going.
and like just like cut it
Okay,
off at
okay, look,
female.
bro, and if you were to
Mhm.
say, do you like a human? Now what? A human, what? A male human or a female human? I
Oh, no,
mean, it becomes unclear as well.
No, because it's like this. It's like I know of a personal experience
Okay.
where I lost a buddy and he had to do a lot of time with his brother because there was a woman at a bar and it looked like a woman, talked like a woman, everything was cool except when then he took her home. Unfortunately, she pulled out
You
something
called out a
more,
dick that was bigger
and
than
he
my
ended up.
bad. Sorry.
Well, it's not funny because he's still in prison, and
Bro,
it's
I
like
was
it's
on
an
mute.
unfortunate
Sorry, but
incident
yeah, I was
for
thinking
somebody
that
to
same
take their
thing. I
life.
was wanting to say it.
And look,
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but you know what? Well, hold on. Do you know what the determining factor was? It wasn't that she thought she was who she was. You know that,
I'm
right?
aware.
It didn't matter at all that she thought who she was. It was that she wasn't who she said she was. So you can lie to yourself all you want, but that's a
So
mental condition.
I do have a
Because when you
question.
pull one out and somebody eats your ass to death because they weren't expecting it, what do you expect when two guys are in the same room? They fight.
I do have
They
a
don't
question.
fuck.
So if someone with 46 XY chromosomes, they're intersex, they have a penis, female hormones or female typical hormones, shit, let's even throw ovaries in there. You know, penis but an ovary, okay? Would that be a female or a male?
here, let me
It'd be an
No,
let me
anomaly.
read you some important clarifications. So,
Alrighty.
disorders of sex development, or DSD, intersex conditionals,
It's
are
a disorder.
rare
Let's talk about
medical disorders. True ambiguous cases are about
Rare.
0.018 of the
So do you see
percent.
where I was trying to get with that?
0.01%. They do not create additional sexes or spectrum.
Exactly.
People with
No,
DSD
it's
are
not that
still
they don't create
male or
an additional
female based on their underlying development pathway and what is it?
You're proving our
Gamete
point.
type.
Sir, so you see, exactly as BBN had said, you're proving our point. They don't create an additional spectrum. There already is a spectrum.
Yes.
You see, so because there are
No,
multiple
there's not.
determining factors, we don't just go by one factor.
There's not.
It's cluster grouping.
Okay, so hold on. If you had a female child at the age of, let's say, 3 months, okay, barely out the womb, and it dies, can you state a case that that baby, even though it was born all female, that legally you want it classified as a male and get that through the courts? Do you think you can really do that?
No, because
like
there are
when
laws
a
in
doctor
place.
says a female was born and a female died, and you're like, no, it felt like a guy, so I want it to be classified. Do you think?
Sir, so no,
do
and the
that?
reason why is because you can't trans your child. You can't.
No. What if the child said mentally said, "Mom, I want to be a girl," and it came out and it was a girl, but it had boy parts? Are you saying that they're a liar? Do you want to
I'm
legally
confused
fight
at
them?
how
No,
old this
because you
baby
can't
is.
trans your child.
That's all that
So
happened.
with
No, that's what happened to the legal industry, is that we had to rename people because there was a legal precedent, and because money started getting involved, they started going, okay, instead of at birth, you got a boy or a girl. Now you have the option of going, hey, is it do you it to be determined? That is the stupidest thing I've ever heard, is to be determined. You are either born with it or without it, or you have an anomaly, which may be a problem, but that's not the regular. But I don't know what you call it. But you think it's a fight to go?
So,
Why
sir,
should we
every
discount
right?
these people? I don't understand. Like,
yeah, so you seem to just be avoiding the point of, like, it's not a binary, it's a bimodal distribution model. Like, there are so many different variations. That's why it's not a binary. It's not just
No, it's not about binary or trinary or anything like that. It's like it's a mental condition. Did you
You
not
see,
hear
and
that
so-
there's people that have
and so when I try
basis
and
that they've been blunt trauma force and they changed their who
and
they
so when
are
I try and
because
go down this line of how it's not a binary and ask you, what are the determining factors of being a woman and or a female? It's just you just revert back to the beginning of the conversation. I don't understand this.
yeah, get ready.
No, our natural state, I'm trying to talk about our equilibrium, is there's a boy and a girl. Equilibrium says when people go through blunt trauma, they don't change sexes just when they come out of comas, generally in any direction other than if they already thought they were a girl and they weren't. When they come out of comas, generally they think they're guys again. So it doesn't go
What
both
study
ways.
shows this?
That's a medical
There's
fact.
like a landmark study that shows all these
Smoke. Moke, would you call
Yeah, look it
a
up. Go look up
transitioned
any coma
woman
cases
as a
that they came
male?
out and thought they changed sex. Yeah, look up any
Moke.
coma cases where the person
No,
coming out of
Turbin,
coma
I
changes
can
their
definitely
sex.
appreciate that because I actually did come up with a joke about that like quite a while ago. It's like a trans woman, or an old trans woman wakes
Man,
up with
don't go
dementia and
easy.
she's like, "Where'd my dick go? Where'd my dick go?" It's funny as fuck.
Moke,
But
would you
so
call
I do see what you're
a
saying.
male that transitioned into a or would you call a man that transitioned into a human a male?
I mean, so the way that I'll give you the
Are you
quick
going to be
and short
official
answer.
or are you going
I'll
to
give you
be
the quick and short answer, sir.
respectful?
Yeah,
Which one are
diagnose
you
I'll give you
going to be,
the
official
sir,
or respectful?
I'll give you the quick and short answer. I wouldn't call them I wouldn't call them a female,
Okay,
and
so
I
you're
wouldn't.
confused.
No, I do
There's no direct
apologize.
answer.
I do have a stutter. Until they meet a certain qualification within medicine, they wouldn't be considered a female. But I would call them a woman. I wouldn't.
Okay,
I would.
can a
But they
sex
would
be
be a male.
transitioned? Can a sex be transitioned?
So this is what I was getting to earlier. It's not just one trait that determines sex. Like you can change your hormones, you
Okay,
can't change your chromosomes,
a
but you can change your secondary and
transition to
primary
a human.
reproductive
A man
systems.
can transition to a woman because of mental disorder. But can a male transition to a female?
Yes, sir. This is what I was just answering. Yes. So I'll
They
explain
can?
to you how. I'll explain to you how. Okay. Can you give me just like 30 seconds if that's okay?
Sure.
Okay. So in medicine, they classify male and female by cluster categories, 5 different traits. So with these 5 different, one
I
moment,
just
please.
made that
With these
up.
5 different traits, there is gonads, chromosomes, hormones, secondary and primary reproductive organs. If you change enough of those to where you no longer fit into the other category, to where it is medically necessary for you to be treated as such. I mean, there of course are exceptions as far as like pregnancy. You wouldn't go, oh, this man is pregnant. Let's cut his dick open. Like that's not something that happens. So yeah,
Okay,
no.
let's
not
go.
true, because
Okay, so
there's
sex
medical
chromosomes
functioning.
cannot be changed. The sex chromosomes,
Yes,
they
I do
cannot be
agree with
changed.
you.
So gonads, gonads in females, it's ovaries. In males, it's intestines.
And there are those that are born with neither.
Can that be changed?
There are those that are born with neither.
Well,
Okay, I got a question for you.
let's
Okay,
say
so
they
let me give
are
you a
being
medical-
born with one. Can it be changed? Can that be changed?
I mean, they can't. I don't think they can right now swap between the two, but you
Okay.
can get rid of
Now,
them.
gamete production. So female
Gamete
is produce
production,
ova, male is produce sperm. Can that be changed?
No.
Okay. Eternal reproductive autonomy. Female uterus, fallopian tubes, cervix, vagina. Male prostate gland, seminal, vesicle, and so on and so forth. Can that be changed?
As of right now, not at the moment, no.
Bro, you said enough. I already named you 4, and so far 4 out
No
of 4
one
cannot
said
be
that they
changed.
could be
so
changed.
can a male actually transition to a female?
Yes, when it is medically necessary to be treated as such.
Well, you said they
not.
cannot
hold
be
on.
changed. Now 4 out of 4 so far
Hormones,
cannot be
But
sir.
here's
changed.
what you're saying.
Hormones, sir.
No. You're saying this is like if a woman had her womb taken out because of some kind of infection, and then she had to have the rhinoplasty, or she had to have her breast
Rhinoplasty.
removed because of cancer. Now she has no female parts. Are you going to say she's a guy now because you have to?
Under your
No,
system,
she's
you
No.
would.
She will
So,
qualify
sir,
as
you
a guy
seem
only
to be-
if
you
a
seem to
male
be
parts are going to be
misunderstanding.
inputted into her and they
You
will
seem to
work
be
properly.
truly misunderstanding what I'm saying. I'm not saying.
You said if she doesn't have enough parts, they can classify them different, and that's not the way it works, because you can have no breasts and no womb and still be
sir-
classified as a woman, and they will not classify you as
So,
almost
sir,
a
if
guy
you're born as the
anytime.
golden standard of female, and let's say you have to get your uterus and your ovaries removed, that doesn't change, like or actually it does kind of change like your hormone
You just said
production,
medically,
but
if
it
you
doesn't
have
change
the
what is
right
medically necessary. Your hormones, as well as your what's the word? It's not chromosome. It's kind of like, what's the word?
equipment.
Your hormones, as well as your what's the word? It's not chromosome. It's kind of like, what's the word? It's not chromosome. It's kind of like, what's the word? It's not chromosome. It's kind of like, what's the word? It's not chromosome. It's kind of like, body composition.
So hold on, you're saying a guy could cut off his thing and grow and put some
So, sir, it
some
seems like
breasts
you're not
on,
even listening to
and
me,
he's
though.
got to technically be classified? You say he's technically classified as a
So,
woman
sir, you're not
just
listening
because of
to
that?
me. I'm saying when it's medically
No,
necessary.
I'm asking you. Right, no, with you had breasts
So what
and
about
no
a breast?
cock
What
and
about breasts and
balls.
cocks, or breasts and vaginas, or what about having breasts and no cock when you're born? The golden standard of a male would put you in medical danger.
What are you talking about? Golden standard of what would put you in danger is being born a male with
Here,
what?
let me reiterate what you said. If you cut off your cock and you get some breasts, what was that last part?
Can you classify that as a
Okay, so
woman?
this is where I said
And you
that
said
you
the guy
are
that
misrepresenting what I
starts showing
said. So medically necessary. This is when they are classified as male or female. So just because you don't have a cock or you have breasts now does not mean that it is medically necessary for you to be treated as a female. It would be the hormones. It would be what your body produces. Not talking about gametes.
No, just women naturally have a production of a higher rate of estrogen than men.
Typically.
And I know the older guys, and the older guys, it increases, but there's still a difference in the structure, density, production of chemicals, what makes the
And if that
chemicals
isn't the
produce.
case, sir,
All of that is different.
and if that isn't the
What's that?
case, what if somebody's producing like a whole bunch of female hormones?
It's not a what if. It's medically impossible to have a guy that acts like a girl, and he does.
What?
You can't have a guy that grows girl parts.
Pardon?
Well,
Do you just mean breasts, or do you mean like they grow a fucking pussy, or they grow a
yeah,
pussy?
because actually, this
I'm
isn't
talking
a.
about-
There's literally a tribe. I'm pretty sure it's in Brazil, maybe Guatemala. Literally, this isn't specific to these people. It just there's a bottleneck going on to where it does happen more. But these are people born with women parts, vaginas, and then they look like girls, maybe even like chromosomically they are girls. But when they get to puberty age, they literally grow a penis.
Moke, you're standing on
you
external
don't believe that.
genitalia. If somebody changes an external genitalia, they change
it's
sex.
not me
There are
that's
four
standing
more
on external
points. There are four
genitalia.
more points to look at.
It's not me that's standing on external
Dude, that would be
genitalia.
You're,
It's
everybody
you're
would
survey.
know
I
about that.
asked you about the four previous points. You said no, that cannot.
You talked
Those
about
cannot
all
be
except for
changed.
hormones. You didn't mention hormones, sir.
Okay, so
You said there's a tribe that
so
have vaginas
according
and they
to
grow
here's the
fluid.
5 primary biological traits that determine sex in humans. The first one is sex chromosomes. Can that be changed?
No, sir. No, it cannot.
Okay, great. Now, gonads, female ovaries, male intestines. Can a female all of a sudden develop intestines?
Testes.
Testes.
Okay,
Yes.
so they can't they can't swap, but they can be removed.
They can be removed, but again, if it's swapped, only then the sex is getting changed.
According
if
to
it's getting
who?
removed, it's the
According
sex
to
is
who, sir?
according
to
to
what study?
common
It's not
sense.
changing the
If
sex.
a
We're not
woman
working off
common
if
common
a
sense. We're
woman
working off
started look,
sir.
Right.
look,
Exactly. Nah,
look,
you're gonna get nowhere with it, dude.
if a female has been identified as a female at the starting point because she has ovaries, now to reclassify her as a male, she has to fit under a category of a male and produce testes. Same thing with
No.
gametes
Oh,
production.
sir. What would you say to people who are born with, let's say, testicles but a vagina? Would they be male or female?
Okay, we have
You're
four
rare as
other
hell.
four more points to look at. You're looking at the 5th point, the external genitalia.
It's not one or the other, sir.
You're
It's not
looking
that
only at one
Dude,
point.
sir.
We have
He'll
to look
never
at
get
other
it.
points
He'll
too.
never
You're
understand.
literally are looking at the
Sir,
5th
it is
point
what
and you're
makes
trying
it
to make your whole
medically
entire case
necessary.
on one point.
Yeah, dude, he doesn't understand necessary conditions. I tried to went through this shit.
No. You're trying to say no. Hold on. This is what I
There
think
are
you're-
5
there's a
necessary
misconception.
conditions that I'm pointing out.
No, not
listen.
necessary.
No,
Listen to what I'm saying. Hold on. It's like the idea of calling blind people a classification of human, another kind of human. No, there's something that is
That's right. You know why? You know why? Because
altering.
having sight is not the necessary condition to being human.
Okay. Is it
No, I said it's different. No,
necessary
I'm
to
saying it's a
have
different
ovaries
kind
to
of
be a
human.
female? Is it a necessary condition to
Sir,
have ovaries to be a
one moment,
female?
sir. So, servant, it's not a different kind of human. It's an adjective. It is a descriptive word. Blinded
Right.
is a descriptive word. It doesn't make them a whole different kind of human.
No,
They're still the same
Well,
species.
transgender is a descriptive word. Transgender is a descriptive word because it's somebody's
No,
mental capacity
so,
of
sir.
changing their idealism of what you normally find
So,
into
sir.
something different. That is the description and the
So, sir,
definition.
that's not the definition of trans. Trans just means, or transgender just means not cis.
Yeah, on the other side of.
Like
the
I'm talking about the
transatlantic.
definition of a transition.
so, sir. It seems as if you're trying to get
The
at gender
definition of
incongruence, which just means that your external doesn't match your internal. Your body doesn't match how you feel.
Well,
Okay.
right. Your mind doesn't think
No,
like it should.
There's
So-
no should.
Oh, okay, my bad. I said that wrong. Your mind isn't thinking like
That's
other
not even
people.
that's not even the case
No.
exclusively with trans people.
No, that's the fact. That's a fact. Their mind does
That
not think like the norm. True or false?
False. That
Say
is not
say
inherently
yes. Say
true,
yes. Oh,
sir.
yes. Oh, now it's
No.
not true. Are you
Sir,
sure
that
it's
is not
true?
inherently true. There are
It's not
trans
true.
people who do not have a gender incongruence. There
Yeah,
are
right.
cis people who do have a
No,
gender
I
incongruence.
said a trans person has a. I didn't say that. I said a trans person. Their outlook is different than every other
But
normal.
that's not the case. I had
specimen.
just responded to that.
Yeah, exactly. That dude.
Okay, what makes them different? What makes them different
So, sir,
besides what they think? If they're asleep, can
Oh
you
my
tell
God,
what
that
they
doesn't
are?
matter.
If they're
That doesn't
asleep.
matter.
No, what they think is what I'm trying to point out
okay,
is the
so
only thing
sir,
that matters.
can you
to
prove that you love someone? How?
No.
Yes.
Well, are you going to answer his question?
If it costs, you want to answer. If it costs me,
If that person's
and
asleep,
normal people wouldn't do it.
It's a relevant question because you don't get to define what people are.
No, it's
No,
a good
it's not.
question.
I'll
You
answer
just
this
can't
right
answer
now.
it.
I could tell you, I don't care how jacked you are, how hairy you are. I look at you, I don't see a man.
I mean, if I
Well, that's
define
cool. When you're
myself as a
asleep,
cat,
I
I
don't
must
see
be
a
a cat,
girl.
right?
Nope.
No,
But
Is that what you're saying too?
You are.
no, I'm
BBN,
saying you don't.
Hey,
BBN,
Phil,
can I ask
you
you a
be
genuine
quiet,
question?
man.
Do you watch
You're
do you watch Jovan Bradley?
I love Joe Von Bradley, brother.
All right,
don't watch
nice.
anybody.
I love Forrest, and my favorite, of course, is my girl Guts and Gibbons. But I'm just in love with her, so I'm biased.
Period. But yeah, anyways. So to
Hey,
answer your
Cole.
question, no, if someone was asleep, I wouldn't assume what gender they are. I might assume, but I wouldn't make a definitive answer. If anything, if I was a doctor and they were unconscious on the bed, if anything, I would
here
have
are
to test.
5 primary biological
let's listen.
traits that determine sex in humans. You would not use those? You brought those up to
Sir, you
determine
had just
sex.
interrupted me. I would
And
say
all
if
of a
anything,
sudden,
I would
and all of a
test
sudden,
them.
you said, and all of a sudden, if they're asleep, I'm not using those. I will wait until the person will wake up and ask
That's
them
not at
what
all
they
what I said.
identified themselves. And what if they say an elephant? Does that mean they're an
So,
elephant?
sir,
Yes, yes, it does.
might I
They're an
ask you a
elephant.
question? Do you know what the common said difference between gender and sex is?
Yes.
Do
Sex,
you know the
sex
idea
is
that your
female
thought
and male,
doesn't matter?
and gender is whatever you assign yourself.
No, so sir, you seem to have like a extraordinary misunderstanding. So sex, as we said before, it is those 5 different categories, chromosomes, but freaking hormone, like the lot, and then gender. That is the way that your mind categorizes
How you feel.
different sexes,
Sure.
whether it's feminine, or
Now,
masculine.
Moke,
So, sir,
would you call
I'm trying
a
to make sure.
man
I'm trying to
that
make sure if you
transitioned to a
understand this,
woman
sir.
a male? Would you
So,
call
sir, I
a
want
male?
to ask if
that
you understand what I just said, sir.
Yes, I do. I do.
Okay, so do you know where
and
I
I
get
said
this from?
exactly the same thing.
Or
that,
do you understand where I get this from?
sh-
Would you like to know?
The
It's a
roots,
neurobiology
the
textbook.
roots is how a person feels.
Sir,
That's the
do
roots.
you want to know where I get my information from?
Yes, from
It's
a
a neurobiology
biologic
textbook.
Textbook. And
well,
what
Serge
will that
gets
tell
his
you
from the
about?
DSM-4, so
What would that tell you about how a person feels? So now you get your information from how a person feels. Now, my question to you again is this: would you identify a man that transitioned into a human as a male? Would you if they would tell you, hi, I am a human that used to be a man, would you say hi male, or would that be a little too offensive?
I wouldn't. I mean, generally, I wouldn't say hi male. I'd say hi. What's your name? But
Okay,
yeah,
so
no,
that would
like,
be a little too offensive. So that's why
no,
we need
that's
to
not even
cause
what I said,
confusion.
sir.
That's
Sir,
why
that's
we
not
need
what
to
I
cause
said.
confusion
I
because
said generally,
because
I
we don't
wouldn't.
want to offend
So,
anyone. So we need to
sir,
cause confusion.
you just interrupted me. Generally, I wouldn't just say hi male. I'd ask what their name is.
Sure. You got the point. You need to make it verbal because as if you didn't get the point. No, you got the point.
No,
Can I ask you
but
a
sir,
question?
so the reason why I said this is because you cannot prove what the other person thinks. So if they are a man, okay. If they are a male, we don't know that. Like,
Okay,
If
hold
they
on, hold
will
on. I got
tell
a question
you
for
that
you.
I was a man and I transitioned to a human, you know that they were male and they are male. You know this
sir, this is
information.
why I keep on bringing up medically necessary.
You
No,
have
it's
the
not medical.
information already,
Look
bro.
at a
You have the
circumstance.
information already.
Hold on, let me ask a question. Let's say you were eyewitness to a robbery and a transgender male came in and he was a big guy, strapping guy, but wig, lipstick, the whole nine, and you know that he was probably thinking he was a girl, but he does a robbery and then he flees. The police come. Are you going to swear and testify that that was a woman because you know how he felt? He walked in there and went, "I'm a woman," and he said it. He even said, "I'm a woman, and don't you ever call me anything other than that." And you're like, "Hey, I feel for you and I believe you." Well, are you going to say the police are now looking for a woman or a guy that thinks that he was dressed up as one? What would you say the description that would legally try to find him would be?
I'll give
What
them
would
the
you
most
do?
accurate representation of them as possible. That being they look
Would you say it could have been
like
a guy because
that being that they look like a male in makeup. Like
So for
if they
some
just
reason
look
you're not
like
going
a
to
male,
respect that
sure.
man all of a sudden. So there's
So
no
if
respect for that one. Okay.
so, sir, where did you get the idea that I already hold a respect for them?
You would not identify a man that transitioned to a woman as a male. You wouldn't identify. And
So
and
you
in
seem to
front of
just be
cops,
ignoring what I
in
say
front of
as
cops
far as
you would.
medically necessary.
What medical necessary stuff are you talking about?
Would you give someone who, like, burns through anesthesia quickly less anesthesia because of their sex?
yes.
So you would risk
Yeah, if
them
you cannot
waking up
handle it,
just because you think that they're male.
your body weight and your male or female is something they consider in all
Hormones level
when you go
play
underneath.
something in that. The way that their bodies, the way that their
I'm talking about
bodies
putting you to sleep.
metabolize the anesthetics, that plays a role in that. Like, medically
No,
necessary, sir.
they base your dosage on if you're male or female alone and your body weight. They do not ever go, "Hey, you feel like a female? Cool, I'm good with
So,
that, but
sir,
I'm
we
going to
weren't
make
just
you a 200-pound
so,
female."
sir. You don't feel like a female. You feel like a woman. I'm confused as to what you were trying to say.
I'm saying in a medical situation, okay, so let's say this is you call a hospital and say, "Hey, there's a wreck right here. This lady's, she's asleep.
Mhm.
She's out cold, but she looks like a guy. She got a guy haircut, but she's pregnant." So you're like, "Hey, you know what? I think it's a dude because she wants me to do it." And she goes, "Yeah, I'm a guy." You call the ambulance and go, "Hey, there's a guy that's pregnant." They get there and then they end up not having the right equipment because all they got was there was a guy. They didn't understand that a guy could be pregnant. Do you understand that that's you are introducing information that could kill somebody?
If I just
I'm
say that there's
serious.
a
Do you
guy
understand that that could
that's
potentially
pregnant,
kill somebody?
so,
I'm
sir,
just saying, like, if you were in a medical situation and you said there was a woman who took an abdominal, injury, but you failed to tell them like it's a woman that may be pregnant, because she dresses like a guy and she tells you her name is Frankie. So you're like, hey, that's Frankie. That's a guy. Don't call her a girl. That's not a girl. It's a guy. But she gets there and you end up killing her because the specialist that they could have called specialized in women parts, which what she needed. But instead, you said it was a guy and they got
sir,
the wrong
was I supposed to be able to
Do you
tell
think
that they were?
legally
So,
you
sir,
could
was I
be
supposed to be able to tell that they were a female to male transition instead of
you
just
have
a fat guy?
you have a legal liability to understand the difference between male genitalia and
So was I
female
supposed to look at their
genitalia in condition.
genitalia before calling 911?
If you see a
Okay,
pregnant
but
ass
sir, this is
woman,
what
I've
I'm
seen it
getting at.
before, and I'm
This is
gonna
what
tell
I
you,
just
I
said.
know.
Was I
Monk,
supposed to
Monk,
check
your
and see if they
responses,
were
your
a trans man
responses,
or just a fat guy?
Monk, your responses are so weird. He just said if she is
I'm
pregnant.
talking at the point. He said if
Pregnant.
they were,
No,
Can a
dude, the
male
second
ever
you
be
No,
pregnant?
if you
Should
Yeah,
I
maybe
check?
maybe
Should
she
I
has like
check?
her baby toes removed.
no
you
no one
literally
said
said
like
if it's
that.
a trans man, they
No one
look like
answered
they
your
just look like a man. Their name is Frankie. They're like, I'm a guy. Should I?
And he's
Would
pregnant.
I just call the
She's
police and say, hey? You don't seem to be understanding your own point. If they look like a male, am I supposed to check their genitalia before calling 911?
Can a male
No,
ever
you're
look
looking at a
pregnant?
woman that's in a car wreck and she's
yeah.
clearly
Oh, you're
pregnant. She's
fucking
got
full
big
of shit.
breasts.
I've
She's
seen
got
lots
a
of
big
fat
belly.
dudes that look pregnant.
Wow. Mo, can
Hold
a
on,
male
hold on. I'm
ever
saying,
look pregnant?
The idea
Yes.
is
Yes.
8 months
100%.
pregnant. Really?
Yes,
Yes.
my dad has a fat fucking beer belly.
Yeah, dude, and it's
It's
round.
di-
Not, I'm
it's-
sorry, not his, but like I've seen it, dude. It
Guys,
literally
it's
looks like a
different.
round
It's
belly.
literally different. Are you
let's say
married?
you can
Not.
tell it's a female.
Do you have a
not.
wife?
It's
I'd say
truly not.
9.
Mo, do you have a
Pretty
wife?
eyes, pretty long eyelashes, and it
Do
says
I?
it's a
No,
guy.
no, sorry, I do not.
Okay, I can tell you for sure
Yeah, it
that
is
a
female.
pregnant
But I
belly
do
is
have a child.
different. Is
I don't have a
different
wife,
than
but I do have a child,
fat.
sir.
Pregnant belly is different from a fat belly.
Sir,
In a pregnant belly, at
Sir.
times you can even spot movements. In
so
a fat one,
was
you
your-
seem to
can't.
was-
be,
Yeah,
you seem to be
Pregnant one
assuming that
does
I've
not
just never been
jiggle the
around
same
a
as
pregnant
the
woman
fed one.
before.
What?
Yeah,
You seem to be
was your
I've-
your oh, go ahead.
I have a child. Like I was around when she was pregnant. I
Okay,
know what a
and was her
pregnant belly
belly
looks like.
jiggly?
So you
Was
can
it
tell
jiggly as
she's
fat?
pregnant.
No,
Could you say that could have been a guy at any time?
sir. Would I assume that my
no,
pregnant
say no.
girlfriend was a
Say no.
guy?
Yeah, at any time. Could you go, well, you know what? If
So,
it
sir,
was
you
wearing the right color, hold on, the right kind of haircut, and it said Frankie, and that was in a serious condition, and you had to call the cops and go, hey, there's a pregnant guy here, which could potentially get her killed because she needs a specialist that deals in maternity. She's pregnant, and you're gonna go, hey, there's a guy that's pregnant, and they're like, hey, your guy's coming in. And she dies. Do you think you should feel
Sir,
guilty for that?
if I said that there was a guy that's pregnant and they didn't get the proper staff for that, should I feel guilty?
Yeah, right. You're using
Bro,
the word
you-
pregnant. Either way, they're gonna send someone that's like
Yes,
something's wrong. Probably
that's
better
the
send the
thing.
guy.
The
It's
more
like, so I don't understand your
confusion,
point.
the more
No,
confusion
no,
you
no, no, no.
introduce, the more risk of death you bring.
Yeah, no
be
one's
more
confused.
clear.
No one in the medical industry is confused. Only you, because you're not
No,
in
no, y'all are ready to confuse a lot of people out there.
there. Yeah,
I see
mean,
a pregnant
that's
male.
irrelevant.
So,
No one said those words. You did.
That's what you're implying on it.
No,
That's
I
what
did,
you're gonna
and
say.
it's kind of like, in the mountain ranges you have a flight for life, and in severe crashes you have flight for life that are ready on standby, and then in certain cases like pregnancies, they send that out immediately in any kind
It's
of
a good
severe
thing you
crash.
used the word pregnancy.
Now, if you were saying that there's a guy, hold on, I'm relaying information to you. If you call in and say, hey, there was an accident, there's a guy, I know who he is, but he's pregnant, and they don't understand that you said pregnant, and they heard you guy clearly. Do you understand that you could put somebody's life at risk because that is a determining factor on how
Okay,
they prep
yeah.
a room?
So, sir,
that
if they
make
hear the
sense to
word
you?
pregnant, they're already going to have the idea that someone's pregnant.
They heard
What if
guy
they didn't
too.
hear that? What if they just heard you say,
Okay,
hey,
so they didn't hear
he's
the
here,
word
and you're
pregnant.
freaking
So
out, and you're
either
like,
way,
"My buddy's
there's nothing that
dying."
I could do in this situation.
They heard guy too. What if they're gonna say,
No,
well,
if they
he
don't
must
hear
be a
the word
guy, so the
pregnant,
pregnant aspect
sir.
shouldn't apply.
So, sir, if they hear the word guy, but if they don't hear the word guy, whatever you just said, if they don't hear the word pregnant, whether they're female or male, they wouldn't prepare for that pregnancy.
Yeah, they wouldn't. If they said it was a
Well,
girl, they
I
wouldn't
genuinely-
automatically better send the doctor just in case she's pregnant. That's not how that would work.
The more confusion you
No,
introduce
you're
to the
introducing-
doctor, the more harder
You
it
said
will
that.
be
No one,
understand.
no.
Okay,
And
but
if you're
still,
saying
either
a
way, they
pregnant
wouldn't
guy, if you're saying a
that.
pregnant guy, then there will be a confusion and issues about to
So-
arise.
They'll
so
figure
are
it
these
out.
doctors not aware that trans men exist? Is that just like part of the scenario?
They don't care. They
You
don't
keep
give
saying
a shit
that, but
what
you're
you
wrong.
call
You're
yourself.
very
If
wrong
you're-
about
if
that.
you're hurt. No, they don't. Listen to what I'm saying.
I've
In an
listened to you make
emergency
this point
situation,
1,000 fucking times.
and you still fucking don't
No,
think it's true.
no,
I don't know why.
no, it's not that. I've addressed it.
Doctors don't care about you. I don't think you understand. Call up a doctor and ask if they give a shit what you are when they're saving your life. Ask if they
We
care
didn't
what you
ask
think
them to
you
do
are.
that. You're implying
we
that
asked
doctors are
them to-
incapable
We
of
asked
knowing
them to
what.
assess the situation.
Yeah.
I'm saying in an evaluation, a doctor is going to say you're a girl or boy. They're not going to go, hey, how do you
Yeah,
feel?
no, they're
They
not.
don't
They're going to
do that,
assess
and
the
that's because they
situation and
don't
act
care.
accordingly, sir.
Yeah, exactly.
They're going to do what's
Okay, so if
medically
you're unconscious and
necessary.
you can't say nothing, they're going to make a determination.
No, they're
based
going to
on
make
what
the
you
they're
are.
going to make the determination on what's medically necessary.
No, they're going to say you're a girl or boy if you can't talk.
They're
because
going to
of what you
determine
have,
based off
correct?
what's medically necessary.
Exactly. I don't
If you
get
have a
why do
broken
you
leg
think
and
why,
you're a
why
boy,
do
they're
you,
not going to go, "Oh, he needs a vasectomy." No, that's not medically necessary.
yeah.
No, when they admit you into the room, they're going to go, a woman age 20 whatever is now in the hospital. They're not going to go, hey, how do you feel? You look like a girl, but you're a boy, huh? They're not, they
No
don't
one-
play that
they-
shit. They don't do that shit. I don't know
No,
why you
no
think
one
they
goes,
do.
your leg's broken. Oh shit, are you a boy or a girl? That matters. So I don't know what your point is.
Yeah, well, you said it does, and they're like, they're not going to treat you
No,
as a
they're just
girl.
gonna
They're not
treat
gonna
your
go,
broken
we're gonna
fucking
change
leg.
who you are.
You're right. They're gonna be like, let's fix his leg or her leg.
Right. And when they give you dosages, and if it's different for females and males, they're going to go, I don't fucking care how you feel. If you feel like a guy, I'm going to give you girl medicine. I don't care what you
Except
think.
for if their
Girl
hormone
medicine?
levels are off, that will put them in danger.
Hey, Mook.
He's gonna
Yes,
save
ma'am?
them. What are you talking about,
Yeah,
Mo?
I have a question. So
Yes,
you
ma'am.
said you have a child, right?
Yes, I do.
Would you be okay with your child being in a restroom or a locker room with a transgender man?
She's a girl.
Well,
I mean,
transgender men wouldn't be in there.
Yeah, and you don't
Oh,
know.
transgender female, I guess.
Transgender
Transgender
woman,
woman.
maybe?
Biological male.
Like a swimming place, and there's a guy in there saying that he's a girl, and your little girl has to go in there and change, but it's okay. It's a girl's locker room. and
Okay,
he's a
so
girl.
I'm curious. Would you be
that
okay
cool?
with a woman taking her son?
No, is it no? Are you going to answer a question with a question?
Oh yeah,
Really? She
no
asked you a
problem, no
good
problem.
question. Could you answer?
So
Yeah,
yes,
'cause you
I
have a
would be
child.
okay with it because it's not like they're going into the restroom to go fucking diddle my daughter. No, like my daughter is literally being raised by a
Even if
trans
it's
man,
nice,
my
you know?
uncle. He's not gonna go diddle her.
Your daughter is changing in a locker room. She's changing, and there's a biological
And
man
you
that
have no heart to
identifies
be
as
Hey,
a
protective
woman.
over
hold
him.
on,
You're
hold on.
saying-
Let me ask
you
you
think there
something.
will not be
If-
a higher possibility of a crime happening?
If his daughter's changing in the locker room, if there's no one around, where do you think he is?
What?
He's
Okay.
waiting outside.
Okay.
I'd be
Well,
inside.
he's
with
probably
me.
not, because how old is this person? What do you
I would change my gender right
no,
there to
or
get
would
in
you
there.
maybe just take her
Just
into
because
the
I don't
male's
want
room
that,
with
you know?
you?
Like my daughter is literally two
Well,
and a
wait a minute,
half.
she's
She's
a
not going
boy?
into a restroom by herself.
If your
Okay,
daughter is
imagine
16
your
years
daughter
old,
is 15.
16, she can
Whoa.
go into the restroom
Yeah,
by
6 years
herself.
old.
It's not like I'm gonna leave her in the mall or like at the pool. Like,
Yeah, so
No,
it's
dude,
imagine
it's
she's
irrelevant.
12, 13, 14, 15 years old.
What
so,
have you seen
so
5
what is it that you
transgender males
what is
go
it
in
that you
there? Would
think
want to
that
do that?
segregated bathrooms are gonna protect you from?
Exactly. It's insanity.
less chances of a
Well,
rape.
I know one thing is I have a little
So
girl,
what
and she's
what
not
is it
allowed to
that
go
you
into
think it
any
will
restroom
actually
that have
protect you? So you said rape.
Less
What about
chances.
a sign on the bathroom is gonna prevent that?
Less, bro. Less
They're
chances of a
all
rape.
females.
In what way?
If a biological
What is
man
preventing
that
this?
if a biological man
What
that
percentage of
identifies
trans look
as
at
a
what percentage
female
of trans
walks
women
into
committed
the
a rape in a
restroom,
bathroom?
dude.
What
I'm
percentage
talking
of a
about the
trans woman
possibility.
I'm talking
Listen,
about the reality.
listen. Sure,
Possibility is
sure.
irrelevant.
Sure, your reality is already it's confused. But now,
No, it's
if
not
a
confused. Look up the
biological
fucking
man,
statistic and prove yourself right.
if pervertant,
Look up the statistic and prove
biological,
yourself wrong. Look
oh,
up the statistic and prove
So
yourself
you're
wrong.
just
you're starting to
putting the word
understand my
pervert in
point.
there
It looks
already,
like
but okay.
if a perverted
Are you
biological
gonna look it
man,
up and prove
he
yourself wrong?
wants to go into a gym, a locker room where the biological females are changing their clothes, and right there on the spot, he identifies himself as a woman. Walks in there, guess what?
You have to prove
His
that people are doing this.
his
Prove that
desires.
people are doing. Prove that people are doing this. Prove that people are doing this.
Prove that people
Not-
people
They got
doing
Not
this.
a
You
single
don't think-
person. I'm
you don't
talking
think
about-
people are
look
doing
up-
this? You
I'm
don't
looking
think
up
that
a
people are doing this?
A percentage. What percentage
Dude,
is this happening?
whenever something makes sense to you and you see that we
That's
have
why
a
they
point,
shouldn't have a right to do it.
prove,
So
bro.
So, sir,
Yes,
what
prove
should I
use-
refer to you as,
use
just so
a
I can get,
hypothetical-
just so I can talk to you like
Well, I
quickly,
asked,
sir?
I
Use-
asked
use
Mark
examples.
a question,
Serge?
so I'm just
So-
Bibian,
I want him to
Bibian,
answer.
whenever something makes sense to you, all of a sudden you get this proof. It's reality. There are perverts out there that do this.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
reality,
exactly.
whether you like
No
it
one
or
said
not.
that.
Okay, it's
No.
real. Are you
Hold
okay
on,
when
hold
a
You're
pervert
saying-
walks
Do you
in
want me to
into
answer
the
your
locker
question? Do
and
you want me to answer your question?
flings up his
Do you want me to answer
desires?
your question?
The possibility
sir-
of a
Do you want me to
rape
answer your question? Do you want me to
skyrockets.
answer your
Oh,
question?
So,
because
sir-
of this.
I still haven't heard the answer to my. I'll let him go first. I
Well,
apologize,
Mook, I
Vivian.
asked you a question and I haven't
Oh,
heard
yes, ma'am.
the answer.
I apologize. What was your question again?
Yeah, so let's say your daughter is 12, 13, 14, teenager.
Mhm.
Would you be okay with her being in a locker room with a biological male? Just her and him. A male who identifies as a
Is no
female.
one
Oh.
around, like, all in the situation?
You just know it's.
What is it?
You watched him go in. Would you just go, "Hey, go in, you're good," or would you go, "Hey"?
I mean,
hold on,
I
wait
would
for him to
trust
come
that
out?
my
Would you
daughter is
feel like
capable of
that at all?
screaming, or I'd tell her, "Hey, come here."
Dude,
Like,
hey.
no, daughter,
Yeah,
no,
is that
Constance, come
really-
back. No, we're not going in there right
Oh,
now.
all of a sudden you becoming
Are you
You
protective.
never heard somebody grab
All of a
somebody by
sudden
the
you
mouth?
becoming
You
protective.
never
Good
heard
job,
somebody
bro.
get knocked out?
Yeah, well, let me ask you this: what if he's in the bath? What if she's in the bathroom at this age or whatever, 13, whatever you're saying? He hears a scream and he goes in there and he's being attacked by a biological female, a cis female. What? I mean, I don't understand your point.
Why?
Like, what do
Why
you mean?
would
What?
a biological
Exactly,
female attack
exactly.
her?
Why? Well, why would these things that you're
So-
making up happen?
Pardon me.
Because
Your
Pardon me.
men-
I'd like to
Because
answer
men
a
do
woman's
those.
question.
Women don't do
Pardon
those
me,
things.
sir. I'd like to answer a woman's question. She
Vivian,
said,
wow.
"Why?" So rape isn't inherently about something sexual. It's something about power. You can get this from any fucking psychologist. It's not about sexual like acts. It's about
It
power.
pops
So we
with a
have
desire.
seen women rape women. We have seen women rape men. We've
Okay,
seen men
let's
rape
look
men.
at
We've seen women rape
statistics.
women.
You guys are talking about statistics. Let's look at statistics. What is
Yeah.
the percentage of female raping female and male raping female?
I don't have
Well,
that off the top of my
No,
head.
no. This is what you
Okay.
need to. These are the statistics you need to
But
look
you
up.
understand
need
the
to look,
point.
Hold on. No,
You don't
look
need
up these
statistics to understand the point.
You need no. You do need statistics to know what is actually happening.
Vivian, are you
look-
serious?
Yes, you
Okay,
do.
so what is the percentage?
What
of
are
women
what are the
raping
chances that a woman will
Yeah, look
rape
it
a
up.
woman compared to a man rape a woman? What are the chances? Where's there's
Well,
more
that's not the question.
chances?
The question
Man
is-
raping a
is that-
woman or a woman raping a woman?
It's irrelevant because this is. No,
Does
this
it
is the
matter,
question.
Phil?
What are the statistics?
Yeah,
Yes,
does
it
it
does. So
matter?
I'll tell you. So the statistics actually of a woman, a cis woman raping another cis woman are higher than a trans woman raping a cis or any woman.
Okay, so hold on. You, with your logic, you're saying that the 0.001% or whatever it was should be able to change the face of how everybody lives because
Hey, can
of
I
how
ask
they
you
think?
something? Do you know what a fucking wheelchair ramp is?
That was a terrible answer. Could you try it
Do you
again?
know what a wheelchair ramp is?
No, you didn't answer the question, dude.
Oh,
You missed
I
it. You
did.
want me to
That's
ask
Hold
you
why
on,
again?
I'm
hold on,
answering you.
hold on. Bibian, are you aligning a woman that transition into a man or transsexual to what wheelchair? So to handicap. So they're handicapped. Okay, they're handicapped in their mind, right?
No.
Is that what
No,
you're aligning
no.
it to? Your example
they
is
chose
that.
to
Do
get in
you want
that
me? Do you want me?
That's
Oh,
your
I will.
example.
Would
You
you
said,
like
do you
me to
know what
answer?
a wheelchair is?
By the way,
Yo, those
pardon me.
people are
No, hold on.
genuinely
I'm
handicapped.
going to talk
They
right now.
should
I'm
have
going to talk
a
right
ramp.
now. I'm
They
going to
should
talk.
have a ramp.
Shut
But
up.
now,
Shut up.
but
Listen.
now,
Let
if
me
you're
talk.
aligning
Shut
that
up.
example to
Be
a
quiet. No.
transitional woman, guess what? You're just
No.
calling her a
No.
handicapped.
No.
Wow,
No. Oh
Vivian.
my God. Will y'all
Vivian, be
shut the
nicer
fuck
to
up
them.
so I can answer it?
Be
Will
nicer
you
to
shut the
them.
fuck up so I
Really,
can answer
man.
the
We don't want to
question?
hear what
Will
you
you
gotta
shut the
say.
fuck up so I can answer the
Well,
question?
we don't really care.
Yeah,
We know
but
you're
make
gonna
sure,
be
but
No,
make
I
sure you
didn't.
pop
I
a
can't.
better
Oh my God.
examples,
You're
not
not
like
even
that.
talking.
Oh my fucking God. Shut the fuck up. Listen to me.
It might go
I'm gonna.
backwards.
You
It
asked
might go
me.
back.
You were talking about percentage. You said, should we cater to people that with these low percentages? My point is,
Yeah,
yeah, right, right.
0.001%.
Guess what? Look at the percent. Yeah,
We change
yes, we do,
everything
and that's
else.
what we do. We cater to. That's like someone that needs a wheelchair. That's why we put wheelchair. What percentage of people are in wheelchairs compared to walking?
Helping somebody is not the same as catering. There, there's a difference,
It's
right?
called.
When somebody
Well,
is
it's called
required to go to,
equity.
no,
No,
hold
stop telling
on,
me.
hold on.
No,
If
fuck
somebody is
you.
required,
Shut the fuck up. You don't know what you're talking about.
Cater
out of a
to
burning
transition of
building,
people
hold
because
on.
they're
If
handicapped?
somebody's required to get out of a burning building by state code, is not the same thing as going, hey, I feel this way, and I think
I
you should
don't
feel
care
this way,
what you
female.
think.
So I'm
You
gonna
don't
make-
know what you're talking about.
So should we
I
cater
literally stated
to
my
a
case. You want us to
transitional?
deal with you because you feel like it.
Hey, quit giggling and listen to what I'm saying. Okay.
Your example is
Like,
weird, BPN.
Hey, you know what?
You're
Let me
comparing
ask
how
you. Hey,
I
Monk.
feel to an actual
Monk.
handicap.
Yes, sir.
Hold on. Hey, what do you think about what do you think
He
about
needs
what
help.
I'm saying?
I mean, I feel as though it's relatively relevant. So I'd like to just bring something up earlier that someone had asked. The comparison between the rape or the sexual assault statistics
Blind person
between
doing different things.
trans women and cis women. Trans women have a percentage
What about
set
a
so
blind-
low that they don't have a population to base it off of. Just want to throw that out there.
Did you
real quick.
compare jails? What is the percentage in jail?
I mean, sorry, I
Yeah,
apologize.
you're lying, dude.
You know,
There's definitely a statistic on all
look
of
it up.
especially
Look
in
it up.
neighborhoods in areas.
Look it up. Like,
I'm gonna
as
look
of,
up about jails.
sorry, what was the question that you would ask specifically about jails, a woman?
Yeah, so what is the percentage of trans so-called women raping in jails comparing to women raping women in jail?
So that wasn't the original question, so I didn't look up that statistic.
Well, if you can.
Go look it up. It'll blow your
Alrighty.
mind. You're going to be impressed.
Though I
Those
do
are big
know
numbers.
that trans women have between 30 and 40%, or 30 to 40% of trans women report having been sexually assaulted throughout their life. But all right, let's look this up.
No, it's 100% because they've all got caught in the act of sex and they have to
Oh,
classify
okay, I got you.
in
So it's kind of just like a gotcha, like,
No,
oh,
no,
it's
hold on.
rape by
It's-
proxy, like it's automatically rape. Okay, gotcha.
Well, no. It's high because of, like I said, that they got a court case where they're trying to turn it over in California. That the inmate that was the first, I think she was the first or the third, something like that, that was allowed to be transitioned female in male or female population, and 9 people ended up getting pregnant in a kind of a thing, and they had to send her back to a male population. Do you think it's because of how she felt?
Say the question again? Like, specifically the question.
Okay, so even in the legal sense that they had a female and they accepted it, they said, okay, you believe you're a female. They said, okay, we believe that. As she goes into prison, there's 9 people who get pregnated by this transgender, and they end up removing her out of a female population into a male population. Do you think that she was really a female?
Do I think that she was really a female?
Yeah, there was 9 pregnancies spawned by this one female. Do you think that's possible? Can a female get a female pregnant? I'm talking legally. Because remember, they're looking at the crime. It's like either a rape, consensual, or what was it? It's like,
I mean,
so
in
it
jail,
matters.
you don't have
So
the
let's say I'm a
ability
legal
to
person.
consent.
Well, I said for a
Yeah.
crime, impregnating somebody, is that legally possible by a female? Can a female impregnate anybody legally?
Why are you throwing
Say
legally
no.
in there?
Yeah, I'm very confused by the legally
Well,
part.
because everything's in your guys' head, and because the legal system doesn't recognize it, the medical system doesn't recognize it. What other system is there other than in your head?
What doesn't the
I
medical
feel
system
like its
recognize?
system. I feel like its system recognize it.
The medical system looks at a cadaver and it never goes, "Hey, was it a girl or a boy?" It never asks the question. It knows what it is.
Why
because
would it
looks.
ask that question?
Does that make sense? Because shouldn't it matter if it was a girl or a boy?
In what
how it
way?
felt
In what
before
way
it was
should it
a
matter?
sex? Okay, so when you intake a body, and let's say it's a corpse, right? And you have to classify it and categorize it and start doing the autopsy. They have to determine what you're dealing with. They never lie to themselves. They never go, "Hey, this is a boy, but it felt like a girl." They
Well, let
never
me
do
tell you
that
what they
ever,
do.
ever.
They like
Oh
my
my
dad.
God. Do you know
Yeah.
a coroner, dude? Are you
Well,
working
no, but
coroner?
both my mom and dad have passed
Oh,
away,
okay,
and
Whistler.
yeah,
You're
no,
a fighter.
okay, but both my mom and dad have passed away, and I picked out their clothes, and I chose the way that they looked. I even picked up the makeup for my mom because I remember the way my mom used to wear her makeup. So
Did they ask you if it was a girl
no,
or
they
boy?
didn't. They
Say no,
didn't.
'cause they don't do
Yeah,
that. You know
no,
why?
you know
'Cause
what
they
they
don't care
did?
what you think.
They put on the clothes I gave them, and they put on the makeup that I gave them. Well, not gave them, but told them what to look like.
Yeah, they'll do that for even the boys looking like
Yeah.
girls. But
No, my
to
point is your
they
point
try
is
to
very
see
dumb and irrelevant.
genitally.
Mostly they dress them the way they want to. Guess what? If my dad wanted to be dressed like a woman, he would.
I didn't
Well,
say
then
nothing
what?
about dress. I said that the medical industry doesn't care
No,
what you
you're
think.
talking
It'll
about
classify you
corpses,
whatever
and it
you
makes
are.
no sense.
Hey, look what the
Sorry.
I'm
Telegraph
saying
is saying.
medically.
I'm sorry, Servant. So would neuroscience and psychology and sociology not be considered medical?
Well, it's like
Not to
saying
these
that.
guys.
No, it's like when people have the doctorate in what do they call that when people are psychiatrists? Just because you think you know something doesn't mean you do. Because you ask 100% of all the psychiatrists, they ask them, "Did you cure anybody?" And they will say officially no, because there's one resolution to the mind: is the mind is going to do what it
I don't
wants to
think
do,
that's the
which means
point.
it's untreatable. But here's the thing: is I've never seen a girl grow a boy part, and I've never seen a boy
I just
grow a
told you.
girl
I
part
told
just
you
because
about
they want
that.
it.
That happens naturally. What are you talking about?
Remember how we
No,
spoke
it doesn't.
about
Go full of that
the
article.
Yeah, I
transgenders
do
in
see that.
prison?
Oh, by the way, what should I
Remember-
refer to as?
Look, me, I'm Serge. Serge.
Sir.
That's Surge,
Yeah.
baby.
Yeah. So look at this article by
Sorry.
Telegraph. More than
Yeah, I can see it.
70% of transgender prisoners are in for sex offenses or
So
violent
seeing as
crimes.
how that wasn't the initial question,
Right.
I'm trying to see the relevance. I see that a
You're
woman
saying
added
you're
it on
saying that
afterwards.
There's a high
transgender
probability
people
of
do
a
not cause
sexual
any
act.
sexual offenses,
Not what he said.
and the reason why they get to jail is because they do.
No.
No one said that. No one said that.
Those are
Yes.
those are cases while in prison. Wait,
No, it's
Prisoners are in-
because they got
No,
to
no, you're
prison.
missing it.
Violent
Sorry, I
offenses
can't see
among
right now.
male
It's like saying
prisoners
that
who
the
identify
population-
as a woman
70%
shows why they
transgender
shouldn't be in
prisoners are
prisons,
sex offenses,
say women's right campaigners.
Well,
sex offenses
I
or
can tell
violent
you that
crimes.
transgender people do commit sexual crimes. Guess what? Straight people commit sexual crimes. White people, black people, tall people, short people, all kinds of people commit sexual crimes. It doesn't mean it's because they're white, tall, black, transgender. It doesn't
We're
mean
just
those things.
refuting your point
Hold
that
on.
transgender
Do mental
people
people
are
No one-
innocent.
No one said that. No one said
The
that. No one
reason
said
why-
they-
the
no one
reason
said
why
they're
a
innocent because they're
male-
transgender.
The reason why a male would identify
mental
himself
people
as
cause-
a
Do
woman
you
and
think
go
that you could ever
into a
at least just
locker room
try to,
because
like,
he wants to
You're
spawn
not
his
even
sexual
trying.
desire?
It's lazy.
What are
It's
you
just
talking about?
lazy.
Do
You're
you-
lazy.
These
Vivian,
are
do
valid
you
arguments,
understand
No, they're
not. Hey, Phil,
how
come on,
male
Phil,
sexual
talk.
desire works? Do you understand?
Male
Sexual
sexual
desire
desire.
works. Do you understand? And what spawns it?
how sexual
Now-
desire works?
Yes. Now, if a man who
We're
is or
predatory
a
versus a
male
woman.
who is predatory or perverted
I'm just
identifies himself as a woman, walks into a locker room just to provoke his sexual desire, the possibility of a rape or sexual offense crime is
Okay, so-
skyrocketing.
And
Would
instead
you
of
be
saying a bunch
okay
of
with
dumb
your
shit,
14-year-old daughter to be
instead
there?
instead of saying a bunch of dumb shit, will you just
Dumb
be
shit?
willing to look? Yeah, instead
Really?
of just saying dumb shit, can you just look up something instead?
I just showed
He
you.
did.
I literally just
That
showed
was
you.
something.
Can
That
you
was
just
actually
look
on
up
paper.
some stuff here?
Okay, Gustav, send me the link.
What else you want to look up? You want
No,
what else? You
no,
wanna
I know.
argue
I
about?
want to. I want you to
I just
look
showed
up.
you the article.
No, that's not. I want you to look. You show me a person doing a thing. I want you to show me. Just look up this. What percentage of trans women are committing sexual rapes in bathrooms?
Hold on, you're asking
No,
the wrong
no, not-
question. How many mental people? Hold on, listen to my question. How many mental people are committing?
That's not the
sexual
right
acts?
question because mental has nothing to do with being trans.
Okay, bro,
100%,
is trans
100% of all cases.
okay? Is trans look?
I'm sorry,
Is
Serpent, I like-
would you identify trans as fully male, looks like male, but thinks as a woman? Would you identify him as a trans?
Nope.
Why are you so mean to him? He thinks that he's a woman. Why wouldn't you
If
agree with
I
him?
would identify the person the way they identify themselves.
He feels well. He just did. He just identified himself as a woman, but literally he looks like a man. There's not even a spot of a female on him. Not even a spot of identification of a female. But he just identified himself as
the
a
problem-
woman and
How-
walks
how-
into the locker room.
How can he look? How can he look like a woman exactly? What
Because
does a
he's
woman look like?
Well, there we go. Because we don't have a clear definition. He doesn't need
No,
to have any specific clue.
I have a definition.
all
of-
he
of
needs to
woman,
do-
if you'd like it.
Yeah, the definition of
Oh,
a woman is I
do
feel
you
like a
have
woman.
fat ass?
Thus,
Do
I
you
can
have a
go
fat
in there. I feel like one.
No. The definition, I mean, like a short, little, quick definition that I like is just it's an adult human that has a personal schema on what they see with the sexual characteristics of a female.
That's what I said. They literally identified themselves as a woman.
So, do you want to know where we're getting this information from?
Yeah. Would you like to know?
Because it is a medical source.
Yeah.
Okay, you're look. I don't really care.
No,
where
sir.
you're
I
getting
just
this
want a yes or
information.
no.
I
Like,
don't
quick
really care.
answer, like,
You know
That's
why?
an
You know why?
extremely
Because
close-ended question.
I'm pointing to a
Sir, that is
solid
an
argument.
extremely close-ended question. Do you want to know
What?
where that is from? The information that we just gave to you, our definition of female, or not female,
Bro.
but our gender.
Bro,
Yeah, woman.
okay. Are you saying that? Okay, let me then ask you this question again, as I asked BBN. So let's say a perverted male
Sir, it
literally
was an
just
extremely
identified himself
close-ended
as a woman
question.
just to walk into the locker room. Are you okay with that? He just identified, and then he walks out of the restroom and he identifies himself back as a man, and he flip-flops. Why he flip-flops? Because he wants to spark his sexual desire. Are you okay
Because
with
he's
that?
gender fluid, it sounds like. Sounds like he's gender fluid.
But now, if he identifies himself as a woman and you say that he's not a woman, well, you just defeated your own identification standards.
Okay, but he didn't say that he's not a woman. He said gender
Yeah, so,
fluid.
yeah. It sounds like he's
Yeah.
gender fluid.
This is an extremely close-ended question, sir. Do you want to know where we got that definition for gender from?
Doesn't matter.
No,
If
but
you're-
it
Well,
does.
just tell him.
doesn't
Just tell
matter.
him. Just tell him.
What
Sir, it
is your
from a-
definition?
It is
Is it the way
second
they feel?
edition neurobiology textbook.
Sure. Is it the way they feel? Is that what identifies them as
Sure, it
whatever they
is.
want to
It's
be
not
identified
so much
as?
as the way that they feel; it's the way that they interpret themselves based on these categories that they've been given.
Okay,
Yeah, right.
and a man gives
So
his
is it a
own
choice?
categories right
Is it-
before
is it
going
also
into
a
a
choice?
locker
Do-
room.
No, that
Did
is
you choose
not
to
at
be a
all
man?
what I said.
Yeah, no one said that.
No, I'm
Yes,
saying, is it-
according
did
to
they- a
your
lot of them have an
standards, you
account
can
of being a
flip-flop.
choice, but they
No.
chose-
Whatever you
It's
think,
the
that's
standard.
what you
It's
are.
the standard.
According
That's
to
not
your
what
anyone said.
standards,
It's not what
according
he
to
said.
your standards, you can flip-flop. And
Like,
guess
sir,
what?
you can say whatever you want. You can say that you're a male or that you're a woman or a man, but gender isn't just something that you switch. Gender fluid means that sure, sometimes you feel like this, sometimes you feel like that, but gender itself, it is it is how you feel based off these categories that you have been given throughout your life. It is like the way that people dress, the way that people act, the way that
So
people fucking
you're
like.
saying
based on
that
a feeling
gender
only.
can never change their mind, right? What if they change their mind 20 years after?
No,
Is it
it's not.
based
It's
on
not a
feeling
changing of
only?
mind. It's not necessarily a changing of mind.
It's
It's
a
mainly
realization
like,
of self.
yeah, exactly. Like, how do you
No,
know?
bro,
Like, how
it
do
is
like you
changing
guys?
mind.
Can you just now? Can you tell me
Yes.
how? Can you
Look,
honestly
here's a scenario.
give
Here's
me?
a scenario.
Tell me how you
child
feel like
is-
a man. What makes you feel like a man? Please
Is it a
tell me.
feeling?
What
Bro,
makes you a
if
man?
you
Quit
do
and don't
not
just say
know-
you're cock.
If you do
It's
not
not
know
about
this,
feeling.
bro, come on, bro.
I'm
Here's
asking you.
a
Why can't you
general,
tell me?
here's a general
Why
example.
can't you tell
a
me?
boy is being raised by women all around, and they're treating him like a girl. They're putting on dresses. They're putting on makeup. They're doing all the piercings and everything else.
Wait, why do
Hold on a
girls?
sec.
Why do
Bro,
girls get
bro,
to wear
hold
makeup?
on.
Why do girls?
Hold
Why
on,
is makeup
hold on.
exclusive to women?
So they're treating
Why?
him
Why?
as
Why?
a
No, answer
girl.
that.
They
But
treating
why
them
is
as a
that
girl.
as a girl? Why is it not
Can you
just
shut up?
a dress? Why
Can
is
you
it
literally
no? Why
shut
is
up
it not?
for now?
I cannot. I cannot. I just want to know why this dress and makeup. Why is that a girl? Why is that a girl?
Here, I'll just help
it's a
you to
feeling.
shut up. Anyways,
based on a
now
feeling.
if this boy is getting raised amongst all the females that are treating him like a girl, and then he grows up and all of a sudden he starts to feel manly, and he is starting to get attracted to female kind. Now what? He just changed his mind. So he flips
So,
flops
sir,
around
you
the
just
genders,
defeated
right?
your own point, and we had brought this up earlier. There was someone who tried to trans a kid. There was the study on it. I think
Well,
BBN,
well, that boy will
BNN.
definitely feel like a girl when he is growing up.
But sir,
but then
you
when
don't
he
at
is
all
grown up,
understand what it was about.
he swaps
The
again.
kid literally had his penis turned inside out. He had the surgery. He was transed. Like they were giving him hormones.
Those
But he
women, they
still
didn't
felt
change him
like a
to trans.
man later on. He didn't feel like a woman.
Well, this
Because
this
his
boy right
choice
here
of
in
how
my
he felt.
example, the boy, he had agreed when he was young, he was a girl, because that's what he was infused with. You're a girl, you're a girl, you're a girl. But then he grew up and he understood the truth, and he became
Exact
a
same
boy.
situation. This is the exact
Okay,
same
So
situation. It's not that
90%
he changed his mind. It's that he didn't feel how they were making him feel.
See, feelings lie.
What
Sex
what is
doesn't lie.
what is your overall point of saying that?
Feelings lie. You can feel
That's not a
different a
point.
year after. You can feel different 5 years after. You can feel different if you want to walk into the locker room and exercise your sexual desire.
So is it that you feel different or that you recognize yourself
sex on
better?
feelings, that will cause a
You're not
mess within
basing
our
sex
society.
off feeling.
You're what?
It's gender. You're not basing sex off feeling. It's gender.
You're
No.
assigning.
It's biology. I was going to say the biology is like if you look at it, there is either
No,
or
it's not. There's
no
plenty of in between.
No. I'm talking about genitalia.
There's also
either
no
or,
genitalia.
and
What do
then
you mean?
No, that's not. How many
Does it
babies
matter
are
how
born
many,
with no
sir?
genitalia? Look it up.
Give me
no,
a
it
good
does
reason
matter,
as to
because
why.
you're saying that because one time it happened, it's got to be acceptable.
Give me
That's
a
not the
reason as
truth.
to why it doesn't matter.
Okay, the reason why it doesn't matter is because mentally is the only thing that is determining anything, because medically there is no statistical evidence of going, this is the difference between a transgender male that is a female and a trans or a male. There is no medical evidence other than you can have higher rates of estrogen, which doesn't matter because there's athletes with higher parts of estrogen that are aggressive. So it doesn't really matter, but there is no medical evidence that shows that you can show a difference between somebody who thinks it and somebody who doesn't think it. There's no medical
evidence. So it seems as if we're going into a circle again. This is where I had asked you early. No, so sir.
No, there's no
sir, this is where I had asked you earlier. Can you prove that you love someone?
There's no
So,
medical
sir, this
evidence
is exactly
between
how it went
all
earlier. Can you
identical.
prove that you love someone? How?
Yes, I've already told you, yeah.
Tell
And
me
then
how.
you're
Tell
By
me
like,
your
no,
how.
you can't.
actions.
When it costs you more than you would say it's worth, you will understand that that's a proof of love. If you were to give your life up to save somebody, that's a proof of love, not ignorance, especially if you're known with that message.
So,
See,
so
you're
if
missing the
you,
whole idea that you
so
can
if
be
you're willing to
going
give your whole life up
into
while you're in the heat of war, that
delusion.
means that whoever you just like jumped in front
No, I'm
of for a
saying
bullet,
you're
you love
under a
them.
delusion. No, I'm saying
Well,
you're under a delusion
No, so
because
sir,
here's a
do
medical
you
fact
think
that
again,
you
love
can
you
is
haven't
only
actually reset
feelings?
the
proven how
mind.
you haven't proven how you can see love.
Moke, do you think love is only
No,
feelings?
it's a spiritual. No, spirit. It's a spiritual matter that you can prove, but the spiritual world, man, when you start messing with that, you
What
got
do
to
you
be
mean
careful.
spiritual?
You're talking about
What do you mean by
what's
spiritual?
that? Okay, so let's say I believe in there's people who give away all they have and somehow they get more and more and more. It's like they're a funnel. And like most people can't understand it. And I've seen people who are real greedy, their money goes out because everything's always breaking and they never have money, but yet they'll never give nobody nothing. So I've seen the rich become poor and the poor become rich just on the sowing and reaping idea. That's a fact. You can prove that with data that sowing and reaping is not is it's a fact, but it's a spirit realm, just like love and hate. You can't prove it, but everybody knows it exists, and it all
So,
exists
genuine
in
question:
you.
do you think that all of the rich billion and now trillionaire, um, you know, they sow and they reap?
Uh, I think about people that can take advantage of people are in positions that they can do it for reasons, and they've been doing it for a long time, provably.
Okay, so sir,
There's a lot of.
just like defeated your argument, saying that there's like definitive proof being sowing and
I
reaping.
wasn't done talking. I understand you want to interrupt me, but give me a second. But there's also this factor that I believe in, which is sin, which means natural man wants to do things that are not exactly right. But love will always do
That's
the
not the
right
definition of
thing.
sin, sir.
Now, I think the further, hold on. I think the further away you get from the source of love, the more everything becomes unhazy. You start considering, hey, if a guy had a fat enough ass, maybe, and if maybe I should wear a wig and see how
If
I
he
look.
got
Maybe,
ass,
I
I'm
think
in.
I see that, and I'm saying you're in delusion, my bro. We got to hang out more, not just in
Okay, but
person.
sir,
That's you like
sir,
that I like
before
ass.
we
You want to
get
hang out?
No, you might like my ass, dude. I'm worried
no,
about
but
you,
Yeah.
Phil.
on some real
I'm
stuff
gonna be
though,
honest.
like without getting too religious, I want to just like say real quick, that's not the definition of sin. Sin is going against the order of God. But anyways,
No, it's
quite
not.
literally,
But
So
Moke,
you've already defeated
quite
yourself. No,
literally,
it's not.
sin is going against the order of
Moke,
God.
No, but
Moke, do you think
sin is
love
not loving.
is only emotional and there's no
I mean,
actions attached at all?
there are things such as the dilation of pupils and heartbeats or the heart rate that can kind of give you an idea, but it's not
No, you're talking
evidence.
Sure,
love,
that's
dude. Love isn't
emotional
about
side.
the heart.
Okay, Moke, let's say
No, that's the
in
physical
a week,
side.
a husband and wife, they have a major argument and they don't feel great towards each other anymore, and they're those pupils don't dilate and everything else. Do they not love each other anymore? That's it. Love is gone. It's over with because of that argument. If you
I'm
base
confused
love
as to
on the
where you're
feelings,
going
it
with
must be
this.
gone. If you base it on the feelings only, it must be gone. It's no longer real, right?
I'm confused as to where you're going with this.
Well, that's why I'm saying. Do you think love is strictly emotional, or love is sure, it includes a part of emotions, but it's more of an action based?
I mean,
Is it
I
factual? Is love a fact?
I can present things that appear to be love without loving someone.
Name one.
So it's fake love.
Think about psychopaths,
Give me
sociopaths.
example.
Acting like you like somebody to get something.
Exactly. They are acting as
So
if they
real,
love a person, but they don't. They physically
Okay.
can't.
Okay, is love
Right,
genuine
right.
or is
See,
it
now what
hypocritical?
you're describing is the spirit realm.
Sorry, what was that, Serge?
Is love hypocritical or genuine?
I'm confused as to what
I'm
you're trying
not
to
look.
distinguish.
I'm not attaching love to kindness only. That's it. No,
Yeah, no.
yes,
So
I'm
what I'm
attaching love
saying
to
is,
kindness. I'm attaching it to life. I'm to actions.
so
That's what
Serge,
I'm
you're
attaching it more
Serge,
than to emotions.
so Serge, you're saying that it's not only emotional, it's also physical. But you're talking about these physical characteristics. But people who are incapable of feeling love can also act those out.
If love is feelings only, then you don't love your spouse a few days after, right after that major argument.
So I'm just confused. Do you think that love just dissipates, like the emotions just dissipate?
Well, how do you feel towards them? Kind of angry, not loving.
I mean, anger
What
and
if she didn't
love
love you?
aren't exactly, mutually exclusive. You can be angry at someone that you love. Have you never been angry at your parents?
Oh, so see,
No,
so
could
see,
you, if she didn't
love is
love you
not
no
based
more?
in emotion. Love is
What do you
based in
mean?
reality, in facts, in life, how you
What do
carry
you
yourself.
mean?
It's based on how
Yeah,
you carry yourself in reality.
No, it is not. I am
Bro,
genuinely
okay,
confused.
if
If you can, if you can,
you had an argument with your spouse and you do not leave the relationship right there the next day, that means emotions. Yeah, love is not really inside of emotions. Love is more in facts that person is your
no,
spouse.
that is
Arguments happen,
not.
they will fade away, but let's
Give me a
continue on in
syllogism
life.
to make sure that this is logical. Give me a syllogism.
Is it not logical what I'm telling you?
Okay,
Give me a syllogism.
I don't understand
I'll
that word.
give
I'm
you one.
sorry.
So syllogism is part one, or if A and B, then C. If love is strictly physical, or if love is both physical and emotional, then this, so this.
Okay, love is rooted more based on actions and based on facts and reality, and it followed up with emotions. Emotions cannot
Okay.
dictate love ever. If emotions will dictate love, it's not love. You'll flip flop all the time.
Okay, so let me get this straight. If if love is based on actions and not emotions, then what was the conclusion?
Actions
Then love isn't based
dictate
off emotions?
actions dictate emotions. Actions prompt emotions to happen.
Okay.
It's like giving love under no circumstance. Even if she doesn't love you, you still are giving love and doing all the loving things because there's no reason why you can be anything but loving. Do you think that that's a spiritual
So
significance?
do you think that if I go and give someone on the streets a hug and they feel a strong emotional connection, that means that I love them?
You just displayed an
Yeah,
action of
according
love.
to you, yeah, that's how you
That's
do it.
not according to me.
Yeah, you just said how they feel. What if they feel
But that doesn't
way?
mean
You
that
can't tell
I
them that they
love
don't feel
them.
that way.
Well, you displayed an action of love.
No,
Now,
it's an act of
is your
affection.
is
Yes.
it
So you don't have no
Love isn't
affection?
an action. Affection is an action. Kindness is an action.
What do you define love
Right,
as?
right. So you're proving the point that love is like when
So
you're fighting with your spouse and you don't show affection, are you still loving?
I'll answer Serge real quick. I define love as not only the chemicals that activate certain emotion or feelings within your brain, as well as start your body. So that would be the emotions, because you get physical reactions from emotions. But it is also more deep. It is the way that you feel about this person. It is how that person makes you feel.
Hold
That
on.
that feeling
Makes
in
you feel?
itself, that feeling in itself is the love. The affection that they give you is what makes you feel that love.
Okay, if it's strictly feelings based, how do you love them after a major argument?
Because the love won't just disappear.
But you don't
Like
feel it
me,
anymore.
like me, I will always love my ex. I have love for my ex. I'm not in love with her.
I'm pretty sure until she gets you super mad, and all of a sudden the feelings change, at least for a few days.
No.
Are you serious?
So in love with somebody is different than
Yes.
loving them. Okay, and that's the difference between that she's a he and he's a she.
Can you make a syllogism to prove how that follows?
Yeah. Okay. So let's say you have a favorite pet. Let's say you have a pet duck, and I'm into eating ducks, and your little pet runs away, and I find him, and I'm like, oh man, a duck, my favorite, and I make him
Sir,
up
I
and I
said a
eat him.
syllogism, not an
Hold on.
analogy.
Yeah, that's an analogy, not a.
Hold on.
Can you
no,
engage with his question?
No, listen to what the point is.
All right.
Do you think legally I'm liable for your feelings that you had toward that animal in any shape or form? See how if you would shut your mouth,
So,
it
sir,
would look like you're stupid?
you more so focused on whether or not you should have. So, sir.
No, I broke it
So,
down
sir.
to a legal precedent. Do you think
So, sir,
feelings
exactly.
matter?
So
when
you
I don't know
you're more
anything
so
about
focused on whether or not you should be accepting of their feelings.
No, I said, is there a legal precedent for me to accept your feelings when I didn't even know what they were? Do you think that matters in a legal form?
No, and that's not a syllogism.
Syllogism.
That's an analogy. A syllogism is to test
No,
logic.
it's not. I'm talking about if you were to weigh out in a legal
Sir.
term, does your feelings make any kind of effect on a
Sir,
legal outcome? Do
Sir,
your feelings
I
matter
just
legally?
like defined what a syllogism is. It's if A, then B, and B, then C.
Right,
Yeah,
right. No, watch.
so
Okay,
here.
so if A, your feelings don't matter, I can't be liable that I created a damage I didn't know because of your feelings, which means B, I'm less guilty of something you think I should be guilty of. You see how that works?
That
It's not a
Sir,
syllogism at
I
You
all.
love
feel
how
like
I love how I just defined
you
what or
feel-
like explained what a syllogism is, and you still failed to give one.
Yeah,
No,
listen,
listen
if
to
you
the
were
point.
smart, you would just say, I don't know what that is, so I'm not going to do
Here,
it. But,
here.
like, it's.
Love
No, you're
is a
missing
feeling.
you're not hearing the correlation.
Love is a feeling. Then two people fight, feeling goes away, thus the person no longer loves them.
I'm sorry that's how your feelings work, but that's not how my feelings work.
Your feelings don't matter because your feelings
Okay,
don't
well, then,
make
therefore,
A,
none of this matters
your
then.
feelings, hold on.
Here, so
No, I get no. I'm just trying to spell something out. It's like A plus B
That's
equals
not
C,
what a
right?
syllogism
So your
is.
feelings. No, watch what I'm trying to get at. Your feelings do not play a part in most circumstances in reality. That's just the way things work. Do you agree to that or not? Let's start there. Do you think your feelings really matter in the court of anybody? Do people go, hey, your
I
feelings
think
matter?
feelings matter
anywhere?
in the cases where feelings matter.
Okay, what if divorce happens?
Right. If they don't
do
agree with you,
you
do they matter?
lose the feelings?
If divorce, what are you asking me? If we
Like-
get divorced, are we losing feelings?
Yeah, like let's say you
I mean, if you're getting
you started.
divorced, then you've already left
Okay,
feelings.
Yeah.
Or lost
here's
feelings.
an example. You got into the major argument. You don't talk to each other for a week, and then after a week, a major argument starts again. You don't talk to each other for the next week, and then this continues on for a year, and then both of you say, "I want a divorce." What
Okay,
happens
so-
there? Is that love? What
So,
happened
sir,
there?
I'll answer your answer that was a question with another question. So, let's say, yeah, you get a divorce. 2 years later, you're thinking of a specific situation that you two were in, and it hurts because you're getting that emotion back. What do you think causes that love
That's
or
the
that
thing.
emotion?
That's what I'm trying to tell you. You cannot assign love to an emotion because you'll be flip-flopping. You just got a
no.
divorce. Oops, I
Let me
don't
ask you
love
something.
anymore.
If you
And 2
if
years
you look up
later,
what love
you
means,
feel
do
it
you
again.
think it's
I
not
love
going to
again.
say anything about that? Do you think that if you look up what
According
does
to
love
your
mean?
definition, it looks like it's feelings only. According to
I think
what,
that's.
according
I
to
think
a
that's. I
spiritual
mean, I don't know if
realm,
it said
it's
that per
much
se, but
greater than what you're describing. You're
Okay, then-
describing
Okay.
you're describing a flip-flopping
So
emotion.
I would hate to get into the spirituality of this, but it seems as if this is like the route that it's going.
Yeah, I don't
Well,
know.
because
Good
love
luck.
is spiritual. It's
What is your
spiritual, isn't
proof
it?
of
It isn't.
this? What is your absolute proof of this?
Well, because if you
Well,
if you base it
spiritually, a
only
woman
on
can think she's a
feelings,
guy.
you're flip-flopping.
Okay, you're saying this, But what is your proof that it is spiritual?
Because it's not feelings. It's an
Because everybody
understanding.
knows what love and hate
It's
is.
understanding. Understanding is spiritual. You cannot feel it. You cannot touch it.
No.
Understanding what true
So-
love is spiritual.
If we look up what does love mean, what do you think it's going to
Everybody
say?
feels
What do you think
something.
it's going to say if we look up what does love mean?
It depends. It depends which
There's
source
an
you
actual
look up.
definition of it.
What
Well,
source
let's do
says
it.
that it's spiritual?
The what?
What source says that it's spiritual?
If you look in a spiritual.
No, it's an outgiving.
Look it
to
up.
somebody
Look it
else's
up.
So if you
benefit.
look in a
it up.
spiritual
Look it
book,
up.
then it'll
Look
say
it
that
up.
it's spiritual? Is that what you just said, Serge?
No. I said it depends on which source definition you use. If you use an
Let's just use Google. Let's just
if you
Google
use
it.
an atheistic source definition, you're gonna get that love is emotions, flip flops all
So
over the
if-
place. If you
So
if you
as
use
I just said,
Atheism
if you
doesn't
use
have a view-
spiritual
atheism doesn't have a
book,
view
then
on
it'll
that.
say that it's spiritual.
if you use a Christian definition of love, you'll see it's a completely different definition.
There's
it's
no
much greater
atheist
than-
definition of love.
You just described one. You literally just described a
No,
love.
that has nothing to do with
feel,
atheism.
feel.
So what do you think the Christian definition of love is?
It's not based on feelings. It's based
What
on
do you think it is?
It's based on how I think towards you, how I act towards you. It's
So
more
what
on
about
how I
action?
think towards you.
What about
Yeah, why don't we-
actions is love?
Yeah, why don't we just look it up? I mean,
Well,
Because I've
one
seen a
of the
lot of
greatest
things within the
definition-
Bible, sir. I've seen a lot of things within the Bible from the character that's supposed to be all loving that are horrible actions.
Uh,
Well, it's because you don't
So
understand
what
them.
what about
Yeah.
what
But
about
that- the
raping a
other- what you
woman
miss-
is all loving?
What you have to understand is when you look at yourself, are you taking advantage of, let's say you have flesh and something inside of you going, no, don't do that. Because everybody has that mechanism, but nobody understands what it is. But there's always something in people where they go, I know I can make a bad decision and I better not listen to that guy because he's always getting me into some shit. But, it's like, I know I should do better than what I want to do. So you
So,
start
sir,
fighting
okay.
yourself. Now, hold on, that's a spiritual realm that every single body who has coherency understands. That's the
So,
spirit.
sir,
realm.
again, what about rape from an all-loving character makes sense?
Okay, did you rape somebody or
It
does it
said
say
that
he raped
God
somebody?
caused
What are
rape
you looking
on a woman.
What are you talking about?
You want
No,
to
it
fucking
doesn't.
bet?
what?
for? Yeah, go ahead and show that. Go show
yeah,
you.
Ben,
Alright.
dude, you're about to get
You
I
show
can
proven
me
give
so
you the
fucking wrong.
exact fucking verse.
Sure,
Yeah,
let's
you're
go to
messing
the Old
around the wrong
Testament.
place, so
go.
let's do this.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sure. It is when is it? It's after I think it's Saul or no, it's David's wife or David's here, I'll just look up the exact fucking verse.
Oh, his daughter?
No,
Dina?
Bathsheba.
You didn't
Okay.
rape her.
How did God cause that?
Here,
Yeah,
I'll,
God
I'll
caused that,
read.
yeah.
Bathsheba wasn't rape. That was an affair. That was an adulterous relationship that caused the
Yeah,
death
God
of the
actually
son
punished
because
David for that.
So
And Bathsheba never
you
screamed.
guys
Yeah,
are
you're in the
so
wrong
fucked. Okay, so not only was it not just like the adultery caused the son to die, God
No,
caused
you
the
said
son to
rape.
die. That
You
is what
said
he
rape.
said.
What are you trying to do? That you're trying to show me ignorance or what?
I'm looking up the exact verse.
You said that it was non-consensual, it was like rape, and now I said no, it was adultery. Now you're changing up the game.
Okay,
I'm
yeah,
sorry, I was
show-
responding to something that a
Show
woman
us
said.
show us how God caused rape.
One moment, I'm still looking up the verse.
Now here's what you're looking at: is men cause sin because they don't want to do the right things and they listen to the wrong character that wants to do the wrong things. Now we all can understand that. Now we all can understand this too, is that maybe we know somebody who has a family member that they're not allowed to go into their parents' house because of what they do. And it's like, I'm not trying to say that it's, but it happens. I know people, and maybe you guys do, but the idea is there's some family members that don't belong in the house, and there's some family members, they get keys and they can go in whenever they want. Do you guys
Yeah.
agree to that?
I apologize. Can you repeat what you just said?
So, it's the idea of a family member that doesn't belong in the house. Maybe they steal, maybe they got problems, maybe they break stuff or they get tempers. So they don't want them in their house because they're destructive, but yet they're in the family. And yet there's some family members that they can go in whenever they want. And yet you can have friends that have more privilege than a family member That's the spiritual condition of a real family, is like when we can talk about stuff and, you know, argue, but we're getting along. We're not hating each other. That's what the Father's looking for, is the idea of religion. That's true religion, is finding people who want to not hurt each other and figure things out. That's the start of real religion. Do you guys have something against that?
At the start of real religion?
Yeah, we're just sitting here talking about what could be real and what is fake. That's the start of real religion, is finding out what truth is. If I was to be able to show you a miracle, like somebody who got sight for the first time and you knew it, you would go, that's a proof. Now, if I showed you 4 people that could say they seen that, there would be data. Now, you don't even realize that world exists because you don't believe in it yet. But just us sitting here talking, would you be open to the fact that you could be wrong about everything you think you know?
I feel like it'd be more so if I saw it as well, or if I,
No, I'm just saying, would you be willing to question yourself just in case you could be wrong? Is that
I
possible?
That's
question
all I
myself
do.
all the time.
Amen. Well, yeah, that's cool. No, we're just hanging out. Like I said, that was my spiritual. I gave you my gospel. I gave you the message. That's the kind of religion you're messing with. Is I don't believe that that people need to hear about a God that demands you to worship him. That's not what the Bible's about. It's about a father looking for children who care about each other, that don't want to fight each other. The whole Bible's about people who fight each other and do bad things, and it causes bad stuff. And then he tells you the story. So
I mean, the Bible's a Bronze Age sex and slave manual, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Vivian, have you ever
No,
read
it's the idea
teachings
that
of
we have.
Jesus? I mean, you keep on referring back to the Old Testament.
No,
Never-
talk to him, my bro.
so
Yeah, I know
you're a
what
Trinity
doing.
guy, so
Don't
you're trying to separate
live
the
in
new
the
from the
air
Old Testament. You're trying to separate the new from the Old Testament, but
because it's
Je-
separate. The old
No,
has
but
been fulfilled, and
no.
the new one is in
no,
force.
Nope,
Jesus
he didn't
hasn't
fulfill
fulfilled
shit.
his final prophecy. You are still supposed to follow the old law.
What are you talking about?
You are. If you want to see how it works, I'll show you how stoning works today. Do you want to see it? Okay, so check this out. So in the Old Testament, it says like if somebody commits adultery, you are to pick up stones and stone them to death. Okay, so the New Testament goes into the spirit realm where it goes like this. He calls Peter, who once was Simon, and he goes, I'm going to name you Little Rock. So what I think is going to happen next is you can use the words in the Bible as little rocks, and you throw them at the flesh until you stone it to death. Now, what that looks like is, let's say I think that you should be nice to somebody or forgiving. So I start telling you scripture that has to do with being forgiving, and you go, you know what? I do. And it feels better when I'm more forgiving. Now you feel better, and you started seeing things for the first time. See, that's when people really understand what scripture is, we can talk on a level that you've never heard before because they don't know what they're talking about. And I apologize that you think Christians are what we really are, because they're not. They're a bad representation. They put a bad taste in your mouth also. And the waters they muddied are so dirty. I don't blame you for wanting to get
That's just
in,
a no
they
true
don't have.
Scotsman fallacy, so I don't really. I'm all right.
No. It's just about us hanging out, and it's like, what if you started seeing things that started making you
I
believe
do.
that there
I
was
like
an
when you do
outside
your
source?
after school like cool youth pastor thing. That's pretty cool.
No. I'm talking
Yeah,
to
I
you
know.
as a
That's what I'm talking
bro.
about.
Come on, Phil, man. We've known each
That's
other
what I'm
for
talking
so
about.
long,
That's what you're
man.
like, man. Come on, we're just rapping,
Yes.
dude. We're just a couple dudes rapping.
Exactly.
No, and like I said, we could talk about how the earth started. I don't care. We
Wait,
could
I'm
talk
not a
about whatever,
dude.
but we are.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you sure you're a woman? Because I don't see the equipment.
100%.
Do you have all the equipment? Because I heard if you don't have all the equipment, I can't call you one
Well, I
anyway.
don't know. You acting like a woman. No patience. Interrupting everybody.
I don't have patience. No, that's what's
So I
called
don't
a
know if you are a
boss.
man.
See, there's a difference. See, a bossy woman and a boss are two different people. Does
Isn't it
anybody
crazy?
agree?
She's on your side, but she still hates you more than us. Isn't that funny?
Again, we're
I
all
know.
hanging out. We
They
all
said
love
that
each other,
if
yo.
they hated him, they're
Yeah.
going to hate
Well,
you.
I mean, she doesn't like you because she can
The
sense
Bible
that you
says
are
it.
actually sexist.
Who?
I am. I think that we are all so wrong that we shouldn't
Wait,
be
not
wait,
in the
sexist.
spirit
who's a
realm at all
sexist?
times. Well,
Bibian, what
He-
you
I am.
promoting is degrading human. She doesn't like you for degrading human.
No, I
Oh, yeah.
don't care.
By the way,
What
I
about a
actually do
female?
not
Can I
care.
degrade a female or can I degrade
so
a woman? Which one is the
servant,
one
quick
that I
quick
can't?
comment on what you had said earlier. So first, you had said that there's a difference between like the Old and the New Testament. So first off, no, we are supposed to follow the old law, and that includes treating women as property, such as seen in, I think it's the Sixth Commandment. I don't remember exactly which one, but it's where one is not supposed to covet thy neighbor's property. That includes the women, and you know, but
Right, adultery. That's coveting somebody else's
no,
woman.
it
But
means
what this looks
they
like
said
is
property. It's I'm pretty sure it's the next
no,
commandment after that, which includes women.
Yeah.
no. So see,
Nope,
what you're
not
missing is
missing
it
it.
says like treat the lesser sex as gentler, and it says give more honor to the weaker sex. I mean, it says honor the wife as die for the wife as he died for the church. He calls us to die for the bride. So I don't think that she's in any kind of second place, especially if you die for somebody. I think that's
Well,
the
do you
top
believe
position.
women can
I-
preach the gospel? Like they can, do all that
Yeah,
stuff?
here, you shall not
No.
covet your neighbor's house.
See?
You shall not covet your neighbor's wife. You nor his male servant, nor his female servant. How in the world
Yeah, with
did
that
you
said-
align that a woman is a property here?
Yeah, well, he's making up stuff,
I'm
but he
making
needs to
up
hear the
stuff.
truth.
And
because
also,
he
where's
thinks
that
something is wrong.
passage with David and Bathsheba where God caused Bathsheba to get raped? Where's that passage at?
Not gonna lie, I'm still looking for it. I
No,
know
no,
it's
no,
somewhere
hold on.
in Samuel. I'll get back to you in just a
I'll
moment.
tell you for sure.
It's
You're
also
not gonna
funny.
find
Not
it.
there.
It's not there because you're
Let me give you
misrepresenting
let me
it.
give you a spiritual. Let me give you a spiritual significance that you've never seen before. Let's say you look at your flesh and there's something called the spirit. Now, your flesh, let's say that's the wife, and she needs to be subject unto you, which is the spirit. Because when the wife starts getting wild, she goes out there and makes mistakes. So you got to keep her under control. But it's not a real her because it's you. You're keeping your flesh under control. But the father doesn't know how to make things more apparent than giving you something you can understand, like marriage. So he goes, the husband and wife. The husband is the head of the wife, like you are to be head over your flesh. You are to tell your flesh you're not going out there and doing those things with that guy with the big butt. You are supposed to rule your flesh like the husband is ahead of the wife in spirit. Does that sound wrong?
Yep.
I mean, shit. Not only
That sounds
that, but like
wrong?
if a woman were to be raped, just how many shekels is it?
Oh man, you're back to
Stop.
some dumb shit. Nobody here is trying. Are you
No,
trying
that's
to
not
rape
even what I was
everybody?
getting at,
I
sir.
hope not.
So in the Bible, if a woman were to be raped, the man is to kind of purchase her from the father, as if she was property.
Yeah.
If only if she is already engaged, is he to be put to death?
No, you're fucking up because the culture is this: is if you rape somebody, you're guilty of being stoned to death because that
So-
doesn't
What?
happen.
He's
the
talking about.
Bible's wrong?
He's talking about
But you're in
he's talking about the
let me
specific
explain
Bible
something.
verse that says
Let
that
me
thing.
explain something. No, let me
Explain
explain
that.
something. So when you get caught having sex, and it even explains that if there's a woman in the field and nobody's here to hear her scream, she is not guilty because nobody could help her. That's the idea. Is if they decided to run off and they got it busy, they still give her a way out without being stoned to death. But he's guilty because he shouldn't have done that with somebody.
Yeah,
who
but what
wasn't
about
his
the thing
wife.
that he just said?
You
What
see-
about
you-
the thing that he just said?
Which
Well,
one?
he said,
What do you mean,
you know,
which one? Like, if
it's his own-
a woman were to be raped, then the person, unless she is already engaged to someone, the man is required to pay the father and purchase the daughter.
yeah.
Like I said, it's a legal term on how if you get caught having sex and you weren't planning on getting married, well,
It's
guess
not what
You're
rape
getting
is. That's
married,
not what
you're
rape
giving up
is.
money. No, you got to look at go look at the definition of what
Yeah,
the rape
rape
is.
is
Go look at it.
is non-consensual sex.
No. Go look up the definition in the Hebrew and find out what it really
Oh, you're
means.
saying so the
Look
Bible used the wrong word.
No. It's giving you the idea.
Why does he
that
use the
you
word rape
can,
if it's not the right word?
Well, okay. So it's like this idea that if you continually contaminate somebody's belief system intentionally, and you corrupt who they are, that's like
That's
a
not what
rape.
it said. That's
You
not
are
what it said.
mentally
It says
blocking.
if the man rapes the girl, then he can just pay, and then he can also choose to have the woman as a bride.
It says if they be found.
Let's read it. Let's read it. Let's read it.
Dowry. Go ahead.
Where do you want me to go?
Let me look it up again.
What's the scripture?
It's Exodus 22, 16, 17.
Yeah, because everything is in the spiritual realm about how we are supposed to act
Now,
appropriately.
all these books were
and
written
how
by
that
men.
Let's read the
No,
Old
no, it was written
Testament
by
and
the
then
fathers.
let's look at the New Testament too. Verse 16: If a man entices a virgin who is not betrothed and lies with her, he shall surely pay the bride price for her to be his wife. If her father utterly refuses to give her to him, he shall pay money according to the bride price of virgins.
Okay, so where was the rape at, dude? When he said when they do it, go ahead.
That's not
See
rape,
how
yeah.
you don't understand what scripture is because you hear people.
He entices a
See,
virgin
you listen to
and
people
they have
and
sex.
yeah. So what you're looking at is you have a belief system based in a lie already against a father that's looking for you. So try to wipe everything out and go. You know what? Just talk to some brothers that really know him, and you're going to see something different.
Well,
than
I can
religion.
tell you that
And
I
that's
have
what-
seen that say rape. If maybe it's just a translation thing.
Do you have another verse?
Well, it's not about okay. So here's how I look at the scripture. The scriptures are like this: is if there is a God and He says, "I'm going to leave you a message where you can always
No,
find me." It's going to be
no.
a message that cannot be corrupted. Hold on, let me give you just my outlook. You can't tell me what I see.
No one.
Here's how I see it: is that listen to what I'm saying. Is if God has the ability to make you, He has an ability to write you a love letter that can never get messed up. And he'll keep it like that. And then he'll proof it by going like the Dead Sea Scrolls. Then he goes, hey, put them next to each other and look at how they're not different. None of it. So we have proof that for thousands of years, his word is exactly what we know it's been. And it's
it's never been changed. That's wrong.
I mean,
what's the New Testament?
Well, no. You're
one sec.
I'm asking you
I just want to interrupt real quick. So I just double checked, and the version that I forgot your name, Serge.
Yeah.
The version that you were reading is the King James version.
New King James, yeah.
That's the best one.
No, it's not. You realize
I knew that he had that soft ass
interpret.
He has that soft ass one because he likes that because it uses the language better for him.
Do you want me to look at another version?
Okay, so I'm into
which translation do you want me to go into?
Let's see. What do I usually read off of?
Yeah, where can you find rape, huh?
I would stay in the King James, my bro, because the King James has a system that has to only be by somebody who
just
knows
a little
what they're
FYI.
doing.
The King, like as far as it goes, the King James is like the worst one.
No, it's like I said, I look at it and one. Okay, so let me ask you a question. If we watched a movie and there was a God that wanted to give us a love letter, do you think it's possible he can make sure it could never get jacked up in the movie? A God, is it possible that he can make a letter that can never get corrupted no matter how old it is?
Yes.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, that's the way I look at it. The Bible is
why does
it's
it
not
keep
about
changing?
men writing, it's about his message to us. Well, it's because he chose one. Okay, so here's the deal with the King James is you can go anywhere in the world and you will find at least a King James version. You will not find the NIV, the like other versions. They will not exist in certain countries, but the King James exists in every single country.
Have you considered where that might be?
So it's kind of like,
yeah. What?
Well, I just told you. I told you about the movie that if he wants you to have a love letter that you can find.
Yeah, no.
You're going to be able to have it. And well, it's okay. I mean, that's what faith is.
So you're saying that if you have a horrible translation of the Bible, then that just means that God wanted you to have that translation?
Bro, okay, let's look at another rape story from the Bible. Look, Genesis in chapter 34. So Dinah, the daughter of Leah, whom she bore to Jacob, went out to see the daughters of the land. And when Shechem, the son of Hamor, the Hivite, prince of the country saw her, he took her and lay with her and violated her. So he raped her. Now, what happened to this Sichem? If we were to scroll down,
that he wiped out everybody by circumcision and death.
now it came to pass on the third day when they got tricked into circumcision, and when they had no more strength, guess what? The brothers, if you want to read here, Simeon and Levi, Dana's brothers, each took the sword and came boldly upon the city and caught and killed all males, because the ruler of the city, Shichem, has raped their sister. The brothers killed every male in the city.
You want to know what else the Bible says in Deuteronomy 22?
Well, hold on, man. Don't start deviating now. Is that what you thought it said? Is that saying what you thought it did? It isn't, right?
Serge brought that up.
That's not what you thought it said.
Yeah, no, that's Genesis.
Nobody said anything about that but Serge. He didn't.
Well, no. Is there any stories so far that are confirming what you thought they said?
As far as what's been mentioned, no. But I was just about to bring something else up, which is a direct command from God, Deuteronomy 22.
Ooh, my favorite.
Alrighty then.
Do you know anything about scripture? Like, do you know a lot about scriptures? Or a lot
Not all that much, no, sir.
Oh man, I was going to try to throw you some gems that you can go, yeah, that sounds kind of crazy that these guys are thousands of years apart and they're writing about the same thing to make it join. That's how I can prove that there's something supernatural about that version only, is because
oh fuck, I was thinking of Deuteronomy 21. That's my apologies. 21.
Deuteronomy 21. Mm-hmm. That there's a coding system that can be found, and it's like that's technology. When you have codes that are embedded.
Oh, are you talking about how it translates into like a whole, like the names of each descendant of Jesus translate into a phrase?
Oh no, that's a code, but that's one of the codes. That's a simple code that anybody could do to go, man, is that?
I mean, yeah, it's extremely easy when you write it years afterwards. But
no, it's not. No, it's not. You're talking about Hebrew has a limited number, and the numbers are assigned. It's
it's relatively easy when you write it afterwards. But anyway, let's go into Deuteronomy 21. When you go to war against your enemies, and the Lord your God delivers them into your hands, and you take captives. If you notice among the captives, a beautiful woman you are attracted to, you may take her as your wife. Bring her into your home and have her shave her head. Trim her nails and put aside the clothes she was wearing when captured. After she has lived in your house and mourned her father and mother for a full month, then you may go to her and be her husband, and she shall be your wife. Another translation of this is go into her.
Well, no, hold on. You're looking at the option. That woman has a choice to be dead or
she has the option to be great choice. What the fuck do you mean?
Yeah, dude. Like, what a beautiful thing to say. Hey, let me ask you something. Are you out of your fucking mind?
I'm like, this has so many implications. Like, have you read Numbers 31?
Oh yeah, Numbers 31, 17 to 18.
Do you want to get into it?
Yeah, that's where God commands Moses to do. He gets that's genocide, that's slavery, that's sex slavery, that's pedophilia.
No, see, you're missing the idea that you have to enslave your flesh and be the master of your own flesh. You have to kill your flesh to live in the spirit. Is like you have to.
That's not what it says.
In order for them not to get raped, and not to get raped, they have to kill themselves.
It says when somebody was raped, it wiped out a whole village because they didn't like.
This is quite literally a demand from God.
It's not a demand. He
didn't say exactly what he says.
Dude, where do you?
Like, this is one of their laws.
No, he says you may. No, he says you may take her.
Like, this is one of their laws, my G.
It means if she wants to go with you.
Like, and then like the implications with Numbers 31, where they take a bunch of virgin girls, who have never known a man.
Yeah, why do you think it says that?
I think it was like thousands of them.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, so there's a reason for it.
Yeah.
Here's
they're
the
pedophiles.
reason. Okay, so
Yes,
No.
yes.
Here's your reason is that you yourself can be dirty. You can be like a pedophile yourself when you watch porn and you do
That's
shit
not
you
being a
shouldn't do.
pedophile.
Now, in the spirit realm, if you keep yourself clean, you become more ready for a marriage. That's the idea of having the spirit with you, is that he doesn't hang out with people
Why
who are
does it
into
say
sin
virgin
and
girls? Why
want
does it say save the virgin girls?
listen to what I'm getting at. You are becoming a virgin bride by going, you know what? I'm going to depart
That's
from this
not what it
earth
means
and
by
this
virgin.
world
It
and its
means
ways.
virgin as in virginity.
Listen to what, listen. He says he wants
That's
you
not what it
pure
says. That's
unto
not
the
what it
Lord.
says.
Listen to what you want me to show you? I can show you. You're messing with somebody who
You
knows what they're
don't
talking
know
about.
shit
Once again,
about dick. Numbers 31, 17 to 18. That's what I'm talking about.
Numbers 31.
Yeah,
Okay, let's get into it. Are you cool with it if we get into the
Sure.
Hebrew?
Bro, as long as you brew that coffee, do it, bro. I don't care if you're a he or a she, brew it.
I know you don't, and that bothers me, bro. Come on, Phil, man. Care one time and go. You know what? I care about you. I'm not. I don't like you.
What?
Just do
Say
it.
what?
Say that. Say not me. Not me.
So again,
Because you keep
so
saying
again,
I don't care if
servant.
you're a girl
So
or a
this
guy.
Okay,
this is
you
a
guys
battle after the.
in Numbers 2, you guys are inserting some of the things that it doesn't say. If you really try to understand the context,
Numbers
Yeah,
two.
as
you
I
will see
said, the
that it's not there.
implication.
It
As I
says
said,
it
the
right there. It says it
implication.
right there.
If you read only
Numbers
two
Numbers
verses,
31.
if you read only 2 verses, yes, you may get that understanding.
There's
But
no way.
if
There's
you
no way to
do
take it any
know,
other way. There's no way to take it any other way.
yeah, yes, there is. If you
Why
do
don't you just
know
read
a
it? Why don't you
general
read? Why don't
law
you give it a
of
little read?
God,
Why don't you give it a little
if you
read? Why don't
do
you give it a
know
little
a
read? Why don't you
general
give it a
So
law
little
of
you
God.
claim to understand the law of God.
Yeah,
Okay,
right. Exactly.
okay,
Why
look,
don't you give it a little read?
let's start from verse 15.
No,
Okay,
let's start
and
from verse
Moses,
1. Like
Yeah.
the Lord said to Moses, "Take vengeance on the Midianites for Israel, for the Israelites. After that, you will be gathered to your people." So Moses said to the people, "Arm some of your men and to go against war against the Midianites, so that they may carry out the Lord's vengeance on them. Send into battle thousands of men from each of the tribes of Israel." So thousands of men armed for battle, 1,000 from each tribe, were supplied from the clans of Israel. Moses sent them into battle, 1,000 from each tribe, along with, I don't know how to pronounce that, Phinehas, son of Eleazar, the priest who took with him articles from the sanctuary and the trumpets for signaling. They fought against Midian as the Lord commands Moses, and killed every man. Among their victims were Ebi names, the 5 kings of Midian. They also killed Balaam, son of Beor, with the with the sword. Yes, the Israelites captured the Midianite women and children and took all of the Midianite herds, flocks, and goods as plunder. They burned all the towns where the Midianites settled, as well as all the camps. They took they took all the plunder and spoils, including the people and animals, and brought the captives, spoils, and plunder to Moses and Eleazar, the priest, and the Israelite assembly at their camp on the plains of Moab in the Jordan across from Jericho. Moses, Eleazar, the priest and all the Eleazar the priest and all of the leaders of the community went to meet outside of the camp. Moses was angry with the officers of the army, the commanders of thousands and the commanders of hundreds who returned from the battle. "Have you allowed all the women to live?" he asked. They were the ones who followed Balaam's advice and enticed the Israelites to be unfaithful to the Lord in the pure incident, so that the plague struck the Lord's people. "Now kill all of the boys and kill every woman who has slept with a man, but save for yourself every girl who has slept with a man. Anyone who has killed someone or touched someone who was killed must stay outside of the camp for 7 days. On the third and seventh days, you must purify yourselves and your captives."
okay, so now
Pur-
answer me a question. Why did they have to kill the older women and keep for themselves
because they weren't
the
virgins.
younger ones? No.
Because they weren't virgins.
Did you miss the point?
No,
It
here, let
says,
me tell you what the point is.
have you kept all the women alive? Look, these women caused the children of Israel through the counsel of Balaam to trespass against the Lord in the incident of Peor. Did you miss the point?
No. Here's the
And there was
So
a
do you
plague
think that
among
there
the
was a reason they
creation
killed the
of the
baby
Lord.
boys?
Huh?
Yeah, right.
Do you think that there was a
Exactly.
reason they killed the baby boys?
Yeah, exactly. It's like so. The point here is God commits in this single commandment. He does genocide, mass genocide. He condones slavery and sex slavery and pedophilia all in this one thing.
That's literally how you see it.
Well, no, you're
Because
making
you're
up shit
not-
about the
not
sex
making up
slavery,
anything.
but
Stuff, yep.
slavery is.
I'm not making anything up.
So
Slavery
what do
is
you
No,
think?
understandable.
slavery is not. Slavery is
So
not
what do
okay.
Yeah, it is. Hey, can I tell you a point of view that
Is
maybe
it? Are you
can
going to
understand?
explain to me how slavery is okay?
So what do you think
Well,
he
then I
means
don't give
Yeah,
a
yeah,
fuck
by
because
keep
it's
for
wrong.
yourself every girl who has never
no,
slept
I'm
with
not
a
this is
man?
what he's
Yeah,
saying.
exactly.
Yes. It
No,
does.
this
What do you
is
It
think
what
he
doesn't.
means
he's
by
It
that?
doesn't mean. It
This is
doesn't
what
mean
For
rape them.
yourself.
It doesn't. It
Keep
doesn't mean
for
have sex with
yourself.
them.
Yeah,
Yes.
it does because it would tell you to save the little boys.
It does
too, if
not
didn't.
mean. It doesn't mean go have
It
sex
doesn't.
with them
It
right
does.
now.
It does.
This
It does.
is the
It does.
implication from
That's
Deuteronomy
Yeah.
21. These
that
are
is
the
Exactly.
laws that they followed.
this. No.
Yep.
Listen. You
No.
actually missed the point. Have you kept a
No, I
woman
didn't.
alive? Look, these
No, I
women.
didn't.
Which woman?
No.
Which
Not
woman
just
Didn't
the
miss it.
women, the
caused
boys, the little
Yeah.
They
boys.
defiled the
Yeah. Why
people.
did he kill little
There-
boys and not the little girls?
They
because
defiled the
What did the
only.
people. They
little
were
boys
unclean
do?
people.
Okay. Do you understand the difference
Okay, now
between
watch.
the Jews and the Gentiles? You understand
Go
the
on.
difference?
Yeah. Go on.
Little boys
Is
are
this?
the Gentiles. They do not carry the inheritance of the Jews.
Oh, okay. Here we go. This is the
Okay,
thing where
so
he doesn't
God has
understand
God
biology.
God has
so
chosen the Jews.
Serge, just like a quick little thing. So the Jews, it's only the female or the female Jews who when they get married, that the family becomes Jewish. It can't happen with the males. So the Midianites aren't Jews.
Hmm.
The Israelites are. So what do you mean the Gentiles? They're all Gentiles.
Yeah,
The
exactly.
Midianites are the Gentiles. So now, why not keep the boys?
Yes.
Because they're not a direct descendant
They're
of
not in the
Abraham.
family lineage.
Neither.
They're not the same lineage. The woman, it's a different
What about
They're
the
story.
the
girls?
outside family.
The girls aren't.
The
They're
girls,
allowed to be
it's
inside family.
the girls. It's
So
a
you
whole
think that it
different
just like
thing.
split just so perfectly that all of the girls are like descendants of Abraham, but the females aren't, or the boys aren't?
No, the girls here are
Yeah,
not
it's the whole
descendants of
idea
Abraham
that he's not
too.
choosing.
But the thing is, it's how the inheritance gets passed. It
I
gets passed
I could.
through a male, according
Yeah.
to
No.
this.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
According to this, according your
Women
worldview that
want to
came
be
out
put
about
above
100
in
years
nature.
ago is
Hold on.
different.
Wait.
Is
Are you
different.
are you once again? So I've had this discussion with him before, by the way, and his argument last time was basically that the boys can pass down the lineage. That's why you kill them. So like they pass down their lineages, but for some reason girls can't pass down the lineage. That's because he.
Well, no, it's the idea of adopting a kid you don't know, and it's a boy, and it's like, why would you raise somebody else's boy
Why
when
would you
killed
raise
his
somebody
dad?
else's girl when
kind
you
of a
killed
hard.
both of their parents?
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
Well, it's like you didn't have to kill everybody, but you
That's
allowed
not a mercy. You killed their whole fucking
like,
civilization. Like, what do you
Yeah,
mean?
you are so dumb.
well, no, they were contaminating intentionally, and they were told to not
The
do
baby
it, and they
boys?
did it anyway. And
Yeah, the little boys.
well, okay, no, hold on.
You're
Here's the
saying
spiritual
you're
side. Is like,
saying
let's
this
say you
because you
used
do
to
not
do.
understand how the inheritance worked and how the Abrahamic
No,
lineage
it
worked.
didn't
That's
work
why
like it
that's what you're
didn't
saying
work
with
like
this.
that. If
That's
you're
what
saying
you
that's how
claim.
they,
That's what you claim.
if you're saying that's how they thought it worked, I can give you
Have
that.
you read the
but-
Bible? Have you literally
Yes.
I can
read?
quite literally tell you
Yeah.
that with the Gentiles and the Jews, it is the female that passes on the lineage. You cannot marry a Jewish male and become a Jew. That is not how it works. You have to marry
No,
a
man,
Jewish
the
female.
lineage comes from the male, man. It's the
Oh.
father and the firstborn son to the father. The father gives down the blessings. It's the woman has nothing to do with it, because you could even have a handmaiden, which is just women who want to be taken care of by somebody who could take care of them, and that's
No,
understandable
just
because if
according
your
to the
whole tribe
Torah,
got well,
or
hold on. No, it's a logic. If your whole tribe just got wiped out and there's no
No,
more
I mean
guys
like
to
what
take
you had
care
just
of
said
you,
as
don't
far
you
as
want
it's the male that the father that
He
passes down the
said
lineage.
that
This is
according
according
yeah,
to
to
the
the
Torah.
that's
it's
the way
according
all
to the Torah.
genealogy works.
According to the Talmud, it's a whole
It's the
different
way
thing.
genealogy.
But Talmud is not the Torah. It's a corrupted version of
Hey,
God's
Mo.
word. It's a man-made
Yes,
tradition.
sir.
And look, okay,
No, it's a
so
tradition that we have our names.
bro, we have discussed the Old Testament. Now let's see if the New Testament is a
Okay,
little
but you still
different.
haven't justified this.
Yeah, you haven't justified. But hey, are you
Justified
a
what?
secular humanist?
Me?
Yeah, Mo.
I'm still trying to figure myself out.
Yeah,
Yeah, no,
it's
like,
hard. It's hard.
Okay,
I get it. But
here's what Jesus is teaching in the New Testament. Matthew chapter 5, verse
Jesus.
I mean, he
27.
can't really teach anything different. Like,
Hold
you still have to follow the old law.
on
Yeah,
a
you have to
second.
follow the
Those
old law. That's what
events
Jesus said.
Let me read
Jesus
this
said
and
that.
then I'll ask you
Yeah,
a
and you
question.
have
Look,
Can you read the part where Jesus
you
said
have
follow the old
heard
law?
you have heard that it was said to those of old, you shall not commit adultery. But I say to you that whoever looks at a woman to lust for her has already committed adultery with her in his heart. Now, is a rape or does a desire for a woman leads a person to rape?
Not necessarily.
Are you serious?
Yeah, power. It could just be a power thing.
Oh, are you, Bibian? Are you serious?
Yes,
There's no
God damn it.
sexual desire that drives him to rape a woman.
Not every time. No, not every person that rapes does it for sexual gratification. Some do it for power reasons. Some people are just fucked up in the head.
Rape is sexual gratification.
But do you know what the Father
That's
says?
number
He
one.
says if you
So
look
Rape
at
now,
a
is a
woman with
sex
so
lust
now
in your
act,
right here,
but it's not inherently sexual. This
Yeah.
comes from
Right-
psychologists.
right here.
Yeah.
If somebody lusts for a
Is that
woman,
the? Are you reading? Are you
it's
reading the
already
Bible?
a
Is
sin.
that the Bible? Oh, is that the Bible? I don't
That's
give a
the
fuck what the
teachings
Bible
of
says.
Jesus. So now,
don't
if
care what the
somebody
Bible
already,
says.
if somebody lusts for a woman, that
You
in their
might.
heart,
No,
the
I
person
never
is
will.
already in sin. So now, rape, according to the New Testament, is presented in a whole different way.
See what psychology says about rape. Won't you give that
Aren't we
Google?
talking about what the Bible says? Or you don't like now again
mean,
that
you
I
wanted to bring
showed
up the
you
New
what
Testament.
Jesus says in the New Testament? You're running away to
I
psychology.
mean, sir,
Dude,
you're
He
trying
kinda
to
tells
use
you
what
dude.
Jesus
how it all makes
says
sense.
to justify the evil that God has
No.
done.
What are you talking about?
Let me justify something for you. You know how that tribe was wiped out? It's kind of like the idea that your old group you used to run with, you can't run with them anymore. Now, there may be some members that you can take with you because they're innocents, but it's like the idea that you have to allow that to be a death to you in a battlefield where you're like, you want to go to that pool hall, but you know they are there and that's nothing but
Okay, but
trouble. So
servant,
when you find your
servant,
tribe
you've
on
already
right,
granted that
you
there were
kill-
war bribes. I don't know if you had meant to say it, but
No, you're missing the spiritual significance. And I'm saying, like, when you have a fight inside of yourself, like, you shouldn't go out to that club. It's kind of like that club is the idea of those people who were all slain because they did nothing good. It's like if you go out there, you're going to do nothing good. So you have to kill it in your mind that they don't exist no more. Does that make
including
sense?
the baby boys.
Including the baby boys,
No, well,
not the baby girls.
you know, I've never seen a baby boy all up in the club like that. But, you know, I mean, however you want to look at it, but does it make sense in a spiritual significance? Did I make a clarity that you never seen
No.
before? So when I said you're wiped out, a whole group is like the old you used to hang out with them. Now they don't even belong in your crew. They're dead to you. That doesn't make sense to you. That'll keep you out of danger. Like if you're a drug addict, you shouldn't hang out with certain people that would do that to you. That doesn't make sense to you. That has to be a death to you.
That very
Are you sure?
last thing you said sounds like a reasonable thing.
Right, amazing. So it's like when you can hear what the scriptures
Oh,
really
That's
mean and
not what
why
this
they're said.
means.
Yeah, it's not what it means exactly. I love that you think that only you can identify these
You're
things.
assuming it doesn't. You're assuming it doesn't, but if I showed you in 3 different places where it can show you that it does mean things like that, you'll start to develop
No.
consensus that, okay, well, maybe he did
I
mean
mean, so
No.
this isn't like the only example of God telling people to kill children. There's the
Yeah.
what are they called? The Amalekites, where he
Yeah,
told
and
Do you know
there's
the
the
story
fucking
of them?
flood.
Do you
There's
know
the
story
flood
of
where he drowned. He
Amalekites?
drowned
what
all
you're
the
missing.
children.
like, dude,
Amalekites
Yeah.
is First Samuel chapter 15.
Indeed.
For verse 2 and 3. You probably are ignoring verse 2 and reading only verse 3.
No, I'm not.
You're not?
Yeah, he
Okay,
wants
let's
you
see
dead,
what the
dude.
verse 2 says.
You're missing.
You said Samuel.
1 Samuel chapter 15.
Well, I sure do hate. I hate Bible study.
Look, Samuel also said
No,
to
no, this ain't
Saul,
Bible study. This is just dudes hanging out, going, "Hey, what do you think about
we
this
just-
idea?" Because
Well,
this is real
nah.
church, man.
the Lord,
Samuel said to
the Lord
Saul, "I
sent me
am."
to anoint you king over his people, over Israel. Now therefore heed the voice of the words of the Lord. Thus says the Lord of hosts. Look, verse 2. I will punish Amalek for what he did to Israel, how he ambushed him on the way when he came out of Egypt. Okay?
Mhm.
So this is a punishment. Now go and attack Amalek and utterly destroy all that they have. Do not spare them. Kill both man, woman, infant, and nursing
Do you
child,
know how
ox and
long
sheep,
afterwards
camel,
this
and donkey.
happened?
Yeah, a few hundred years.
Yeah.
Two
So
maybe
how is
100
this
years.
punishing? How is this punishing them? It's punishing.
Because
It's
throughout the
punishing the wrong
scriptures,
people.
we see that God
There's
is
deeper
patient.
meanings
It's
to
punishing the
everything in
wrong
God,
people.
God is
They
patient.
didn't do anything. They didn't attack Egypt.
Yeah. Hey, let me ask a question. So, like,
They-
do you agree
They
that
did
that
attack
God?
Amalekites all the time. I mean,
do
Israelites
you
all the time.
do you agree
So-
that God is commanding, at least that He is commanding a genocide in like Numbers 31, the thing that we just read? Do you agree that He is commanding that?
What fascinates me is you don't understand the concept of justice. Like it
So
says here,
what-
I will
That's-
punish
No, no, no,
That's
worry about
not
that.
that's not an
I
answer
will-
to my question.
I will punish Amalek. What is that? Is that
Can I
justice
give
What
you
or
a
you're
not?
point of
doing,
view?
you're calling special pleading is what you're doing. It's like, but it's
Then you're doing
I will
special.
give you-
I'll answer their question real quick.
Yeah.
Yes, this is what they say is justice. But
Yeah.
what about attacking
No,
a
no, no,
people
hold
that
on.
weren't around? They weren't even a thought. They were like 200 plus years into the future. What
According to
about
the
making
Bible, do you
them
know what
suffer?
Amalekites are?
What?
Do
Yes.
you know
What?
Amalekites according to the Bible? How Amalekites used to move around
But
and
look
they
at
would
what they
ambush
say.
small
Look at
groups
what
of
they
people.
say. Look at what they say in verse 2. They said that is for that it is for them attacking the Israelites on their way from
Yes,
Egypt when they
yes,
come up from
because-
Egypt.
Because they never repented. And if
Huh.
you were to
How
read
can they
the book,
repent for their
listen,
ancestors'
listen,
sins 400 years or 200 plus years earlier?
listen, the kids never learned on the sins of ancestors. And if you read through the book of Judges,
So they never learned. So you
you
kill
read
them.
through the book of Judges, you will see that descendants continue to attack Israelites.
So
It's ongoing.
so you're saying that because they never learned from the mistake or from the actions that their ancestors committed 200 plus years ago.
The
It can
action
have
is
an effect
ongoing.
in the
Do you
future.
understand this?
Yeah.
Do you understand that the action is ongoing? The
And he
kids are
wants you to
doing
know
exactly
that
the
this
same
is
thing
the
that his
punish-
parents
this
are
is
doing.
the punishment for Egypt for when they came up from Egypt.
Yes,
I know, he's
if
showing
they
you,
would,
if you
if
can
they
do
would
something that'll
repent,
affect
if the
the future.
children would repent, this would never be executed. But because there was no repentance, and you see throughout the story that the children are following the ways of the parents, that's why they're getting
I got
annihilated.
whenever
So
they
what
got
if-
when you guys got a sec, I got a little thought experiment I want to do, but you let me know because I really got to run this through.
Alrighty, just a moment. So I truly don't understand how you're trying to justify the murder of children that are unborn, women that are pregnant, newborn children, like 2-year-old children,
Can I give you
like,
the idea?
and then not only that,
He-
but Saul gets tortured for bringing some cattle in the king. Like he has devils sent upon him, demons sent upon him by God.
Right here's an answer I would say is sufficient. I think I'm worthy of death myself. So I think in this life, I'm willing to say, you know what, everything I want to do, I'm going to give it up and I'm going to try to do it his way because I really believe that a death bought me. But in me doing that, I'm collecting data that everything I'm doing is actually correct because I could prove things that I didn't know before that I know
So
now. Now, my death is required. And it's like, I personally go, I want to die to myself so I can live a better way. Because I know when I go out there, I've been in shit. I've done things that I shouldn't have done. And I've there's things that shouldn't have happened because of me, and I don't ever want that to happen ever. And I know when he's involved, the spiritual significance to us dying to ourselves is of greater consequence than thinking about a history event, because you're reading a book that's designed to give you a message, not to tell you an actual history lesson. You're missing why he's saying it because you're looking at what he's saying it for to take it apart.
All right. Now, can I do this little thought experiment real quick with you?
Good.
Okay. Servant, if you don't mind.
Got you, right. All right, Phil, hit me, man. Don't hit me.
It's not too crazy. Okay. Yeah,
I got a
I
fat
bet
ass.
you do, boy. You
Stop it.
dude, you brought it. I think you do. But anyway.
You got
Anyway. All right. This is just you and me right now, okay? Like this is your worldview versus my worldview, okay? All right. So in this scenario, you have a man and a woman that are married, right? All right. Now, the man has been very abusive towards the woman, okay? And it's been ongoing up and down for the last year. You know, it's gotten progressively worse. First, it was just kind of like very much yelling, aggressive, but then it really bled into some real abuse, you know? All right. Now, so what do you think would be the best line of action for these people? Like if they were like, give us some advice that we don't know what to do. What do you think? What would be your advice for them? And if you can't make it as short as possible.
All right, so I have a spiritual outlook of love is the answer to everything because it's spirit. There's a spirit of love which will conquer all. Like if you love somebody enough, you can forgive them. If you love somebody enough, you can let them go. If you love them enough that if you can't save them, they're guilty. So that's the measure of judgment is even through love. And the whole scriptures are based upon your idea and him helping you understand how he does it. So that I think that's what you're missing is
no,
the disconnect
okay, you're not
of the
answering
message.
the question. So what do you tell them to do? What is your advice to them to do? Is your advice to separate, get a divorce, work it out? What is your advice?
I would say if she wanted to resolve if anybody was willing to work it out, I would say give him an opportunity and watch some amazing things happen because he doesn't want to see it fall apart if it should be together. It can't be together if he doesn't want it to be. So there's nothing you could do to stop it from falling apart. But when you involve him, you take your hands off the steering wheel and you can watch things get healed that don't normally get healed because there's a spiritual significance that is really there and it's provable by fact.
So
we just found it. Holy shit.
Yeah, I know. Insane. It's like, so am I right and wrong to assume what you just essentially said was that you would say try to work it out?
Yeah, I would say with the abusive thing, it's like if you were to say there's a spiritual insight that somebody wants to take, somebody is going to get stopped because I've seen that personally in too many cases.
I need you to answer the question pretty succinctly though. What are you saying? Like, so you would tell them work it out, put it in God's hands and work it out?
I said if they want to stay together.
No, I'm asking you. They're asking you. We don't know what to do. They're asking you.
Yeah, I would say if there's a chance you guys can make it, you need to have a focus and a ground foundation of what you should build on and what shouldn't be there. And the scriptures, I mean, they even say that even if you don't believe it and you just follow what it says, it improves.
Okay, so here's the thing. So that's how you would do it. Let me tell you how I do it using my worldview. He would be sent to prison and they would be separated and he would probably never get out of prison because I said real abuse. I didn't say he was like, calling her names. I'm talking about real spousal abuse, which is assault. And I would say never be around this person again. And I would be very valid in that. That's the difference between my worldview and your worldview. My worldview actually helps people and protects people. Yours makes them work shit out between their abuser, which is fucking insane.
Can I throw my input on
No. Well, no. Here's the evidence.
I've seen a couple your example is not great.
Oh my God! Hey! Let me ask. Your opinion? It isn't. It's not my opinion. It is. What do you think, Moke? You think it's pretty good?
I think your opinion is far superior. But
Yeah.
by the way, I found that passage where God causes rape to Bathsheba. It's 2 Samuel 12. The reason why is in from verse 7 up until 10, and then when he says it is verse 11 through 12.
What was the chapter again?
That's First Samuel. What?
2 Samuel 12. It starts from 7. That is the reason, and then the where he says it starts at 11 and goes till 12.
Okay, so 7. Then
Alright,
Nathan
so
said to David, you are the man. Thus says the Lord God of Israel. I anointed you king over Israel and delivered you from the hand of Saul. I gave you your master's house, your master's wives into your keeping, and gave you the house of Israel and Judah. And if that had been too little, I would have given you much more. Why have you despised the commandment of the Lord to do evil in his sight? You have killed Uriah the Hittite with the sword. You have taken his wife to be your wife, and have killed them with the sword of the people of Ammon. Up to 12, right?
yeah.
Okay, now therefore the sword shall never depart from your house, because you have despised me, and have taken the wife of Uriah the Hittite to be your wife. Thus says the Lord, behold, I will raise up an adversary against you from your own house, and I will take your wives before your eyes, and give them to your neighbor, and he shall lie with your wives in the sight of the sun. For you did it secretly, but I will do this thing before all Israel, before the sun.
That's a severe punishment to not do that.
Yeah, he just said he's gonna take their wives
What?
and give them to their neighbors to lay with them. What? Do you think that's dope or what?
Dude,
when
he
God-
he was
when-
so offended at his actions.
When God releases his hand of protection, that's what happens.
Okay, that's cool.
Okay,
You know,
so
I'm perfectly okay
when
with
God
that. You
releases
just
his
like
hand of
rape. That's cool.
protection, he causes rape. Is that what I'm
Yeah.
understanding?
God
No,
damn.
No, you missed it. No, the father had a curse on his house
No,
because of
so
what
Yeah,
he
right.
did. He
out of
looked
your
at
own
his
household, I am
He
going
said,
to
"It's gonna protect
bring.
you and
I
your
am
wife."
going to bring calamity on you.
Yes, because he did
Right,
I
but that
something
am
doesn't
going
mean.
wrong.
to bring
What
calamity on you.
So hey, let me ask. Do you have
You know,
a
I'm gonna bring
girlfriend or a
something bad
wife?
on you. What's up, man? Come on,
Do
talk
you
to me.
have
What
a-
are you trying
I'm
to
a-
get at? Why are you trying to trick me out, man? Why? Yeah, man, my ass is taken, bro.
Yeah, I
Don't
know,
worry.
man. You want? Yeah,
I don't want you to look at it. I want you to touch it, man. We're
you're
cool. We're
hilarious, dude.
bros.
No, but no. What I'm saying is that, like, so if you do something wrong, it's cool for me to come, like, SA your wife.
No, you're did that
That's
doesn't say
exactly what
that.
it said. What are you
He's
talking
saying
about?
because you.
It literally said that.
It says because you have. It says you are a king, and I would have gave you everything, and here you did and screw it all up. Now I'm going to curse your family and your lineage because you have insulted me and you made me look.
Yeah.
bad.
Okay. And if you
that's like cutting
and
off somebody's hand and going, you know
and
what?
if
That's
you're if you
Yeah,
if so
it's
you're saying to
bad,
me
but it
right
makes
now,
it
if you
bad.
do some bad stuff, we can come SA your wife.
Bro, he killed his companion, and
He was a
stole
king
his
over
wife.
a kingdom.
What
And
did
Okay,
his
but
wife
even
do?
then,
Yeah,
exactly.
that's not the thing.
What did his wife
This
do?
was not a
Then,
She
nobody.
did not
This was
then not
somebody
scream.
even
who was
that.
in every.
She did not
She didn't what?
scream. She did not scream. Thus, he never raped her. Thus, it was willing.
You're
What the
talking about
fuck
a
do you
king. You
mean?
shouldn't be doing
Yeah,
this.
where does it say that?
You read the story.
Look
You'll
at who
find
he
that.
was.
You already no we won't. But you already agreed that it was like, so you just said, so what? God can do what he wants. That's what he gets for fucking around. Fuck around and found out. You drew a line. I saw it.
God is
No,
being.
he made a severe point going, God doesn't play with you. He isn't going to play
Hell
with
no, he's gonna
nobody
rape
that
you if
wants
you
to.
fuck around.
Bro, David,
He's
according
going to
to
make
the
you
law
lose
of
everything
God,
and regret.
according to the law of God, David is supposed to be stoned. So what the punishment that he got is actually lighter than versus what he's supposed to get.
Okay, so are you saying that what you just read doesn't say that those women are going to be raped?
So not only that, but later on in that exact same chapter, God forgives David, but just says that his son is going to die.
4 sons. 4 sons.
Yeah, it sounds like he's a forgiving father that didn't take his life when he could have, but he let him live some of his life out. But he lost enough.
He
that
showed
was
him. He showed him
affected
some
the rest of his
mercy. He's like,
days.
yeah, you can live a little bit, but we raping them wives.
And your child's gonna die. Like, dude, like,
Yeah.
what do you
Well, you know,
what do you
when
mean?
you're a
Like, this God has
king and
done
you act
evil
like you're the
things.
son of a king, you
Yeah,
do that.
I love that you justify rape, you justify slavery, you justify abuse, and you think your system's better than anyone's. Like, that's insane.
You guys don't
No,
even
no.
believe in
Okay, so the
justice.
justification of rape is like if you.
Rape
It's like
is
if you
not. There's
look at a
no.
woman
There's
with
no way
lust,
to
you
rape a
committed.
woman for justice. There's no such thing as justifiable raping.
Yo, Phil, hold on, man. What he's saying is like the New Testament says if you look at a woman with lust, like you
Yeah.
want
No,
to
we're
get
talking
it,
about. We're talking about.
you've
We're talking about the
already
thing
messed
that we
up
just read. Do you want to
yourself.
read it again? You read that one more time
No,
for me?
listen to what I'm getting at. Is like this is the way the Father
Yeah.
feels. Is He says, "I will curse
Yeah.
your family
And I'll
if
rape
you do
them.
bad things." And
Well,
then
he
says,
doesn't. He
"Even if
doesn't
you
technically
look
rape
at
them,
him,
but someone he curses them to be raped.
Yeah, but that doesn't happen. Do you know anybody going around getting raped because they fucking went out and got drunk?
What?
That's not the way this works,
Do,
man. You're
do
saying
you
that
want
that's
to
the
read the
standard if you
thing
believe
again?
it.
Is that your problem? Do you want to read that again?
You don't understand the message that's
well,
in
okay,
there.
read it for me, and then break that. But read that specific part, and then break the message down.
Okay, I'm gonna run it over real quick. There's a king that was in
No. Are
charge
you
of
gonna? I want you to
everything.
read. I want you to
Hold
read
on,
that part.
hold
Read
on.
that
I'm
part.
reading.
Read just that part.
I
All right,
am.
go.
I'm reading it. Phil,
Read it.
Phil, let me read it. Okay, so there's a king over Israel and over Judah, and he made father mad, and father made an example out of him, and it was so severe. Everybody who looked at him was warned. That's what
No,
the story
read the
says.
part about the raping, you goofball.
Dude, no, you want to act like the history means anything when it's a book for you to read today. It's an idea that you should
Oh,
be
okay.
gleaning
So it's
from.
not a
you're
historical book.
yeah. Okay, got it.
Yeah, he's saying if you go rape somebody or go cheat on your wife
So,
and produce a
servant,
kid,
I
and
want to
then go
get this
kill somebody
really
else,
straight. Do you think that this is just hyperbole? God didn't really do this. God doesn't exist because this could never happen. He would never do this.
You're missing the point.
No, it's for
Okay,
today.
but what
It says
about
if
the
you go,
context of when it was?
if you go have,
Do you think that God just didn't
no,
do
listen
this?
to what I'm
Do you think
saying.
the story was made up?
Listen to what I'm saying. No, I believe it happened, but here's what I'm saying about it. Is I think like today, if you were to act like you knew God and you went, I'm a Christian and I love God, and you go out there and get somebody pregnant that's actually married, and then you go kill her husband so he doesn't get mad, and then that baby, you just like, hey, that's mine, so I'm gonna take her, she's now mine. I think you will be cursed in the rest of your life because you read a scripture that told you don't do that, and if you do it, these things are going to happen to you. So you just roll those dice and watch it happen.
So do you think that
Does
he
sense
just
more
did this
than-
to teach us a lesson? To teach us today a lesson?
Absolutely,
To teach
man. Why
us
else?
today
It's like
a
Adam
lesson.
and Eve.
Including
Absolutely.
today.
You want to hear a lesson? I'll show you a real lesson that you can really
No, I
eat.
just
You know
really
who
want
Adam
you
and
to
Eve
like
are,
just justify this as strongly as you can. What did
I
Bathsheba
am.
do to deserve being raped? Not only that, but for the child to die.
That's what it said. That's what it said.
Read it again.
Okay,
It's
read
What
not
it.
the
rape.
fuck do you mean it's not rape?
Yeah, read
Okay,
it.
Do you think that
Bathsheba.
she was like?
Listen,
Do you think that she was
Bathsheba.
okay with her neighbors coming and taking her?
Bathsheba
And like,
was not raped by David.
no, not by David, by the neighbors.
By somebody else. Yes.
Oh, irrelevant.
Now, let me.
Out of
let
your
me read
own
you-
household, I am going to bring
Yes.
calamity before you.
Mhm.
Before your very eyes. I will take your wives and give them to the ones who is close to you, and he will sleep with your wives in broad daylight.
Yeah, that means he will rape your wife.
Do you think that they were just okay with that?
No.
Let me read you
Just
two more
'cause-
passages,
No,
if you don't
because
mind.
powerful men, it's like this. Kings used to take women who were beautiful just because they were beautiful and they could. So don't think that's a rape.
That is also a
That
that
that's
is also a
fucking power
rape.
move. That's a power move of no. Women want a man who can take care of them. I don't think
Are you saying they
understand
would
the
just
culture.
take them and not have sex with them?
You know, women did not take care of themselves in that culture, right? Do you know?
Actually, Bathsheba was never raped. Go to 2 Samuel 16, verse 21 and 22, and you'll see who was in there.
See, it's like you're
Wait,
twisting
is
scripture to miss
wait,
the point.
is
And all
a
I'm trying to do
woman's
is prove the
argument
point.
that it wasn't her that got raped, but it was other women?
Well, you're
Just
claiming
go
that
and
she
read.
was. So in
So
You
does
said
this make it
that
any
Well,
better?
no.
Against
To be
women.
fair, I'm claiming whoever they're talking about in that passage got raped.
Yeah, the concubine.
No, you're listening to a judgment of what is going to happen, but there's no account of
It
it
said
happening.
it. It
So
said
you
it.
have
The
no
You
legal
have
legal
to know the
precedent.
No,
whole
it
story
says you
to
will.
judge. The story why this happened, if you read chapter 16, you'll see that
It's not. I
Absalom
don't care why it happened. I
he
care
took
that it
over the
happened.
kingdom. And the reason why he
Well, there's
raped the
reason.
concubines is because it's
Ahithophel
to bring shame to
answered,
David.
sleep with your father's concubine, whom he left to take care of in the palace. Then all of Israel will hear that you have made yourself obnoxious to your father, and the hand of
Exactly.
everyone. What do you mean exactly?
That's the reason why it was
Exactly.
done
Exactly.
to shame David.
If you have sex with
It
your
was done
mom,
to shame
you get
David,
killed for it.
and shame to a king, it was the worst thing at that time.
I'm sorry, repeat that one more
For
time.
David, it was worse to be ashamed than to die.
I'm sorry, repeat that one more time.
To be alive was worse than to just die. You're shamed the rest of your life, or be dead.
That's
Which one
not
For
sounds better?
David?
Treated his wives.
For David
He
or for the
took
wives?
over the kingdom. He shamed the king.
So,
That's
okay.
the punishment.
It's a punishment. You don't think punishment is
Not that.
deserved?
You have
Especially
to
not
know
the
the full
child
Well,
dying.
story.
if you love your family, it's the one thing that'll keep
Especially
you
not
from
the
doing
child
it.
dying.
You're going to be.
Like, what do you mean?
He's talking about lineage. It stops when you start screwing up. That sounds like a hard message to me to chew on. Like, I don't want to screw up if that's how he feels about it. You don't agree that that's a
So,
message?
Let me
just
ask
to
you
get
this: Have
this
you seen
straight,
every season of Seventh Heaven?
What the hell are you talking about, man? Come on, Phil. We don't do that, man. I told you I'm not like that, man. Whatever that is,
Seventh
I don't
Heaven.
do that,
It's
man.
like kind of like a Christian show. When you start doing your
Well, I don't believe in make believe.
you
I
definitely
believe in the
do. But
scripture.
now when you start doing your like after school cool pastor thing, it just reminds me of it. That's all. I just picture you with
Oh,
one
man.
leg up. Yeah.
I got
You know what I'm
it.
saying?
I got it. My
Yeah.
left leg's up,
Yeah,
dude.
I
It's on
meant
the
yeah.
chair.
Yeah,
One
or
leg's
you're sitting on the chair backwards, like you're like, because you're cool. Yeah,
No, it's a
no,
stool.
it's a chair backwards because you don't use chairs. You're a bad boy. You use them the way you want to.
Hat's
Damn, that's
backwards.
Okay, hey,
fire.
Unless my
hey,
hair's down.
stop arguing.
Yeah.
So look at chapter 12, verse. Where is it?
You gonna let a woman talk to you like that?
Are
Yeah.
you what? Are you
so I'm still confused because you guys are acting like this was the only punishment. The child
Okay,
literally
check it out.
died.
So 12,
4 kids died. 4 kids.
23.
The what? 1223?
Yeah.
What about
So again, for someone who's who doesn't believe in God, atheist, yeah, it sounds cruel that the child died. But verse 23 this tells you the child is with God. This is punishment for David. He lost his son because of what he's done.
But now that he
The
is dead,
child
why
is
should I
with
go
God,
on
which is a
fasting?
better
When I bring him
place.
back again, I will go to him, but he will not return to me. What about this
Yeah.
says that he's with God?
Well,
That's
I'm
what
going to
it
go to him,
means.
and when he dies, he's
Did
going to
God
go
tell
to
him
him.
this?
That's
No,
David
he's telling
his
you that
Okay,
that's
but
how
servant.
a president wrote the
did God
Bible.
tell David this?
Tell what?
The Father wrote the
The
Bible.
child is with God?
The whole
No,
thing
they
is
didn't.
wrote by one
Humans
person.
What do you
wrote the
mean the whole
Bible.
thing's written by one person?
Well, you can say that there's like if you were to run a
All
diagnostics,
books
I
are
forget what they
written by
when
humans. There's not an exception.
no, listen to what I'm saying is like
Tell
there's
that to Muslims.
fingerprints throughout the whole scriptures through different people that have lived thousands of years different, and yet they write the same
Okay, but
No,
you're
words
they
and
saying
don't.
that they were
patterns
written by the
in the
same
same.
person. No, they weren't.
Exactly. So that's what I'm saying is the men didn't
Even
write
when
it.
we
It was the Holy Spirit inspired every
even when we
letter of the book.
analyze different stories in the New Testament, like we have seen that there are differences in the writing styles.
Yeah.
No, there's differences. There's reasons for that. You want to hear
Go
something
ahead.
kind of neat? Okay, so check this out. So, and you have Matthew, Mark, and Luke. Okay, so in the book of Luke, Christ is not beaten, and he's not crowned with thorns, and he's wearing glorious clothing. When he dies, he says, "Father, I give you my spirit," and gives up the spirit. Now, in the book of Mark and Matthew, he is beaten and crowned with thorns. Not only that, he's wearing purple in Matthew and red
Yeah,
in
they're
the book of
inconsistent.
Mark.
Yeah.
There's a point. No, it's not inconsistency.
Literally
it's
the definition of
information.
inconsistency.
No. You're
I
listen to
did.
what
You
I'm
just
saying
said
about it.
different things. They
So-
can't both be true at the same time.
No. I'm giving you. No, I'm telling you. There's a
Yeah,
reason.
I know
for
the
it.
reason. The reason is because they're
No.
copied off of each other.
No.
Yes.
Listen. Okay, so I'll keep giving it. Watch. Let
You're
me blow
not
your
blowing
mind.
anything except for. Never mind.
Just
I
let him make
know.
his
I
point.
won't. But
Yeah, I
still.
will. Go on.
Okay, so you have also the cock crowing. Okay, in each
Damn
gospel.
straight.
But here's the weird thing. The cock crows in the daytime only in the book of Luke, and it crows in the evening turning to night in the book of Mark. And in the book of Matthew, it only crows at nighttime. So if you were to put this information together, this is what you're starting to go is going, things are going to transition from night or day to night. Now he says, you are children of the day, not the night. So the transition point would be Mark. Now he said, I wrote the end in the beginning, and he says the beginning will be found in the end. So if you reverse the order, you go Luke, Mark, and Matthew is actually what you're looking at is people who understand and do it his way. The book of Mark is the only gospels that have Christ being mad at the apostles because they didn't understand. But in the book of Luke, they don't do that. See, it's not that there's an error, it's that there's information hiding that we are to dig out that mean something.
Wasn't one
And
of the
what it means
Gospels
is
written
amazing.
in Greek? Or didn't one of them only speak Greek?
Oh, it doesn't matter.
All
Or
of them were
write in Greek?
all the gospels were saying.
Well, Aramaic, but
Yeah, no,
like
not
I
all
said,
of them
my
are in
point of
Greek,
view is
sir.
Well, the Gospels are anonymous and they're inconsistent, so I don't understand what your point is.
Not only that, but like
No,
they
they're
get
not
when they get what
inconsistent with
Jesus says
information.
wrong.
Yeah.
No. It's not that you're missing the information
No.
that is trying. It's like this. If you're hiding, no, hold on. The scripture says that it is the duty and honor of kings to search out a matter that's hidden.
Yep.
It also says that he hides treasures, and those who want to seek will
Jar.
find.
The
So
One Piece?
there's neat
A
little
treasure.
and it's like, well, did it make sense when I told you about the stoning thing is working
Hey, well,
today?
I want to know about
Did
the
you guys
thing. You said it was
know that?
one said it was purple, one said it was red, right?
Yeah, so you look at the beasts in Revelation, and the harlot of the world rides a beast, and she's wearing scarlet and red. So you start drawing a picture. Okay, so scarlet and red means something different than the book of Luke. Now, if you go to the beginning of Genesis, he says, I let the day be, right? So he says, let there be light, and he separated the day from the night, and he called.
How did he
the
do that
light
before the sun?
and the dark? No, you're missing the principle. And then he says, you are to be children of the day, not the night. You are to be of light,
Oh
not
no, I
darkness.
stay awake during the
He's
night a lot.
referring to being
Look at me now.
What's that? No, I'm just telling you that there's.
I really want to know though.
why
I
he
really
said
want to know
so-
what was the two different colors thing? What was the different color?
Okay, so he's wearing purple in the
Uh-huh.
book of Mark, and
Wearing
that stands
purple
for
where?
royalty.
What's
Now,
purple?
why it stands when he's arrayed in clothing after he's
Uh-huh.
beaten, Herod dresses him in clothing, and in the book of Mark, he's arrayed in purple because he is the Christian that didn't understand and was too
Uh-huh.
lukewarm. So he's going to
So
go
he
through
was
the
wearing
tribulation,
purple
but
and Mark, you're saying.
You know, it almost
Okay.
sounds as
Yeah,
if
and then-
it almost
and-
sounds as if, you know, they didn't all speak the same
well,
language.
there's symbolism.
Because in one of
There's
them,
symbolism.
Jesus says something completely fucking different. He says something along the lines of, "Oh Father, why have you forsaken me?"
Yep. And then in the other one, he's like, "Here, I'll give you my
Hey,
spirit."
I'm
and
trying to
doesn't
focus
even
on
Yeah,
this
so-
color thing. It's like
So what you're looking
now?
at
What
is,
was a
is you're
color?
looking
What
at
was
an
purple
example.
specifically?
Now you look at the
What
meanings of
what
colors,
what
and you have
was
to go back to the
purple?
Old
What was
Testament.
purple? You said he was wearing purple. What was purple?
He was arrayed in a purple.
Okay, so he was
garment.
saying he was okay. So the garment he was wearing was purple, right? And then which one that says it was red?
That should
Okay,
be
so
Matthew.
one it says red, one it says purple, and you're instead of you being like,
Now watch this. No, there's a perspective that when you can
which one
read
was
the
it?
details,
Can
you're
you
gonna
tell me
pick up-
which one it was?
I told you, red, purple, and
No,
then
like which one
glorious,
specifically
bright
was he
pearl.
wearing?
Yeah, like what's the
In
what's
which
the
one?
right answer?
No, okay, so no, the information he's giving it to you for is a reason, like the book of Luke. So Luke in the Greek means light. So it's the gospel of light. Now he says you're children of
So
light, which
would you
means
say
it
that
must
we
be designed
don't
for
know what
somebody.
color the garment is?
No, I'm telling you, there's a
No,
reason for
can
it.
A
you-
If you
reason
want
for
to
us
just
not
go-
knowing, or a reason for us to just assume that he's like changing it throughout the day?
Okay, so there's a color difference. Is the reason it's there is because there's information that is to connect to other parts of the Bible. And when you said, "Oh,
So-
you can hide stuff,"
So they're
anywhere, no,
writing
you
things
can't.
about his death
Because that-
metaphorically.
No. They put his account almost to the T in the Old Testament of everything he would say
Except
and do. He fulfilled prophecy to the T in
So
what
was
he
it-
said.
was it
fulfill
red
his
or
own
This was not
prophecy? He didn't even fulfill his
What's
own
that?
prophecy. He
What are
said
you
that he would
talking about?
return before all of them had passed. He didn't.
No, that's not what he said.
Well, you're missing about the spiritual realm. See, you're missing this. It's
Where
like
does it
John
say
is
That
anything?
was
like
It
supposed
says
to be.
taste
That was supposed to
death.
be the revelations. The world hasn't ended. Heaven
Yeah,
hasn't
you don't
come down to
understand.
earth.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
that was
right. But he
supposed to
said
happen.
these people would not taste. Some of them would not taste death.
right.
Oh
and
yeah,
it's-
they're
there-
all dead.
so-
What are you talking about?
So there are people who are 2,000 years old right now.
Yeah, right. What the fuck are you talking?
okay, no. You're
You're
missing
taking the-
who he's calling
you're
alive and how they're
taking-
alive.
You're
I'm taking it
that,
too literally.
You're taking
Yeah, I'm
the
taking it the
scripture out
way
of
it's
context at
fucking
all.
written. Yeah, of course we always are. Can you just ask me, or excuse me, can you
Can
just
I
answer
show
me?
you again?
No, can
And
you
you'll
just
see
show
that
me
it's
and
you're
tell me
taking it-
what color his garment was? Was it red or was it purple?
Why does that?
I'm telling you, there was a reason why it was different in the
Is there an
Gospels, and
answer to
you-
what it actually
you're
was?
still
Is there an
understand.
answer to what it actually was?
Hey, BBN, are you
No,
wearing
there's
a red
information
shirt
there
or
for
a
your
purple
reason.
shirt? I mean, do I care which shirt you wear?
or
You're wearing right
glorious?
now?
I mean, if
bright
you're supposed to
pearl.
be telling a true story about the death of the Messiah, I would hope
Yeah.
that it was accurate.
Is it not
Right,
accurate?
now, what you're missing is that this
Nope.
book was meant for you to find out.
And yet you
deeper
haven't found
truths
out
that
the
you
truth
don't
of a
know.
freaking piece of cloth.
Hey, you can't tell me what color he was.
I already told you why it's there, and you don't
No, you
understand.
just keep
so
saying
are
it's metaphor.
they writing about his death metaphorically or literally?
He's writing about your death.
He's writing
You
about.
understand that? That
So
if
I
you
was up
take
on
this
the
up- hold on,
cross.
hold
You
on.
know, I'm Jesus Christ. I had the thorn. I had the crown thorn.
Yeah, exactly. He's telling you to do the exact same thing. He's like, when it gets tough, you take up a cross and you just follow me and just do what I do. There's some people who will do it. They're arrayed in glorious apparel, and they're not going
So
to
do you
go
think
through
that the person
tribulation.
who
Now,
didn't?
there's another
Do you think that the
people-
person who decided to get crucified
another
upside
people
down
that
didn't go to
won't
heaven
do
because
it.
he didn't do as Jesus said?
No, he wasn't afraid
I
and
know,
did that
but
willingly.
you said
That's how much he
for
believed
that
in
you
what
said that he was saying for them to do as he did. You think that because he didn't hang himself like or get on the crucifix right side up?
He didn't
and he
hang
didn't go to
himself
heaven.
at all. Somebody did it for him. And it's just the same way. It's like, I'm not going to be the death of me. Somebody's killing
You
me
see,
going, you know what? You don't believe what he says.
You see, you're doing exactly what we're doing. You're taking it literally. So
No,
as
no,
I
I'm not. I'm
said,
saying
as
it's a
I was
spiritual
trying to
matter that
say,
you are like
do you
Christ.
think that he didn't go to heaven because he didn't do as Jesus said to do as he did, getting crucified right side up?
What are you talking? You don't even, do you understand that that's not scripture?
So one of the
You know that, right? Here you are believing
So-
myths and you're acting like that
so
you're
who
having
was
some
it? Was it
evidence of a
who was
truth.
it that got crucified upside down? I forget.
Peter.
How
What was the name?
How's that matter?
Peter.
But I don't
Yeah, go
really
ahead
get
and
it. How's
show
that
that
matter?
account.
I mean, servant had just said that they were supposed to do as he did. So I'm just curious.
Well, he was stoned
Yeah,
and lived through
yes.
stoning and all that. Do you think that's I told you the stoning is when you take the word of God and you make your life better and you kill yourself in the flesh to your desires is the stoning. See how you're missing, you see, this is what the Bible says is the carnal man, which is you guys, you can't understand the things of the spirit because your eyes are not open to it. So these things will not make sense to you. You can't understand them no matter how wise you think you are.
That's what it says.
But if
Yeah,
you
a
have
book
somebody
says
that's
that people will question this and call it bullshit. That's what all fucking brainwash books say.
Okay, so you're saying because Jesus was wearing purple or red, all of the sudden
All of the inconsistencies in between the
all of the
beginning, middle, and
sudden, now
end.
we have the crucifixion story wrong. Good job, guys.
No, I'm saying there's additional information hiding so you can glean more understanding. See, I understand. This is what I believe. I believe every single word is important in the scripture and it means something, and it means something deeper than you even think, no matter what it is. So when I look at it and I'm like, okay, he says, walk like I walk, and they're going to hate you like they hated me. Now, I understand that when you walk in the power of understanding and knowledge, true understanding with the Father, you can help people see the scriptures in a different way, and that's giving sight to the blind. You can help them hear the scriptures differently, and that's giving hearing the deaf. See, there's a spiritual significance to how we're alive and we die to ourselves, and we want our family to be dead to who they are naturally so they can live for a better way, loving.
So again, are we blind because we see the inconsistencies between the beginning and the end?
Okay,
no, because you're not looking for the Father. You're looking to criticize him.
I mean,
and you don't
if we're supposed to be following this Father, I mean, shit, we could go to the very first story, Genesis. I think it's chapter 1 and 2.
Where's the inconsistency over there?
Yeah, you want to talk about
not
Adam
even just Adam and Eve. We could talk about the fucking birds.
What?
Yeah.
Okay, let's talk about
Well,
the
he's
animals.
gonna. It's gonna. Okay, Genesis 1. It says all fowl from the water. Genesis 2, all fowl from the land. Which one is it?
Like, at first they're made from the water, then they're made from the dust of the earth.
Which one is it?
Where were you at? You said you're in Genesis 1:1. Where are you at?
And then it goes to Genesis. What is it?
Because the translations mean something. So it says in the beginning. So the Spirit created the heavens and the earth. And the earth was without form, and the earth was void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. Am I still? You want?
No, we just need you to read about the birds.
Verse 20.
Oh, 20. Oh, okay. Okay, and God said, "Let the waters bring forth abundantly the moving creatures that hath life, and the fowl that may fly above the earth into the open firmament of heaven."
No, it doesn't. No, it should say
let's
all
go on to the next
fowls.
chapter, Genesis 2.
Oh, I'm sorry. I told you the translation matters, and this is what it really says in the Hebrew.
Now let's go to the next chapter.
The what?
Yeah, I'm sorry. You're looking at a theologian that has studied.
You're not a
years.
fucking theologian. You're about as a theologian as you're in the medical industry.
Which verse are you looking at?
You're full of shit.
Which verse are you looking at?
Genesis
20, right?
1, verse 20.
BBN, what was your contention with what he said? BBN, what was your contention with what he said?
It should say all foul.
Moke, what verse are you guys looking at?
We were looking at verse 20.
Okay, so then God said, "Let the waters abound
it doesn't
with
say
an abundance of living creatures, and let birds fly above the earth across the face of the firmament of the heavens." So God created creatures and every living thing that moves, with which the waters abounded according to their kind, and every winged bird according to its kind.
Yeah, there it goes. Every winged bird.
Okay, hold on. It's oaf is the Hebrew, and where it's found is the Hebrew 5775, and it's a flying creature, a fowl, insects, and birds. So insects that are born in water make sense, kind of like a
No,
mosquito's
no,
not
no.
a bird,
Listen,
right?
right there. It said all fowls from the water. Is that not what it just said?
Let the waters
Most
abound
fowls
with
aren't
born in
an
water. You know that,
abundance
right?
of living
What?
creatures.
Read again. What did you just read it? Read it
Yes,
again.
let me start from all over
Okay,
because it looks like
the
you
oath,
missed the beginning.
oath,
Let the waters
No, I
abound.
didn't.
Okay, listen. Let the waters abound with abundance of living creatures, and let
Uh-huh.
the birds fly above the earth across the face of the firmaments of the heavens.
Right.
Okay, so
Keep
now
going,
we
keep
we
going,
we
keep going.
see that there are two types of species that are created:
No, no.
the
Keep
fish
going.
and the
Keep
birds.
going. Keep going. Keep going.
So God created great sea creatures, which are the fish, and every
Uh-huh.
living thing that moves, with which the waters abounded, according to their kind, and every winged bird according to its kind,
Right there. Right there. Right there. What does that say? Read it again.
and every winged bird according
it
to
was
its
talking
kind.
about its kinds.
Of course. Right now, it's saying he's bringing from the water every winged bird. Yes.
It doesn't say
Where'd you
he's
see
bringing
from the
from the
water?
water.
Yeah, after
Where do you
Where'd you
see
get
that?
this?
he's reading a bad
You
translation. See,
just
bro, you
no.
need to
I
look
don't.
for
Just
like a
read
truth
it.
Okay,
instead
Just
of
read it
so
again.
God created great sea creatures and every living thing that moves, with which the waters abounded, according to its kind. That's one section. Now we have and every winged bird
and
according to its kind.
Yeah, that's what it's. It. Oh my God, dude! You just read it. You literally
So
just
what
read
did
it.
he create that from? What did he
he
create the
brought it
birds
forth
from?
to its kind.
Yeah, where did
Not
he create
from the
the?
waters.
It's what it just said. What does the word
So
No.
"and" mean? What
so
does
if
the
I
word
create a
"and"
car,
mean to
if
you?
I
It
create a
means
car,
insects and
so
flying
one
things
moment.
and
If I
birds.
use metal to create a car and a truck, what did I make them out of?
Okay,
Go
where
ahead and
Metal.
do
state your point,
where
man.
do you
We
see
understand.
first of all where even a fish is created out of water?
Right.
Where do you see this? Am I missing something that
It
you're
says
not?
it right there. You just read it, motherfucker.
Which part? Which part, bro?
Read it
Oh, how
again.
dare
The
you?
fascinating thing about the atheists and the Christians, atheists, they really like to put down people and curse at them because they're atheists.
Yeah, no,
They think it's
The
good.
big thing. No, because we're not
But
afraid of.
Christians were
They have it look like
Christians were
Yeah,
actually
yeah, your
respectful.
children. You know, your children, and you're scared of words because you're a little pussy.
No,
But
because
go on
we're
and read it.
respectful. Because we're
No, you're not
respectful.
respectful. You
I
think
mean,
you fucking back up child slavery, pedophilia. Fuck you.
Well,
Fuck
look
you.
at your behavior. So
Wait, but
kind
you
and so
back
nice. But
man
now,
and women's
where
No,
in
yeah,
a
look at
world,
your behavior. You're a fucking
where
idiot.
in a world
I'm
do
gonna come
you
and
see?
crepe you. I'm gonna come crepe your bald headed ass.
oh, okay.
Sure. Whatever.
Alrighty. But yeah, anyways,
Where in
just
the
read it
world
one
do
more
you
You
time.
have
I'll
a
show, I'll
Will
tell you
put it
exactly
away.
when to focus on the
Okay.
word.
Let the waters abound
Yeah.
with
Water.
abundance. Let the waters abound.
Mhm.
Let the waters abound. What does that mean?
What is it?
What is the waters abound? Is that means they're created from the waters, or let maybe the seas be filled
Let the waters abound.
with
So you're saying the
abundance
seeds
of
are
living creatures?
with birds? With birds? The seeds is it's
with
filled with
living
birds
creatures. That's
and
one
birds.
part. And let birds fly above the earth. Is the water above the earth? It's a whole
one
two
said that.
different. It's two
No,
different
it's
categories.
not. No, it's not. No, it's not.
Read for yourself.
I
Do you
did.
not
I
know
did. I
English?
just read it. Yeah, yeah. It says the guy
And let
who's second language English.
and let birds fly
You
above
realize?
the
Hey,
earth
say the
across
word.
the face
Say
of the
the word
firmament.
word. Say the word word.
And let the birds fly
Oh, come on.
above the
Say
earth.
the word word. Say the word word.
I don't know. What are you talking about? But can't
Say
you
the word word. Say
Can't-
the word word.
can't you understand? Let the birds fly above
Can't
the
you
earth.
understand that the word word it's pronounced word, not wood?
Can't you? Oh,
Oh,
and
go
potato
easy,
is
man. Why you
is
gotta do
pronounced
that?
as potato, and tomato is
Uh-uh.
pronounced as
No,
tomato.
well,
And all of a sudden,
Yes.
you have a solid point, PBN.
Aluminium.
Because
No,
basically,
my point
I
is,
have maybe a
I do
slightly
speak English.
different I have different accent because of you. You have a solid point. Good job, bro. Your logic is
No.
weird. But anyway.
No, your argument was
Show
like, I
me-
don't speak English.
show
I understand
me-
English way
Show
better
me
than
number
you.
one. Well, show me. Show me where number one, God has
You
created
just read it.
anything out of water here. Let the
You just
waters
read it.
abound. What does that mean?
Search, read
Let's see, which
NCV.
version are y'all reading again?
NKJV. I'm reading NKJV. I don't have ICV.
He
anymore.
forgot that the waters were in Genesis 1, where the spirit was above the waters and the
You
darkness.
said NKG
So
or
he's
NKJ?
missed some of it.
And NKJV, New King James. I just like
Okay,
a
okay.
little simpler English.
Alrighty. So you're reading verse 20?
20.
Alrighty. Let me go to the NKJV. Oh, I'm reading an entirely different verse. My bad. One second. Let me get back to Genesis 1. Genesis 1.
I mean, I have
Verse
it on my screen if you want.
Oh my.
Right here.
God said, "Let the waters abound with an abundance of living creatures, and let the birds fly above the earth and across the sky." So again, this seems to be a difference in translation. One uses one sec. So New King James Version uses the word abound, and let's see what the NIV translate to. Let's see, where's the NIV?
You can actually define it in the Hebrew, and it makes it easy. Because some of those words don't even belong there. Like "and," that's not in the Hebrew.
Yeah,
like
no,
that.
they use what's the word? It's like difference in grammar.
Well, it's a real detailed.
Okay,
Yeah, no.
NIV
So
says-
the word
NIV
"and"
says,
isn't
Let
the
the
word
waters
"and" isn't
teem.
explicitly in Hebrew, but it is implied throughout.
So NIV uses the word instead of abound, teem. T-E-E-M. T-E-E-M.
Teem.
Yeah. So let the waters
Teem.
teem with living creatures. What does this mean? That God has
to exist in
created
large
everything out of
numbers
water?
and quantity.
He made nothing. He put the things in the water. Like I said, the waters were already there in the beginning of when the spirit was over the darkness of the waters.
And NIV continues on with,
Water
and
didn't
let
have to create
birds
anything."
fly above the earth across the vault of the sky. So where in the world did you get that God has created the creatures out of water here? He just filled the water with creatures.
They just heard the right way. Maybe they're not going to argue about it no more.
And where did you see that the birds are
Nice.
flying out of the water?
Creatures and everything.
They're flying.
They're just learning what the word really says. Dude, you're sharpening these guys up, man.
Not really.
Well, you're seeing things that you didn't think were there.
I haven't saw. It says
for sure.
exactly what I thought it says.
Okay, which translation are you reading, BBN?
I'm reading exactly what you just read.
One of your own?
Nope,
Okay.
the one you just read.
Okay, let's read again. Then God said,
Yep.
let waters abound with abundance of living creatures. Now,
Yeah, what does that
where's
mean?
let waters be filled with fish. Now, please tell me, where in the world did he create fish from water? Where in the world did you get this?
So go ahead and read it
He
again.
just assumed you.
Let the waters abound with abundance of living creatures. You want me to read this 100 times?
Yes, keep reading it.
Mhm.
No, not just that part, the rest of it.
Okay, so God created great sea creatures and every living thing that moves, with which the waters abounded, which the waters got filled, according to their kind, and every winged bird according to its kind.
Yeah. So if it's not saying what I'm saying, what is it saying?
That God has placed fish in the water and birds in the sky.
So you're saying God put fish in the
There's
water
no-
and birds in the sky.
There's no indication of how and what he made them from.
He brought forth.
Sure, it doesn't indicate how. It just says he
Yeah.
brought forth, and he filled the waters with fish and sky with birds. That's it. So whatever
brought
you're
forth.
translating is not here.
Yeah, it's right there. You read it several times.
No, it's.
I
Cool
mean,
now.
we can
move on
acknowledge
to
something
the
real quick. In verse 24, it says, Let the earth bring forth living life creatures according to its kind, cattle and creeping things and beasts of the earth. But it doesn't mention birds.
They were
It says
already
fi-
there.
No, it does.
They were created
From
on the previous
what?
day.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
was already
but from
created.
what? It mentions that these things were made from earth, and it says explicitly earth in there, but it mentions water in the previous one.
It doesn't say
It
let
doesn't
the
say the bugs were
birds.
made from the earth.
It doesn't say
I
let the
said
birds come
earth.
out of the water. In the previous one, it doesn't say let the birds come out of the water. It doesn't
Yeah,
say
no,
that.
but
There's no indication
it
of that at
says
all.
let the waters abound with. Of course, we have already read it multiple times, but this one mentions the earth.
And it
Why
says
would it mention
flying
the
in
earth in
stuff.
one and water in the other?
Because animals walk on the earth, birds fly above the earth, and
Fish
fish swim in the water.
And yet, above the
Yeah.
firmament is more
Separating
water.
Yeah,
The
like
what?
the clouds are up there and
Mhm.
it rains.
Above
There's
the
also
firmament
no
is more
such.
water.
There's also no such thing as a firmament.
So
It says fly above the earth
So that you
across
know,
the
have you
face
ever been
of the
up there?
firmament. So,
Mhm.
There is no
so
such thing
birds
as a
fly.
firmament.
Birds fly in the sky. Well, the firmament is referred to sky, to the atmosphere.
No, it's
sky.
not. It's
Yeah,
referred to as a physical thing.
No, it is.
Firmament of the
It's the heavenly
heavens.
expanse.
it's technically supposed to be a physical thing, but
It is
Yeah.
a physical thing.
No, the firmament is saying the below
Airplanes
the
fly
stars.
where?
It's like above the earth and below the stars. That's the firmament. It's the
Well,
zone that things
That's
can
no,
fly
that's
in.
not what a firmament is.
You
Yes,
sure?
motherfucker. Yes, yes, yes. I'm sure.
What's a firmament?
Verse 6.
What's a
Then God
firmament?
said, let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters. Thus God made the firmament
Okay,
and
so what's a
divided
firmament?
the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament. And it was so. God called the firmament heaven. So the evening and the morning were the second day. So the firmament is the heavenly places where the airplanes fly. Yes, and the atmosphere is physical because the planes fly on something, right?
more so fly through something, push
Sure, that's
against
good. That was
something.
good.
Something
And we
something is holding them up.
I think somebody learned some
It's
stuff.
not so much.
We're good.
I'm
We're
not
doing
gonna
good,
get
man.
semantic. Yeah. No. Quick definition on the word firmament. The firmament is a literary or poetic term for the vault of the sky or heavens. It often refers to a visible dome in the sky as it appears to arch over the earth.
Above the
Yeah,
clouds.
you ever seen like the sun when it's real crystallized outside because of the frost, and it produces a ring that looks like a dome, like it should. You know the way
rainbow?
the rainbow looks. Yeah, it shows you that there's a dome because if you're up high enough, it makes a dome.
There's no such
So
thing
yeah,
as
I
a
mean,
dome.
he
So I
says
don't know what
So
you're
if
saying.
you go to the ocean, you kind of can see this arch in it. If you go to the ocean, I mean,
There's
I'm in
no
California.
dome.
I've been to the ocean a few times.
Yeah,
A lot of
I've
I'm
been
in
times.
to the ocean
Washington.
myself. I've been to the
been
ocean in
to
Florida. I've been to the
quite a
ocean,
few
You
times.
California.
can see a slight curve in the
Yeah, you can
distance.
see the curve.
Yeah.
Do you
Yeah.
mean the curve of the earth?
Yeah, the curve of the earth. Yeah, what the? I mean,
Well,
the
yes,
curve of the
of
flat
course.
Earth. What did you do, man? Why'd you say that? Now I can't flip.
dude, you just
Now
you
put
just
a
ruined
hole in
everything
there.
for servant. Dude.
You
Oh,
put a hole in the box,
hey.
dude. Why'd you
Yeah,
mess the
no,
box
like
up?
this
You
was
brought the
this
box
was
up.
Whether the
things
Earth
like
is
the
round
firmament were
or
very
flat,
popular to like think about when we thought the earth was flat.
Yeah.
okay.
Right. Well, you know what? We can argue both
No, you
ways.
can't.
Like I
No,
said,
you
I can
can't.
argue both ways.
I mean, hey, if you can go both ways, I won't argue.
Yeah, we know you can go both ways.
I'm not.
With
Well,
those
I
cheeks.
don't
Man, you
care
and
to go
Phil
either
are
way.
alike.
I don't care
Oh,
if
you're
it
eight?
matters if the Earth is
Man.
flat or round. It doesn't matter.
Is that a statistical anomaly that says that these two guys are both going both ways, and they're the ones that believe you should believe like they believe? Is that a statistical?
I think you
anomaly
should go wherever that
or
real
not?
evidence follows. Do not believe me. Like, look into evidence.
We're
Well,
trying to
you
show you
said,
those
"Hey,
evidence.
fat ass," and he's like, "Hey,
I mean,
both
hey, I
ways."
was just
I don't
asking
know.
him.
You sound like
I plead the fifth on whether or not I go both ways. But if you have a fat ass, I won't
yeah,
complain.
let's get it.
Yeah, you know what I'm
We don't
saying?
have to talk about it. We can talk about the human.
Like fat ass is a fat ass. I'll commit
Yeah, that's
adultery.
what I'm
I'll
saying.
look.
Dude. Yeah.
Yeah, fat firmaments, fat firmaments. Let's stay with that.
Bro got them 2 firmaments in his pants. Let's go.
Damn.
Them
Hey,
shit's
well, is your
global.
firmament happy to see?
Moke, are you
Sorry.
from United States?
Yes, sir.
I'm from California. Which state are you from, if you don't mind?
Pacific Northwest, Washington.
Oh, you're on the West Coast. Okay, so it's
Yeah, no,
4:02
I've
a.m.
seen the ocean quite a few
your time
times.
too.
Yeah.
4:02
Wait, what was that?
It's 4:02 a.m. on your end as well, huh?
Yeah, I just switched over to
Yeah,
403.
it's sunrise where you're at.
Yeah, no, I watched the sun come up.
Oh,
Bro,
fuck,
we
I am-
watched the whole night. We talked the whole night.
Well, you know what? This was a cool time. I got to be honest with you. I've never thought like you could have a cool time hanging.
Yeah, no,
out
y'all-
like that.
Y'all are interesting people. You're interesting people to talk to. I don't know why a
100%.
woman has been so silent, or just like
Yeah,
kind
she
of
has
like
never. She
popping
don't
in.
say anything.
You did. James?
She fell asleep.
Yeah, barely.
Like kind of popping in every now and again, but you know.
Bible says a woman should be quiet.
Well, don't listen to
Man.
that. Live your life.
That was a joke.
Yeah, no. If you get raped, don't let the man buy you.
Yeah, do not let him buy you. And
Well, in order for that not to happen, we need
Talk
to
too
keep
much, I'm
men
allowed to take-
outside of women's restrooms.
Yeah, no. We should keep men outside of women's restrooms, but trans women are okay.
yeah, trans women can go in there.
Yeah,
Depends, man.
Look,
just-
until you actually face the, in reality,
Yeah,
either
once,
Sorry,
your daughter or
do
your
you just not
wife
want
or
penises
whatever
in
it is.
there, or?
no, bro. Once your daughter's gonna get raped, you're gonna change her.
Oh
That is all
no,
I'm
not
gonna
at
say.
all. Like,
Not at
Like-
all. Really? You still be okay with perverts going into the women's restrooms?
no, I wouldn't be okay with perverts going into the restroom with my
Well,
daughter.
you do not know what's going on in their head. They may seem
dude,
like
you said
they're
she's
fine.
two,
Yeah, she's
2
2 and a
years old,
half.
right? Dude, when she gets to when you get to the stage where she's riding a bike and you're showing her stuff, you're gonna change on how you really want to protect her.
Yeah.
Watch.
Mm-hmm. It's gonna
Your
change.
your instincts are about to
No,
kick
my
in, and you're
instincts
gonna
have
look
very
at
much
dudes that
so
you don't wanna
already
play with.
kicked in. I am fearful for her.
It's gonna times
But if you
100
saw a
when she's
hairy
older.
guy wearing a dress and goes into the bathroom your little girl goes into, I bet you're gonna feel.
Yeah, no,
different
I'd just
about it
tell her
when
to
it
wait.
happens.
Why?
I wouldn't be like, hey,
No,
you
if she's
can't
like,
go in there, dude. Like, no.
But why wait?
What if there's somebody else's
Yeah, but it's not- it's his
daughter
fault.
in
It's
the
a girl. He's a
restroom and
girl.
he's walking in? So you're gonna save your child, but
It's
somebody
all his
else's
fault.
child can get hurt?
I'd
You're
advise
making a
them to wait
boogeyman.
too,
I
but I'm
don't
not
care
gonna
if
go
you're
and
gay,
you
grab
are
you're
them,
dumb
you
man.
are
boogeyman.
telling me that God is evil, yet you're popping this?
It's circumstance.
You gotta
Are you
prove.
serious?
You're trying to
You
com-
guys,
you're
you
trying
guys
to
have to
compare
prove
me-
that this thing that is happening. It's not happening. The way you're acting like it's happening, so it doesn't
Until
matter.
it actually
So
Jail
not
It's-
only
it's a
that,
health
but
condition.
Jail's
not
filled
only
with
that,
such perverts.
Surge, not only that, but the a sign on the bathroom isn't going to do anything.
Yeah, you keep
Me
acting like this
telling
sign is
someone
gonna
that they
stop
can't
people.
go into the restroom isn't
No,
going to
but-
stop them from going back another time and doing whatever they planned on doing.
Bro, if law
Like,
allows,
perverts are
they
gonna
are
be perverts.
Your
encouraged.
love
If
just
they're
stops.
allowed-
It would make you more
Surge,
the
comfortable.
perverts
law
are going to be
allows, I
perverts.
understand,
It doesn't
but
matter
if
if I'm watching or not.
I
If they want to
understand.
go do something, they'll do it.
I understand. If law encourages
Do you
such
care?
behavior,
Why
they
have
will
any
do
laws
it
at
even
all?
more. If law discourages, it's gonna tie their hands at least a little bit.
Rape is already discouraged. It's illegal.
Well, great.
But
That's
why
great.
make
But
it
the thing,
illegal?
Like the
If
fuck?
people are gonna do it, they're
Circumstances
just gonna
make
do
things
it.
but
Like,
but
even now,
why allow
like
a
even
certain
20, 40,
circumstances
60
that it
plus
can
years
happen?
ago. Like we have never had laws preventing males or females going into the opposing restroom.
Yeah, because we didn't have an
Because
issue.
nobody had to do it.
No,
There's no issue.
because it wouldn't
people
stop
understood.
someone from doing that.
Bro, there's no issue until today. Today we got crazy and confused. So thus we have this issue
Do you think
that we're
that men
talking
just
about.
weren't going into women's restrooms?
They get kicked out. But today they're not going to get kicked out. That's the
Okay,
difference.
They didn't. Trans women have been using bathrooms for 40, 50 years. No, like longer, really. But like, just since we've really been keeping track of things, like this is just your idea. This is all new that we're actually starting to put this kind of scrutiny on it.
Like not only that, but
I've never
what-
seen a
how
trans
would-
woman in men's
Sir,
Who
restrooms
cares what the
ever.
fuck you've seen?
Surge. Not only that, but imagine if you go to
I
like
care, Surge.
attack a man because he looked too masculine, and he had a beard, he had like feminine clothes on. You didn't like the way he looked. but he was just going to check in on his daughter. She's been in there for 20 plus minutes.
Okay, the proper thing to do is to knock on the door to make sure there's no other female in that restroom whatsoever.
But
and
how
then
would you
walk
know
in.
that? How would
Walk
you
on
know
the
that?
door, open up a little bit, and say, "I
How
am
would
a
you know
male.
that?
I want to check on my a daughter inside of the restroom. I want to
Yeah,
make
hell yeah.
before
Hey,
I
is there
walk
Okay,
in.
but-
I want to make sure there's no
So
other
you're going to
females
make sure
there.
that he does all of that before you go and confront him.
If he does that, that's the
Hold
proper
on,
thing
you're
to
asking the
do.
wrong question.
If
If
he
you
just
saw somebody
barges in,
getting
come
raped,
on.
would you stop it?
Exactly.
Yeah, if you saw a grape going down, would you stop or go, "Hey, man, that's your right"? What would
Me?
you do? Yeah.
What the fuck do you mean?
Is it your business or not? Is it your business
It
or
is
not?
my business.
It's my business to keep hold on. It's my business to keep my daughter safe. And if I go to a public restroom and a guy goes in after her, I got a problem, and I'll act like a bitch too. I'm a female too. That's why I'm going
Then
in
go
there.
in there.
You even look for my
Like-
daughter, and I'm gonna beat you like
Then
a
go
bitch.
in there. Like, dude, you're acting as if every single trans woman is going in there explicitly for this.
That's
No,
the thing.
you don't
You do
You're
not
acting
know.
like it's unreasonable to say a guy shouldn't be in there. I don't understand why you don't understand.
So would it be
it's
irrational or would it be you think that it should be not allowed
It would be
for a
rational
woman to go
for
into the male's
a guy
restroom?
park to go into a guy place.
It shouldn't be
If
allowed.
you're a
No.
guy with guy parts, you should go into a guy place.
Okay, so what
That's it.
about parents taking their children to the restroom? Too young.
Are you serious, bro? Come
Yeah,
on.
a
Yeah,
mom
Your
100%.
examples
boys
are
restroom.
some of your examples are crazy. Okay, so
100%.
I have a daughter who is 2 years old or almost 2 years old. I'll take her where? To a women's restroom or to men's? To men's. I'll go to an actual enclosed stall and allow her to use a toilet there.
What if some guy tries to rape her, dude?
The dad is there.
BBN, are you serious?
Come on.
You gotta
Okay,
think.
you're
He's
Are you
attempted,
not
he's
thinking
aware
because you've been
of
up
this.
the whole night or something? BBN.
I mean, isn't
No, 'cause he
California an
doesn't have
open carry
kids.
state? Like,
No, it's not. I mean, there's a lot of rules on that crap.
okay, but you're acting as if you're automatically protected they're automatically protected just because you're in there. There are so many things that can go wrong just because a male
Bro,
is going into a
if
female's
I
restroom,
have
or
my
actually
daughter
a
in
man
my
is going
hands,
into a woman's
You have
restroom,
to have that
doesn't
opportunity.
mean
Do
that.
they have to have that right?
What was that?
Do they have to have that right, being that there is a questionable offense, being that 0.001% of the population wants it, nobody else needs it, but they say that they should go in there and everybody else has a problem with it? Is like,
Except
well,
it's
should
not
you do it?
everyone else.
What's wrong with it? Yeah, the only people that want it are the ones who are doing
The
it,
only doing what?
and those who are citing. Okay, so if I dressed up like a girl and I want to go into a girl's restroom and somebody has a problem with it, there's more people going, I have a problem with it, than me going, I want to. Then there's really guys dressing up like girls going, I want to. There's one guy doing it for
Alrighty.
every 40 people.
So let's
going,
ask
no, I just
this
got a problem
then.
with that.
Trans man goes into the woman's restroom. Is that okay?
No, you missed it. What do you think about 40 people to 1? Do you think that
Is it
one
40
person
people
should
to
mean
1?
that 40 people should be? Yeah,
It
do you
is,
think
in
that
fact,
one
40
person
people
means
to
that 40
1.
people should change your whole life? Yeah, there's one trans person can make 40 people.
I'm talking
who
about
don't
the
wanna do it,
statistics
do
of
it because
reality. Is it
they are
40
the ones
people
that
to
like it.
1?
Oh, it's worse than that. It's
I'm not talking about the
0.001%.
amount of trans people. I'm talking about the amount of people who think that they should be allowed to use the restroom that they want.
Well,
You just use your statistic. If you claim to be a trans person, you're the one that want to do it. Yeah, that's the
No,
statistic.
that is not how you take
0.001.
statistics.
Yeah,
Oh,
none of this
why
stuff.
not
You,
just
God, you're so
simplify?
way off on all this shit.
Oh my
You
god.
guys-
why not just
You guys
simplify
don't
it?
Sir, when you just started
experience it
talking, your
because you're a
freaking your
man.
screen flashed on me and it was hella bright. That scared the hell out of me. I had just closed my eyes.
Well, guys, why
Oh,
not
man, you're
just
getting the
make
spiritual
why
now.
just not
Careful.
make things simple? A female goes to female's restroom. Now, if
There's no
That's
such
called
thing as a
women's
female
restroom.
if a
restroom.
male transition to if a female transition
woman
to if
restroom.
a woman transition to a man, she's still a female. She still goes to a
Okay, so
female's
do you think
restroom.
that you wouldn't make the mistake of hitting them, of confronting them?
No,
You-
because you can still tell a difference.
Yes,
Oh,
you
but
can
I
still tell
promise
the
you
difference.
can't. I promise you can't always.
if
You can't always
a
tell the
male,
difference. I might
if a
think you're a
man,
man.
if a man that
99%.
transition to a
I've
woman
seen
walks into
trans
the
men
restroom
more
and
more
I'm there,
masculine than Serge. I swear to God, I've seen trans men more masculine than Serge, than me, than my father, and
Yeah.
that dude served in the military for 20 years.
bro, if
It's because they're
there's a
guys.
transition
That's why
from
they're
a man
masculine.
to a woman that walks into a male restroom, I mean, I will be uncomfortable because of what I'm
I'm talking
looking
about
at.
a woman that transitions into a man.
And I would think that this thing that walked into
Serge,
a
I'm talking about
male
the
restroom
opposite.
is degrading manhood. I would think of that as well.
Serge, I'm talking about the
But
opposite.
I would not kick them out because they're still male.
Serge, I'm talking about
You don't
the
get to
opposite.
you don't get to decide those things either.
Well, I know that.
Well, how come
The
you do?
society does, and it
Why do you
messes
get
Serge, you
things
just
up for
completely
everybody.
avoided my question. You just completely avoided my
I
question.
didn't really hear
He
your
does that.
question.
I said if a female to male transitioned person goes into a woman's restroom, do you think that off the top of your head, if you just saw an extremely masculine person walking into the woman's
He
restroom,
should go to that restroom. He should.
what do you think would happen? Do you think that you'd be like, "Oh, get the fuck out of there," or
No,
do you think
she's
that
not
you'd
gonna
go,
get raped. I
"Eh."
mean, if a woman that transitions to a man walks into a woman's restroom, that's her place. She's not gonna be able to rape the
Do you want
females
to?
there.
Do you want to fucking bet? Women rape women a lot,
Yeah,
not
exactly.
as much as men.
Hey,
but
can
a
you just
lot.
look up? Can you just look up this person, Buck Angel? Can you just look that up real quick?
What about this Buck Angel?
Oh, be careful, man. He might be trapping you. He might have you see something that you.
No, there's
you
nothing.
Booty
There's
itches.
nothing. No, it's just a person. It's just an individual. Just look. You don't have to show anything naughty. Just show a picture of that person.
Yeah, no, they ain't got enough ass to be a plural like my boy servant.
Ooh.
Oh no, keep it out, man. You got Phil in the house. Stop it. Me and Phil go way back, man. But nah, man, I wouldn't. You can sleep at my house, man, if you needed a place to stay, but you can't come in the room.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you have to
I mean,
come outside.
Yeah. So can you just
There
show
ain't
me?
no
Can
big
you just
school
show
rules
me
for the
Buck Angel really quick? It's a person. It's an individual. It's not a trick.
Okay.
Is it an attractive ass guy?
Dude, don't get me started. No,
Sounds like
you're
he's
thinking
trying
of
to get
Ryan
to us.
Reynolds. That's not. That's a different thing.
Oh no! I was thinking
mean-
like
I didn't think
I've
your name
seen
was Buck
women
Angel.
that they look.
I mean, bro.
beautiful.
BBN.
Well, it's like the guys.
Are you into him? Into that this
Huh?
thing? Are you into this thing?
I will have to advise my client to plead the
Into
fifth.
what thing? Can you show? Can you show Buck Angel?
You can Google him yourself.
Can you show?
You
No,
can-
I want them. There
Whoever
is plenty
wants
of
to-
pictures.
Whoever
There
wants
are
to look
plenty
up,
of pictures of Buck Angels just sitting there with like not naked, not anything. There are plenty normal pictures of Buck Angel. Just show a normal picture.
Oh,
Now check this out. Can you say that there's an attraction based on looks? Absolutely, but have you ever been behind somebody who had long hair and it was a dude and you thought it was a girl because it might be looking good and you're like, oh shit.
Yeah.
Because
I
you
just
didn't
want to
know
see
what
this
it
picture
was.
of Buck
That's how it
Angel
was
real quick.
when I met you. Come on, servant.
That's a woman.
Can you show this picture?
No, it's not. Look at the first name,
Okay.
Buck. That doesn't sound like
Can
a
you-
woman to me.
Can we
You
see a
can't
picture?
know the name.
just Google. You'll see the picture.
You can
I
look at
want
the
them to
face
see it.
and the
You
face
can
is
show the whole world.
female.
There's
No,
Anybody
man,
can
I don't
Google.
wanna see
Everybody
that
has access
shit.
to the internet.
there's no dirty picture. You can just click a non-dirty picture.
Yeah, and it's probably a guy that looks like a
No,
girl.
he
and
looks
she's
like
good
a
at it,
straight
right?
dude. Oh my god.
Right.
No,
And yeah, it looks like a
And it's
A
man.
woman. What
Because,
do you mean?
yeah, what are you talking about?
look at the face.
Oh, I
Look
don't
Dude
know.
has a
feminine
60-year-old
I didn't know what you meant by it.
hairline.
I thought it was a
Yeah.
No.
He's
Dude
full of
looks like
tattoos.
Serge.
He's muscular. He has a
face has
flat
soft
chest. He
features.
also has a vagina.
Because it's a she.
right. Now, is there any enhancements? Like, did they have to put anything in
But
them
the
to
thing
make
is,
some
you
of that
wouldn't be
happen?
able
'Cause
to
if you did,
tell when
then
they're
that'd be
walking into the
special.
restroom.
Yeah, so if this person walks into the women's room, which is what you said he should do, how do you think that's going to go down in your world that you keep crafting?
Yeah, some people some
Well,
people
you can tell.
may take it in the wrong way, but what I'm trying to say, he has no opportunity to rape anyone.
But he does.
He does not have a penis to do it.
You don't need a
You
penis
don't
to
need a
rape
He
someone.
can
penis to
he
rape
can
someone,
he
you
can
fucking
he can
idiot.
sexually assault someone,
That's
but it's not really
rape.
going to be rape.
You don't
See,
know
a
what rape
woman
is.
doing it
Please
is
stop talking
unforeseen.
for the rest of your life. Please stop talking.
Whatever.
You don't know what rape is. You're out of your fucking mind.
Yeah, no. Rape is just the non-sexual
Okay,
penetration of a person's
is
body.
sexually touching somebody, is that a sexual assault?
No,
Is that
rape is
sexually
you want
touching someone?
the
Yeah.
non-sexual or it's the
Let's say
non-consensual sexual
if a
penetration of a person's body.
if a person,
That is
let's say a
extremely
man
possible for
comes
a
up
woman
to
to do
a
to a
woman
woman.
and he is touching her sexual organs all over the place without her consent, is that a sexual assault?
It
Yes.
is
I'm
sexual
almost
assault.
confused
Do you
because it
know
sounds
what
like you're
rape
saying.
is?
Wow.
It almost sounds like you're saying it. I'm so confused. Are you saying?
Vivian, that's what I'm trying to show. Your examples are weird.
Bro,
My
Surge,
examples are weird?
Surge, I need you to listen to me really clearly right now.
Yes, please.
Rape is just the non-consensual sexual penetration of a person's body.
Okay,
Women can do that to women.
and touching sexual organs without penetration, is that sexual assault?
Yep.
That's
Even
sexual
your
assault,
fingers
yes.
count, my
You can
dude.
grab a kid and
Fingers,
eat
strap-ons, fucking little toys. Like, if I stuff
Without
my fingers in your mouth,
I
You can grab
specifically
somebody's
said
ass and get
without
hard.
penetration. I specifically said that.
What's
Is
the
that
point of
sexual
asking that?
assault?
Using the word.
If
you
that is
touch
sexual,
someone-
if that is
asking that?
sexual,
touch someone.
if that is sexual assault, it's not rape. Look, sexual assault does not necessarily mean rape.
okay, but you're acting as if they can't rape, or women can't rape women.
Yeah, anyone can rape anyone.
It's different. It's much harder. It's
It's
different.
not
it's not.
And if this person,
even if
if
it
this,
was harder, it's still doable.
if this whatever this bug
I'm like,
dude
dude,
was
he's
to
on.
go,
They're on testosterone. It'll be a lot easier.
Yeah, and yeah, well, this.
Okay, so they're on stuff that changes who they are. That's what you're saying, right? And it's an outside source because without it, they couldn't do it. Is that what you said? So they're not who they say they are. Because without it, you would see that that's actually a girl, but they put enough stuff in them that it looks like a guy, right? Is that what you said?
No.
So if you require
that's what you said.
let's say a hair transplant because you're balding, so you feel less masculine, does that mean that you're less of a man because you need a hair transplant?
It doesn't make you a girl.
No,
It's
just
long
answer the
hair.
question. Does it make you less of a man?
No, if you get a hair
No.
transplant and it's long hair, it doesn't make you a
Answer
girl.
the question. Does it make you less of a man?
I
Sure.
according to me,
How about
no.
I say
but
yeah, it
you
does.
say yes, okay. I say no, but whatever. Okay.
Yeah, we'll go both directions. We'll go both ways.
I knew
Who
you went
wants
like
to
that,
say-
servant. All right, but anyways.
Yeah, I knew you were
No,
gonna
but
do it.
yeah, no. So with gender dysphoria, that applies to cis men, who are born men, or men who are born boys, because you're not born a man. Yeah, no. Anyways, if you have any sort of incongruence with your gender, if you get treatment for that, that is gender affirming care, such
Right.
as hair transplants. I don't know what to do with servant. I don't know what you're going on with that.
The
Look,
genitals
What they're
define
doing
either
is
whether
they're trying
you're
to
a
make a
male or
medical
female.
condition.
What was that, a woman?
Well, go ahead. I guess I'll
No,
wait.
No, your questions are important too.
You're,
What was your
hold on,
question?
there's a medical
Look,
condition.
you're what you said. If he has no hair, then is he less of a man? Okay, my question is: he still a man, more or less? It doesn't matter at all. He's still
But
a man.
that's the
Change my
thing.
genitalia.
That is what gender affirming care is. Gender incongruence. Like, that's not what gender affirming care is. Like, gender incongruence isn't gender affirming care. But
Okay, so hold on. If I take enough estrogen and it starts making my hair grow and my eyelashes grow and titties grow, does that make me a woman?
no,
I'm
because
putting
that's
something in
not
my
the
body that
definition of
didn't-
woman.
No, I'm
As
asking
I
you, does
said,
that make me
no.
a
Not the
female?
definition of female, and also sex and gender are two different things.
Well, if it's changing who I am and my structure.
Let me
and
ask you
it's giving
something.
me
If you work out and
form-
get big muscles because that makes you feel like a man, that's changing your structure. What's your fucking point?
Well, it's improving.
It
it.
is
It's not
changing
It is
it.
changing
It is
it.
changing it.
It's an
If you
improvement,
don't
a
know what words
change.
No,
mean,
no, you know,
please learn what
I'm
words
talking
mean.
about by. Listen, the hormones are what makes the development of the breasts of a woman. Now, that's not what makes a man's pectoral muscle. So they're two different
When you
things.
work out, you release testosterone.
Yeah.
No, it's the tearing
When you
and the
work
ripping of
out,
the
you release
fibers
testosterone. Stressful situations release testosterone.
And women do not rebuild the same.
What was your
True or
question?
false? Does the woman's body, is it exactly like the male's body? Are they the same as you rip and tear muscles? Do they do the same exact thing and
Yeah.
and
They
get
both
the
use
same weight?
testosterone, estrogen.
Okay, what is
Men and women
what
are
is-
99% the same thing.
Yo,
So.
what is gender affirming care? Please explain to me as simple as possible.
Gender affirming care is the process of which you go about to make your physical outsides match your internal classification of that gender which you align with.
Okay, so basically
So
a
you change
person
things.
yes, you have to you literally swap. If you feel like swapping, you swap. Is that
No.
it really hold on. Is it gender affirming or is it gender
Yes,
transitioning?
it is gender
No, it's affirming because you
Oh,
don't
it's
have to
affirming.
be trying to transition into a different gender.
It's
The point that
affirming.
he's making, the
Mhm.
But
point
you're
that he's
looking
making,
more and more
no,
like
the
you
point
want
is making is that
So I have a
things like
male body that looks like a man, and if I feel like a woman on the inside, it's gender affirming.
And
It's not gender
if you have a male,
transitioning, it's
if you have a
affirming.
Serge,
Mhm.
if you have a male body and you feel like a man on the inside and you get gender affirming care, it is still gender affirming care.
right, yeah.
When does it become transition? At what point is it called
If
transition?
someone is trans,
Gender affirming
No,
is
transition.
look.
trans doesn't mean transition.
If I'm less of a man and I'm
okay, so it's
picking
like
up my
if you had
good.
What was your question? Oh,
okay, if you had a male's
I
body,
do.
are you okay with that? And it's like if you were trans and you want to be more feminine, do you alter your body? Yes or no?
yes. The same
Not
way if you want to
necessarily,
be more
but if
manly.
you want to be, if you want those things, you can.
No.
You don't
That's the whole
have to.
idea
Some
of the
people don't
affirming.
do these things. They
If
just are
you,
feminine within. They identify as a woman. They're feminine in their own right, the way they feel, and then they never take these things. They don't. These things aren't necessarily. You don't have to do these things. You can.
yeah, but because your mind is telling you to do
Your
it, nothing
mind. Your
else,
mind
though,
tells you
right?
to do everything. So I don't even know what you mean by that. But like, what are you talking about?
And that's why
You're
the
trying to
Bible
make this
says.
point
body
that
That's
needs
why
to
the
be
Bible
full-
says that our hearts are the most deceitful things. Our hearts, and you know
And-
the feelings come
and
from
yet-
the heart.
and yet the law is supposed to be written on the heart.
So that's why we need
Yeah,
to
it
follow
is.
the
And you
law,
know when you're
not the
doing wrong.
deception of the heart.
So you're supposed to follow your heart, but not follow your heart.
Yeah, that's
You're
about. That
supposed-
sounds about right.
No, you need
You
to
go-
differentiate
the law on
between
your
the
heart.
law and the deceptful
So
feelings
here's my
of the heart.
question: how is it that both can be true?
Yeah.
Easy, because we have
Ah.
understanding of what's right and wrong.
So
No,
if we have
you
understanding
don't.
of what's
Remember
right
the
and
script.
wrong, if we have an understanding of what's right and wrong, I'm assuming from Adam and Eve from the tree,
Yeah.
then how is
We're-
it that we do things that we don't know is wrong?
Yeah. Right.
Like what? Like kill each other?
What are you talking about?
Okay, not even just that,
Like
but
punch or
What was that?
violence? Steal? Rob
talking about-
somebody? What do you mean? When you know you're doing wrong, do you know
Well,
you're doing wrong?
Psychopaths
There's not a
don't.
oops, I didn't know.
like
I
there are
was
plenty of people who do things without realizing that they did something wrong.
Yeah.
Like
So
not
a
if there's
murderer just
mental
kills somebody
condition
and
on
he
the
didn't
outside
recognize
of the
that he
mental-
kills somebody, right? Is that what
no,
you're
they
saying?
don't. Some people don't recognize that
Sometimes
what they
it's
did is
justified.
wrong.
Yeah. Right.
Like
Sometimes it's justified. If somebody is breaking into your house, you have a legal right to
a
to
legal
make somebody
right
not be there.
and a law from God are
Does that
extremely
mean it's wrong?
different.
Yeah, and also I don't think you should kill
Wait a minute,
someone
does that
breaking
mean
in
it's
your
wrong?
fucking
Look,
house.
look.
either.
God said, "Thou shalt not
I don't think you
murder."
should ever do
Self-defense is
Yeah.
not murder.
Dude, you're a brother, man. Phil, you're a bro. Get the dudes out of your head.
Hey man, you'll never leave my mind. No, I'm joking. But
It's getting saucy.
yeah, no. Of course,
We're working on
self-defense isn't murder, but that's not what I'm talking
Even
about.
manslaughter is
I'm
not
talking
murder
ab-
too.
Holy Jesus!
Yeah, sometimes
Murder
it's
is
justified.
unjustified killing.
Manslaughter is not murder. Do you know what
I had
murder is?
no point mentioned murder. You guys brought that up.
Okay,
But
thou shalt not
anyway,
commit
I
murder.
anyways,
That's what
I'm
we
talking
don't do.
about the small shit to the large shit. Some people don't realize that that's wrong. Whether it's
What
because
small thing
whether
you're
it's
talking
because of
about?
mental
A
lying.
lie.
Exactly. So if you've never taught that lying is bad, how are you supposed to know that lying is bad?
Who in the
Some people
world
have
does
no
not
idea.
know? Who in the world does not understand
It's
that
really not your
basic
Children.
principle?
Children.
Children do not
Children
understand
are
much
inherently
things.
bad. You ever seen
No, they're
So
somebody
not.
get stingy?
children are inherently
Dude,
bad,
little
but we
kids
are
are
given the
bad.
knowledge of good and bad.
Yes, and that's where we teach them.
They'll run up and smack the shit out of you, dude. There's some little monsters out there,
Yeah, but
man.
it's
So
not
if
Like,
we
inherent.
know
It's not
what is
inherent.
good
Yeah.
and bad, then how is it that we don't know what is good and bad?
How is it correction makes it better? There's your spirit world. If correction makes it better, then you don't have a nature that can't be changed. That's why you have the power of decision and going, I'm a girl, I'm a boy. No, you don't. You can say what you want, but there's a truth
So it
that
seems
is
as
at
if you
hand,
didn't
which is
listen
love.
at all to what I said about the neurobiology textbook.
I had told Master, I didn't hear.
So I'll go back
anything
to what
you
I
said.
said
I'm sorry. Go
earlier.
ahead.
It's not so much that you just decide that you're a boy or a girl. It is the way that your mind categorizes both feminine and masculine characteristics, and your mind itself identifies with those.
You can change your mind at
Can I
any
ask you a question?
point.
I mean, you can
Would you
realize
allow
more
your
about
daughter to
yourself.
go through transition if she said she was a boy?
Sorry, what was that? A woman?
Let's say at age 4, your daughter decides that
Age
she's
4.
a
Okay,
boy.
let's go.
Would you be okay with her to go through transition?
So people that young don't get transition surgeries.
They start affirming it.
Start with
Quit lying.
hormones and whatever.
Age 4?
No. No.
Okay, how about age
Yes.
8?
The state
Even
of,
then,
the state
no,
of
not
California puts
hormones.
them into custody.
No.
Yes, they do.
No.
They make it illegal if they want
Nope.
to transition and you don't want them to.
4?
That's a
No,
crime.
they can't even assent yet.
Okay, how about at
Yeah.
age 8? Are you okay at age 8?
They still can't assent.
No,
Okay,
they can't
Ted.
assent till they're 18, asshole.
No, they can't assent to, I think it's like 14 or something, 12,
Oh,
14.
they affirm kids. They affirm kids that
No,
No,
are
I,
not even
I think it's like 12 or 14, but
There are certain
you
things
can't
that they can start,
you can't
and
consent until you're 18. You can assent to certain things
yeah,
at age like
certain
12 or
things.
some shit.
Yeah, as you get a
But
little
even
older.
then,
Yeah,
even
it's a
then, you
legal
have to go
offense.
through your parents and a medical provider, and you have to
Right.
be
Not if you
inconsistent,
need an
consistent,
abortion.
and
If you need an
persistent.
abortion, you're 15 years old. You don't need to tell
Completely
to
different
anybody.
topic.
Just
Fine if
come
you
to
want to
California
transition.
and kill the
That's
child.
healthcare.
As simple
You know
as
what's
that.
wild? You can do the exact same thing with the hanger you get from Walmart. What's your point?
Yeah, that's healthcare.
No, it's a child abuse law that if you try to stop your child from transitioning and a school official is catches wind, they can legally take custody of your child
At what
because of
age?
that, or
Hey.
give custody to give custody
You're
and
telling me
grant
to
it to
hold on, but at
the,
what age
yep.
does this apply?
Okay, so earliest in
It
practice.
applies to a children in school. Like I think it means grade
You should
level
probably
up.
look into that.
I'm telling
No,
you,
it's
it's a
not.
law about
Okay, check it out.
an adult is required to take
You
a
should probably
child
look
into
into that.
custody when
So it
somebody
says
is
at any age, a child can receive gender affirming care.
Yeah,
If, there's
no one
parental
said that.
permission. They can receive puberty blockers. There are cases of
oh, no.
kids being very young, under 10.
Yeah, I
Can I
know.
ask you a
Yeah,
question?
One moment,
Can I-
one moment. About the puberty blockers. Do you know when we use puberty blockers at super young ages?
Yeah, 8 to 11 years old.
For precocious puberty. I was talking about
that's
situation.
when you use precocious puberty. That's when you start going through puberty early. That's when you use puberty blockers. That's why they exist.
That's the where
the
I
caption is
pulled up
early as you can
information
do.
about gender
9 years
affirming
old.
care. Gender affirming care puberty blockers start at 8 years old.
No,
And
that's
social
only if
transition-
they don't. People
social
don't go through puberty
transition
at 8
starts
years
from
old,
2 to
typically. What are you
4.
talking about?
Does not matter. Social
does
transition.
matter.
It says
Social
Hey, listen,
transition
hey,
starts
listen, you don't
as
know what the fuck you're talking
as
about?
low
So
as
just
2
shut your
years
face.
old. The
You don't know
puberty
what the fuck you're
blockers
talking about.
start as low as 8 years old, and then
That's if they go through puberty.
cross-sex hormones, testosterone or estrogen starts around 14 years old, and the surgery can happen at 15 years old.
What surgery can happen at 15 years old?
The transforming one?
Reassignment.
There's no there is no transforming.
Whatever the surgery, the transforms.
There's no bottom surgery ever been done to a 15-year-old.
Smoke.
It says
Top surgery. Top surgery.
Yeah, top surgery.
Top
If
surgery
there's
has
no
been
top surgery,
performed
yeah, at
on
15,
minors
yes.
as
Top
long
surgery.
as young
Top
as
surgery.
15.
Top surgery.
I didn't mention which one. I said surgery.
Well, right, top.
Well, it doesn't make anything
Top
better.
surgery is okay.
Yo, Surge.
Well, do you think a 15-year-old really needs to worry about what's going on top yet, man? That's not even realistic in the real world.
Surge.
You're starting to get into that. You know, it's like,
Whoa,
why
I'll
do
wait for them
you
to
think
stop.
that it's okay?
All right, so what I read from the National Institute of Health, it's kind of like the golden standard here in the U.S. I'm sure you're aware. Children first begin developing a sense of biological gender around the age of 2 or 3.
Are you serious?
Yeah, because you're talking about a child that can't talk, can't do anything, but they know exactly what they're up to.
They're aware of themselves.
They know that when they see a titty, they're like, "Ooh, there's food," and they're like, "Oh, look, he's responding. He likes titties." Oh, look, she likes him. She's gay. No, they like food. Is that where it comes from? You think? I bet you.
No, it comes more. It comes more so from like.
Are you aware of what you just read?
My dad loves me up special.
Are you aware of what you just read?
Would you like for me to explain it?
Sure.
Yeah,
but I hope there's some logic in what you just said. A 2-year-old does not understand a lot of things, but all of a sudden they understand that they're in the wrong body.
Sir, I'm asking if you want me to explain it, but you just aren't responding to that. It seems as if you're not interested in information.
No, go ahead. I'm just, it's
That's not
fascinating.
good information, dude. 2 years old, they have already a promiscuity about what they are deciding.
So it's not so much that they have a definitive answer. What
well, now we're going to justify things. What do you mean? You just said 2 years old.
So why are you interrupting me, servant? Why are you interrupting me? Alrighty. So it's not that they have a direct understanding of their own gender. It's that they understand genders compared to both their parents and other people that they know or have seen compared to themselves. Whether it's
God gave them wisdom to go. There's a guy and he has a deeper voice and he has facial hair, and I see girls that don't do that and they have higher voices. So now I'm getting how this world works because I'm living in it. So I'm absorbing everything. You think that's what's happening? Or do you think it's, oh man, I know what the sexes are, and I think I'm starting to figure it out?
I'm sorry, I have to like throw this into you because like it seems as if you're not getting it.
Oh, okay. I meant by sexes, I mean those who want to be male. They could be girls, and there could be girls or boys that want to be girls. But whatever you say, but you know, whatever they look like, the baby can go. I see there's a difference between these two. Well, that's cool, but you know that's called learning. I don't think that's called, we're aware of genders.
Holy Jesus.
They're learning It's like a dog. Are you sure he knows about canines, or is
Servant,
it Labradors?
I have a genuine question. Are you dense? It says children first begin to develop a sense of gender around the age of 2 to 3 years.
Yeah, what do you describe that to me? What is a sense of gender? What do you think that means? A guy and a girl, or
the sense
themselves?
of man and women?
Okay, so they're learning what people sound like.
No, they're learning
how they're different.
They're learning schemas of men and women.
They're seeing that there's a male
and
learning a female.
Everything.
That's what they look at the reality. They see some people look like that and others look like that.
They have no ability to comprehend the definition of male.
You just said that there's a study that says they know it.
So again, male and gender and sex are very different. I have to keep drilling this in, servant.
Oh yeah, I keep forgetting that you say a woman is different than a female.
Are all women females?
A male is different than a man, and I'm confused at that shit.
Servant,
you already lost
are
me.
all women females? Are all women females? It's a yes or no question. It's a yes or no question.
I don't know how to
Are all
answer
women
that, man. It's
females?
like you want me to say something different. If it came in a female, it's a female until it
Are
goes
all
out.
women females? It's a yes or no, servant. I promise. It's very simple.
Yes, unless they transitioned. And if they transition,
Incorrect.
now they're defective.
Not all women are female. Oh, wait,
Then they
no, I
got
said that
maybe a
backwards.
mental
Are all females
instability
Not
that
all
maybe
women
a
are female.
hormone is out of
I
balance.
said that backwards. I said that backwards.
Because hormones are
Not
out
all-
of balance. It starts
not
doing
all
weird
females
things.
are women?
Maybe it makes you
Is that
feel
what you want to
something.
say?
Yeah.
Okay, so what are the women that are not female? What would you categorize them? Give them a sex.
No,
How?
I
What
said
is
that
a
backwards.
woman?
Are all
without-
females women?
Okay, the
Oh,
woman that
even
is not a
confused, my
female,
bro.
please give her a sex. What
Hey,
is she?
Phil,
So again,
you had
I'll
better luck,
repeat
man.
myself because I had misspoken. Are all females women?
He's confused.
Dude, I'm asking you now. I understand that you misspoke.
That I misspoke, so you're trying to make a point off of
I'm
that?
not. No. I'm not off of that.
No, so
Listen to
I'd
what I'm
like
saying.
for you to engage
Listen
in what
to
I
what I'm
meant
saying.
to say instead of what I said on
Okay.
accident.
Yes, I know, but listen to what
I
I'm
would
saying.
like for you to. I'd like for you to engage on what I had meant to say instead of what I had said.
And
on
I am.
accident.
I'm actually doing in what you meant to say. Listen. Okay, so now if a woman is not a female,
That's
then
not what
what
I said.
is
That's
she?
not what I
Give
had
her a
meant to
sex.
say. I
Or
said
give her
all
sex.
female. I meant to say we're all females women. You
Or
see,
all
you said that
females
you were.
women. Yes,
yeah.
all females are women.
What's the difference between a female and a
Servant,
woman?
can I get your answers? Are all females women?
Okay, yeah, I'm confused on what's a female and a woman.
I
What's
just
the
need
difference
an
between
answer
those
since
two?
you
and
guys
how
know.
can we
Are
talk?
all females women?
I'm serious. I'm confused at how a woman and a female are different. Can
I
you
very
tell
much
me?
so can, but I want to hear your answer to this question. Are all females women?
Okay, it came in a girl, it's going out a girl. Yep.
Doesn't answer the question. It's a
That's
yes
the
or
only
no. It's
statement I can
very
give you,
close
man.
ended.
I don't know. Do you think that one was a yes or a no? I'll go with whatever you say.
I think it was a
I-
yes.
I myself
on with
say,
your topic.
no, not
Go on.
all females are women.
Yeah, come on,
So
man.
please,
Yeah, thank you
please,
for setting the
please allow
trap
me to
door for me.
finish
I
what I'm
don't know what
saying.
to
Not
do.
all females are women. The
Not
reason
all
being,
females are
female
women. Why?
dogs,
According
female
to you.
dogs aren't women.
Bro, we're talking
Female
about
trees
humans.
aren't women.
Yeah, they
We're
are.
talking about humans.
Did I ask you
You're
about?
all
female
Did I
dogs are
ask you
good.
about humans?
I mean, please specify that. Hey, we're talking
You're
about
asking me to
everything
specify,
out there.
but you're saying
We
that
are
there's no
including
difference between
animals.
women
We are
and
including
females.
trees. We're including
Hey,
everything.
are all humans
You're
men?
asking me to specify
Are all
when you're
human
saying that
men?
all female are women.
All
That
female
they're
are.
the same. That they are the same.
Are all men women?
Bro,
was your
I'm talking
question?
about human beings.
Okay, but you're saying that they're the
Okay,
same.
in human
Women
beings,
and
within
female.
the category of human beings, are all female women.
Within the categories of human beings.
Yes, to make it more simple.
What is a female?
So that you would
and
not
a
fly
woman?
all over
I'm
the place.
confused as shit. What
I mean,
difference?
within my mindset, which you disagree with, I would say no, not all females are women.
Okay, so now within your mindset, a female is a man?
They can be.
Can all women be female?
What?
Ooh, I got you.
Can all women be female?
You
Yeah,
actually
reverse
believe
I mean, the
logically
likelihood,
that a male
like-
can
If you
be
reverse it, it makes sense.
the
man can be a
likelihood
female.
of
Yeah, you trapped it because it only
One
works
moment.
one way.
One
it can't
moment.
work
The-
both ways. It cannot work
What?
both ways.
why are you talking about both
Which is
ways
the
again?
difference? So why is a female over a woman? You got some explaining to do.
I'm sorry. What was your
Explain it,
question?
man. What's the difference between a woman and a female? Because it doesn't work both ways. So now you tell me
Alright.
the difference. Because I'm dumb. I don't know what the hell the difference is. I thought they were the same things. I thought that I was calling a car an automobile.
I
My
mean,
bad.
I mean, bro,
I don't know what the
servant,
difference is then.
atheism is confusing, I'm telling you.
This
That's
isn't
how
even
you-
an atheist
That's
thing.
how
He
you
was saying
enter
it for
into
a
a
while.
gray zone and you lose understanding of plain
You know,
common
y'all
sense.
are gonna hate me for what I'm about to
That's how you're
say, but
confused.
Jesus was
You're
a
not
trans
going in the
man.
right direction.
All right, but yeah,
Did it
yeah,
be
Jesus was a
trans?
trans man.
Is it?
I mean, that's your claim. You're welcome. We
I
have
mean, I
freedom
can
of speech.
justify
You
my
can say
claim
whatever
very
you want to
easily.
say.
I can justify my claim really easily. Alrighty, so
According to your
me-
own
so
imagination.
Mary didn't have intercourse.
You can justify a lot.
Mary
of things
didn't
that
have
she can do.
intercourse with a man. Therefore, she could only have XX chromosomes within, going into the egg. So,
Yeah,
what was
that's a
that?
reason. There's a reason for it.
Reason for only XX
All of
chromosomes?
humanity is tainted. It needs to be punished because of sin, and it goes through the male chromosome because what went through Mary was the conception. Because remember, who carries the seed? See, that's why you have to understand what you're looking at because it has a beautiful
So-
message. If you would just
So
hear it.
God did in
Don't
vitro
fight it.
fertilization on Mary. He didn't use one of her eggs. He just like jerked off and got it into her.
No, he
I just-
did. He
I just placed
did
the seed in
however
there.
you
That's
think
it.
it works.
I just
So do you
simply
think-
placed
Yeah,
the seed.
It was, but it
So
wasn't.
do you think
a
that
man.
God has XY chromosomes?
No, I don't think it's up for debate because one, we can't test it. Two, what does it matter? And three, even if you knew that blood didn't even mean what it meant, what does that matter?
So I'll go on with my theory.
What if there is no X and Y's? What if they just tell you that so you
I
believe?
mean, they
something?
aren't literally shaped like X and Y's. At least I don't think so.
I've seen them try to break down to how small like the DNA strand is, and I have problems with the electron microscopes that do this kind of well anyway. But it's like there's some questionable
Is
shit.
it because you don't
everywhere.
see letters
Why do
in
you believe
DNA?
it? Oh, there is. I mean, I understand the spacing and I understand the proteins. See, that's what people don't get is how the proteins are spaced and why they're spaced. But anyway. But
So I'll go on with my theory. So since there was no reasonable way or reasonable way to assume that Mary had received XY chromosomes, Jesus was born as a female, but he is a man.
I see, this is where you're wrong again.
Well,
how
that's
about
the
if we
logic.
apply the second part, the gonads? How about the gamete production? How about internal reproduction autonomy, external genitalia? So basically, you're number one because I suspect it's impossible for God to put whatever the chromosome in Jesus's body.
No,
Thus
I didn't say
he's
that it's
transitioned.
impossible.
But how
I
about
said
all the
there's
rest
no
of them?
reasonable reason to assume.
How about the reasonable reason to assume on the rest of the points? Are you
What
just
was your
gonna
question exactly?
the second point, the gonads?
So, so I'm not sure if you understand this exactly, but the Y gene on the XY or XY, sperm seed, whatever.
From
The Y
female.
gene, when it expresses, that's what gives gonads.
Okay, sure. Did Jesus have ovaries or testes?
That's a very good question. What do you think?
Did Jesus had ova or sperm?
That's a very good question. What do you think?
Did external
I think that
genitalia?
would be dangerous because
Did
You're
Jesus
asking me
have
again?
male external genitalia?
I know
That's
he
a
was
very good
Asian.
question. What do you think?
He was called
it's
a
a
he.
he.
He was called a he.
Trans
several
man.
times.
And
It's
he's
a he.
Asian.
He looked
He's
like
Asian.
a he.
Trans
People
man.
refer
Asian.
to him as a he.
Trans man.
I understand you want to have an argument that's kind of like, oh, funny, gotcha.
Nobody
No,
back
that was
then.
just like a little fuck around, but
Smoke. Nobody back then confused
Yeah, I
who
got you.
Jesus was. But we in today's day we're
That's a
so
pretty mean one. though.
advanced technologically that we lost our minds and confuse everything.
so we know so much that we don't know anything.
Yeah, that makes a lot of
We
sense.
know so much that we got confused in everything.
We're not
In what
confused by it.
way do you think that the people studying a specific thing got confused? I'm not even talking about Jesus right now, but
We studied the gender and the sex to such degree that we
Do you know
say
when
such
gender and sex
stupid
were
things
separated?
as not all women are female.
Serge, do you know when gender and sex were first separated?
They shouldn't be. The more you
Before
separate it,
you
the
were
more
born.
confusing it becomes.
Before you were born.
The
They
more
were
you
separated before
separate
you
it,
were born.
the more you separate it, the more confusing it becomes. You don't
You're acting as
separate.
if it was.
Just 'cause you don't
You're acting as
understand
if it was
something doesn't make it
always
confusing.
separated.
If you separate the sex from the gender,
I'm
you
not
you you
confused.
have trans running around. But if
You
you
have tra-
but if you
trans
use
have
common
always been
sense,
running around.
if you use
No,
common sense,
isn't a thing. Common
then-
sense is another thing.
then
Common sense
trans
isn't common.
then trans is not normal.
It feels losing his
Yeah, no.
mind.
So
Common sense is
Surge,
something has been
Surge,
around for a long
Sir,
time, and now in
that's
today's
not
day,
what
we
I was. That's not
decided
what I
to
had
be
said.
so smart
But
that we confused everything.
anyways, that's not what I said. But Surge, what you were saying kind of implied that being trans was a relatively new thing. Just is that correct? Yes or no?
From
I
a
want to
promotional standpoint of view.
From
Okay,
a law
would it
standpoint,
be a promotional standpoint of view if there was a trans god or goddess?
Your examples are just weird.
He always says they're
Hold
weird
on,
when
is it like
the
the idea?
shit. It's so funny.
I got a crazy one. Is it like giving a whole month to 0.001% of the
Yeah,
population?
those people have literal laws about them to where they can be evicted because they are trans. So yeah, they need a little people to be aware.
No, I'm saying the whole pride
So you
month.
see,
I'm saying the
That
whole
has to do with
month
trans
that's
too.
legally
It's not just-
it's not
dedicated
even that
to
it's
them.
legally dedicated to them as much as they decide to celebrate, and the government's just like,
Well, no,
okay,
they require. No, it's a requirement for certain zoned commercial properties that they have to include. Some of these things, and it's like like the flag. It flies at the White House
it
because
has
of
to be
requirements.
allowed.
When it does. Well, no, I'm
Yeah,
talking
they
about
have to be
events. Like
allowed.
people
They don't have to
require.
happen if people don't want them to.
Oh, well, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. No. It's I think it's like they give deals. Like there's maybe a tax break if you join in or something. So there's always reasons.
You definitely
But
probably made that
is
up.
there? Do you think that that's?
Yeah, no.
Well, you got to understand the incentive is
Yeah,
always
no.
there.
Back
You don't
back
hear
to the
about how people
difference
make money
between
off of
sex and
this.
gender. Sex more so focuses on the biological. Gender
No, I'm
is a
asking about
sociological
I'm
and
saying,
psychological aspect of oneself.
Psychological
right, but
aspect
whatever you
is
do in the
Good
always
bedroom.
job, you focused on
always
one thing.
psychological
So
aspect
it's
has
not
always
it's not
stemmed from biological aspect. Now, if
Jesus Christ, of
psychological
course.
aspect does
Yes,
not
the
match a
brain is a
biological
part of the
aspect,
brain.
that
Of
means
course, the brain
there's
is a part
some
of the
kind of an
brain.
issue inside of a person's mind, and they should be treated for that issue. Not
So
go through some kind of affirming crap.
Yeah, it says a guy who never stepped foot in a fucking school for a medical school ever.
yeah, no, anyways. So do you think that being trans is a mental illness?
Okay,
Yeah.
so
Abdullah,
do I think if a male is literally
That's not what I asked.
destroying his
That's not what I
male
asked,
parts,
sir.
Yeah, no, all he
attempting
does is
well
strong. You're
hold on a
such
second,
sack of shit, sir. I
attempting
just wanna tell you. You're such a
to
sack of shit.
become a female,
You're
and it
such
will
a
never
sack of
work.
shit.
Yes,
Sir,
I
No.
think there's something
the
wrong
need
with his
both
mind.
connected to
Serge,
Yes.
I'm sure that you've noticed that I've tried to be as patient and respectful as I possibly can.
Me
But
too.
with you being so disingenuous,
Me? I'm
yes, sir.
answering.
Not only have you strawmanned, you've gish galloped, like
My elbows connected
What
to
did
my
I
dude.
strawman? I answered your
You strawmanned what I
question.
just
Every
said.
The what?
single thing that we say.
Like you focus on one thing as if that is the entire argument. You try and misrepresent what we are saying in a way
No.
so that it is easier for you to dismantle. But I am
Yeah,
not going to allow
You're
that.
you're
No, it is
you have
not. It
asked
is
me.
not
You have
explicitly a
asked me if
psychological
I
thing.
have
It is a
if I think it's a
psychological,
medical disorder.
neurological. It is a psychological, neurological, and sociological thing. It is not explicit. It's not just a biological thing. All of those things work together. That is why people who are born without a penis are capable of having phantom pains in the place where a penis would be. Their gender, the way that they categorize themselves, is freaking out because they don't have a penis.
Bro,
Can you give me a definition of phantom?
example is penis got cut off, but the organs
Yeah,
are
you're
still
talking
there.
about a phantom.
No.
Your
Again,
prior
missed
example
it.
was when
People
the
who lose a
circumcision
hand
did
have a
not go
phantom
right
hand.
and the penis
That is
got
not
cut
what
off.
I'm talking about. That is not the only example.
Do they ever have the opposite? Like, do they ever get a phantom
I'm
vagina
not
even though
aware.
they never had one?
Anyways, so with people who, so you know what phantom pain is, right? Like you lose a limb, it hurts, like even though it's not there.
Man,
I
I hope I never
understand
has
what you're
none.
saying. Yes.
Okay, so people who are born with a vagina, ovaries, a uterus, breasts, they can have phantom pains as if they were supposed to have a penis. It hurts because they don't. It is
They're crazy.
so instead of actually engaging with the conversation, you would rather insult the people that you don't know.
How am I insulting?
No,
You
you
asked me a
said
question, I
it's a
answered.
mental condition about.
No, I'm talking about servant.
I said it was crazy because it's all mental and nobody's acknowledging it's all in their mind,
Everything
and they
is
think
in your
everybody should
mind, too.
participate when it's in the mind.
Nobody thinks that you should participate.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. It's like this. It's like, okay, so let me ask you, like at an event, if you had like 10 people show up and 10 people show up at a park and they were like, okay, we're going to split the event, right?
So,
And it's like,
servant,
once you have
before
so
you go
many
on this
people,
tangent, I'm just going to say nobody's expecting you to participate. They're just expecting you not to be a dick.
Yeah, right. It's just simply that.
Well,
I agree to that, man. No, yeah, nobody should be a dick. Yeah, no, that's not cool. I wish you.
Yeah, you guys, this whole time, all you've done is deny people's existence and reality, and you wonder why these people, like, have problems. It's like,
Yes.
it's so crazy because, like, one thing you're really missing is like trans people have a higher suicide rating or a chance than the general public, and
Right.
so and the reason, what the number one reason for that is? Ostracization, being separated from their friends, their family because of the way they are, just simply because of the way they are. You're the reason why these people
so
kill
can I
themselves,
ask you a
because
question,
of
Phil?
sacks of shit like you two.
Okay, well, Phil, let me ask you a question. Because they feel like they feel, is it appropriate that I have to feel for
You don't
them?
have to feel for them.
Am
You
I
just don't.
required to
You just
feel
have
for
to,
them?
like, not even have to. You just shouldn't.
When did I ever hurt anybody except saying, "Hey, guy, I don't care if you're wearing a dress. Please don't go in there. My daughter's in there." Is that
If
a
he
problem?
has
Do
to
you think
piss,
for
if that
their
person has
community
to
or
piss,
mine?
then yes.
Okay, please explain to
Now,
us.
there's nobody.
Please
Let's say there's nobody in the male bathroom, and he's a guy
What if they've had bottom
wearing a dress.
surgery?
Is that okay?
What if
No,
they've
do you
had
think
bottom
that's okay?
surgery?
No, I'm just saying if it's a guy that has no, let's say it's a guy that has his stuff, and I'm like, hey,
Yeah, no,
dude, my
I'm
daughter's
just
in there.
asking,
Did
like,
you
what
go
if
to
they
the
have
male
bottom
one?
surgery?
There's nobody in there.
What?
What if they have bottom
didn't? So let's
surgery?
go with
Like,
mine.
not
I'm the one that
only would
started
it be
it. I
dangerous
started it.
for them to use the
finished.
male's restroom because they are 40% more likely to be
Answer
sexually
mine, and then I
assaulted
I'll answer
than
your
anyone else.
question.
Okay, answer mine. Okay, cool.
Okay.
Get it, Phil.
What if that guy punched you in your face and said, "Don't you worry about where I'm going to the fucking bathroom"?
Yeah, then I could fuck him up because it's like there's
No,
two
you
guys
couldn't.
fighting,
You
and they're not
listen to
gonna go,
me.
hey, you
You
beat up a
couldn't hit
female.
water if you fell out of a boat. I can hear your voice.
That's hurtful. Why would I fall out of a boat, Phil?
Because
Do you do
Jesus
that?
wasn't
Is that
protecting
why
you.
you're a wrestler or a fighter? You fell out of a lot of boats.
Yeah, I can hear in your voice you're uncoordinated. So that person would beat the shit out of you.
I'm ambidextrous, even, sir. I do defy your.
I
you
think
can-
you think
can
that
handle
you
with
can
both
jerk
hands?
off with both hands makes you ambidextrous. That's not what that means.
You know what? You know
Phil's
what the
on it, man.
interesting
He's
thing?
tired. He knows what he's doing.
Moke and VBN, they like to straw man our position extremely a lot.
You don't even know what's wrong.
How?
And then they say
Let
you're
me
doing it.
let me
And then they
explain you
accuse
how.
of doing
Go
Now,
ahead.
when did we
Explain me how.
when did I ever say we should persecute the trans people? Yes, they are under mental
Ever.
condition.
They're
Yes,
not.
they are under
No, they're
mental
not. No,
condition.
they're not.
Their mind is
Yeah.
messed up.
So,
Yes,
it's
but
nothing
where did I ever
said.
say we should not give them a place to rent? We should kick them out of the restaurants. When did I ever say
Not
this?
only
If I never,
is persecution
you
not what
had
you said that you
Moke,
should
Moke,
do,
Moke,
you
you have
actually
asked
said
me.
you actually said things that are persecuting them. You have said things that are commonly used to persecute them, such as saying
Moke,
that they are mentally ill.
you
When being
asked me.
transgender,
You
when being
asked me if
transgender
I think they're
is not a
mentally
mental
ill.
illness.
I gave you the answer that you did not like, and all of a sudden you take my answer and say you're persecuting them. When did I ever pick up
It
my
can be
arm
a-
against them, bro?
So not only
It
was
can
I
be a
just
mental
explaining
diagnosis.
how, you then just asked me to explain it how again. What sense does that make?
No. You missed the mental diagnosis of the fact that somebody could be hit in the head with a blunt object and change who they are. That has been documented to happen more than once, twice, and 3 times, where people were like that and they got into a bad situation. And when they woke up in the hospital, they were back to normal. And not trying to be offensive, but if you can change your mind Isn't that a mental condition?
If you can change your mind, is that a mental condition? No, that's just the mind
Yeah,
doing what
isn't
the
it a
mind
mental condition
does.
only?
It changes.
Okay, is it a mental condition? So it's a mental condition. Say it.
No, that's
It's a
the
mental
mind
condition. Say
doing what
it.
the mind does.
Okay, so it's a mind doing a mind
No,
condition.
that's the
Say
mind doing
condition
what the
then.
mind does. The mind is
Okay, condition.
constantly
It's a mind condition.
changing. You are not mentally the same person that you were when you were
No.
22.
I gave you the scenario
Servant,
that's
you are not
legitimate.
the
Like
same
there has been
person that you
times
were when you were 22. You have a different set.
I'm not the same person when I began this call,
What?
dude.
Exactly
I'm not
my
the same
point.
person
The
I was
mind
when I began this
changes.
call. I became a friend with a Phil.
You just
So
conceded
I
to my
grew.
point. The mind changes.
No, I evolved.
What
No,
do you
I'm
think
evolving.
evolving is? Change.
I think
It's
evolving is
change.
this myth that people have to that just makes people
Evolution is
distracted
change.
and it gives people that, no, it's
No,
actually
evolution is
adaptation
change.
into it's a
Do
change into
you know
adaptation.
what
Like
change means?
kind of,
Woke.
well,
Woke.
they
It's
Please
not
say
point
Tree
it
to
means
City.
Woke. Please
adaptation.
point to me where I ever persecuted transgender.
Sure. I appreciate you for asking me a
Oh
third
man,
or
did you
a second, third time. But yeah, sure, let's go ahead. So we can start with you
say he
using
didn't
the
do it,
exact
man?
same
He's a
points
nice
that people use to persecute them face
Bro,
to face.
bro,
So before you interrupt me,
using those points
before
is
you
not me
interrupt me,
persecuting them.
before you interrupt me, do you know what persecution means?
Yes. Not
Define it
allowing
for
some
me.
okay. Treating somebody unfairly. Not in the same way as you would treat somebody else.
Are you sure?
That's the basic form if you really want. If you want
Do you
beaten
want to
down,
define
if you
every
want
word? Or do you
if
want
you
to
want
make a point?
slander, if you want any of those things, we can go that route too.
Persecution is the systemic, cruel, or unfair treatment of an individual or group.
That's
Usually
exactly what I
over
said. That's exactly what I said. It's unfair treatment. Go ahead.
Yeah, when you
Where did
frown
I
upon
treat
somebody, you're doing the same thing.
transgender unfairly? When did I not give them their fair right?
So, would you like me to
Okay, I
answer,
didn't
or
hear
do
you
you
do
want
it
to
either.
interrupt me again?
I'm waiting.
Dude, it got quiet and you didn't say nothing. That was on you.
Not
Keep going, dude. You're
It got
still
quiet
saying
and I
nothing.
okay. Unfair or
Wait,
okay.
you got to think something up. Hold on. I'll keep talking and let you think. Hold on. Go ahead.
I'm
I was just,
Unfair or
how long do you need?
cruel treatment of a person or a group.
Please show me how I
Oh,
treated
No,
them
just hating
cruelly.
somebody is a
Jesus
crime, right?
Christ. So, when you make comments such as that they are mentally ill, you're
I hope your screen
fueling
flashed.
the systemic.
Oh, I'm fueling the systemic stuff. Okay. And when you
systemic
treat and
Okay, so
persecution.
what if I want to be a hate racial group? Is that okay that you can't repress me?
I
Is
apologize.
that
What was
okay?
that?
If I was into a hate group, a hate racist group, is it okay that you can't repress me? Is that I have freedom of speech kind of stuff? Is that how you really look at life? Or do you think that there's some
I
things that are
mean,
just
if
wrong?
cannot
you're
tell
just
you
using
anything.
your freedom
We're
of
trying to get a base.
speech without hurting anyone, say what the fuck you want to say.
No. Is it? Oh, so you're okay that I want other people dead of other cultures for reasons? You're okay with that kind of person,
If
and
you
you
want
have
them to
something to say
be
about
dead,
us?
then no,
Dude,
I
you
wouldn't
are
be okay
crazy,
with that.
man. I can't believe you did. He strawmanned you like that, dude. He did. He put it on you like
he's
it wasn't
basically
you. It was.
accusing me of something that I did not do. I literally
He's
So
told
doing
yet
him.
He's doing
again,
it.
yet
He's doing
again,
you.
I
if
told him
if you're
that
calling for the death of a group of people for a specific reason,
Can I have an
then yes, you
opinion
should
that
be
I don't
stopped.
like him, and that's
What was
okay?
that?
Can I have an opinion I don't like them? Anybody you choose, and I say I don't like them. Is that okay that I'm like that, or is that a problem with me? I need to
you're
be
persecuting
fixed.
them. You're persecuting them. If you
I
don't
don't
like him,
think
you're
that you should
persecuting them.
be fixed, but I think that you should, kind of keep your
I know I
opinion to
am.
yourself.
I'm seeing if I am. How bad am I beating them? How bad am I beating them? Because I've seen them go, you Christians and this and that, and they say some shit, and it's like it must not work both ways, like you were doing, right? It only works one way,
When
but
did
it
I
doesn't go
when
the
did I
other way.
use
You
the
can't do
words
the
you
other way. It does.
Christians?
No, I've heard their arguments about how Christians oppress them and that they're
You see, so
evil and
I'm
they
reading
don't
out of the
love.
book. You
So
guys
they
are speaking
generalize a
off of
group.
feeling.
Hold on. They generalize a group. Hold on. They generalize a group that has a mental condition. Oh, no, not mental condition, a spiritual condition. And it's called either sin or righteousness. So I believe when people don't know what they are, it's because of sin alone. It's not because they're confused. It's because they're given to anything they want to do. Go do it. Have fun. If that's what you want to do, you live life because it's not right. And at some point, they stop feeling it's wrong. They all have said it. Everybody has that account where at some point they just embraced it. All of them say that. That means at some point they
So,
gave up.
servant,
That's the other
quick
side of point
comment.
of view.
So you're saying,
Does anything I say make sense to you, or
yes,
are
the
you
words
just trying
that
to
you are
make something you
saying
want
make
to say?
sense. I'd just like to make a quick
Okay,
comment.
cool.
So not only have the Christians in the past been incredibly, known for their persecution towards others, but dude,
You cannot prove that. I can show you every local newspaper has never ran an article how Christians are oppressing any gender.
I'm not talking
ever.
about gender. I'm talking about in general.
Oh, well, that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about you could be any color of a
And shit,
rainbow and somebody's going to
wait,
complain about it.
weren't like the one
I'm
moment
grouping people.
one
Would
moment
you
one
say like
moment
a
one moment weren't
transgender is
the
like
transition camps like primarily religious owned? I think it was like Christian or Catholic, whatever. But like what's it called? Where they want people to no longer be gay.
right? You mean there's people that do dumb shit and they say that, hey,
I mean, hey,
you're them,
they
you're
wanted
them,
to
and it's
save
like,
the
they're not them.
children.
What if they're not them? Is there a chance in your mind that they're not
They
the real
wanted to save the
Christians, that they are
children.
not doing the real things?
This is similar
Is it
to numbers, right?
Is it possible that they're not doing it right? Is it possible they're not doing it right in your mind?
No, it doesn't make any sense at all in my mind. But at the same time, this is super similar to numbers. At least,
No, it's super similar to like if my little daughter was like 3 years old and started acting like a boy, I'm not going to treat her like a boy because she wants to play with a ball, because I'm a guy. I do that. And I know tom girls and they're not boys. So I'm not going to go, hey, I'm going to affirm what you're into. And by the age of 12, boy, we're ready to give you some shots and shit. And we're going
That's
to
not
make
how
all
any
this
of
happen.
that works.
That's how it usually
Hold on,
starts and
because there
works.
is accounts. Hold on.
Oh, you? How do you
Yeah,
know
that is how
How
it
do you
works,
know
because
Parents
they have
usually
hold
infuse
on, hold on.
stupidity within the kids.
Oh, I'm
Phil,
sure
be
you're
my
doing
friend, man. Be my friend. Phil, be my friend. They have an account of people that want to detransition because it was a bad idea after so many
3%.
years. There are a lot of
There are people that
are
regret.
like that.
There are
And
people
their
that
story,
regret
hold on,
getting chemo. What's your
hold on.
point?
If their story would have if their story would have never started with them being affirming and they could have never transitioned in the first place, they would have never had to
I'm
detransition.
sorry,
Do you
but
think that was a
servant,
waste of
there are
time?
more people who regret having not transitioned than people who regret having transitioned. And the
Right.
people who
You can't prove
regret
that.
having
You can't
transitioned,
prove that.
that stat sits around 3%.
Yeah, it's a very low percentage.
No, because I've actually heard how the guys didn't understand how it was going to go and things hurt differently. And
I'm sorry,
they say
but
that like 90
wouldn't that
some
make the
percent.
percent go,
No. Isn't there a 90 some percent of people who get the surgery have issues and problems and
which
medical
they're
issues
told
that last
about?
longer than 3 years? No, I'm just saying, is that problematic to you
If
or
they
not?
decide to go through with it, then they went through with it.
Oh, okay, so they had to have an outside source change something because their
Okay,
mind
so
said
you're
to do
saying,
it, but their
so
mind
not only did you
has to
just
be
go
something else.
from, am I okay with it, to trying to make me not okay with it? I'm just confused because
No, I'm wondering how you could say that it's not a mind deal when the mind is the only thing that's making the decision of what you
when
think
did I
you're
say that it
looking at.
wasn't about the mind?
You said it's not a mental
I
issue.
said that it's not a
Oh,
mental
now we're back to that.
illness. Being trans is not a mental
It's a
Being
illness.
mental
trans is
issue.
not gender dysphoria is a mental illness, but being trans is not in itself
And
a mental
not all
illness.
trans
Oh, okay,
people
so now
have
we're going to
gender
call it a mind
dysphoria.
for you.
Right.
We'll call it mind for you. Hey, write that down. That was a good one.
I'm
Mind
like,
for you.
servant, not all trans people have gender dysphoria.
Correct, and not all trans people.
No, but all people only believe what they believe in their mind. That's the only thing that you're not talking about. Is the one thing that you cannot rule out is it's all in their
So
mind.
would it
only.
be
Not in their
would it be
DNA,
okay if I were
not
to
in their
say,
anomaly,
servant,
one in a
servant,
billion
genuine
has.
question, would it be okay if I said that being religious is a mental illness because it's delusional? You have no evidence of it.
Oh, absolutely. Because that is the delusion, is that you won't be able to see the truth. So I already know what the game is. See, Phil knows what time it is, right? Phil, tell him he's not messing with the rookie. That's not a rookie, man.
Moke, the only
I'll make
reason
you a
why
straw
you
man if you want,
accused me of whatever the persecution, the only reason. Let me just
You're being
read to
nice.
you
Be
what
mean,
Jesus said, so that you would understand the only reason why you accused me. Look, it's found in John chapter 7, verse 7. The world cannot hate you, but it hates me, because I testify of it that its works are evil. So all because I testify that is a mental disorder.
So are
all
you
of a
saying
sudden
that,
you
that
hate
you
me.
are Jesus?
Huh?
No, you're calling us evil when we say it's not good.
No, I'm just
You
curious
say
because
we're
you
evil
said
because you tell us
that
not
the reason that I called you fuck, what's the word? You know the word. No, I didn't
Evil.
call you evil.
Say evil.
But
The reason why you
No, you
accuse me
said
of
you evil
persecuting
bastards.
when
Why
did
they
I
had
say you evil bastards?
you have accused me of
Well, no.
persecuting
Well,
them.
Phil was talking like that people kill themselves
What was
because
that,
of
servant?
us. So it's like evil. Right? Didn't people, you say, commit suicide because of
No,
us
that
evil
was
people and
BBN.
our attitude?
What I was talking about is the main contributor.
Oh, okay. Making sure you guys aren't on the same train, man. Yeah, because that's not. We
I mean,
really
I
should be
do.
loving to
The main
everybody.
contributor of suicide with trans people is ostracization, lack of like people getting behind them and believing in them, and like just basically tell them they don't exist. Basically doing everything you're doing, and you are evil for them.
What if there was a statistic that said it was because they decided to do what they did? That's why they do that. They have that statistic. Do you think that is
every guy named Servant was like super autistic? What's your point?
I don't know. You threw me off, man. I didn't know it to be happy or sad. I don't know.
You're like, I like it. You're like, do I have superpowers or not? I can't figure it out.
I'm kind of happy.
Are
I'm
you just
kind of sad. I'll just let it
you
ride.
like you have superpowers or can you just give shitty hugs? What kind of autism are we talking about?
Like the real hard ones where it's like, damn, you're not supposed to do that because it's so exciting.
Like the ones that can like remember every number ever, like you know what I mean?
Yeah, count the toothpicks kind.
The kind
you're
that
not that
allow
one.
pet dogs because they pet too hard.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Yeah, I'm afraid. If I wasn't afraid of cards, I'd count.
The kind that knows a lot about trains.
I know it's a weird one. It's a weird
Yeah,
one.
no.
So
So
Moke, why did you accuse me of persecuting the trans people again? What did I actually do?
Or
What
okay,
did
so again,
did I promote? Maybe we shouldn't give
okay,
them
so you just
rents.
interrupted me.
Maybe
So again, the reason that I
hold on a second.
said
Hold
that
on.
you were okay.
Maybe I am
So you asked
promoting
me a
an
question and then you
idea
say, hold
of
on.
persecuting them. What am I promoting that I'm actually persecuting them?
Well, it sure as fuck isn't evil.
What?
You sure as fuck aren't like going against evil.
I'm not going against evil.
Yeah, no.
That's a mental disorder. I would do my best
Are
to
we going
convince
for
him
evil?
not to do that. Now, if I were
So
to,
if it's
if
a
I were
mental
to
order,
see,
what makes you think
if I were
that
to
you'll be able to
see,
convince them not to do so?
if I were to see somebody who is super depressed or has a mental disorder and is willing to jump, standing off the edge, jump off the bridge, I'll try to convince that person not to do it. And if I would be convincing that person not to do it right there on the bridge, a person like
No,
you
what if it's their
would come
choice,
up to
dude?
me
No,
and
what if they
say,
have a choice?
you are so evil because you're not allowing him to do how he feels.
So you see, the major difference
Yeah, he feels
between
like
jumping
Andy's
off of a
being alone.
bridge and getting gender affirming care
They're
is
messing
that
up their
one of them
body
won't
for the
kill
rest
you.
of their
Only one.
life.
One of them won't kill you.
Yeah, his mind says his body's
They're
over.
messing up their
But is
body
it
for
true?
the rest of their life.
No, they're not. Let me ask you something. What's the first step
Because
in
of
gender
the way
What if
affirming
he
they
care?
survived it?
feel. The first step is
What if he didn't
brainwash.
fall far enough and he survived?
The
Nope,
first
that's
step
not
is
right at all.
brainwash. The second step
Okay.
is puberty
Let me-
blockers. The third step is what?
No.
Whatever we
All right,
read.
I
And
would
the
be
fourth
happy to
is
tell
the
you because
brainwash.
once again, you don't know what the fuck you're
No,
talking
the
about.
third
As
story
per
guy,
usual,
no, he throws himself off
as
the
per
third
usual,
story
you
and
don't know
doesn't
what you're
die,
talking about.
and he
I will
regrets
tell
doing
you
it.
this is more of the protocol of things that go on. Let's say you just we'll pick an age of like 7. Let's say around 7, your boy, your girl, whatever you want to say, starts saying they don't feel the way that, like traditionally they've been like pointed as, okay? Well, the first thing you do is
Pretty rare.
not rare,
but go
not
ahead.
rare at all.
0.001% sounds rare as shit to me, but go ahead. What do you mean?
That's your opinion. That's not exactly the right statistic.
That's
That's
the
statistically
statistic of
point
what they
is
say
No.
it is.
No,
Point
no, it's not.
zero. What is it? 0.001% or something like that.
0.01?
Yeah,
Yeah.
no.
0.01.
Yeah,
Yeah, of a
that was
percent.
actually a statistic that's wrote down, not a made up fear theory shit.
Yeah,
But go
anywho.
ahead.
I went over the
says the
statistic
two,
not
once
too
again,
long ago.
says the two guys that never set foot in a fucking medical industry ever in your life.
I
But
went
anyway,
over that statistic not too long
yeah,
ago.
okay. Yeah. That,
Point
yeah,
zero
okay.
one of a
That-
percent.
you're still talking about millions of people, you fucking idiot. Okay. Anyway, the point is they go to
Hey Phil, come on, man. That was
Yeah,
kind of mean.
no, it
You didn't have to
wasn't.
go
You
fucking idiot.
don't
You could have
don't
just
be a
said idiot.
fucking idiot. And I won't call you one anyway.
Man,
Yes.
okay, my bad.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Phil. Oh wait, I'm Phil. But anyway, anyway, yeah, no. So okay, this kid starts feeling these certain ways. Okay, then the first step is after this, all right, we're gonna consult their medical professional that they probably have because most children have doctors, especially in the United States. So. And if you cannot afford one, you get it legally, at least in Tennessee. I don't know about every state, but if you can't afford doctors,
And the taxpayers should pay for
the
that.
same
for
way
what?
they pay for everything that has to do with
That's
the
what a
child.
tax
Anyway,
is.
the point being is, so then what they do is they start counseling. They
Children don't get
start going
care.
to different types of just whatever events, and they also do what what's the word I'm looking for? Where you talk to a guy in a chair.
Therapy.
Yeah, therapy. I don't know why I couldn't think of that word. Probably because I've been awake for almost 24 hours. It's like, but it's yeah. They start therapy, and yeah, no, they don't always do these things you're talking about. It's not a guarantee that they're going to be put on puberty blockers, and they're only put on puberty blockers because if this person has shown real interest and real ideas that okay, this might be true, this might be the way they feel, then yeah, they will hold back their puberty a little bit. That way, they don't when they go through something they won't like. Let's say that this is a male that's transitioning into a female or a woman or however particular way this is going down. Okay, well, if they go through puberty, then the testosterone is going to kick in. They're going to start getting maybe like broader shoulders, all these things that could happen with testosterone. Well, if that's not how they feel, then they don't want to do that. So then that makes sense that they would go on some estrogen blockers, some blockers to help their puberty, slow it down. And then that's usually for anywhere from like maybe 1 to 1.5 to maybe 2 years they would do that to just slow things down. And then if that person has shown like real interest with their psychiatrist and their doctor, that okay, they seem like they've been pretty consistent with all their things. They seem like they're very legitimate about this. Now we might start doing some like estrogen and do a little bit of estrogen, maybe a top surgery when they get 15, maybe. By the way, that even though there is people that have had them, it's not the norm. So it's not like every one of them.
Do you think a 15-year-old needs to do like a 15-year-old going to school? Why does a 15-year-old going to school need titties?
What?
Phil, can you give me any good reason why you want a 15-year-old running around with titties because you pay
Because
for
they
it?
want it.
Why?
Well, there's been.
Well, I understand. What if they want to get drunk? Is that if they wanted to get drunk, the law would stop you. But it's okay if they decide.
They've only taken titties from 15-year-olds.
Okay, thanks for your explanation,
Well,
BB, and your explanation is awesome. But that's exactly what I said, and you repeated it. Sure.
No, you said bullshit about brainwashing. Why don't you read a fucking book? Shut up. No one's even talking.
Brainwashing is the first step. That usually
It's
starts
not
at 2 years
brainwashing.
old.
It's not brainwashing.
Now the
That's not
brainwashing
brainwashing.
happens by
No, it's
stupid
not
parents.
brainwashing. It's not brainwashing. It's
And
not
then
brainwashing.
and
Wait,
It's
then
not brainwashing. It's
once
not
once a
brainwashing. It's
mama
not brainwashing.
is dressing a
It's not
boy
brainwashing.
in
That's
a
not a
girl's
thing that
clothes
happens.
and
Symptoms
tells
of
him how
brainwashing,
beautiful
like
he
them
really
not having
is
anything.
and how
It's not a
girly
regular thing
he
that happens.
feels, yes, she
You're
is
just making
messing
shit
with
up. You're
his
just making
mental
shit up.
state.
You're making
Wait,
fuck
so
everything that I
Sarge,
said is an actual thing. You just made shit up. That's the difference between me and you. You're so
So
full of
what I
shit.
said is not
You are
what I
Sarge,
said never happened.
Why
Bro,
would
what
That's
you?
world
still in the
what
back. Just let
world
him
do you
go.
live in?
He does that.
I live in
BBN.
the
Surge,
real fucking world, not where you
Surge.
live.
What
You
world do
don't
you live
know.
in,
You're
BBN?
not a doctor. You're not a
You're not a
psychiatrist. You
doctor
don't know.
too.
I am not. I'm
You're
not
not
going
a
I'm not sure
doctor.
he's
against.
talking
I
to
am
you.
not going.
Stop
I'm not
accusing
going
me
against.
of
Hey,
not
hey,
being a
Sarge,
doctor
leave
when
him
you're not a
alone. I
doctor
think he's gonna
yourself.
fight with
Bro,
I'm
this
you're
guy.
not
such
going
a
against what it's
hypocrite.
saying. Oh my god. No, I'm not, because I'm not going against what the medical professionals say. You fucking idiot.
There's different
God, you're
type
a
of medical
fucking idiot.
No, they do
professions
say
You're
that.
out
such
there.
a fucking idiot. Do you know that? Do you know
Surge.
that you're a fucking
Smoke, what's up?
idiot? Do you know that?
Alrighty, so fuck, what was I gonna say? Oh fuck, what was I gonna say?
Hey, Phil, they'll classify it as a mental condition if you get hit in the head and you change your mind about your sex when you wake up. They say it's a mental condition is what caused it. Just so you know that
And
there's
what's the name of
they
the mental
do look for
condition?
causes.
Yeah, exactly.
Bro, they label
What's
it
the
as a
name of
mental
it?
condition
That's
because
how
when
that's how exactly how fucking science works in the medical world. It's just like
usually
they
they start
What is the
mental
name
condition.
of the mental condition?
right. Well, they
'Cause
start with what is that called when you have a memory loss
amnesia?
or whatever it's called? It's yeah. It's an amnesia kind of diagnosis of the mind, but when they come out of it and they're not the same person in that sense, they say
You
it's
do
due
realize
to
how this is
the
extremely different, right?
Right, exactly.
no.
I
I'm
mean,
just
but you've
saying
been
is like
bringing
why
it
they
up multiple
classify
times.
it.
You're not just
Yeah, god
saying.
damn, he
Yeah,
has
because I
not
don't think
stopped
you get
bringing it
the
up.
severity of it. I don't think you get the severity
Yeah,
of what
no,
you're
But we
looking at. Is what
do.
if that
Oh,
impact
right. I
wasn't
remember what I
that
was going to
hard?
say to
What if the impact
Surge. One
wasn't that
moment.
hard?
So, Surge, you said that like the brainwashing starts at 2, right? Alrighty. So, 2 quick questions. I'm going to say them back to back. 1, do I sound like I'd be a trans woman, meaning male to female? And 2, I
Yes. I'm sorry.
God dang it. Forget you, servant. You butthole muncher. Anyways, I'm aware that I don't sound like a male to female transition. Anyways, 2, considering that people have, been dressed up by their siblings, whether it's like usually female siblings, but dressed up like a girl, and they come out as some of the most heterosexual cisgendered men that you could imagine, full beard, in the military serving, fucking wife and kids, white picket fence, American dream. What makes you think that like just interacting with females or women will make you trans?
Just interacting with females
Okay,
will
so
not make you trans.
So
It's
what
when
about what are they
it's
doing
when
to hypnotize you?
it's when mama is making her boy look so cute, so beautiful like a girl, and she
If she
is
wanted
affirming and she's praising of
So the
how great
crazy
he
thing
looks.
is,
Now, just to please his mama, that's exactly how he will try to feel. Now,
so the
if
crazy
that
thing is,
fee, if
we've
that,
actually
hold on a
seen
second,
to.
a
hold on a second.
study of this not
I'm
working.
still answering
you
your
didn't know
question.
what height was,
Once
you
that
can't follow
feeling
up.
actually sets in and he believes in it and he holds on to it, guess
Mm-hmm.
what? You just started a very, very destructive path in his
Mental
life.
condition.
Just started a mental
You know
condition.
what's
Mental
wild
condition.
though? We've seen things like
Mental
this
condition.
with that fucking medical study where the 2-year-old had a botched circumcision. They raised him as a woman or as
No,
a
it goes the
girl,
wrong way. It
and
goes
it
the wrong
didn't
way.
feel
They
right
become
to him.
violent.
Yes, and
Now, have you seen the
see how
medical
they messed
statistic
him
that
up?
they go violent?
Yeah, because
Well,
they raised him as the
initially
wrong gender. They lied to him his whole
initially
life.
initially it was an accident initially. So they were doing
How in a
circumcised.
world could that be an accident?
Well, if you let me talk. What I was saying was they were giving him a circumcision, and it was like basically the guy doing it fucked up and completely just cut the kid's dick off, right? Yeah.
Damn.
And then so John Money saw this as an opportunity. So he paid for this family to basically, okay, right here, they gave him like surgery. They gave the child surgery, made him female, made him female organs. And this individual grew up. But then, like he keeps saying, it's like started to not feel right. He never felt quite right. And this person actually ended up, finding out the truth and transitioning, and then actually ended up committing suicide. It's a very sad thing that happened with this individual. But John Money's point was that he thought if you just raise them as a girl, they'll be a girl. But he was wrong because they tried that, and it didn't feel right. Because what it tells you is that the way you feel is not congruent with the way people tell you. It's about the way you feel with these particular things. Not everything is like that. I know you keep trying to use the race thing, but that's not the same thing.
That's the thing. No
Phil,
matter
what's the
how much
difference
you're gonna
between a
try to.
male and a male?
To actually explain things, doesn't matter how much reason and explanation and the thing you're talking about. Doesn't matter how much you know. I don't care. I'll never do it.
That's Phil. I like
Yeah, that's it. I'm Dr. Phil, by the way, apparently. Which I meant to do this like 4 hours ago. I meant to start talking like Dr. Phil.
Yeah, doctor, don't let him feel you because he's looking for a big butt. It doesn't care what
I'll
it
look
is.
for a big butt. Okay.
You need to
Yeah,
change it from
not okay.
BBN to
Not okay, Phil.
BBL.
Yeah, BBN to BBN. Woo! My reason my name is BBN is because I made a YouTube channel, and if for some reason it just like auto set and just put random letters and it was BBN, and then so I just kept running with it.
Valid.
What did it really mean,
It
man?
means
Black belt,
Bible busting nonsense. That's what I do.
Oh, well, go easy, Phil. Don't talk about that one. Go ahead and hit something that doesn't hurt as bad.
Look! Is he persecuting
like
us
cars, I
because
like
he
bikes,
said that?
man. Hit that
Hey,
shit.
is he persecuting us because he said that? Because he just
Yeah,
spoke
I
out.
am. According to them, I am.
Well, according to their logic, I
Wait,
guess
are you
it
asking
is.
me?
Well, he just said he's a Bible,
Yeah, you're
whatever.
against me.
Yeah. So are you persecuting us?
Yeah,
or are we just having a
you're a guy
conversation?
with a wig.
Are you asking me or are you asking
What's the
BBN?
difference between
Both
a
of
guy
you.
with a wig and a guy with
All
a
right, because
Bible?
you said, are you persecuting us?
Well,
That doesn't imply me.
both of you. If you agree with his stance, it's both of you. Do you agree with what he said about the Bible and what he thinks about the Christians?
I mean, I
Is it the
agree
same?
that the Christians have a very horrible past.
Okay, so that's like the trans people. Keep going.
Okay.
What else is it like?
Okay. Let me put it
He's
like this.
making them equal.
Is Bible a valid way to live?
In Western society, no.
Okay, is transgender a valid way to live?
What about transgender
Yes or no?
people?
Just let me know. Yes or no? Just yes or no?
No, I want to know why.
Reiterate
Why?
the question.
Is transgender a valid way to live?
You don't want him to.
Yes, in the Western country, yes.
Okay, so now I
but
do
it's not
not
a
get
free
a freedom of religion, but they get a freedom of stupidity. Thank you. You just
No, if
proved
you're
the
curious,
point that you are double standards.
If servant wants to answer, I'll explain it to you. So the reason why I said no is because in the Bible, if you so much as work or hold something on, what is it? I want to say the Sabbath, but I don't
But
think that's
isn't
the
it
right
my
word.
body, my choice, anyways? If I
Oh yeah,
consider
no, 100%.
Bible a
It's your
valid
Bible.
place
It's
to
your
live,
Bible, your choice. Your body, your choice. Up
Yeah,
until
thank you.
somebody gets murdered because they don't follow your
Oh, so
religion.
you get to say whatever you want as long as it's on
you
your
really
side.
do not know the
It's kinda
teachings
like
of
the
Jesus
idea.
Christ. You really do not know the
Oh, but
teachings
I
of Jesus
do.
Christ. Oh no, you
You're
don't.
Yeah,
still
you don't know
supposed
enough
to
yet,
follow
man.
the old law. If someone is
Have
working
you
on that
ever
supposed
holiday,
read
to
the
you are to
teachings of
kill
Jesus
them.
Christ in a new
No, you
covenant? Have
still
you
do
ever
it.
read them?
You
Or are
still
you
You are
do it.
only
still
focused on
supposed to follow the old law. If someone is working on that holiday,
You
you
still
kill
do it.
them.
They are
really do
going
not.
against your
You
God's
Yeah,
order.
really.
you
Do
still
you
do it.
remember what Paul said
You
about
still
the
do it.
holidays?
Remind me.
The days do not matter. Yes, the worship of the Lord should be something like every day, but it doesn't matter which day you worship the Lord. Something along those
Yeah,
lines.
be not judged on any observing of a holiday, and that means like if you want to do it, don't let nobody stop you.
Yeah, bro.
See,
Bro, you're
his
stuck
So
in
idea
the
if you
is
Old
want to do it,
Testament.
don't let
somebody.
anyone stop you. Okay, so if you don't want to do it, does that mean that they can still kill you?
Bro, it's
No, it means
your
if you
body,
don't
your
like that
choice.
I'm observing a holiday, you can't
It's
stop
your
me.
body, your choice up until you're going to kill someone for their faith.
Wait a minute. You
You're
just said
just
there's a
making
difference
stuff
between
up.
a
You're
religious
straw
belief
manning us.
and a
That's it.
trans belief.
I'm
Why?
sorry. I'm sorry, baby.
You're literally
Anyway,
straw manning us. We're no New Testament that I'm
What is the
promoting
difference? Hold on.
the
says
New
what you're
Testament,
saying. Yes, sure.
why would we focus on the New Testament when it's all one book?
What is new? What is
It
old?
is.
What does the
Well,
word
so
new
hold on.
mean?
What's the difference between a religious believer and a trans person? What is the difference that you can say are different?
One's
Why are
based
they
in
different?
science, sociology, neurology. The other one's is a religion that's made up from a book.
Have you ever seen the neurology studies on
The
people
science
who
is
are
a book too.
religious and shown bad pictures?
Nope,
Yeah, that's actually
not a
how the
book.
study started. They were trying to say
It's a
that
book.
they were trying to say the spiritual
Written by men.
aspect does not exist, and that's how they found out it really does.
Wait,
People who
Serge,
have religious
repeat that one more
belief
time.
have a comfort in
Serge, repeat that
What's
one more time. What's a book?
Science is a book written by men.
Where's the book? What do you mean,
Science
a book?
isn't a
Do you
book.
have a science book?
Yeah, that's not. It's a
Science
science. It's not
isn't
a
a
book.
book.
that's a science
Do you
book
have a
wrote by
science
men.
book?
Science isn't a book.
Yeah,
Religion
science
is
isn't
not a book
anyway.
too.
There's a
Oh,
science
what's the
book.
Bible?
Christianity
There's a science book.
is. The
There's a
There's a
Bible
seventh
is a
day science
okay,
book.
book.
let me rephrase it.
Physics
There is
has
a
books.
scientific book that is written by men that you
Indeed.
keep on throwing at us.
So you see,
It's
the
hey,
difference
yeah.
the difference between the Bible or the Bible or the Quran or the Torah or the Talmud
Without physics, you
Or
can't.
the
is
science
that
is religion.
Nope.
The
science
scientific
isn't
aspect
religion.
of religion. Yes, it
It's
is.
what you
No, it
believe. You can't
isn't.
prove any of it.
Nah,
It's what
I
you
can sum
Okay.
it up pretty clearly. It's
As
pretty
as
easy.
as
hold
as
on,
I
it's like
said,
the tectonic plates.
Do you know what the definition of religion? Do you know the different definition of atheist?
Yeah,
yes,
please look.
yes,
Yeah.
I know, but
Define them,
see, the
please.
problem is
Define them, please.
atheists, they really like to
Define
point
atheist.
at a black person and say he's white, and point at
Define
a white person.
atheist. Define atheist.
That's nothing to do with
please.
atheist.
Atheist
No,
is the
atheists
one,
don't do. No one does that, and also that's
the
not what
one
atheism
that
is.
does not believe in God. Now,
In a god, any god,
they
whether it's
have don't they
polytheism
have beliefs of
or
their
fucking
own?
monotheism.
Don't
No
they have
good.
a
Yeah,
beliefs of their own?
but an atheist
Some
is.
Don't
do,
they have
not
beliefs
Atheism
of
all
their own?
atheists
one
do.
question.
So you
Atheism
see,
answers one question.
Don't they have beliefs of
Hey,
their
can
own?
I ask you a
Maybe
question?
they have. Well, duh.
Check this out. Let's
Okay.
say we were watching a
no, what,
movie and
I'm
it
sorry,
turned
servant.
out
One
that
moment.
we're at the end
I
of
want
the
to draw
movie.
this in for Serge real quick. Atheism isn't its own religion. There are different religions within atheism. There are also parts of atheism that do not have a religion.
Okay,
Religion,
a
religion,
real religion stems on belief, right?
no.
Really?
Do you
Yes, it
know the
does.
definition of
It's
religion?
not a fact. It's belief.
Religion stems on belief, and belief stems from faith. A
Religion
belief
is
is something
I'll read you the
cannot
definition to a
tangibly
T.
prove.
I'll read you the definition to a T. Religion is a structured system of beliefs, values, rituals, and practices. The word is
Or
and, not or. The
That's evolution, dude.
structured
That's
system
all
of
random
belief.
stuff.
What is evolution? Structured system of
structured
belief.
systems of
What is
beliefs,
big book?
values,
Structured system of
rituals,
belief.
rituals.
Hey, man, that's a high five. Look at they're learning something, dude.
Yeah.
So
Let's
you
see if it's
see,
stuck to
you
them.
guys, it's straw manning again. It's
No.
values,
no.
rituals,
No,
and
no,
beliefs. You know what the word "and"
Okay.
is?
Okay,
Do you know
if
what
you
"and" is?
listen,
It means including,
Do you know what belief system
including
is?
practices
You know what a
that
belief
connect
system
a
is? There's
spiritual,
millions of
that
years
connects an
ago.
individual to a spiritual, divine, or supernatural.
Millions of years ago. I
yes,
believe
and you
that.
guys have a God as
That's
well. His
spiritual.
name is nothing.
We don't have a God.
Yes,
That
you
is what
do.
defines
belief.
atheism.
Yes, you
Yeah.
do. You do have a
Atheist
God that his name
means
is
Okay.
nothing.
without
Hey,
a
let me
God.
ask you this.
No
Once again,
God.
you've been asked this before. Answer this: if atheism religion, where's our building? Who's our person we worship? Where's our picture? Who do we pray to?
You're your God, and you think that there's nothing beyond you.
That's not
You're
what
your
You
own
atheism
have
is.
God.
Atheism,
you have
there's no good
prophets of your
evidence.
own. You have prophets of your own.
We
Well,
don't
no,
have
I'm giving
prophets.
you an
We don't have
Yes,
example.
you
prophets.
have. You have
Look,
greatest minds of atheism religion of your own that popped
Yeah,
you
their
do.
beliefs
no.
on
So
you.
you see, not
Nope.
only are you
Nope.
guys being disingenuous, you're just straight
Yeah.
up interrupting us when we're trying to speak.
So are you.
I've given you the definition of both atheist and
I
religion,
don't care
and you
about
just
your definition. Your
refuse. You
definition
Yeah, of
does
course you
not
don't care about
work.
that. Why would you care about what
Your
words mean?
definition does not
Take off your
work.
shoes,
Exactly
bro,
my
and relax.
point. Like
It
you
doesn't
don't
work.
care about what words mean. You don't care about what sex means, gender
Your
means, woman,
definition does
male.
not work.
You said a structured
That
system
is
of belief.
not
What
that
do
is
you
not the
call the theory?
definition.
Hold on.
Holy hell, servant.
What is the theory of relativity? Hold on. What's
Ritual,
the theory
I'm
of
gonna need you to
relativity?
listen
Could
real
you describe
close.
it? Hold
I'm
on.
gonna need you.
Hold on, God.
I'm
Come
gonna let
on,
you
man.
finish, then I'm
Hold
gonna say what
on,
I was
man.
gonna say.
Can you hold on? Oh, all right. Well, I'm gonna keep. Oh, well, here's what a question for you is it a structured belief system of the E equals MC square theory? Because they still say it's a theory because there's other things that can be proven to be accurate, which doesn't disprove it, but it doesn't prove it, which means
There's
it's
nothing
still
higher than a
theoretical
theory.
in part.
So I'm assuming that
Right,
you're
so
trying
it's
to
not
use this
actual,
to
right?
get at religion, correct?
No, I'm trying to get it at, is it a theory in any way, shape, or form in
Gravity's
your
a
mind
theory.
that we believe something that could be
Yeah,
true?
gravity is a theory. But just real quick, religion is a structured system of beliefs,
Density.
values, rituals, and practices, meaning all of those, and connect
Right, rituals, going to school
rituals,
and learning from
values,
people that say, hey,
or
this is
rituals,
how it is.
values, and practices that connect an individual to spiritual, divine, or supernatural, meaning either one of those.
Yeah, you're saying for millions of years there's some super divine
No,
spiritual thing
not
that makes
divine.
things transform.
Not
That's what
divine.
you're saying,
It's
dude.
chemistry and gravity. Chemistry and gravity answers most things.
What's your? No, I'm saying like okay, so the gravity is pulling things and changing them into things. That's a supernatural
Nope.
thing. If I've
If
ever
you
heard
think
a
that's
description.
supernatural, then I question how you graduated, or if you graduated.
Yeah, there's no way you fucking.
Hey,
Supernatural
is
just means
Big Boom
not
supernatural?
natural.
Is Big Boom
You
supernatural?
don't think
Is it
I've been in a
magic?
medical thing?
Is
Nope.
Big
Really? I
Boom
don't sound
magic?
like I could.
Nope.
Once?
Hey, is you know that frog that was swimming in the water and all of a sudden it got out in the land and all of a sudden
That's not evolution.
it developed
It's been explained to you
lungs.
tons of
It
times.
developed
You're just strawmanning.
lungs. Isn't it
No, because
magic?
whales used to
developed
have
lungs.
Yeah.
legs, and they were
Whales
the
did
size
used to
of
have
like
legs.
our
You can
feet.
tell by their bones.
Right, they're the size. No, they were the size of our feet, and they used them. No, that's stupid. They were always in the
No,
water. They
they
never
weren't.
came out the water.
Oh my god, are you guys young earthers?
You can't prove it because you know what? This
He's
structural
probably a
belief
young
system
earther.
is based on
Serge is not.
no.
Serge is not a young
Hold on,
earther,
hold
but
on. Your
the other guy
structural
probably is.
belief system bases that upon bones. Hold on, your structural belief system teaches that these bones prove that this once had
Yep.
feet
It's called
because there's this
vestigial
little
structure. Yep.
residual.
So I'm confused. Where does this tie
Right,
into a
hey, see, look at my
supernatural
man.
or divine
Man.
aspect?
I would high five you, dude. I'm
Magic,
telling
right? If there's magic, it's supernatural or divine, right?
But where did we say that we
you.
believe in
A whale
magic?
turned into
Yeah, please
a
explain
No
to me
magic.
of a species that is in the water and starts to walk on land. How in the
Salamanders.
world did it
Well, the
Salamanders,
start
earliest
to
fossil,
breathe?
the earliest
How
fossil
did it
we
start
have is
to
called
breathe?
Tiktaalik.
BBM,
It had lungs.
one moment, I got you. So what is an animal that started walking in water or started swimming in water and started walking on land, correct?
It was on water. It
There was
breathed
no cell that
underwater.
could be
The
born
second
into
it gets
the
out
air.
on land, it instantly, within what, few minutes, develops lungs. Magic.
No,
Then
no
the
one says that. No one's
Here,
saying
I
any
got
of that.
you.
I
No
know
one
that
said
you don't, but think what you're saying.
How come there's no fish
That's
developing
not what they
lungs?
did.
How come we've never
That's not
caught a
what they
fish
did.
doing it? How come we don't
We
catch things
do.
doing
We
these
do.
things?
I mean,
We
How
do
if
come?
you're
catch
really
evolution on time,
curious, you can
Show
look at
me.
the
Come
NASA
on, Phil.
website, and we've actually found
I'm gonna take your
We've
doctor
actually
away
found
if you don't see me.
proteins that are vital to the building blocks of life
Oh,
on
fucking man's talking
asteroids.
about
Moke,
proteins
please
and
explain to me
height
this
and shit. That doesn't
magic.
count.
Well, how
There's
is
no
it?
magic.
How did
There is
that
no
species?
magic. I don't
Oh,
know what
it-
to. I don't know what to say to you.
He uses
thanks.
magic because I
Okay,
describe because he
okay, here's
actually
the
talks
magic.
about magic, and I always call it magic, and he uses it to try to get me go.
Okay, so here's your
Magic
magic
happened.
trick: is you
Please
got an
explain to me.
oxidized environment that has cells in it. How does science say that could be possible? Because they don't know. But how do you
That's a
think
very
it's
good question.
possible?
Ask a scientist.
You have an oxidizing environment. Hold on, an oxidizing environment that is somehow producing life out of nothing.
You ever heard
How
of
is that
James
possible
Tour?
when they've never been able to do it? I don't care
No.
who these people think that. You know, when I look at people, they got these wallpapers and they say it means.
So you
this
have
guy
heard
that
of
says
James
he was
Tour or
smart
no?
says he's smart. No,
He's
I
on
don't
your
know
side.
that guy because
He's on your side. Yeah.
Oh, is he? Oh, well, he's a good guy, man. Yeah, he's a good
Yeah,
guy.
no,
Check him out.
that's what.
Yeah, but no,
I will.
Servant. So the thing
Yeah.
is, I'm not a scientist. Ask a scientist.
No, but you believe in it, so that's
No,
your
because
religion.
Not
it
a
doesn't
religion.
tie
Prove
to a
something to you.
supernatural or divine belief.
You believe it,
Yeah,
and you
that's a
don't
big
know.
part
That's
of it.
called
No
religion,
supernatural
right?
divine. No.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you don't
exactly.
believe something
BBN.
you don't know. You believe something you don't know. Is that what you
Dude,
said?
What?
You
do I
believe
need
something
to
you don't
read you
know.
the
Is that what you
definition
said?
of religion again?
Yeah.
You said
Sir,
you're no
sir,
scientist and you don't know
servant,
how it works. You
servant,
need
do
to
I
know
need to
it
read you
does.
the definition of religion again?
It's a structured, right? It's a structured what? Belief system.
No,
And
sir.
you're thinking
That
that
is
millions of years ago.
incorrect.
Hold on.
I'm going to
Hold on.
stop you right there because
No, I'm
you're
trying to
already
align with what you're
incorrect.
saying.
Already
It is a
wrong.
structured
Oh,
system
my
of
bad. Go ahead. You
beliefs,
finish.
values,
Finish it
and
right.
practices as well as rituals.
That's what he's
Okay,
But
talking
you're
about.
not
beliefs.
you're not
Okay,
letting
you
me finish. You're
believe
trying to
millions
cut
of
me
years.
off
Hold
so
on,
that you
hold
could
on.
Yeah.
straw man me. It is
Yeah.
also
No,
it is the
no, let's
practices
take it
that
apart, my
connect
bro. I'm on
individuals
your
to a
side.
spiritual, divine, or supernatural.
I think you're getting me to believe. Let me start this slow. Act like I'm real slow, and I'm like, okay, let's start with the first thing it said is belief system, right? A belief.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I
what
don't
do you
have
call
beliefs.
millions of years ago that we don't know that it's true or not, but we say this happened? Do you call that a belief or a fact?
We
I
can
think it's a
measure it
belief,
according
and
to
they say
BBN.
it's a belief. But what do you
Yeah,
think
it's
it is?
going off of evidence.
We can measure it according to BBN. We have millions
No,
and
no,
millions,
it's a belief.
billions long ruler.
Yeah.
We can measure
Yeah,
it.
because we have the
Yeah. We
salinity
can.
of all the oceans for
Well, we
billions
can
and billions of
measure.
years. When you
I
would
mean,
have had a grain of
it
salt,
depends
you would
on
have
what
been.
you want
Hold
to talk
on,
about and where you
hold
want to
on,
talk about. Do you want to talk
hold on.
about Big Bang, abiogenesis,
Phil,
evolution?
Dr.
What do you
Phil,
want to
I'm
talk about?
taking your doctorate away. You
What's
don't
that?
know shit. I'm sorry, you don't know
What
shit.
would
You're
you
not a
like?
doctor no
What
more.
would you
I'm
like?
not.
I'm ripping that away.
Dr. Phil was never a doctor.
Say something
But
smart and you look at that.
what topic are you trying to get at? Evolution or abiogenesis?
No, it
No, you
doesn't
guys are
matter. It doesn't
lying.
matter
You
which
guys
one.
don't believe you're
Well,
in
it
a
does.
religion.
So
No, it
you're
doesn't.
You
trying to
don't
get at
understand you're in a
religion, but
religion.
what
You
about it
believe
ties
something.
into a spiritual, supernatural, or divine?
Yeah.
You have a reason how we got here. That's
No, it's
divine.
not. You think
That's
it's divine
literally
because
it.
you think it's
Yeah, you
divine.
believe we got here because one thing
Servant, you
turned
think
into
it's
this.
divine because
That's
you think it's
divine in every
divine.
way.
Hey guys,
That
hey
is
guys,
all.
hey guys. We
No,
got a question
that's
from
the
we got a question from a viewer. Well, specifically servant, but I
they're
think
like, how
this
long you gonna do
question
this?
applies to all of us. Do we have a job? Why are we still awake on a Tuesday morning?
Yeah, no, I have to go to work at 11.
I gotta wake up in 2 hours.
I have
Dr.
I
Phil
have the
got me
day
to stop.
off and I work full time and I am a chef and I also work full time with martial arts.
Yeah, no, I gotta go to work. I'm a transport star.
That's dope. That's fucking dope.
Yeah.
Oh guys, well hey, let's just end it at this because yeah, I want to go to sleep. It was really fun, guys.
I don't
BBN,
I don't know how
I
you stayed
think,
awake. I don't know how you did it.
well, you too. I mean, you were up
Yeah.
the whole
No,
night.
I'm
It's
game,
safe.
baby. You don't understand. I'm like the fucking Energizer Bunny. I'll go all day. I just keep going and going.
Well, same here.
Like,
But
yeah.
hey,
I mean, like,
BBN,
I'm just shrugged out.
BBN,
on.
we were speaking for what about 8 hours, maybe slightly more than 8 hours.
Yeah, at least.
Damn, this wasn't God. Who's gonna pay it?
And then servant, you came up second. You came up approximately half an hour, maybe 40 minutes into my conversation with BBN. So we're speaking for
Damn, you make it sound
for
like
7.5 hours, bro.
Yeah.
Man, you this was worth the talk though, man. Dr. Phil, you had it, man. You had me at grabbing butts. I don't know. I didn't like the
I
rest of
mean,
it.
we can go a bit further than grabbing butts. We can grab some rims.
We grab all kinds of
It's
stuff.
okay.
Yeah,
It's okay.
well,
let's
whatever
grab
happened,
our
you were
beds.
cool.
Let's grab our beds at
Yeah,
this point, guys.
Hey, remember, you guys remember Friday night? This guy will be right back on.
another 9-hour stream, right?
He's like, "Shh,
Okay,
don't
throw it.
fight
I'm
the
gonna hit.
cat."
Yeah.
Guys,
All right, boys.
it was fun. Yeah, it was fun.
All right.
Thank you. Thank
Yeah.
you. Do subscribe
Thank you.
and let's talk again. That is all I
Big-
gotta say.
Big boom bless. Big boom bless.
Yes.
Amen.
God bless you guys. Soren, God bless
Hey,
you
you
too.
guys do good, man, and go
Yes.
well.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Let's go to sleep.
Yeah, go to bed, boys. We earned it.
we surely did.
It was a long one.
It was a long one. It was fun though. I really enjoyed it. I mean,
Oh yeah, I had a blast.
I'm fully awake. I mean, my mind is a little slow, but I am fully awake. Why? Because of how fun this is.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm smiling, man, and I think it's not just because I'm
No, I'm
tired.
great. I'm wired.
Yeah. Well, thanks, guys. I'll be ending
Right.
this
All
now.
right,
I
fellas,
appreciate
be
y'all.
good.
I really
All
appreciate
right, have a
y'all.
good one. Yep.
Okay. Bye.
Yep.
Later.
Okay. Well, dear people. Dear people, that was fun. That was fun. That's what Let's Talk is about. Yes, there are different things that we discuss. Yes, some of the language that's used here. Maybe it's not extremely 100% clean. This show is not really for kids. Why? Because atheists do come on, and they use foul language, so they make the show not really for kids. And but it's okay. It's okay. Foul language is a language. Let's talk. Let's continue to talk, because in the process of a conversation, yes, even the foul language can stop. And what can we do? Atheist is an atheist. What can we do? It's not like we can shut their mouths. So do forgive the foul language, but let's continue to talk about the most important topic in life. And our today's topic is God real? And we covered a lot in God's creation, but all of that is just to point to the fact that God is a perfect designer, and if he is a perfect designer, obviously he's real. Obviously he's real. But anyways, I will be back online. So for now it's my work week. I'll be back online. On Friday in the evening, approximately at 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. That's when I'll be back online. Do come back online. Let's talk. Also, Sunday around 2:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. That's when I'm usually online again. And Mondays at 7 o'clock, we have a topic presentation live stream, which is not open conversation. That happens at 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And today at 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, we looked into Pontius Pilate meet Jesus Christ for the first time, and we explored how that meeting went. And then Monday at 8:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, that's when I have the live stream again. And damn, live streams, they can last for 9 hours. Today's live stream, I'm looking at a clock. It's 9 hours and 7 minutes long so far. But I think we need to go to sleep. God bless everybody. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much for participating. I really appreciate all of you. God bless you. And until next time, be with God and go with God.